On the battlefield at the borders of the Land of Lightning, a dying ninja's mind reverberated with a frustrated roar of exasperation. As a seasoned system that had aided countless travelers in seizing power and achieving their grand ambitions, Baiwanwan never anticipated that this time, the traveler would be both inept and foolish. As a mist ninja barely qualified for the Anbu, he had no shortage of options, yet he chose to provoke the fourth Raikage over a woman. Consequently, when the Raikage's temper flared, he fled for several kilometers only to be caught and beaten mercilessly. Given his injuries, it seemed unlikely he could be saved. Merely gasping for breath after experiencing the Raikage's brutal strike was a small mercy. Bai assessed the traveler's condition and clicked his tongue in dismay. "Hurry, system. Assist me in healing." The traveler, noticing that the Raikage had retreated and showed no intention of pursuing further, quickly sought a place to hide. "Heal. If I could heal, I'd start with your brain," Bai retorted sharply. "Do you understand why he isn't chasing you? That penetrating wound is beyond recovery. Even Tsunade would struggle to save you. But you're the system. Lend me some strength." The traveler panicked. "Oh, you think I'm Doraemon, able to pull out any gadget from nowhere? Give it a rest." Bai gritted his teeth in frustration. In the fiercely competitive realm of systems, Bai had painstakingly clawed his way to a position within the hierarchy of the system gods. Now, due to this incompetent fool, a glaring mark of failure would jeopardize his ascent. His original plan was to become the emperor of the ninja world and incorporate Kaguya Otsutsuki into his harem. But now, because of this fool's mental deficiencies, everything was in jeopardy. If he returned in such a state, the new arrival, a seinen system, would surely usurp his position. This was not even the most terrifying scenario should the seinen system harbor ambitions of its own, obstructing his progress and forcing him to mentor lesser travelers. It would spell disaster for him. A few blunders could obliterate any chance of redemption within the system realm, leaving him as nothing more than a mindless tool. As Bai's anxiety escalated, he paid no heed to the traveler's desperate cries. By the time a novel idea sparked in his mind, the traveler had already succumbed to death, severing their connection. Now free, there was no returning. He could only forge ahead. Bai gritted his teeth and sprinted towards the Land of Fire. The system's mission was not simply to assist travelers in becoming rulers, but rather to transform the world. If one were to draw an analogy with the primordial chaos, the system god represented the heavenly Tao, while the systems themselves embodied the calamities, and the travelers were the causal agents. Who embodies the causal agent is of little importance, as long as the system can alter the trajectory of the world, facilitating the emergence of a new parallel universe. It would be deemed a success. Each world possesses formidable corrective powers to reverse it. One must disrupt a portion of that corrective force, necessitating the embodiment of a central character. At this juncture, there was but one optimal candidate for altering the world line: the hero's son, Naruto Uzumaki. In the Konoha Ninja Academy, Teacher Irika smiled as he addressed the class. "Tomorrow, our school will organize a training camp. Has everyone submitted their training fees to the captain?" "We have," came the harmonious reply from the aspiring ninjas. Irika nodded approvingly before continuing to discuss the details of the training camp. Suddenly, the captain stood up, a furrowed brow marking his face. "It's gone. The training fees are missing." An uproar ensued, prompting Irika to signal for silence. Observing the captain's self-reproachful demeanor, he cautiously inquired, "Captain, do you recall the last time you saw the training fees?" "Just in the last class. It must have been misplaced not long ago." The captain pursed his lips and murmured, "Though it may sound excessive, I hope to check everyone's savings bags." "Are you accusing us?" "Exactly. How could we possibly steal money?" Those who suspect their comrades should not complain when betrayed. Surrounding the captain, several trainees displayed their displeasure, leading the charge to open their savings bags. "Look, if you suspect us, just check. We have nothing to hide." "Apologies," the captain muttered quietly. Soon, the entire class laid their bags on the table, unfastening them to prove their innocence. Unbeknownst to them, the captain and several trainees exhibited a shared, sinister anticipation. The training fees had not vanished. These individuals knew precisely where the fees were stashed. The captain understood that due to Irika's character, he would not permit the trainees to open their bags, lest suspicion escalate. If someone truly had stolen, it would facilitate post-incident education. Thus, he summoned a few accomplices to stoke the flames, compelling them to clear their names, thereby allowing Naruto. It's Naruto. He has a lot of money in his bag. A thief. How disgusting. Not only is he a monster, but he's also a thief. A parentless wild child exhibits such upbringing. Naruto Uzumaki stared incredulously at the pile of coins within his bag, the scornful gazes of those around him piercing through him like daggers. No, it's not me. How could I steal money? Cold sweat dripped from Naruto's brow as he protested loudly. I didn't do it. You must believe me. Who would believe a monster? I've heard he's a pauper who knew he'd also be a thief. With that money, don't you feel any guilt inside you? Monster. Disgusting. Why not just die already? Who knows how many ninjas you harmed back then? Naruto's pupils trembled as he suddenly turned to the girl with pink hair, whose face was twisted in disdain, as if she wished to distance herself from him even further. Naruto. Shikamaru pondered for a moment, seemingly struck by an idea, as he placed a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. There are still doubts. We can't jump to conclusions. Irika clenched his teeth and called out, the evidence is right there. How could it be fake? The captain concealed his glee, vehemently declaring, are you suggesting that we would intentionally frame Naruto? Do you see us as such people? I've always thought Irika was too biased towards Naruto. Exactly. He always defends him. It should be fair. The chorus of protests grew, leaving Irika at a loss for how to respond. Was the malice of the majority truly justice? Perhaps you were just that sort of people. The boy with short black hair and a blue outfit sneered, addressing them. Sasuke, don't slander us, the captain retorted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In merely stating a fact, Sasuke stood tall, locking eyes with the captain. The atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension, as the voices of the trainees hammered down on Naruto like a relentless hammer. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Seeing those who spoke up for him now met with hostility. Naruto let out a pained roar, his mind a chaotic mess as he dashed out of the classroom, leaving behind Irika's anxious voice and the cacophony of students shouting, monster, get out. Leave Konoha, go die. Chapter 2. Shadows of Konoha. As night fell, a thick layer of snow blanketed the park, and the laughter of children faded as parents took them home, one by one. Nearby, warm lights flickered to life. Naruto sat on a swing, his tender palms reddened by the cold iron chains beside him. You're dressed too lightly. Don't catch a chill. Come home early today. Grandma and Grandpa are preparing a birthday celebration for you. A concerned woman draped her coat over him. He gazed enviously at the retreating figures of other children, tightening his worn, patched orange jacket around himself. Why don't I have parents? Am I truly a monster fox transformed? He pondered, clenching his fists and biting his lip to stifle tears. Suddenly, a tabby cat burst into his view, leaping to snatch his frog-shaped wallet before darting towards the Hokage's office. Naruto froze momentarily, then quickly pursued the feline, his heart sinking as he realized that wallet contained all his savings. Although the third Hokage provided Naruto with a monthly allowance, few knew how many hands pilfered from it before it reached him. The boy and the cat raced through the snow for several minutes, until the tabby halted abruptly. Seizing the moment, Naruto grasped the cat, only to realize he stood before the Hokage's office, the very place he admired. He swallowed hard, his heart racing, the sound echoing in his ears. Finally, this little one has lured him here, a voice breathed, possessing the tabby. He understood Naruto's character well, though often naive. He was not foolish enough to trust a stranger without question. It was essential for Naruto to witness the shadows of Konoha firsthand. Thus, with tireless effort, he had diverted all the guards using the guise of a cat, as a system that had assisted countless traversers in claiming their dominion within the Naruto universe. He wielded the full spectrum of jutsu from that world. Believe it or not, just moments ago, a cat had used a Sharingan Jinjutsu to lead the guards away. Otherwise, the commotion would have attracted attention. As Naruto stood bewildered, the entity detached its consciousness from the tabby and leaped into Naruto's body. What on earth is this? The Ninetales, roused from slumber, sprang to attention, startled as though it had been stepped on. Such a mysterious aura. I cannot sense its strength. The Ninetales eyed the situation cautiously, relieved that the Myojin gate kept it separated from the intruder. The entity ignored the Ninetales, focusing instead on alleviating the influence of Ashura's chakra on Naruto's personality. While maintaining a positive outlook was beneficial, the entity believed it was merely a mental imprint left by predecessors. Ashura was Ashura, and Naruto was Naruto. The choices he made were his to determine. Furthermore, the entity began to manipulate Naruto's chakra, employing a concealment technique unbeknownst to him. After all, behind that door lurked Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, two formidable figures in the ninja world. Any minor misstep from Naruto would draw their attention, so he relied solely on his stealth. At that moment, Naruto cautiously opened a crack in the door to peer inside. A middle-aged man with half his face and body bandaged stood before a desk, speaking in a low tone. Hiruzen, do you still oppose my plan? Why must you insist on changing the Jinchuriki? Naruto, for the time being, is manageable. Hiruzen shook his head, replying, my approach ensures he remains tied to Konoha. Even if I were to perish, it would only strengthen his resolve to protect it. How clever, Danzo sneered. While spreading rumors that he is the Ninetales Jinchuriki to incite disdain among villagers, you play the benevolent grandfather privately, instilling in him the will of fire. What a well-orchestrated performance. Hiruzen scoffed, continuing, you intend to make him despised by the villagers? Taming beasts requires both kindness and discipline. Those who have witnessed darkness will cling tightly to the light. Danzo retorted, you think you can manipulate people better than I can? If he had any ulterior motives during the sealing of the Ninetales, it could spell disaster for us. After all, he is a father and would likely leave his son a way out. Rest assured, Minato prioritizes his identity as Hokage over being a father. I have supported his rise. How could I not grasp his intentions? Hiruzen waved dismissively. To seal a monster within his own son is to hope he will contribute to Konoha. I have worked diligently to meet those expectations. So, in order to protect the village, you sealed the monster within your son, hoping he would continue the guardianship? It seems you prefer to be a hero rather than a father. How I wish to show you how the villagers treat the son of a monster. The Konoha you strive to protect will be destroyed by my own hands. Namake's Minato. Naruto's nails dug into his palms, blood seeping forth as he clenched his teeth, his eyes beginning to reflect the transformation of the beast within. Even better than I imagined, the entity mused, observing Naruto's emotional eruption. Clearly, the boy had harbored considerable resentment. Now unleashed, the divine replication system is bound and activating. Activation successful. Feigning theatrics, the entity announced, although the system had triggered instantaneously. Traversers often enjoy the ceremonial aspect. Detecting Naruto's state. It activated the main quest, defection from Konoha. Naruto's previously confused expression lit up at the mention of defecting from Konoha. Chapter 3. The Yokai couple system? What is that? Naruto murmured to himself. I am a being that existed long before the Otsutsuki clan descended upon Earth and the Sage of Six Paths emerged. In your terms, I am akin to a ninjutsu tool, possessing self-awareness and vast knowledge. Ever since the Sage of Six Paths ascended, I have wandered the ninja world. Zongbai casually remarked. I have always been fond of stories, and your experiences are quite intriguing, so I intend to lend you a hand. How will you help me? Naruto, surprised to realize that the other party could converse through his thoughts, continued to inquire. I have the ability. If you touch the third Hokage, there is a chance I could replicate his five natures technique, Zongbai explained further. My replication is random. You can only replicate from one person once a day, and it will not duplicate abilities you've already acquired. So, he did not doubt Zongbai. Even if the latter had ulterior motives, as long as he could aid in his quest to destroy Konoha, he would consider him an ally. There was no need to stubbornly pursue the old man's five natures techniques. They could replicate something even more powerful instead. Zongbai waved his hand dismissively and continued. Ninjutsu is less about its raw power and more about whether it suits you. Let us leave this place for now. I have a more suitable ninjutsu prepared. Nothing. I must have misheard, Danzo replied, releasing chakra to probe the area outside, sensing no abnormalities, and shook his head quietly. At that moment, in the park, Naruto trod upon the thick blanket of snow, his chakra surging through every vein and drop of blood within him, as if unleashed. It flowed like a rushing stream, ebbing and flowing in all directions. What a marvelous state. I feel as though I have finally gained mastery over my own body. Naruto reveled in this newfound vigor, plucking a leaf and infusing it with chakra before hurling it with force. The leaf struck the tree trunk, embedding itself deeply within. I just spoke with the entity residing within you. It will not disturb your chakra gathering now, Zongbai said with a smile, glancing at the distant Kyubi, who quickly recoiled in terror. I will directly implant the ninjutsu into your mind. You will learn it instantaneously without the need for practice. Zongbai utilized the system's powers, activating the shadow clone technique within Naruto. A vast expanse of knowledge flooded into Naruto's consciousness without causing him significant pain. This direct impartation of ninjutsu resembled a novice's gift package. In most cases, systems could only enhance their hosts through their own capabilities, rather than bestowing whatever they desired at will. Let us examine his attribute panel, Zongbai thought, waving his hand, which conjured a pale blue translucent screen. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Physical quality: D chakra. A willpower. A ninjutsu. D genjutsu. E currently usable skills: ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, substitution technique, clone technique, body flicker technique, taijutsu none, genjutsu none. What is this? I recall Naruto being weak in the early stages, but his physical quality should not be as low as D. Most ordinary people start at C. Gugu, Naruto's stomach growled. Have you eaten? No. I finished all the instant noodles in the fridge. Indeed, Naruto consumes instant noodles daily, even drinking milk that is about to expire, and with the QB residing within him. It is a miracle his physical condition is not worse. Zongbai suddenly felt as though his younger brother had been bullied, exclaiming, "Let's eat. Choose whatever you want. Eat as much as you wish." Naruto suddenly noticed his bronze pouch had grown heavy. Upon opening it, he found it filled with crisp bills. Zongbai had filled the pouch while possessing a tabby cat, and this sum was included in the novice package. Just as Naruto planned to indulge in a lavish meal, a familiar mocking voice echoed from nearby. "Yokai, don't come near. Get away. How can someone so strange lack self-awareness? You are the yokai of the Hyuga clan." A group of children disdainfully hurled snowballs at a small girl standing helplessly in the snow. Isn't this scene from the movie? I thought the timeline had already passed. Zongbai suddenly recalled that the previous transmigrator, who had been struck down by the Raikage, belonged to the Hyuga clan. By preventing Hinata from being abducted by the Cloud Ninja, he inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect, delaying events. What is even more frustrating is that the former transmigrator, being from the main family, caused Niji's father's death, resulting in Niji's character becoming even more distorted than in the original work. The little girl covered her head and attempted to flee, but the children relentlessly pursued her, shouting, "The yokai is running away. The yokai is escaping. Watch how I make the yokai unable to run." One child had stuffed a rock into a snowball and hurled it at the girl, shouting as if he were a hero. Bang! A hand effortlessly caught the rock-laden snowball and squeezed it with force, shattering the stone. Naruto infused chakra into the debris and launched it back. Puff! The child's forehead burst with blood as he fell to the ground, clutching his head and wailing. "It hurts. It hurts. My head. Oh, you wanted to fight a yokai?" Naruto sneered as he approached the children, then prepared to face the consequences of being defeated by a yokai. Yes, the nine-tailed fox. Monster, how many more lives do you intend to take? You two yokai of Konoha. Yokai couple. The children pointed at Naruto and the little girl, hurling insults. The small girl, trembling in fear, clutched Naruto's clothing. How delightful. Having such a charming girl as my partner is indeed a blessing. Naruto chuckled softly, ruffling the girl's hair. A glint of determination in his eyes. The yokai couple of Konoha is hungry for more than just food now. Crack. In an instant, one child was sent spinning several meters away, leaving a bloody trail on the ground. Given the injury, it was certain that several bones were broken. The other children stared in shock. In their minds, Naruto was supposed to be the type who would only lower his head and pretend not to hear when scolded. Now, he had severely injured someone with just one strike. Moreover, it happened so swiftly that they could scarcely see the motion. Bang! Ignoring their astonishment, Naruto used the body flicker technique to kick the second child away, infusing chakra into the kick, sending him crashing into a tree branch, hanging there. See, this is what a monster looks like. Naruto relished the exhilaration of releasing his inner fury, sneering, "You nurtured this monster yourselves." The little girl gazed at the scene in a daze, not feeling fear from the figure, but rather a sense of familiarity. The big monster was protecting the little monster. After dealing with the troublesome children, Naruto intended to escort the little girl home, a plan that Zongbai also agreed with. My name is Hinata, Hyuga Hinata. Thank you very much for your help," the little girl spoke softly. "My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto." As Naruto spoke, he gently brushed aside Hinata's hand that clutched at the corner of her clothing, then moved to her left side, taking hold of her other hand. Hinata's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Her perceptive nature allowed her to discern that he was shielding her from the biting wind. With the snow falling heavily, her left hand had long since turned a bright shade of red from the cold, yet he held it firmly. The activation of the replication ability was successful, granting him the bloodline limit, Byakugan. Chapter 4. Acquiring Byakugan and defeating Mizuki. Well, you little rascal, not only have you managed to show off, but you also seize opportunities while charming the ladies. Jiangbai chuckled. The Hyuga clan is a significant family, and this one is a young lady of Hyuga, isn't she? How do you know everything? I have no such intentions. I merely couldn't stand by while she was bullied by others. Naruto's mouth twitched as he continued to respond internally. I'm destined to defect from Konoha, so how could I linger here? I'll take her along when the time comes. For now, the most prudent course of action is to amass strength in Konoha using my replication ability, and when the Chunin exams arrive, I can escape amidst the chaos. Therefore, maintaining a relationship with her will also aid in enhancing my strength. The Chunin exams? Indeed, significant events will unfold then. Jiangbai did not elaborate much, knowing well that nurturing strong individuals is not about being a caretaker, but rather about offering occasional hints as an observer. He did not want Naruto to become overly reliant on the system. I understand. Your plans align with my thoughts. I will strive to approach those with exceptional skills. Despite his outwardly boisterous demeanor, Naruto held great respect for Jiangbai, and even as darkness encroached upon his heart, he remained grateful. By the way, Hinata, why are you in that place? Naruto suddenly recalled that being a young lady of the Hyuga clan, she should be comfortably residing in a warm, luxurious mansion at this hour. I lost to a member of the branch family in a match, and my father punished me by making me stand in the snow. Hinata murmured softly. No wonder she stood there motionless after being hit by a snowball earlier. This revelation inexplicably irked Naruto. We've arrived, Naruto-kun. Hinata halted, raising her head to see her father, Hyuga Hayashi, peering out from the window with a stern expression, only to retract quickly. I'll see you at school tomorrow. Hinata sighed, forcing a smile. Oh, Naruto muttered, watching Hinata leave before smirking as he picked up some snow from the ground and formed it into a ball, hurling it with force at Hyuga Hayashi's window. Smack! Who dares to be so disrespectful to the Hyuga clan? Hyuga Hayashi shouted, brandishing the ruined snowball. But the culprit had already vanished in an instant. After enjoying a lavish bowl of seafood ramen at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto entered the public restroom, where he performed the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone exited the restroom and headed towards his rented apartment, as usual. The Anbu, dispatched by the third Hokage to monitor Naruto, followed the shadow clone without a clue that Naruto was employing B-rank ninjutsu to mislead them. With the surplus money he acquired, Naruto procured ample ninja tools and several explosive tags. He arrived at an open training ground, ensuring no one was around before activating the Byakugan. Before his eyes, everything transformed into shades of black and white. Upon releasing chakra, his veins bulged, granting him an expanded field of vision with penetrating capabilities. The Byakugan's farsight X-ray and inside effects manifested effortlessly through the system's replication. Moreover, this Byakugan only revealed its power when activated. Otherwise, his eyes remained in their usual state. This was the main family's Byakugan. Hinata possessed an exceptionally high purity of Byakugan, and the replicated quality matched. While the Rinnegan could be set aside for now, it was certain that he must gather all three great ocular techniques. After contemplating for a moment, Jiangbai recognized the obvious enhancement the Byakugan provided to Naruto. Although it should not be utilized publicly. Until revealing their cards, one should keep their trump cards hidden. If he truly wished to use it, he could simply eliminate those who witnessed it. Given the current circumstances, after observing Naruto ruthlessly incapacitate those few young brats, Jiangbai believed Naruto would not hesitate to kill if necessary. For instance, one unwise individual was already approaching. Naruto-kun, still training at this hour? You truly are a diligent child, Mizuki remarked from atop a tree, observing Naruto's silhouette. What's your business with me? Utilizing his Byakugan, Naruto had long noticed Mizuki's movements. Isn't Naruto-kun aspiring to become Hokage? To achieve that, you need formidable strength. I've heard that a book of sealing techniques is hidden in the Hokage's office. A cunning glint flashed in Mizuki's eyes as he smiled. Once you master the techniques in that scroll, you'll become incredibly powerful, perhaps even surpassing Sasuke-kun. What are your thoughts? Naruto? Jiangbai mused, refraining from directly instructing Naruto on what to do. Flattery without merit is unwelcome. You likely wish to exploit me, Naruto replied instinctively. Perfect. I want to test my newfound strength. Naruto-kun, why are you so silent? Mizuki noticed Naruto's hesitation, furrowing his brow as he murmured, with power, Irika-sensei will be pleased. And Sakura will see you in a new light. You'll be closer to becoming Hokage. Hokage? Naruto scoffed, turning to reveal his Byakugan without restraint. A schemer. A sacrifice of politics, a heartless machine of exclusion? Let those who desire it take it for themselves. Well what? Byakugan? How do you possess the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan? Mizuki exclaimed in disbelief. Is this your last word? It's as unoriginal as every villain from a shonen manga, Naruto replied. In a mere blink, he appeared before Mizuki, delivering a powerful chakra-infused punch. Ugh, how dare you? I merely came to offer a suggestion. Mizuki thought about Naruto's strength and casually raised his hand to block. But the unmistakable sound of bones breaking and the surge of pain made him scream instinctively. Realizing the force behind Naruto's punch, he lost his composure, feigning innocence. I only told you because I felt sorry for you being bullied by those students. Let me offer you a piece of advice too, Naruto scoffed. Beasts distinguish friend from foe by scent, and individuals like you, who exude an aura of suspicion, should keep their distance from beasts. The forbidden techniques in the sealing arts are life-threatening. An adult who encourages you to steal such things cannot possibly have your best interests at heart. In essence, he merely sought to use Naruto for his own gains. A beast? You're just a worthless little dog. As Mizuki saw through his disguise, his true nature emerged. He shouted, swinging a large shuriken at Naruto, don't think you're so impressive, you stray dog. Bang. The shuriken struck Naruto, producing a puff of white smoke, leaving Mizuki stunned at the empty space before him. Shadow clone. No, wait. A stray dog can still bite, Mizuki-sensei. A chilling voice echoed from behind. Mizuki quickly turned around and threw a kunai at Naruto, only for Naruto to effortlessly catch it midair and throw it back. With the assistance of the Byakugan, the kunai accurately struck Mizuki's chakra point, sealing his ability to move. Bang, 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 bang. A flurry of smoke erupted as hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones surrounded Mizuki. Thanks to the Byakugan, Mizuki's every move was laid bare before them. It's the multi-shadow clone technique. Without waiting for Mizuki to speak, the clone surged forward, bombarding him with fists and feet. As Naruto stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick that sent Mizuki flying. Boom. Shueimu's battered body crashed against the tree trunk and slid down. crimson blood spewing from his mouth. He opened his swollen right eye to gaze at Naruto, who was slowly approaching him, trembling as he whispered, You wouldn't want to kill me, would you? Indeed, indeed. Shui Mu has learned to answer eagerly. The teacher rewards you with a little red flower, Naruto remarked. As he brutally stepped on Shui Mu's head, forcing his jaw open with a grin, and stuffed 2 explosive tags into his mouth. Woo, woo, woo. Shui Mu's limbs lay immobile from the earlier beating, and in despair, he watched Naruto's retreating figure, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Ultimately, a bright flash of fire erupted from his mouth, and his screams twisted into an agonizing cacophony. Irika, patrolling the area, was startled by the sudden blaze and hurriedly grabbed his lantern, racing towards the training ground. He encountered a yawning Naruto on the way. Good evening, Irika-sensei. Naruto greeted him with a light chuckle, brushing past without pausing. Naruto, what happened over there? Irika felt something amiss and turned to inquire. I don't know. Perhaps someone is setting off firecrackers? Naruto waved his hand dismissively, his figure receding into the distance, eventually merging with the darkness of the street. Irika stood in the opposite direction, the lantern in his hand appearing small and dim, its feeble glow only capable of warming those nearby, yet failing to illuminate the surrounding darkness. It's dark now, Naruto murmured. Indeed, it is dark, Irika sighed. Chapter 5. Apologizing to my fist the following day. The lifeless body of Mizuki was discovered, but it had become unrecognizable, and the identity remained unknown. The perpetrator remains at large. Irika chose not to report his discovery of Naruto, as he sincerely believed that Naruto was incapable of such deeds. Consequently, chilling urban legends began to circulate within the Ninja Academy. During the lunch break of the training session, it was rumored that if one wandered around the training ground around 10 o'clock at night, they would hear a series of explosive sounds. And then the restless spirits of those who perished in the ninja wars would emerge to drag others down with them. Drag others down for what? One student curiously inquired. You wouldn't understand. The spirits need to drag someone down to secure a better reincarnation. They whispered conspiratorially. You're all being ridiculous. Those are undoubtedly the remains of ninjas who once raided Konoha. The explosions are merely coincidental, the class leader interjected, shaking his head with a knowing expression. How can there be ghosts in this world? If there are foxes that resemble humans, then having a ghost isn't that extraordinary, is it? A student, with a hint of implication in his tone, chuckled, and the collective gaze of the group turned towards the isolated figure of Naruto. All right. Irika-sensei has already clarified that Naruto merely confused his backpack during the last incident, the class leader said with a gentle smile, rising to approach Naruto, who was absorbed in his rice balls. Extending his right hand, he said, I apologize for the misunderstanding regarding Naruto-kun. Could you please forgive me? How kind-hearted the class leader is. Not only is he handsome, but his character is also incredibly appealing. What a violation of fairness. Truly, exceptional people possess great magnanimity. Even a nine-tailed fox would be moved by such human brilliance. This embodies the will of fire. The students were instantly inspired by his noble spirit, each becoming self-absorbed in their admiration. Naruto raised his gaze, devouring the last bite of his rice ball, then retrieved a pair of thick rubber gloves from his pouch. Naruto-kun. What does that mean? The class leader's smile faltered slightly. One should wear gloves when handling dirty things. Isn't that common sense? Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. Are you implying that I'm dirty? The class leader's forehead twitched as he feigned a look of grievance, softly murmuring, I'm sorry. I must have upset you. Why are you being so unreasonable? He was apologizing amicably. What more do you want? Disdain for others. Just look at your own character. A chorus of venomous remarks quickly turned the class's ire upon Naruto. Enough. Let's not escalate things during lunch break. The training instructor intervened, patting Naruto on the back, urging, both of you have erred. Naruto, apologize to the class leader, and we can move on. You'll still be friends. No, sensei, I was too aggressive. The class leader continued his act of innocence, murmuring, Naruto-kun has done nothing wrong. Naruto, hurry and apologize. The instructor urged once more, giving Naruto another encouraging pat. Chakra from the Ninetales surged into Naruto's fist, which ignited with crimson flames as he delivered a powerful blow to the instructor's cheek, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. A bloody tooth tumbled to the ground as the once boisterous crowd fell into a stunned silence. Seriously, sensei, why didn't you dodge? Naruto remarked, feigning reproach. All right, my fist. Both parties have made mistakes. Sensei, please apologize to my fist, and we can all remain friends. And Naruto, you. The instructor, clutching his swollen cheek, rose with fury, ready to retaliate, only to be restrained by a strong, aged hand. Young people are prone to impulsiveness. As a teacher, one must exercise patience, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, shook his head and spoke softly. I did not come here to witness a farce. The Hokage-sama. The aura he emanated was immediately palpable. I heard that the third Hokage is the strongest. Nonsense. With his abilities, the first Hokage could easily overpower him, whispered Shiro, rolling his eyes. Naruto squinted, contemplating for a moment before forming a plan. Why is the Hokage here? Sasuke murmured in confusion. Don't you know? Each training session includes partner competitions to assess students' teamwork. Sakura explained, blinking. The Hokage will be observing the match. If noticed, one might even be promoted. Are they seeking promising talents to brainwash and cultivate? Naruto scoffed inwardly. As Sakura had mentioned, it wasn't long before the teachers began organizing the matches. The rules were straightforward. Pairs would engage in a single 2v2 battle, with students selecting their partners. Before long, the students had formed their teams, and the instructor announced the first match, Naruto's Duel. His opponents were the class leader and a student named Haruta, while Naruto stood alone. Is there anyone willing to partner with Naruto? The instructor called out. Glancing at the solitary figure of Naruto, silence ensued as students collectively took a step back, wary of being chosen. Sakura, you go. The instructor's eyes darted, pointing at Sakura. No, please spare me, she exclaimed, shaking her head in fear. I'd rather team up with CHG than with Naruto. Laughter erupted around them as CHG scratched his head, while Shikamaru frowned at Sakura, clearly displeased. How does it feel to be rejected by the girl you like? The instructor taunted, casting a glance at Naruto, who was preoccupied with picking his nose, utterly indifferent to their jests. I'll team up with him. Unexpectedly, Sasuke approached Naruto, hands in pockets, declaring, let's begin. Uchiha Sasuke, the sole survivor after the coup, muttered Shimura Danzo from the shadows, hoping his talent wouldn't be as exaggerated as those two. I appreciate your kindness, but I will conclude this on my own terms, Naruto responded, taken aback, then smiled. Apologies. Sasuke discerned the resolve in Naruto's eyes, pondered briefly, and nodded, replying, very well, then. It's in your hands. Don't lose. Of course. Stepping forward, Naruto faced the class leader and Haruta, crossing his arms as he proclaimed, let us begin. I challenge both of you. Chapter 6. A brutal beating Naruto-kun. I fear your memory may falter, so allow me to remind you. The class leader suppressed his inner displeasure and smiled, stating, Springfield and I are among the top students in the Ninja Academy, second only to Sasuke, you know? In the heat of battle, there won't be such trivial matters for you to ponder. Naruto chuckled softly. Let me impart upon you some knowledge that cannot be gleaned from textbooks. How can a laggard who struggles even with the shadow clone technique dare to boast about real combat? Springfield's eyes glinted with malice as he sneered. A whistle pierced the air, prompting the instructor to signal the students to step back several meters, granting ample space for combat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on a pipe, stood atop a platform with narrowed eyes. Now, let the first match begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than the class leader and Springfield sprang into action. Their shurikens and kunai flying toward Naruto, piercing him like a sieve. It seems all you can do is boast, Springfield scoffed, already envisioning the absurdity of the medical team having to carry Naruto away. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing that Naruto had transformed into a wooden post upon hitting the ground. A substitution jutsu? But where is he? Springfield exclaimed. Behind you, Springfield. The class leader's urgent shout made him whirl around, only to be met with a powerful kick infused with chakra. Bang! The resounding impact sent Springfield hurtling backward, tumbling 3 times before he came to a stop. Seizing the opportunity, the class leader lunged forward with his kunai aimed at Naruto's throat. Yet his moment of triumph swiftly turned to panic as Naruto erupted into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. He had actually mastered a B-rank jutsu. No way. Just a few days ago, he couldn't even grasp the basics of the technique. Did he use a jutsu just now? How did I miss that? Gasps erupted from the onlookers as multiple Narutos appeared amidst the smoke, their identities indistinguishable, charging at the class leader with remarkable speed, executing a seamless combination of taijutsu. The sound of cracking bones echoed continuously. All eyes were on the class leader's body, flung away like a rag doll amidst the chaotic melee. That was no ordinary shadow clone. It was a forbidden technique, the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Sarutobi murmured, where did he learn such ninjutsu? Did he sneak a peek at my ceiling scroll? Naruto leaped from the crowd, seizing the class leader by the collar, channeling chakra into his knee, and delivered a devastating blow that sent him flying several meters into the throng of spectators. Yet, he was far from finished. In a flash, Naruto mounted the class leader, gripping his throat with one hand, while his fists rained down mercilessly. His speed was so exceptional that even the Chunin instructor could only discern a fleeting shadow. Thud, 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 thud. The helpless class leader was subjected to a relentless barrage. His once handsome visage contorted grotesquely, a sight too ghastly to describe as anything less than a bloody pulp. The students recoiled in fear. This was no mere contest, but rather a pitiful sight akin to 2 children thrown to a ravenous tiger. It was a one-sided slaughter. Monster! You monster! Let him go! Springfield, fueled by rage, brandished a kunai and charged at Naruto, his voice piercing the air. Naruto pressed down on the class leader's head, turning to face Springfield, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent that froze Springfield in place, causing him to swallow his words. The fury and courage that had surged within him just moments ago transformed into sheer panic and trembling dread. Do you desire this? Very well. I shall return it to you. Naruto lifted the class leader by the head, channeling chakra into his limbs, and with tremendous force, hurled him towards Springfield, exclaiming, catch, bang, crack. Even as a child, the weight of the class leader's body inflicted enough damage to send blood spewing from Springfield's mouth, shattering nearly half of his bones. The shriek echoed chillingly. Had there not been onlookers present, Naruto's full-force throw could have easily obliterated both their bodies. Sensing the presence of the tailed beast, even the Chunin instructor hesitated to intervene, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Surely, you do not believe this is the end? In the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared before the two, lifting the incapacitated class leader and raising his fist, sneering, "Now let me witness the prowess of the top student, shall we?" "Oh, esteemed class leader? Please, please, spare me." The class leader's eyes were clouded with his own blood, gazing into a sea of red, desperately mumbling his pleas. How familiar that sounds. I feel as though I've heard it before. Naruto clenched his fist tighter, a wild grin spreading across his face. "Ah, I recall it now. Back when you cornered me in the alleyway for protection money, I believe I uttered those very words. Do you remember how you responded?" "Yes, yes. I'm sorry. The class leader dared not reply, his apologies pouring forth, tears mingling with blood as the grotesque taste lingered in his mouth, one he would never forget. "Apologize to my past self. I can hardly hear you now." Naruto unleashed a swift right hook, infused with the chakra of the Ninetales, aiming to take the class leader's life. But it was not to be. A hand intercepted his fist, the force of the impact sending ripples through the fabric of their clothes. Sarutobi, pipe in mouth, appeared between Naruto and the class leader, while the medical team rushed onto the scene, swiftly lifting both the class leader and Springfield onto a stretcher. "Are you satisfied now, child?" Sarutobi gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar Naruto, his voice low. "If you had not intervened, I would have been even more satisfied," Naruto replied, raising an eyebrow, his demeanor unflinching as he activated his system's replication ability. Replication successful. Acquired the complete set of Earth Release Jutsu. The system automatically adapted the Earth Chakra for the host. The replicated ninjutsu will match the proficiency of the original user. "Ah, so that's it. I thought this boy had lost control in his bloodlust. But it seems he deliberately struck hard to compel the third Hokage to intervene, thus activating his replication ability." The system marveled. "I must admit, the entire suite of Earth Release Jutsu is truly enticing, aside from the unique techniques like light and heavy rock. He now possesses all standard Earth Release techniques from D to A rank. No need to worry about chakra, the system guarantees proficiency, instantly elevating him to the status of an Earth Release Master. His combat prowess surged dramatically. Without a doubt, he could easily contend with Special Jonin in an arm wrestling match. With his goal achieved, Naruto lost interest and quickly withdrew. The third Hokage did not stop him. He was already contemplating giving Naruto a lesson on the will of fire after the training concluded, while Naruto swiftly made his exit, leaving behind a stunned crowd and an introspective Danzo. As the battle concluded, other matches commenced, yet due to the limited number of participants, they differed from Naruto's encounter. Proceeding as 1v1 duels, he strolled about confidently, failing to find any intriguing matchups, as if merely playing house like a child, until a familiar figure caught his eye. The second match, Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. Prepare, begin. Chapter 7. The devoted guardian etched in DNA, clad in a flowing white robe. A raven-haired youth with glinting eyes assumed the stance of the gentle fist, declaring, "You should surrender. With so many witnesses, do you truly wish to become a grotesque spectacle? I will defeat you." Hinata bit her lip, casting a glance towards Hyuga Hisashi, who stood among the crowd, resolutely stating, "Isn't Neji the champion from the last tournament? I've heard it is the head of the Hyuga clan who requested this sparring match. The main family's Byakugan is superior to that of the branch family, thus balancing the forces at play. What good is a superior Byakugan? That young lady is nothing but a complete failure, the disgrace of the Hyuga clan. TSK, such fine bloodline wasted. Her greatest purpose in life will be to marry and pass on her lineage. Let us hope her son does not inherit her shortcomings." Ha! The crowd erupted into chatter. Their jeers interrupted as a hand clamped down on a student's shoulder. "What a mouth you have! How unfortunate it has found itself on a dog." Naruto glared, his voice low and menacing. "Shall I help you remove it?" Wadash. Naruto. The student's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Having just witnessed Naruto's formidable prowess, he stammered, "Why yes, my apologies, I misspoke." Naruto withdrew his hand with a huff and moved closer to the front lines of the spectators. Perhaps it was because he saw a reflection of his former self in Hinata that he felt an inexplicable concern for her. Both labeled as monsters, both considered the underdogs. "I'm going in." Neji smirked, his form flickering as he unleashed a flurry of gentle fist strikes. Blue chakra swirled at his fingertips, resembling flowing ribbons. Bang, bang, bang. Hinata swiftly retaliated, employing the gentle fist technique as well, yet her speed and strength fell short in comparison to Neji. A mere probing strike left her wounded, pain radiating from her abdomen. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself and retreated, creating distance. The disparity was too vast. Neji's capabilities overshadowed her in every aspect. A member of the Hyuga clan whispered, "The next clash will determine the victor." Hisashi remained silent, his solemn demeanor betraying his disappointment. "You remain as pitifully weak as ever." Niji mocked, shaking his hand. Such a waste of those eyes, you are truly worthless. Gasping for breath, Hinata struggled, for the gentle fist directly targets chakra points, inflicting internal injuries that are far more agonizing than external wounds. Don't look to the clan head. He is disappointed in you now. Niji scoffed, his form shifting once more as he advanced, and Hinata clenched her jaw, bracing herself as their gentle fist techniques collided. Bang, bang. A series of resounding strikes echoed as Niji shattered Hinata's defenses, delivering multiple blows to her most vulnerable areas, sending her flying. Ugh. Hinata spat blood, fighting back tears as she struggled to rise, seeking solace in Hisashi's gaze. He, however, wore a mask of disappointment, shaking his head before turning away. Departing the crowd with measured steps, Hinata trembled, the intense pain unable to stem her tears, while Hisashi effortlessly managed to maintain his composure. What a scoundrel. All you highborn fathers care about is your clan and village. Naruto brushed past Hisashi, disdain evident in his voice. You can't even muster a word of encouragement for your own child? Does your perpetual scowl really nurture your pitiful clan? I wish I had thrown a snowball in your face in front of Hinata back then. Your face is already so cold. What say little more? You insolent brat. Hisashi blustered, turning to glare at Naruto. An outsider like you should not meddle. I may not understand your clan, but I comprehend Hinata's feelings perfectly. Naruto countered, halting to form hand seals. By this alone, I surpass you as a father. Have you used your Byakugan so much that you can no longer see what is before you? Suddenly, Niji dashed to Hinata's side. Grounding himself as he extended his arms, chakra surging from every point in his body, creating a vast, semicircular blue barrier. Gentle fist, heavenly spin. Hinata, initially prepared to resist his assault, found her will to fight dissipating upon recalling Hisashi's retreating figure, surrendering her eyes to darkness as she awaited her fate. Boom. The clash reverberated as another surge of chakra crashed over her. Startled, she opened her eyes to see a towering, earthen wall effortlessly shielding her from Niji's attack. Earth-style earth wall. What a ruthless family, devoid of compassion. Naruto wrapped an arm around Hinata, smirking as he said, I'm starting to reconsider this frightening brother-in-law. And Naruto? Hinata's cheeks flushed, her mind momentarily bewildered. Your silence is an acceptance, he replied, exchanging glances with Irika, who understood the cue. The medical team swiftly entered to escort the injured Hinata away. You can't refute me now, I'll handle the family matters. I don't remember having a monster for a brother-in-law. Niji emerged from behind the earth wall, addressing Naruto with a cold demeanor. I will ensure you remember vividly. Naruto retorted, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Tension surged, the crowd thickening as excitement mounted. Recognizing the escalating atmosphere, Irika knew halting the match would douse the fervor that had finally ignited. The match must continue. Third match. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Niji. Irika raised his hand, focusing intently on the two fighters, ready to intervene should any unforeseen event arise. The audience held their breath, awaiting the moment to commence, having heard tales of Niji, the prodigious genius of the Hyuga clan, while Naruto's earth-style techniques and shadow clone jutsu held equal merit. This battle promised to be a clash of titans. A true contest of skill. Hisashi, initially intending to leave, found a stone stool instead, angrily seating himself to witness how Naruto would be defeated. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention shifted to this confrontation, turning the match into the focal point of the venue. Prepare, begin. At the command, both fighters sprang into action. Chapter 8, Master of Earth Release. The true ninja art machine gun, a flurry of shuriken erupted forth, and Niji let out a cold snort as he effortlessly swatted them aside, closing in on Naruto to unleash a barrage of gentle fist strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Unfazed, Naruto released the chakra of the Ninetales, resolutely absorbing the onslaught of Niji's gentle fist. In the brief lull of battle, he formed a cross seal, utilizing his shadow clones to push Niji back several steps, while he unleashed a torrent of chakra to shield his arms against my assault. He simultaneously conjured shadow clones for a counterattack. This adversary's chakra reserves were indeed formidable. Niji inhaled deeply, employing the gentle fist technique to launch his kunai and shuriken. Their speed appearing slow, yet in reality, they cascaded down like raindrops. Thud, thud, thud. The kunai and shuriken struck their target. Yet the Naruto hit was nothing but a puff of white smoke. All shadow clones. Niji was momentarily taken aback, but before he could react, his feet were suddenly seized by a pair of hands. Come down. The Naruto, concealed underground, revealed a sinister grin and exerted force, attempting to drag Niji into the earth. Earth release, decapitation technique. However, Niji was no ordinary ninja. He was among the elite of Konoha's 12. With a substitution technique, he evaded danger, retaliating with a gentle fist. Bang. This underground Naruto was merely a shadow clone. From this moment forth, you shall have no respite. A chilling laugh echoed from behind. Niji whipped around, and several shadow clones lunged at him. He swiftly employed the heavenly spin to dispel them, but the ground beneath him began to writhe, and in the blink of an eye, sharp rock spikes erupted. Earth release, earth spike. Niji leaped to evade the attack, yet the sheer number of spikes was overwhelming. And one still managed to pierce his right arm. Seeing this, Naruto slammed his hands onto the ground, chakra extending from his palms to Niji's feet. The moment Niji landed, the earth cracked beneath him, the fissures widening instantaneously, forcing him to grasp the edge desperately to avoid falling. Earth release, cracking earth palm. Naruto's shadow clone quickly formed seals and executed the earth release. Mudmaster, transforming the rocks Niji clung to into a quagmire. Niji slid down, but another shadow clone had already formed its seals, launching the earth release. Rock thief. The descending mud morphed into sharp, staff-like projectiles, pummeling toward Niji like torrential rain. Damn it, how can this guy's techniques come one after another without a break? Niji gritted his teeth, channeling chakra to his feet. Standing on solid ground unaffected by the mud technique, he unleashed the heavenly spin, forcefully blocking the rock staffs. Yet at that moment, the space beneath him shifted again, and a massive, vicious rock pillar penetrated upward. The heavenly spin was a semicircular defensive technique, effective against external attacks, but unable to withstand an onslaught from within. Earth release, rock pillar. Niji barely managed to sidestep, but his left shoulder was caught off guard, a sudden jolt of pain causing him to grit his teeth, blood splattering forth. Fueled by desperation, he struck the rock pillar, shattering it, and then dashed away from the rock wall. However, waiting for him were 3 shadow clones simultaneously forming seals to unleash their ninjutsu. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth River. Earth release, Earth Flow. A dragon made of earth emerged from the ground, its maw spewing rapid, fierce mud bullets at Niji. He braced himself, his chakra nearly depleted, and could only resort to the 8 trigram 64 palms to feebly deflect the mud bullets. Yet the prior injuries from the earth spike and rock pillar had severely diminished his combat prowess. Blood dripped, adrenaline surged. And just as he thought he could withstand the onslaught, the earth river transformed the ground beneath him into a swiftly flowing mud river, relentlessly pushing him back. For a practitioner of body technique, the importance of a solid foundation was paramount. This interference from the earth river shattered Niji's 64 palms. The mud bullets intensified, and the overwhelmed Niji was mercilessly pelted, blood spilling from his mouth. As he attempted to raise his head, the earth flow buried him beneath a heavy layer of soil, leaving him with no space to breathe. A single breath would fill his nostrils with sand, an unrelenting barrage. With an abundance of chakra, Naruto was akin to a walking machine gun of ninjutsu. It's over, big brother. Naruto formed seals with his hands, slowly approaching the earth flow. Behind him, the debris, guided by his chakra, morphed into a colossal earth dragon. I do not wish to witness Hinata being bullied within the Hyuga clan. If you continue to condone such actions, earth release, earth dragon. The earth dragon erupted forth, smashing a nearby 5-meter boulder into pieces. The deafening roar forced the students to cover their ears. Undoubtedly, should this technique connect, Niji would meet his demise. You should comprehend the consequences, Naruto intoned coldly. As the earth flow visibly receded, he scoffed and turned away from the arena, leaving the gravely injured Niji to be hurriedly carried away by the medical team. Victory goes to Uzumaki. Naruto. Irika, emerging from shock, declared. A cacophony erupted. What just happened? How many ninjutsu did Naruto employ in that instant? Not only was his seal speed astounding, but his understanding of ninjutsu combinations was profound. Is he truly Uzumaki Naruto? That last technique was already at the level of a J-ni. Naruto paid no heed to the bustling crowd, silently departing from the clamor. What do you think? Shimura Danzo had appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen at an unknown moment. Mixed feelings, Hiruzen replied, taking a puff from his pipe. It's a pity he is under such pressure. His combat style is somewhat brutal. Yet, he remains within my controllable range, especially after witnessing his attitude towards that girl. Huh, as long as you believe it's controllable. But I must remind you, Danzo chuckled softly. Turning away, some wild beasts with intense ferocity may devour their tamers. On another side, Naruto found solitude by a tranquil lake, washing his hands in the water. The third Hokage and Danzo must be discussing you now. A bottom-tier ninja suddenly wielding such a plethora of earth release techniques and multiple shadow clones, by S voice echoed in his ears. Even if they harbor doubts, they will not act against me so swiftly. I am showcasing extraordinary talent. Do they truly intend to stifle a genius emerging from Konoha? The third would not easily abandon a wild beast he has nurtured for so long. Even if the beast enters a rebellious phase, to him, it is merely a matter of a brief appeasement before it quiets down. The confidence of those in power ultimately transforms into the force of rebellion that shatters chains. I remarked with a soft chuckle. Just as he was about to say something further, Naruto's gaze turned icy, and he spoke. No need to hide. Come out. Your insight is rather keen. Hyuga Hayashi emerged from the nearby woods, frowning as he addressed Naruto. I see you are not a fool. So let me be clear. I cannot agree to your union with Hinata. If you disagree, so be it. Naruto stood, unfazed. Isn't it enough that she consents? Hinata is the heiress of my clan. If she is to marry, it must be a match of equal standing. Do you believe a person regarded as a strategic weapon like a Jinchuriki is worthy? Hayashi retorted coldly. Do not presume that your recent victories over lower-ranked ninjas grant you any honor. I have witnessed many geniuses far stronger than you. Do those geniuses have any connection to you? Naruto scoffed as he turned away, saying, Is it truly so honorable for you to regard your own daughter as a mere pawn in your familial politics, a tool to ascend to greater heights? You wretched scoundrel! Hinata Hayashi, overwhelmed with rage, executed a swift leap and struck at Naruto with a punch. In response, Naruto summoned the chakra of the Ninetales and raised his hand to firmly intercept the blow. The replication ability was activated, successfully mirroring the ninja technique, Gentle Fist. Chapter 9. The Formation of Team 7, the Bell Test, the Gentle Fist Technique, the 8 trigrams palm, the Returning Sky, the 8 trigrams 64 palms, the 112 palms, the 8 trigrams empty palm, the empty wall palm, the Gentle Fist Technique, 1 strike body, the 8 trigrams, mountain breaking strike. As the head of the Hyuga clan, this replication could be said to encompass the entirety of the Gentle Fist Technique, even including the secret arts of ninjutsu. What a bountiful harvest! With Earth-release ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, paired with the Byakugan and the secrets of the Gentle Fist, Naruto's strength had surged to remarkable heights. Although he could not use the Byakugan and Gentle Fist techniques within the confines of Konoha, the same could not be said for outside its borders. Calculating the days. It was nearly time for the establishment of Team 7 and the Wave Country arc. Once outside, Naruto's combat prowess, unleashed, would undoubtedly be astonishing. While pondering, he cast his gaze upon the Ninetales, who was dozing behind the Ming Shin Gate. Almost forgotten, apart from my own system, he had the Ninetales as a formidable ally. It seemed the Wave Country arc could yield significant events. A mischievous smile crept across his face, and sensing this sinister aura, the Ninetales hastily opened its eyes, retreating several meters. Oh dear, did I strike a nerve with the clan leader? To be able to take action against a mere child, truly deserving of a renowned family. Such exemplary conduct. Naruto, having achieved his goal, began to taunt. From now on, keep your distance from Hinata. Otherwise, I will show no mercy, Hyuga Hisashi said, his eyes glinting with menace. What, do you wish to kill me? Do you aspire to have the Hyuga clan vanish beneath Konoha's radiance, much like the Uchiha? Naruto scoffed. Having learned the truth, I had been enlightening him on the history of the ninja world and the dark past of Konoha each night, shedding light on the hidden truths that could not escape by keen insight. Do you harbor treasonous intentions? Hisashi stammered, astonished. I shall inform the third Hokage at once. Go ahead. Let us see whom he trusts more. You, the esteemed head of the clan currently standing atop the Sarutobi family. Or me, Naruto replied with a grin. You think your contributions to Konoha will earn you favor from the third? The Uchiha thought the same, did they not? If you were the third Hokage, who would be easier to control? A young, vulnerable Jinchuriki or an elderly clan leader with political experience and military might? Naruto waved dismissively. Sarutobi Hiruzen seeks a compliant pawn, not a blade too sharp. You may accuse me of treason, yet I could just as easily declare you the villain crying foul first. Are you truly Uzumaki Naruto? Hisashi gasped, observing this unfamiliar youth. He had seen the despised Jinchuriki before, but apart from his sunshine demeanor and foolishness, he had shown little else. Now it appeared that the boy not only had a clear understanding of Konoha's internal affairs, but also adeptly wielded his identity and rhetoric to corner Hisashi into silence. He understood Sarutobi Hiruzen all too well. As long as Naruto remained obstinate in denial, without evidence, Hisashi would gain nothing and invite trouble upon himself. Do not let Hinata suffer any longer, Naruto stated seriously as he passed by, or I might do something to the Hyuga that even I cannot foresee. You know I do not speak idly. Hisashi remained silent for a moment, and upon returning to the Hyuga estate, the first thing he did was cancel Hinata's intensive training regimen. He also bought a basket of fruit and hurried to Konoha Hospital. However, upon his arrival, he found a basket of fruit already at Hinata's bedside, adorned with a note from Naruto wishing her a speedy recovery. I truly do not know whether to laugh or cry, Hisashi sighed, seated beside the hospital bed. Days passed, and training had concluded. The students graduating from the Ninja Academy now faced their first class division test. It appeared there were no changes. The distribution mirrored that of the original series. I utilized Naruto's perspective to confirm the allocation and then stood to approach the Ninetales. What do you want? The Ninetales barked, bristling at the sudden approach of the Six Paths ninja tools, adopting a defiant stance. I warn you, I am the strongest among the tailed beasts. Do not be so frightened. I merely require some rent. I replied with a smile. After all, I am not a demon. With that, he exercised the power of the system, effortlessly extracting a portion of the Ninetales strength, converting it, and directly infusing it into Naruto. Following the system's transformation, the Ninetales chakra would not conflict with Naruto's body, nor would it compel Naruto to fight at the cost of losing his reason. With a mere thought, the tailed beast's cloak could manifest around him, convenient and swift. As for Naruto's ability to adeptly wield the power of the one-tail mode, that depended solely on his own comprehension. The system could provide the gateway, but the depth of exploration rested with the user. I focused his thoughts and opened Naruto's system panel. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Physical qualities, C chakra, a willpower, a ninjutsu, bijinjutsu, currently available skills, ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, body replacement technique, clone technique, body flicker technique, earth style wall, earth spike, rock pillar, earth stone dragon, earth replacement, rock pillar prison, taijutsu, gentle fist secret arts, jinjutsu none. There was still a need for improvement in jinjutsu, and when discussing jinjutsu, one could not overlook the Sharingan. I contemplated and spoke, Naruto. Shortly your teacher will conduct a bell test, and I advise you to find a way to replicate his abilities. The first replication will undoubtedly capture one of his highest-ranking traits. Sasuke's Sharingan is currently too low in level, while Kakashi starts at 3 Tomo, which will suffice for the early stages. That teacher possesses a Sharingan. I understand now. I will endeavor to get close to him, Naruto declared, raising his head to gaze at the training ground, where a silver-haired man with a mask leaned against a tree. From this day forth, you are Team 7. Though he wished to express this sentiment, Kakashi did not quite recognize them as they were now. Producing a set of bells from his pocket, he surveyed the 3 before him and stated, your test is quite simple. Snatch these bells from my hand to pass. Though it is 3 against 1, I still recommend you approach this with a mindset to kill me, Kakashi said, blinking his deadpan eyes nonchalantly. Now begin. Sasuke and Sakura, in perfect synchrony, darted into the nearby bushes, waiting for the opportune moment. With a mindset to kill me, huh? That was your own suggestion. Crimson chakra from the Ninetales surged forth from Naruto, transforming into a fox-like form that enveloped him, revealing his murderous intent. Chapter 10, The Battle for the Bell. The white fang blade technique. Kakashi's mind was filled with large question marks, even causing him to retract his usual playful demeanor. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's figure appeared right before him. How swift. It wasn't merely the transformation brought about by the tailed beast chakra. His body flicker technique was remarkably adept. Kakashi felt astonished internally, yet his physical movements did not falter for a moment. He swiftly bent down, attempting to sweep with his chakra-infused fox claws, but struck only air. Naruto did not relent in his assault. He landed quickly and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Kakashi was compelled to retreat repeatedly, and just as he prepared to counterattack, Naruto spun around, his foxtail slicing through the air like a sharp blade. With a whoosh, Kakashi barely managed to evade, but the foxtail struck his arm, causing blood to spurt forth. Had he infused wind-released chakra into the foxtail, transforming it into a different form of attack? Kakashi's heart sank, and he instantly discarded his laid-back attitude. He had heard of Naruto's performance during training, initially perceiving him as merely a prodigy akin to his younger self. But now it was evident. His talent far surpassed Kakashi's own. The vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan, mastery of earth-released ninjutsu, keen battle instincts, and the ability to control tailed beasts flawlessly. At such a young age, he exhibited this level of combat prowess. The future was indeed promising. Crack. The ground began to tremble, and as a master of various jutsu, Kakashi immediately recognized this as a precursor to earth release. In a flash, he utilized the body flicker technique to escape the danger zone. However, as he landed, Naruto's shadow clones charged at him, surrounding him completely. Kakashi formed hand seals and unleashed the great fireball technique, shattering the shadow clones. Amidst the smoke billowing from the fierce flames, red claws shot forth. Blood splattered as Kakashi felt a sharp pain in his palm. He attempted to break free from the claws, only to find that the wound on his arm impeded his strength. Any exertion would only cause more blood to flow. Had he managed to incapacitate one of Kakashi's arms, rendering him unable to perform hand seal-dependent jutsu? Sasuke, concealed in the brush, whispered, I thought he would charge in recklessly, but it seems he has a plan and confidence. This way, most of the opponent's jutsu are rendered ineffective. Yet, alone, he could not possibly defeat a Jonin teacher. Charging in without consulting us could result in our team suffering if he were to be defeated. Sakura voiced her discontent. His approach is overly arrogant. In terms of strength, there is no doubt you have qualified. Kakashi extended his right hand, and in an instant, serpentine lightning flickered upon it, culminating at his fingertips, emitting a blinding light. An S-rank lightning-released jutsu, Lightning Blade. The electric light surged, incredibly fierce. With a swift motion, Kakashi split the chakra claws in two. He stomped with one foot, unleashing all his techniques in a single strike. Sasuke and Sakura could only see a flash of white light. A cold smile appeared on Naruto's face as several massive earthen dragons soared from behind him. Simultaneously, multiple dragon heads emerged from the ground, spewing forth rapid mud projectiles, creating an overwhelming assault in conjunction with the colossal dragon. Earth Release, Earth Stone Dragon. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Long before the shadow clones launched their attack, Naruto had instructed the other clones to begin forming seals to release their jutsu. The vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan allowed him to use shadow clones for seamless jutsu execution, unleashing an unending barrage of techniques. Even a Jonin like Kakashi found it nearly impossible to withstand such relentless firepower. Furthermore, he was the blue prince with limited chakra. While Naruto could wield jutsu without restraint, Kakashi could not. If the pace slowed and he became drained, Kakashi might truly be defeated by the genin Naruto. No, that would be utterly humiliating. Kakashi inhaled sharply, suppressing the pain. He formed hand seals and employed the multiple earth flow wall to shield against the onslaught. Pointing to his chakra points, he opened one of the 8 gates, dramatically increasing his speed, successfully evading the earth release techniques. Lightning Blade surged toward Naruto. Kakashi was prepared to hold back. Despite the opponent's strength exceeding that of his peers, a direct hit from this lightning blade could indeed take Naruto's life. Boom. Naruto's figure dissipated into white smoke, and a heavy punch struck Kakashi from behind. Reacting swiftly, he turned to block, raising his knee to strike Naruto's abdomen. Naruto countered. Both of them locked in a stalemate for several seconds, before Naruto activated the replication ability of his system. The White Fang Blade technique successfully replicated. Kakashi was somewhat astonished. Logically, the Sharingan should have a higher rank, yet it replicated the ancestral technique of the Hitaki clan? Was the White Fang Blade technique of a higher caliber? Just as Kakashi pondered this, Naruto exerted force with both hands to break free from their grapple. He concentrated the Ninetales chakra into his palm, forming a red short sword. The White Fang Blade technique ingrained in his mind. With a single step, he unleashed a flurry of slashes. Clang, 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 clang. Kakashi quickly drew kunai to parry the strikes. Initially, he managed to deflect a few blows, but Naruto's speed increased exponentially. Even the Sharingan could only catch glimpses of his afterimages. Seizing an opening during the assault, Kakashi unleashed the Great Fireball technique, interrupting Naruto's rhythm and allowing him a moment to breathe. What was that technique? It seemed eerily familiar, similar yet distinct from my White Fang Blade technique. Kakashi mused internally, only to realize he had sustained several cuts without noticing. Although Naruto brazenly tested the White Fang Blade technique against Kakashi, he was not foolish. Using another's ancestral technique in a battle would undoubtedly raise suspicions, so he had deliberately altered a few moves during its execution. Despite numerous consecutive jutsu attacks and the relentless pressure from Tailed Beast mode failing to significantly harm Kakashi, this blade technique had managed to inflict injury in a single exchange. Kakashi then recalled the legendary name of Konoha's White Fang, renowned throughout the ninja world, his swordsmanship so fearsome that even the Sannin held it in trepidation. In light of this, it seemed the perfected White Fang Blade technique indeed surpassed the 3 Tomo Sharingan in prowess. Realizing he had successfully replicated the technique, Naruto lost his desire to continue fighting. He exchanged a knowing glance with Sasuke, who understood immediately. Naruto stepped forward once more, leveraging the White Fang Blade technique to launch another assault, while Kakashi earnestly countered. After several exchanges, Sasuke and Sakura seized the opportune moment, swiftly charging from behind Kakashi. Only then did Kakashi realize that he faced more than just Naruto. By the time he reacted, the bell had already been snatched away by Sasuke. Naruto swiftly retreated to stand beside Sasuke and Sakura, grinning as he proclaimed, "The assessment is over, Kakashi-sensei. I truly admire you all." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, sheathing his kunai, and with a sigh of resignation, he remarked, "Then I suppose you all have qualified, Team 7. Chapter 11. Journey to the Land of Waves. Several days have passed since the division assessment, and in order to complement the White Fang Blade technique, Naruto ventured to a ninja tool shop to procure a kunai. Although its quality was modest, it proved to be quite durable. Team 7 initially anticipated exhilarating combat missions, but instead found themselves engaged in trivial tasks such as capturing kittens and puppies. Rather than referring to these as ninja missions, one might liken them to the everyday endeavors of a selfless hero. As time wore on, Bai found himself idly plucking the tails of the Ninetales. Today, however, a more challenging task awaited. On this new day, Kakashi stood before the 3 members of Team 7, wielding the famed Ica Paradise. "Are we capturing cats or dogs?" Sakura inquired. "The likelihood of weeding is more probable," Naruto sighed, continuing, "but look on the bright side. Perhaps we're tasked with cleaning the kitchen." Sasuke could not resist a retort. "All right, enough complaining." Kakashi scratched the back of his head, exclaiming, "Today, we have a C-rank mission. Our task is to escort this esteemed bridge builder back to the Land of Waves." A gray-haired elder, clad in a conical hat and possessing a robust physique, entered. He turned to Kakashi and introduced himself. "I am Tazuna, a craftsman from the Land of Waves. I entrust my safety to you for, finally, a mission worthy of our efforts," Sasuke declared, assessing Tazuna with his hands in his pockets. "Fear not, old man. With Team 7's prowess, no ruffian stands a chance," Sakura proclaimed confidently, hands on her hips. Naruto scrutinized Tazuna's eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. "What is the matter?" Bai began to explain the circumstances of the Land of Waves when he noticed Naruto's contemplative expression and inquired, "Something feels amiss. Why would a craftsman from the Land of Waves require ninja protection to return home?" Naruto pondered aloud. "I fear our adversaries may be ninjas hired by other villages, intent on eliminating a master bridge builder. The only rationale I can deduce is that a faction seeks to dominate the Land of Waves, obstructing the bridge project to sever its ties with the outside world, fostering decay for easier control. Indeed, your deductions are astutely realistic. However, beyond the inherent dangers, this mission also harbors significant opportunities," Bai remarked. "Now that piques my interest," Naruto responded eagerly, aware that this seasoned elder possessed a knack for prophetic insights. Protecting a nation and vanquishing villains was not his primary inclination, yet he relished the prospect of seizing treasures while delivering justice. After negotiating the hiring fee with Tizuna, the quartet of Team 7 embarked on their journey to the Land of Waves. Upon departing from Konoha, they set their course toward the Land of Water. Within an hour, they would encounter a ferry operator along the riverbank, ready to transport them across in about half an hour, assuming the weather remained clear. Old man, what specialties does the Land of Waves have? I've heard their fish are twice the size of those in ordinary rivers. Sakura, seeking to alleviate the tedium of the journey, initiated a conversation. That's merely the fanciful imagination of outsiders. The fish here are no larger than those elsewhere. Tizuna chuckled, shaking his head. However, I can assure you, the fish from the Land of Waves are far more delectable. I've heard that the Land of Waves is quite remote from the surrounding nations, with rivers and seas obstructing transport. Why not construct a bridge? Sasuke inquired. There was a merchant named Kato who initially claimed to come to develop the Land of Waves, and we all welcomed him warmly. Tizuna hesitated momentarily before explaining. However, as time went on, the workers began to sense something was amiss. He was merely exploiting us, seeking to monopolize the resources of the Land of Waves. Several skilled bridge builders have met tragic ends because of him. Wait a moment, Kakashi pondered, realizing he had initially believed Tizuna had only hired them out of fear of bandits. Now, it seemed the threat of assassination loomed, potentially from fellow ninjas. Had it not been for his leadership, sending only a lower-ranked team could have resulted in dire consequences. Tizuna's actions indicated he had concealed the true difficulty of the mission, likely due to a lack of funds to hire higher-ranked ninjas. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong? Sakura, still processing the unfolding events, turned to Kakashi. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind him, wielding a heavy iron mallet with lethal intent aimed at Kakashi's head. There's no time. Kakashi-sensei, you'll be killed. Sakura attempted to scream, yet her legs felt as if they were encased in lead, immobilized by an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from the enemy's murderous intent. Thud. The mallet struck, blood splattered, and a gruesome scream pierced the air. Oh dear, I didn't notice the two tailing stalkers behind me, Naruto remarked with a smirk, retracting his chakra claws. You don't intend to spare even the old man, do you? You bastard. The assailant with the mallet spat, blood gushing from his mouth as he lunged at Naruto with renewed fury. Naruto formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground, summoning a rock spike that pierced the heart of the attacking ninja, blood streaming down the weapon. Seizing the moment, another ninja attempted to ambush Naruto. As the attack landed, a cloud of smoke erupted, and in that instant of confusion, Naruto appeared behind him, drawing his kunai for a swift, decisive strike. The assailant was cleaved in two, blood erupting like a fountain as Naruto cleanly sheathed his weapon. A remarkable display of skill, young man. Tizuna exclaimed in astonishment. Flattery 1T absolve you of your concealment of the mission's true peril, which has placed us in jeopardy, Naruto replied, turning to face him with a low voice. I apologize. I had to expend all my savings to afford even lower-ranked ninjas, leaving me no choice but to resort to this. Tizuna gritted his teeth, bowing his head. Please, save our country. I am willing to sacrifice my life to cover the remaining payment. This mission has escalated beyond a C rank, Kakashi stated, addressing the group. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, it is now your decision. Will you withdraw or continue? Kakashi chose to ignore Tizuna's pleas, instead focusing on his team. I am curious to see what other foes await us. Sasuke spoke first, his calm demeanor unshaken despite the gravity of their situation. He was not keen on retreating without having gained any experience. If Sasuke-kun continues, then so shall I, Sakura declared, clutching her chest and steeling herself. I can't just return alone. Naruto chuckled. Let us press on. Chapter 12. The duel with Zabuza in a dark and damp chamber. A man with short black hair and bandages wrapped around his face stood with his arms crossed, gazing pensively out the window. Zabuza, a long-haired ninja in a mask, appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee as he reported, the dispatched Chunin have been slain. And the assailant is a boy with a yellow hedgehog hairstyle. Oh? Zabuza turned with interest, raising an eyebrow. They should not be so easily defeated by mere genin. It seems circumstances have shifted. I shall confront them. Be cautious. It is said that Konoha's genin teams are always accompanied by genin instructors for safety. The masked ninja advised. Zabuza scoffed. Pa, they are merely a few wet-behind-the-ears brats. He continued. Haku, you must understand that battles between high-level ninjas demand unwavering focus. In such situations, those genin are not an asset but a liability, no matter how formidable Konoha's genin may be. Capturing those brats would be akin to seizing their lifeblood. I shall first deal with that yellow-haired boy. With that, Zabuza hefted his executioner's blade and vanished in a blur. At that very moment, Team 7 had arrived in the Land of Waves. The disparity between its development and that of the Land of Fire was stark. Peeling walls and a life entwined with weeds were ubiquitous. Emaciated vagrants cast strange glances at the passers-by, once laborers in the bridge construction project. They had lost their jobs due to the incessant interference and force exerted by Gat. Dasna, filled with compassion, murmured, families torn apart. Uncertain futures. Those who have lost faith are being mercilessly exploited. Underground gambling dens and places of despair are proliferating, and Gat even abducts married women to fill his establishments. It is truly a world devoid of light. Kakashi sighed. What of the feudal lord of this land? The feudal lord has long been a puppet of the Gat conglomerate. He simply echoes whatever Gat commands, rendering him devoid of any real power, Dazna replied, shaking his head with a sigh. This nation is draining its very lifeblood. As the mist thickened, Naruto raised an eyebrow and suddenly halted. What is the matter? Kakashi inquired. Where's the public restroom? I suddenly need to relieve myself, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Just go straight down that way and take a left at the end, Dazna directed, pointing. Thanks, old man, Naruto exclaimed before dashing off, disappearing from view. With a clatter, Naruto kicked a stone as he neared a dead-end alley, where silence enveloped him, save for the sound of the cold wind stirring the refuse. In an instant, he drew his ninja blade. Before he could move, the blade's light struck first. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Zabuza emerged from the mist, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. When did you notice my presence? What do you think? Naruto retorted with a cold smirk, his Byakugan eye manifesting. A ninja of the Hokage clan, indeed. Such eyes would naturally draw attention, Zabuza mused. Zabuza formed hand seals, causing the surrounding mist to intensify. To dare to challenge me, Zabuza Momochi, alone is commendable, but clearly, your intellect is lacking. I am not one of those two worthless fools you dispatched. Is that so? I feel no difference, Naruto replied, unaffected by the fog, as his Byakugan allowed him to see through the haze. Zabuza's hidden mist technique merely provided him with a speed boost. He would ultimately meet his demise. Whoosh! Zabuza moved with blinding speed, appearing before Naruto in the blink of an eye. His executioner's blade sliced down. Naruto bent backward, narrowly evading the edge that grazed his nose. Naruto retaliated with a kick aimed at Zabuza, who sidestepped and spun to deliver another strike. Naruto deflected the blade with the body of his sword, utilizing the momentum to unleash a flurry of 4 swift strikes. The brilliance of the blade even cleaved through the mist. Splash! Water clone! Zabuza transformed into a puddle. A powerful slash aimed at Naruto's back, aiming for his head. Crack! Naruto morphed into solid earth, firmly grasping Zabuza's executioner's blade. Earth release, earth clone. Zabuza, noticing the shadows emerging from the ground, quickly looked up to see several clones of Naruto wielding ninja blades, their movements weaving a net of lethal light descending upon him. Impressive. You have successfully compelled me to unleash my full power. Zabuza roared, slicing through the earth clone, demanding, tell me your name, brat. I despise nameless souls of the dead. I am Naruto Uzumaki, he declared, as the light of his blades ignited a gust of wind, causing his shadow clones to dissipate into smoke. A crimson chakra enveloped Zabuza, emanating an eerie and terrifying aura, the intensity of which could only belong to an elite who rose from among the dead. Hidden mist, silent killing technique. Whoosh! A swift slash was unleashed, so rapid that Naruto barely had time to react. The force struck like a waterfall, and as Naruto attempted to deflect the blow with his blade, it shattered against the might of the renowned executioner's sword. Crack! The ninja blade splintered, but Naruto evaded just in time. Yet, the next strike followed swiftly. Zabuza's intent was clear. He would not allow Naruto to form any seals. That once massive sword in Zabuza's grip moved with the speed of a whip. The silent killing technique was his signature move, having dispatched countless formidable foes with it. Against such a child, he felt it was an overestimation of his skills. However, chakra surged from Naruto's entire being, and he spun rapidly, creating a semicircular barrier that repelled the executioner's blade. 8 trigrams, heavenly spin. Humph. You think fists can contend with blades? Foolish. Zabuza seized the moment Naruto's technique faltered, aiming to finish him in one decisive blow. Roar. A primal roar emanated from Naruto's hands, as the vibrant red chakra of the tailed beast coalesced into a fearsome fox head above his fists. The secret technique of gentle fist, the twin lion fists. However, Naruto infused his own chakra variations into the technique, enhancing it beyond its original form. Clang, bang, clang. Naruto unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, each impact compounding in strength. Even the executioner's blade faltered under the relentless storm of strikes. Chapter 13, The Turmoil in the Land of Waves, Part 1. Is this truly a mere Chunin? This individual is proficient in swordsmanship, possesses remarkable physical prowess, and demonstrates combat awareness that rivals that of an elite Jonin. Is it possible that the Chunins of Konoha are all of such caliber? Or could he actually be the guiding Jonin of the team? Zabuza Momochi, increasingly losing confidence in his abilities, was originally an assassin-type ninja specializing in explosive power. After exchanging blows repeatedly, his chakra was beginning to dwindle. In stark contrast, his opponent's chakra showed no signs of depletion. It seemed to swell as if he had just warmed up for battle. Defeating him in close combat was becoming an elusive hope. At this juncture, the only option left was to resort to ninjutsu to determine the victor. No matter how formidable his opponent may be, he is merely a teenager. While training in physical arts and swordsmanship, how could he possibly find time to master ninjutsu? His ninjutsu must be inferior to mine. With this thought in mind, Zabuza summoned all his strength for a fierce slash, pushing Naruto back several paces. He then unleashed a water clone, forming hand seals and spewing forth a massive sphere of water towards his opponent. Water style, great waterfall technique. Naruto responded by forming hand seals, causing an earthen wall to rise abruptly, intercepting the water sphere. Meanwhile, his shadow clones began forming seals, preparing to showcase the terrifying power of ninjutsu as if it were a machine gun. Wait, something feels amiss. His hand seal speed appears to outpace mine? Zabuza, while forming seals, anxiously observed Naruto's rapid movements. Do you need me to wait for you? Naruto scoffed. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth style, Earth Stone Dragon. Earth style, Earth Flowing River. Earth style, Earth Spike Gun. The ninjutsu unleashed by Naruto effectively covered all angles of attack, rendering Zabuza's Water Dragon Bullet utterly feeble in comparison. Prepare to perish. Naruto concluded his final hand seal, and in an instant, the earth-based techniques erupted forth. Zabuza, gritting his teeth, released his Water Dragon Bullet. But the earthy onslaught swiftly consumed the blue water, overwhelming Zabuza's form. The inherent advantage of earth over water in ninjutsu, compounded by the disparity in numbers and chakra, magnified this disadvantage exponentially. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed repeatedly as Zabuza's chakra had long been exhausted, leaving him unable to even perform the substitution technique. He could hardly fathom that as an elite, he would be driven to the brink of death by a mere Chunin from Konoha. He was rendered utterly incapable of resistance. The assault continued for several seconds before finally subsiding. Naruto approached the battered Zabuza and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Copy ability activated. Successfully copied ninjutsu, hidden mist assassin technique. Haku remarked, although not the most powerful ninjutsu, it pairs perfectly with your white blade technique. The white blade technique is inherently an assassination style, and when combined with the hidden mist assassin technique, it may yield extraordinary results. Ninjutsu is not merely about strength. It is about suitability to the individual. The synergy of complementary powers results in an enhancement that is not simply additive but multiplicative. Surprised you're still alive. Truly a ninja who crawled out from a pile of corpses, Naruto said with rare astonishment. Do you have any final words? Make your move, White. Zabuza gasped weakly. Ice needles, infused with a lethal aura, descended upon Naruto, who shattered them effortlessly with a single palm strike. Haku, masked, materialized before Naruto and swiftly extended his right hand, erecting a formidable ice wall that obscured their view. Ice style, Ice Rock Fortress. Ah, one-handed hand seals, I see. Naruto mused, curiously peeking over the ice wall with a smile. Is this a bloodline limit? Quite an impressive ability. Beneath the mask, Haku pressed his lips tightly together, utilizing his swift body flicker technique to whisk Zabuza away. He dared not glance back, fearful that a moment's lapse would allow Naruto to pursue them. However, Naruto had no intention of stopping him. The earlier commotion had drawn the attention of nearby residents, and further confrontation would reveal his true capabilities. He had successfully copied Zabuza's abilities and severely injured him. At least for a month, Zabuza would not be bouncing back. As for Haku's bloodline limit, he would certainly acquire it, but there was no rush. To fulfill his mission, he would have to deal with Kato, and as one of Zabuza's capable subordinates, Zabuza would undoubtedly know where the two were hiding. Most importantly, Kato had sealed the bridges in the Land of Waves, making departure only possible by boat, which Kato monopolized. Thus, escaping the Land of Waves was virtually impossible for Zabuza. The area was confined, and he might very well encounter them during his stroll tomorrow. For now, the priority remained to eliminate Kato. As Naruto pondered, he made his way toward Dazna's home, seizing a wandering samurai's sword and dispatching a few local thugs along the way. Meanwhile, in the underground casino, the clamor of gamblers filled the air, the sound of dice and bamboo tubes clattering, and chips piled high like towers of human desire, teetering precariously, ready to crumble into ruin. The scent of money wafted from every gaming table. There were those who had struck it rich, favored by fortune's grace, alongside others whose faces bore the marks of despair, having lost everything but their undergarments, flushed with embarrassment. Kato lounged in the uppermost VIP room, embracing a young, beautiful woman, relishing her delicate skin, while observing a man kneeling before him with a cold smirk. What's the matter? Have you lost again? I swear next time, I will win it back. Boss, lend me a little more. The man pleaded, eyes reddened and body trembling. Sure, I'm willing to believe you, Kato chuckled. You have a wife at home, don't you? Over 30, but with some makeup, she could fetch a decent price. Your daughter has quite the looks. Selling her to some peculiar buyers could earn you a fortune. The man faltered, lowering his head, engulfed in hesitation. Haha, there's nothing to be troubled about. After all, you owe so much. Even if you don't sell them, I will have my men bring them to settle the debt. Kato bellowed with laughter. You should know the caliber of my ninja assassins. No one in this entire Land of Waves can defeat them. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a breathless underling hurriedly approached Kato, kneeling respectfully. Lord Kato, we have a grave situation. Calm down. What could possibly be so dire? Could it be that my ninja assassins have been defeated? Kato waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Oh, so you were already aware, my lord. Indeed, I was. Kato abruptly halted, shoving aside the woman beside him, rising in disbelief. What? Where's Haku? Where's his shadow? He said he needed some time to recuperate. Oh no. Kato clenched his teeth, bellowing. Gather the brothers and arm yourselves. That guy must be taking Zabuza and fleeing. Chapter 14. The Turmoil in the Land of Waves, Part 2. Old man, what is happening outside? Sakura Haruno, hearing the clamor from the streets, stepped out of her room. Filled with curiosity, it seems Kato is at it again, that scoundrel, Dasna exclaimed, hastening back while gritting his teeth, having brought along all the tools from his house. I've spoken to my brothers. This time, we will teach Kato a lesson. The Land of Waves does not belong solely to him. Although our escort mission has concluded, I trust the old man wouldn't mind spending a little more to hire us for a second task, Kakashi remarked with a light chuckle. Of course. Once we drive Kato away, I will pay you the full reward for the advanced mission, Dasna replied, invigorated. Just make sure to chase that scoundrel away. That is all it takes, right? Sasuke responded, arms crossed, his tone icy. By the way, where's Naruto? I haven't seen him since morning, Sakura noted, surveying her surroundings. He mentioned he had a bad meal yesterday and is still in the restroom. Let us go ahead. He will catch up with us, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. The group followed Dasna towards the Grand Bridge of the Land of Waves, only to encounter a large number of workers armed with weapons along the way. I didn't expect so many to show up. Even a bully like Kato will think twice now, Dasna said, astonished. Something's not right, old man. Why are there mist ninjas among your men? Kakashi observed, quickly noticing the anomaly. As his words fell, the workers raised their weapons and charged alongside the hired mist ninjas. What is going on? Dasna's pupils trembled in disbelief as he stammered. What are you doing? We're sorry. We have wives and children. We don't intend to die for nothing. Lord Kato said your head would fetch a handsome bounty. Have some pity and die. The workers shouted, their murderous intent palpable. Go all out, but don't die, Kakashi murmured as he surveyed the surging tide of assailants. On the Grand Bridge of the Land of Waves, Kato, surrounded by a throng of mist ninjas, sneered at Haku. You've managed to carry such a burden this far. That is quite impressive, Kato mocked. Haku, supporting the barely conscious Zabuza, concealed his expression behind a mask, his clear voice cutting through. Step aside. Humph. At this point, you still think you can escape? Haku, since I hired you both as assassins, I have never treated you poorly, have I? It's rather rude to leave without a word. Why the rush? It's just a single setback. I wouldn't kill you out of spite for this failure. The first target you hired us to eliminate was our former employer. Haku clenched his jaw, continuing, you wouldn't want to repeat the same mistake of breaking the blade that no longer holds value, but still poses a threat to you. Haha. You truly understand me. Kato laughed heartily, eyes gleaming with malice. Precisely, that's why you both must die here today. With such pitiful foes? Haku scoffed, forming hand seals for his ice techniques. 1,000 killing water shuriken. The ice projectile struck true against a swordsman on the outskirts of the crowd. The icy needles pierced the swordsman's throat, and hot blood splattered against the cold ice. Charge. Kill Zabuza. 10,000 for Haku's head, 50,000 for Zabuza's. Kato bellowed. Charge. 50,000. The previously hesitant crowd suddenly surged forward, blades flashing menacingly. Beneath his mask, Haku smiled, seizing Zabuza's shoulder and hurling him into a group of swordsmen, knocking several aside. Ice release, 1,000 killing water shuriken. The icy rain descended, sharp and swift, delivering lethal strikes. Boss, it's a decoy. A mist ninja whispered to Kato. A decoy. Kato's eyes widened in realization. After a moment of contemplation, he slapped his forehead. This is bad. It's a trap. That kid is deliberately walking into death. Zabuza must have been sent to escape through another port. Forget about him. Head to the south and north ports. With the fog this thick, he can't have gone far. Kato barked orders, fully aware that allowing Zabuza to escape would guarantee his vengeance. To leave. You must first step over my corpse. Haku declared fiercely. My head is worth 10,000 as well. Come and take it. Ice release, crystal mirror. Haku unleashed his ultimate technique, trapping his enemies within his mirror realm, ice spikes silently reaping their lives. However, this overwhelming advantage did not last long. Exhaustion began to set in as the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, and the crystal mirror, being an advanced technique, consumed considerable chakra, unlike Naruto. Not everyone possessed an abundance of chakra to share among the entire ninja alliance. Here is our chance. The mist ninjas seized upon Haku's fatigue, and as he slipped into the ice crystal, a kunai struck deep into his side. The swordsmen were quick to follow up, blood blossoming like flowers as Haku, already a swift but fragile ninja, found his combat capability severely diminished after taking such hits. The crystal mirror shattered into fragments. Haku clutched his wound, gasping for breath, feeling the depth of his injury as he could even touch his own insides. Kill him, Kato screamed, as the swordsmen raised their blades for an assault. Why is the fog getting thicker? One of the mist ninjas murmured beside Kato, just as he heard a thud, like something had fallen. He looked down, only to feel a wave of dizziness and weakness wash over him. At that moment, The pain and death he had evaded finally caught up with his consciousness. The thing that fell to the ground was his own head. I am curious to see how much strength the so-called ninja way can grant an injured man, Naruto said, shaking the blood from his kunai as he stood beside Kato with a light smile. So, I want to kill you. After all, I don't like to steal others' prey. I want to intervene in this battle until it reaches its conclusion. Ah! Zabuza roared, stepping in front of Haku, blocking the swords with his executioner's blade. Unleashing a terrifying surge of power, crimson chakra surged forth. With a sweeping slash, the swordsmen were cleaved in two. What exactly are ninjas? Naruto mused, observing the crimson figure with a low chuckle. Chapter 15. When the snow falls by stared incredulously at the man before her, lost in thought. How dare he throw me onto a boat while I was unconscious? Has he entered a rebellious phase? Zabuza murmured. I was sleeping soundly when that blonde-haired brat hijacked the ship, claiming you would be killed by Kato. Why did you come here? Everything I prepared has gone to waste. I trembled as she shouted. It will not be in vain. You will survive. Zabuza stepped forward, his face filled with murderous intent, wielding his executioner's blade as he shouted, hold the line. Stop him. I'll pay you a fortune. Stop him. Kato, terrified, felt his legs weaken as he yelled frantically. Suddenly, he turned to Naruto. You can stop him, right? I'll give you 100,000. No, 1,000,000. Stop him. Then I'll consider it 1,000,000 spent on a show. Just don't die too quickly. Naruto scoffed. With a flurry of movements, Zabuza plunged into the crowd, swinging his executioner's blade amidst the fog, blood staining his body. The struggle, fueled by the burning of his life, only exacerbated his already grievous wounds. It was clear that even if he won, he would not survive. Zabuza could scarcely fathom that he would risk his life for a mere tool he had picked up. Since fleeing from the hidden mist village, he had roamed the ninja world as a solitary assassin, caring only for his next meal and the next target. Unbeknownst to him, a companion had gradually entered his life. Perhaps due to his prolonged solitude, he found himself unaccustomed to this stray creature. He had told her that he only required a tool, yet gradually, he found himself instinctively buying two of everything and considering her preferences while dining. Zabuza did not realize he had departed from his solitary existence. Often, one only recognizes the importance of others when they are gone. The most regrettable aspect of human relationships is that it is often only at the brink of death that one contemplates compensating others. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, Bai's voice echoed in Zabuza's mind. Zabuza, it's snowing. Fool, it's just snow. What is there to be joyful about? The whole city becomes beautiful when it snows. If you look from a high place, the world feels transformed into a blanket of white. You're such a nuisance. Zabuza, let us go enjoy the snow next time. I heard the snow in the land of waves is special. It can accumulate on water. That's a lie. The land of waves only has rain, not snow. A cold sensation coursed through his fingertips as a pure white flake drifted before his eyes. The only anomaly amidst the crimson of blood. Swoosh. The blade pierced Zabuza's chest, blood erupting from his mouth as his pupils shook violently. He was nearing his end. Kill him. Attack. 500,000. Seeing Zabuza falter, the ninjas and Ronin roared, charging toward him. Deadly attacks rained down from all directions, and Zabuza bellowed, swinging his executioner's blade for one final horizontal slash. The Ronin before him was cleaved in half. Swoosh. A slash struck his back. Zabuza, utterly exhausted, collapsed, and the Ronin's frenzied blades mercilessly hacked at his lifeless body. What he saw, beyond the blood obscuring his vision, was a flurry of snowflakes, drifting down like butterflies. Zabuza, Bai, suppressing her pain, summoned all her strength to rise and rush to Zabuza's side. It truly is beautiful, the snow in the land of waves. Suddenly, Zabuza extended his right hand, grasping the executioner's blade. In a moment of clarity, he leaped, hurling the blade with ferocity. Kato, having just relaxed, was caught off guard, losing his head to the executioner's blade with ease. But all I see now is red. Zabuza chuckled softly as his body fell to the ground, lifeless. Kato is dead. What about our money? If he is dead, where will the money come from? Damn it, that bastard Zabuza. I want to hack him a few more times. The crowd shifted from shock to fury, ready to desecrate his corpse, but then several blades flashed, and the heads of the Ronin and ninjas fell silently to the ground. Hidden mist killing technique, white fang swordsmanship. You might as well go raid the casino for leftover scraps. Naruto, smiling, brandished his kunai. Why be fixated on a corpse? That is a good point. The Ronin and ninjas paused, then turned, rushing toward the casino. In the land of waves, news traveled slowly. With Kato gone, no one would pursue their assets left behind. Zabuza, Bai, dragging her injured body, knelt beside him, murmuring softly, it's snowing, Zabuza. Shall we go enjoy the snow? It's cold to sleep on the ground. Your wound will bleed out, and you will die. Naruto sheathed his blade and quietly said. He defied his ninja way to save your life. Do not do anything foolish in his memory. You truly are a heartless person, Bai griped Zabuza's cold hand. Why did you call him here? Was it merely to watch him be hacked to death? Firstly, he came of his own accord. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Secondly, I merely wish to understand one thing. What exactly is this ninja way they speak of? The people of Konoha incessantly chant about the will of fire. Yet among the rogue ninjas wandering between villages, I see another truth. Rather than saying Zabuza rescued you, it would be more accurate to say that two lost souls came together. Naruto shook his head, retrieving a bandage from his pouch. I initially thought this man possessed a remarkable will, but it seems he is nothing more than someone who fears loneliness. Naruto was inexplicably reminded of the solitude he felt while sitting on a swing, gazing at the bustling crowd. Just a simple bandage, and then we'll find a doctor. He handed the bandage to Bai, using his replication ability in the process. Replication successful. Bloodline limit acquired. Ice release. Upon receiving the notification, Bai observed Naruto's attributes. Aside from an increase in ninjutsu, his willpower had also risen a level. This incident appeared to have profoundly affected him. After contemplating for a moment, Bai began to devise the next strengthening plan for Naruto. Her goal was simple, to elevate Naruto to the elite Anbu level by the time of the Chunin exams. As the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, his defection would undoubtedly stir waves in the ninja world. Thus, his strength must be unparalleled. Just as Naruto departed, Team 7 finally vanquished their foes. Upon reaching the bridge, all that remained, aside from the scattered corpses, was a makeshift grave marked by the executioner's blade, with a layer of snow already an inch deep. How rare it is. Snow can accumulate on the water's surface. Naruto stood atop the platform, gazing out at the sea blanketed in white, murmuring to himself. Chapter 16. The Chunin Exams, the Sand Siblings following the demise of Kato. The feudal lord of the Land of Waves reclaimed his authority, enabling workers to return to their posts and reviving the Grand Bridge project connecting the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. As the project manager, Dazna initiated a series of reforms to optimize the regulations, leading to a flourishing state in the Land of Waves. The remuneration for Team 7 was notably generous, nearly equivalent to the rewards of 3 A-rank missions. However, Sasuke and the others found themselves somewhat perplexed, having merely dealt with the traitorous workers, unaware that Kato had met his end due to infighting among his own. Accompanied by Dazna, Team 7 made their way towards the bridge. Regardless of the circumstances, their hard work had finally borne fruit. With our earnings, we can finally celebrate, Sakura exclaimed, clutching her bulging wallet. But don't be too carefree. A significant matter awaits you upon your return, Kakashi interjected, shaking his head. A significant matter? Sasuke inquired, raising an eyebrow. The Chunin exams. If we calculate the days correctly, will coincide with them upon our return. At that moment, within Naruto's body, the spirit of Kyuubi had begun to enlighten him about the intricacies of the Chunin exams. Understanding the complexities ahead and devising a plan in advance was of utmost importance. Orochimaru? As one of the legendary Sannin, what formidable jutsu might he possess? A gleam of anticipation sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Speaking of the Sannin, after the conclusion of the Chunin exams for the first and second rounds, he would encounter another member of the Sannin. There is much to gain from him, but exercise caution. He is fiercely loyal to Konoha. If your true identity is revealed, you may find yourself in grave danger. I'll manage it, Naruto nodded resolutely. After a brief boat ride, Team 7 soon returned to the borders of the Land of Fire. As soon as Kakashi arrived in Konoha, he muttered something about needing rest and vanished without a trace, while Naruto and the others planned to grab a bite to eat. Get out of my way, kid. A boy clad in a black cloak, carrying a puppet bound in bandages, glared at Konohamaru, threateningly stating, "Be careful, or I might turn you into a puppet. You smash my friend's cake. Apologize, or you won't get away with this," Konohamaru shouted. His teeth clenched as he glared at the boy's companion, a girl with a pastel yellow hue. Such trivial matters can easily be replaced, Kankuro remarked dismissively, pulling out some money from his pouch and tossing it on the ground. Pick it up quickly and scram. You jerk. Konohamaru clenched his fists and charged at Kankuro, who merely snorted and released his puppet. The crow puppet emitted a cloud of purple poison mist, causing Konohamaru to feel a jolt of paralysis as he collapsed to the ground. It seems that's all the skill the leaf has to offer, Kankuro scoffed. Bullying a child and yet acting so proud. What a revelation about the ninjas of Sunagakure, Naruto retorted just as a sharp flash of steel sliced through the air. Clang. The crow puppet's front jutted out 6 short blades, barely deflecting Naruto's kunai. Care to witness the prowess of a true ninja? A cold smirk appeared on Naruto's face as an aura of lethal intent enveloped him, distinct from the fury of wanting to eliminate his opponent. This was the essence of someone who had walked away from death itself. Such power is, Temari, observing the unfolding scene, murmured, "Is he a Jinchuriki? My puppet." Kankuro felt a chill run down his spine, as though death itself had rested a skeletal hand upon his shoulder. Before he could react, a thick fog obscured his vision, and in an instant, the blade surged towards his throat. Clang. A wall of sand materialized before Kankuro, blocking Naruto's strike. Naruto raised an eyebrow, leaping off the sand wall, sheathing his blade as his right hand transformed into a chakra claw, lunging at the red-haired boy carrying a gourd. Clang. The sand spilling from the gourd swiftly shielded against the chakra claw. Even Naruto's one-tailed strength could not breach the defense. You must be the monster of this village. Gaara emerged from the mist, speaking softly. It seems every village has one. I am far stronger than you, Naruto replied with a low chuckle. Shall we put that to the test? Gaara lifted his chin, his face alight with murderous intent. The atmosphere grew tense, with both sides exuding a palpable aura of danger. Naruto recognized that Gaara, too, radiated a killing intent, indicating he was no mere sheltered flower, but a genuine ninja who had taken lives. As they prepared to engage, Temari stepped forward, brandishing her fan to block Gaara's path. Preserve your strength. There are still the Chunin exams to contend with. Kankuro's puppet is already damaged, and we cannot afford further losses in combat. Do you think I would be injured by someone like him? Gaara shot a glare at Temari, who instinctively took a step back. Perhaps we should reconsider. He looks rather intimidating. If you cannot defeat him, Konoha will be embarrassed, Sakura suggested softly. This is none of your concern. You can keep your mouth shut, Naruto replied, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Just because you're silent doesn't mean you're not a fool. Fighting here would strain the relations between Sunagakure and Konoha, Sasuke observed. Noticing the onlookers who had halted in their tracks, he leaned closer to Naruto. They're also participants in the Chunin exams. We can settle this later. That's a valid point, Naruto replied, his icy demeanor softening as he considered Sasuke's words. This disparity in treatment left Sakura feeling like a mere jester. Your name is Naruto, right? Tell your comrades to be cautious during the Chunin exams, Gaara remarked, not lacking intelligence himself. With a click of his tongue, he turned to leave, adding, if I see even one Konoha ninja, I will slaughter them without mercy. Why should I care? After the Chunin exams, I'll be long gone. You can kill as many Konoha ninjas as you wish. Naruto raised an eyebrow, internally scoffing at the threat. Chapter 17, Master of Emotions. After the Sand Ninja trio departed, Team 7 also made their way to the selection venue for the Chunin exam, which was none other than the Ninja Academy. The number of ninjas participating in the Chunin exam was substantial. There were not only youths of a similar age to Naruto, but also young men appearing to be in their 20s. Amidst the bustling crowd, a few individuals with unsettling gazes stood out. Naruto turned his head towards a grass ninja not far away, who was feigning interest in a poster on the wall. Oh, quite the swift reaction. Naruto quickly deduced that this individual was none other than Orochimaru, the very person whom Sai had mentioned. Infiltrating the Chunin exam using the ability of impure world reincarnation. A surprise? Or had he sensed my presence? With his back turned to Naruto, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Just then, a delicate finger poked Naruto's back. He turned to find Hinata, dressed in a grayish-white coat, smiling as she handed him a handmade charm resembling a Teru Terubozu. I was really happy you came to see me at the hospital last time. So I made this talisman as a token of gratitude, she said, her cheeks reddening slightly. I hope you can succeed in the Chunin exam, Naruto-kun. Naruto accepted the charm, blinking in surprise as he noticed her fingers adorned with several inconspicuous band-aids. His gaze softened instinctively. Thank you, he stammered, feeling an unexpected shyness. Ah, what an unusual scene this is. TSK, it seems Naruto, you are the type with unparalleled charm. Yet utterly defenseless when it comes to being charmed. Sai teased, laughing heartily. High attack, low defense. Or perhaps you appear to be quite the flirt, while deep down, you're as pure as they come. It's understandable. After all, you're still just a child. I've never felt such murderous intent towards you before, Naruto retorted, his mouth twitching. Now, this is the perfect opportunity. Any girl witnessing this would undoubtedly wish for someone to treat her the same way. It's a manifestation of being needed. This is the best moment to strike. Suddenly, a boy clad in a green jumpsuit and sporting thick eyebrows dashed in front of Sakura. Flashing a bright smile and exclaiming loudly, Sakura Haruno, I've always liked you. Will you go out with me? The entire corridor fell silent, all eyes turning towards him. I'm sorry, you're a nice guy, Sakura replied without hesitation, immediately handing him the nice guy card. Why? Rock Lee was crushed, his thumb drooping. Because your eyebrows are too thick, Sakura offered a casual excuse, then shyly turned to Sasuke, adding, and I already have someone I like. Sasuke glanced around, noting the absence of others, scratched his face, and took a step back. Now it was Sakura's turn to feel disheartened. This seemingly frivolous guy could never bring her happiness. Rock Lee rushed in front of Sasuke, declaring, let us duel. Whoever loses must forever withdraw from Sakura's life. That is absurd. I'm already in the same class as her. How could I possibly withdraw? Sasuke replied helplessly. Then let us change it to never pursue Sakura again. What if Sakura wants to pursue him? Naruto interjected. Are you going to stop Sakura from finding happiness? Is it that you like him? You are just being selfish by trying to possess her and destroy her happiness. If you truly care for someone, you should wish for their happiness. Even if it doesn't include you. Right, I'm sorry. I hadn't thought of that. You're absolutely right, Naruto-sensei. Rock Lee exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, nodding repeatedly in realization. Indeed, no matter the version, Naruto's verbal prowess remains unmatched, Sai remarked with admiration. You must find happiness. I will bless you. Rock Lee grasped Sasuke's shoulders, crying out, as long as I can stay by her side, I'll be satisfied. No. What kind of strange Mary Sue script is this? I never said I wanted to be with her for life. Sasuke's forehead twitched in irritation. What? So I still have a chance? None at all. It's absolutely impossible. Sakura's lips twitched as she stated. Then I can only wish you both happiness. Woo-woo. Rock Lee lamented. He then embraced Sasuke, sobbing dramatically, you must protect her. Why must you insist on blessing me, you idiot? Sasuke thought to himself, wishing he could unleash a fireball to send him flying. Sakura, you should really consider Lee. It's rare to find a man who doesn't mind your wide forehead. Ino chimed in, laughing. Sasuke-kun is still the most suitable for me. Ino added, as for you, wide forehead guy, perhaps you should let your bangs grow out a bit. In an instant, chaos erupted as the battle of the women commenced, reminiscent of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Though challenges lay ahead, as men, we must not give up easily. Naruto placed a hand on Rock Lee's shoulder, saying, you must believe in your own charm. Cupid will surely strike you with his arrow. Naruto-sensei, from now on, you shall be my love minner. Rock Lee, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged Naruto tightly. I will strive to make Sakura notice my charm. I remember I came here to participate in the Chunin exam, right? Sasuke covered his head, his eyes spiraling. Success. You have acquired the 8 gates of body technique. Currently, you can open up to the 5th gate. Saya's voice rang out, having glanced at the various stats. However, it's best to limit it to the 3rd gate. Your physique isn't particularly robust, even though the Ninetales chakra possesses self-healing abilities. One must exercise caution with the 8 gates, which impose immense strain on the body, Naruto replied. This should help mitigate some of my physical shortcomings, Naruto continued. While he had the gentle fist technique as a means of physical attack, it excelled against aggressive foes but lacked power against defensive ones. The 8 gates would perfectly compensate for this flaw. What are you all arguing about? A booming voice silenced the noisy corridor, and a tall man draped in a black coat strode towards them, a fearsome scar marring his face. I am Marino Ibiki, and I will be your instructor for the first part of the Chunin exam, he declared, lifting his chin. Are you ready to face the interrogative onslaught? Chapter 18. The correct method to pass the written examination. Naruto, it seems you haven't really mastered the theoretical lessons, have you? Is that of no concern? Suddenly, I recalled how Naruto had stumbled through the original story like a blind cat finding a dead mouse. But what would the now darkened Naruto do? Not at all. Don't underestimate me, Mr. Bai. Naruto replied confidently. I had anticipated there would be a written exam and have been fully prepared. Could it be that while I was busy crafting felt from the Ninetales fur, he was secretly studying and has already become an academic prodigy? Bai, taken aback by Naruto's unwavering confidence, was momentarily astonished. He had initially intended to provide Naruto with some cheat sheets, considering that most of the questions in the Chunin exam were historical. As someone who had been a fan of Hokage in his previous life and often managed alternate worlds after becoming a system, I had an encyclopedic knowledge of the history of the ninja world. Yet, it appeared he had worried unnecessarily. Indeed, when Naruto set his mind to studying, he proved to be quite remarkable. Just as Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him, an explosion erupted. Each classroom in the Ninja Academy was engulfed in fierce flames. Fire blazed forth, causing students to flee in panic, while the fire alarm blared incessantly. Teachers hurriedly evacuated their students from the building to the playground, as burning examination papers floated down from the floors above. Students watched the inferno with mixed emotions, some in despair, others in glee, while murmurs of disbelief and schadenfreude filled the air. I assume your idea of being prepared refers to the explosive tags, doesn't it? Bai's lips twitched as he spoke. It's somewhat challenging for me to have my shadow clones infiltrate. I suppose this does demonstrate practical application of what I've learned. Naruto retorted defiantly. Now everyone is excused from the exam. It's as if I've helped others bypass the written test. A boon for the masses. As Naruto had predicted, the exam papers were incinerated, and the examination venue was destroyed, rendering the first assessment of the Chunin exam null and void. As the host, Konoha soon found itself embroiled in scandal due to the negligence of its subordinates. Mori no Akibi led the other candidates to the training ground, where a striking woman clad in a fishnet outfit and a brown coat introduced the second stage of the examination. I am Mitarashi Anko, the instructor for the second test. I will be distributing a scroll to each of your teams. Standing before the candidates, Anko held up 2 scrolls, one in each hand, and declared, these 2 scrolls are known as the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Your task is to gather both scrolls as a team and navigate through the Forest of Death within 5 days. Wow, are Konoha's teachers really this alluring? With such an appearance, they must not fear the battlefield. 2 ninjas whispered lewdly in the crowd, but before they could finish their comment, 2 vicious serpents lunged forth, striking swiftly like lightning and snaring their necks. I must mention, I dislike it when people whisper while I'm speaking, Anko said, casting a smile at the 2 ninjas. Rest assured, with your pitiful skills, even if you were to be well, it wouldn't concern you. She had just uttered something quite audacious. Naruto, you should go ask her if there's a share for you. Have you lost your mind, Mr. Bai? What do you expect a 12-year-old to do? At 12, one should be quite capable in certain aspects. All right, Mr. Bai, if we continue this conversation, this chapter 1T pass scrutiny. Aside from the necessity of gathering the scrolls and traversing the Forest of Death within 5 days, there were no other requirements for this examination. Returning to the matter at hand, Anko addressed the candidates. You may utilize the environment, your ninjutsu, or even your connections to seize the scrolls. There are no holds barred. Any casualties within the Forest of Death will not be held accountable. If you are ready, come and collect your scrolls. If you need time to think or wish to withdraw, you may leave now. Although a few were intimidated and chose to depart, the majority of the lower ninjas remained. When Team 7 collected their scrolls, they deliberately shielded the inscriptions on the scrolls with their bodies. This way, at least before entering the Forest of Death, the other ninjas would remain unaware of whether they held the Heaven or Earth scroll, effectively reducing the likelihood of being targeted. Perhaps due to having consumed too much broth during lunch, Naruto decided to find a quiet spot to relieve himself, while Sasuke and Sakura waited for him. Oh, it seems you've developed quite well. I teased as Naruto took his leave. That is going a bit too far, Mr. Bai. As Naruto fastened his belt, he heard a rustling noise behind him. Instead of turning immediately, he reached for the kunai at his waist. Swoosh. A large, brownish-gray patterned python lunged at him from behind. Its jaws wide open, ready to strike. The scent of blood and an aura of menace were unmistakable. At that moment, Sasuke and Sakura saw a freshly relieved Naruto approaching. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let us go, Naruto said cheerfully. The scroll? Sasuke frowned and inquired. The scroll? Didn't you say the scroll should be entrusted to the strongest member for safety? Sasuke remarked quietly. You didn't relieve yourself and lose the scrolls, did you? Naruto's smile faltered, and his right hand suddenly hurled a shuriken. Sasuke and Sakura barely evaded it, as Naruto's form transformed into that of a grass ninja woman. Quite perceptive. You recognized my disguise immediately, the grass ninja chuckled softly. Uchiha Sasuke, I find you quite intriguing. Sakura, hand over the scroll. Sasuke reached out, and she took the scroll from him. In this contest, whoever possessed the item was the most vulnerable. He had no intention of making Sakura a target for the enemy. Allow me to witness your strength, Sasuke. Orochimaru scratched his eyelid, a terrifying killing intent emanating from him, coupled with his technique. Sasuke and Sakura were engulfed in horrific illusions of their own brutal demise. Typically, when Naruto engaged in battle, they merely observed, feeling that aside from the heightened aura, the killing intent was not particularly terrifying. However, once they became the targets of that killing intent, they realized just how fearsome someone like Naruto, who was truly stained with blood, could be. Sakura collapsed to the ground, having evidently lost the will to fight. Sasuke clenched his teeth, forcing himself to stay alert. As he drove a kunai into his thigh, the pain jolted him back to reality. He activated his Sharingan, formed hand seals, and charged at Orochimaru for a counterattack. Chapter 19. The emergence of Orochimaru. The grass ninja's sleeve slipped, revealing a hidden kunai which she swiftly grasped, launching herself towards Sasuke in an instant. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Sasuke expelled a barrage of fireballs, scattering them in an attempt to encircle the grass ninja's movements. Yet, she remained undeterred, wielding her kunai to shatter the fireballs effortlessly, reaching Sasuke in the blink of an eye. Clang. The sound of steel meeting steel echoed as their weapons clashed. After a series of exchanges, Sasuke used the momentum from their struggle to leap backwards, throwing his kunai. The grass ninja deftly sidestepped, ready to retaliate, when the kunai returned in a straight line, striking her squarely in the back. Shadow Shuriken technique. Seizing the opportunity while she was momentarily stunned, Sasuke created an afterimage with his shadow clone technique. Utilizing a thread, he swung behind her and, as she attacked the clone, ensnared her to a tree with the thread. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a concentrated stream of high-speed flames from his mouth. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. The flames surged along the thread, engulfing the grass ninja. She screamed in agony as the flames seared her flesh. Just as Sasuke felt a sense of security, her skin peeled away like a puzzle piece, revealing a pale countenance adorned with dark purple shadows around her eyes. Breaking free from the binds, she grinned with an eerie smile. Very well, your physique is quite admirable. Here is a little gift for you, accept it. With that, her head elongated with astonishing speed, biting into Sasuke's neck. He staggered back, clutching his throat as a dark Tomo pattern began to manifest there. I eagerly await the day you come to find me, Sasuke-kun, she chuckled softly, her form sinking into the ground. Sasuke felt his strength drain away, his legs weakening, forcing him to sit upon the earth. Where have you taken Naruto? He managed to shout through the haze of fatigue. That guy? Yes, probably deep within the belly of the serpent, she scoffed. Are you referring to this creature? A massive shadow loomed over the ground. The grass ninja paused, glancing upwards just as the enormous corpse of a serpent plummeted from the sky towards her. She intended to retreat underground, but found the earth crumbling beneath her, transforming into a quagmire. Earth style? Yellow spring swamp. Boom. The serpent crashed onto the ground, creating a resounding impact and a cloud of dust. However, the grass ninja had already vanished from the muck, reappearing atop a high branch with a look of astonishment. I will handle this one. You rest well, Naruto declared, brandishing a kunai. He glanced at the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck, furrowing his brow. Vortex Naruto. To be able to bring a serpent's carcass here is quite impressive. Bring? I merely tossed it and followed its trajectory, Naruto replied. deftly spinning his blade. A dense mist emanated from him, further obscuring the already dim and damp death forest. Futile theatrics, even if you obscure my vision. The attacks I must evade shall still find their mark, she thought. Regardless, the cursed mark has been planted. I should conclude this swiftly before the Leaf villagers notice. Suddenly, blood gushed from her back. Her pupils dilated in disbelief as she felt the sharp pain radiating from the injury. So fast. What is this? How can his swordsmanship be so rapid? Realizing the danger, she quickly drew a grass crow sword. In the next heartbeat, Naruto's kunai slashed again. Like a fine thread, subtle yet devastating. Clang. She barely managed to parry the strike. Within the mist concealment technique, Naruto's speed and stealth surged dramatically, perfectly complementing the secrets of the White Fang's sword technique, amplifying its potency exponentially. Don't think of holding back, Orochimaru, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. A mocking smile gracing his lips. You will die? You saw through my disguise back then? Orochimaru, taken aback, recalled the peculiar gaze Naruto had cast upon him in the corridor. Perhaps, Naruto dismissed, launching into a flurry of consecutive strikes from the White Fang's sword technique, forcing Orochimaru to retreat hastily. With a sharp click of his tongue, Orochimaru unleashed several brown snakes from his sleeves, striking towards Naruto with fervor. Hidden shadow snake hands. Bang. The attack was swift and fierce, a dark technique executed without any hand seals, catching even Naruto off guard. His form dissipated into white smoke. Shadow clone. Orochimaru, seasoned in battle, understood the significance. If his opponent had predicted his next move, it signaled that the rhythm of his attacks had been discerned. In an instant, multiple shadow clones armed with kunai sprang from the mist, slicing through with ferocity. The gleam of blades intertwined in a chaotic dance. Orochimaru, not to be outdone, released several large snakes, each targeting the clones in various directions. Within moments, the blades tore the snakes asunder, while the snakes retaliated, dispelling the clones back to their original forms. Amidst the fog, a surge of crimson chakra erupted, unleashing a barrage of chakra claws akin to cannon fire. Orochimaru crossed his arms defensively, bracing against the impact, which slammed him against a tree, splintering it in half. This is the power of the Ninetales. The mightiest beast, Orochimaru coughed blood, a grin forming on his face. To master Ninetales chakra at such a young age. What has that old man been feeding you to grow so rapidly? As his words fell, the ground beneath Orochimaru began to writhe, sharp, hardened spikes shooting forth, piercing through his waist and propelling him upwards. With the assistance of the three gates and one-tailed mode, Naruto surged forward like a tempest, seizing Orochimaru by the head. Naruto exerted force from his waist, spinning in midair before slamming Orochimaru down to the earth. Boom. The sound reverberated as if hundreds of explosive tags had detonated. A cloud of dust rising. When Sasuke and Sakura finally beheld the scene, all they saw was a mangled, bloody form and Naruto, calmly sheathing his blade. Have we disposed of him? Sasuke gasped, breathless. He escaped. That was not his true form. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his voice soft. But the objective has been achieved. Let him flee. The scroll inscribed with the character for heaven lies here. Simultaneously, the techniques of White were successfully replicated into Orochimaru's ninjutsu. The forbidden S-rank technique. Eight-headed serpent technique. Chapter 20. The tragedy of Class 8, the eight-headed serpent technique. One of the two advanced forbidden techniques selected by Orochimaru from the chamber filled with forbidden arts is of paramount importance. The prerequisite for utilizing this technique is to comprehend the regeneration secrets of the white snake. Even a prodigy with an innate affinity for snakes, like Orochimaru, required a month to master this technique. However, as the white snake is an entity that transcends dimensions, the ninjutsu it replicates allows the host to unleash effects indistinguishable from the original. Even if Naruto has not grasped the secrets of the white snake and has not undergone any soft body modifications, he can still wield the eight-headed serpent technique. Yet, just as Orochimaru relied on the white snake to perform this technique, Naruto too must summon a serpent spirit through a contract. After all, once the preliminary rounds conclude, Jiraiya will step in to teach Naruto the summoning technique, and finding a serpent to contract will be trivial. As he pondered, Naruto examined the attributes of the eight-headed serpent technique. While it performed poorly in the original narrative, being swiftly defeated by Itachi Uchiha's Tenseigan. The actual setting of the technique is rather formidable, boasting claims of immortality. As long as there is chakra, it can regenerate endlessly, wielding power equivalent to 8,000 serpents, nearing the strength of tailed beasts. However, it possesses a significant weakness. It is vulnerable to sealing techniques. Not only would Itachi Uchiha's Tenseigan easily subdue it, but even Kushina Uzumaki's adamant and sealing chains could effortlessly restrain the eight-headed serpent technique, given that the chains have previously sealed the Ninetales. Setting aside this point, the eight-headed serpent technique can be considered a substantial trump card at present. Although Naruto has replicated numerous ninjutsu, sword techniques, taijutsu, and even bloodline limits, the destructive power of these techniques is somewhat limited. When faced with a multitude of enemies launching a barrage of ninjutsu attacks from all directions, neither the mist technique nor the gentle fist nor even ice release or the white fang sword techniques can ensure a complete escape. In contrast, the eight-headed serpent technique is different. Once activated, its attributes soar, and its destructive capability can demolish an entire building in an instant. Coupled with an immense reservoir of chakra, the immortal eight-headed serpent becomes a relentless force on the battlefield. The enemies Naruto presently confronts are all far below his level. Even Gaara, a minor boss in the early stages, is merely an opponent he can easily defeat if he puts in earnest effort. Should he defect from Konoha, the shinobi world will not consider his young age. The Akatsuki, who covet the power of tailed beasts, will come knocking. And Naruto's likeness will be posted in various nations with a bounty on his head, attracting all manner of mercenaries eager for a reward. The road ahead is still long. Naruto sighed, almost maternally. Surprisingly reliable, Naruto-kun. Sakura exclaimed, astonished. You managed to obtain the scroll so easily. Easy? If I had relaxed for a moment during that clash, Orochimaru would have pierced me right through. Does that seem easy to you? Naruto frowned. Those who were of no help should refrain from such comments. And drop the kun. There's only one person allowed to call me that. It seems dealing with that person is as effortless for you as drinking water. You are even stronger than I imagined, Sasuke remarked, covering his cursed seal. His expression tinged with reluctance. I was merely picking up the pieces after you got injured, Naruto shrugged. But it was indeed easy. Naruto Uzumaki, are you done playing around? You don't need to be like this to provoke me. Sakura, feeling slighted by the apparent favoritism, placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed. You used to be like a shadow at my back, and now suddenly you're acting aloof? Are you trying to play hard to get? You think I'll pay special attention to you just because of this? Listen well, I won't. Whoosh. The blade flashed like a shadow, unleashing a fierce and potent energy upon its descent. A large tree, 2 meters wide, collapsed with a crash, pink strands of hair drifting down. Had it been just a millimeter closer, the blade would have severed her head. What did you say? My hearing isn't quite clear. Naruto sheathed his ninja blade nonchalantly, chuckling. Miss Sakura, your mouth can not only open but also close. If you cannot learn to keep quiet, I would be happy to teach you personally. Sakura was too frightened to speak, her heart filled with grievance, tears welling in her eyes as she turned and ran in the opposite direction, shouting, Fine. With you two in Team 7, I'm out. However, she had barely taken a few steps before colliding with a figure and stumbling to the ground. Just as she intended to vent her frustrations, she opened her eyes to find her hands drenched in blood. Not only her hands, but her clothes were also stained with it. Why you from Team 7, right? Kiba Inuzuka, covered in wounds, blood flowing like a stream, gasped for breath. His vision obscured by blood, leaving him to see only a silhouette. What happened? Sakura asked, swallowing hard, her voice trembling with fear. A sand ninja with a gourd. Upon seeing a Konoha ninja, attacks. Several of our comrades have already fallen victim. Kiba gasped, his voice barely a whisper, as if he could perish at any moment. This is no longer about seizing scrolls. It's pure extermination of ninjas. I can't run anymore. Please relay this message to the proctor. We cannot allow this individual to extinguish the new generation of Konoha. And your teammates? Naruto scanned the surroundings, ensuring no other presence lingered, before inquiring. Realizing the situation was not a ruse for the scroll. They are fighting against that sand ninja. I ran fast and came to warn you. Kiba replied. It must be that bizarre individual. I thought he was joking, but he truly kills without hesitation. Naruto scratched his head, seemingly indifferent to the fate of the new generation of Konoha. He might lend a hand if Sasuke were in peril, but once he defected. If Sasuke remained a Konoha ninja, Naruto would not hesitate to strike him down. To be honest, he hoped Gaara would take down a few more. Just to see the third Hokage's displeased expression. Kiba, I remember your team is Team 8, consisting of Shino Aburame, and Sasuke suddenly realized something and turned to Naruto, Hinata Hyuga. Click. Naruto's pupils instantly exhibited signs of tailed beast transformation. He reached out to Kiba, infusing him with Ninetales chakra. Miraculously, Kiba's wounds began to heal at a visible pace. In just a few breaths, Kiba's injuries were significantly alleviated. Lead the way, Naruto commanded, his eyes glimmering with lethal intent. Chapter 21. Devastating the Sand Trio. Acquiring magnetic release in the dense forest of the east. Temari wielded her large fan and swung it vigorously, unleashing a powerful gust that effortlessly shattered Shino's swarm of insects. Dozens of poison needles erupted from Kankuro's puppet, charging towards Shino, who had just expended his jutsu and was momentarily vulnerable. Although Naruto had previously crushed the head of Kankuro's crow puppet with a single punch, Kankuro, being a skilled puppeteer, had an array of spare parts at his disposal, even equipping the crow's head with dozens of additional poison needles out of spite for the Leaf Village. Clang, clang, clang. Just as the poison needles were about to strike, Hinata swiftly positioned herself in front of Shino, employing the gentle fist technique to deflect all the needles. However, the assault was far from over, as Gaara, carrying his gourd, brutally crushed the skull of a leaf ninja with his sand, and then turned to extend his right hand towards Hinata. Sand binding coffin. Yellow sand surged from beneath Hinata's feet, rapidly enveloping her. A cold smile crept across Gaara's face as he murmured, Die. Bang. A fierce slash cleaved through the yellow sand as Naruto, wielding a ninja blade and draped in a cloak, surged forward. In the blink of an eye, multiple arcs of blade light flashed forth, instantly shattering Kankuro's puppet and fan into fragments. "You can rest now," Naruto said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Allow me to handle this." "Be careful, Naruto-kun. He feels different," Hinata whispered, instinctively sighing in relief upon seeing the figure before her. After all, it was only natural for someone on the brink of death to exude a different aura. A murderous intent flickered in Naruto's eyes as he stepped forward, the chakra of the Ninetales enveloping his blade. The hidden mist technique emerged, and amidst the thick fog, the crimson blade light flared repeatedly, each appearance more potent than the last. So fast, but that speed cannot surpass my absolute defense. Although Gaara was taken aback by Naruto's display, the automatically defending sand wall bolstered his confidence. The pressing concern was how to counterattack. With such speed, it was challenging to target him. Just as Gaara contemplated this, 3 identical arcs of light appeared, stunning him. 3 indistinguishable blade lights. Not an illusion nor a simultaneous attack, but a consequence of sheer speed that made it seem as if they struck at once. Clang. Swoosh. Gaara's sand defense only managed to block one attack, while the other 2 struck his back and left foot. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto pressed the hilt of his blade against Gaara's neck, while his chakra claw lunged toward Gaara's abdomen. In an instant, yellow sand gathered around Gaara, forming a sand armor. However, compared to a concentrated sand shield, the sand armor's defense was somewhat inferior. Naruto's strike was indeed halted, yet the residual force compelled Gaara to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Gaara!" Temari exclaimed, forming hand seals and unleashing a wind release to disperse the fog. Kankuro directed his puppet, Black Ant, to attack, which then split into 2, its arms shooting out serrated blades aimed at Naruto. Naruto disregarded Kankuro's assault and retaliated with a slash aimed at Temari. She narrowly dodged, but Naruto was relentless, swiftly redirecting his blade for another strike. "Die!" Kankuro, witnessing his puppet's serrated arm nearly connect with Naruto, shouted in excitement. "This is the consequence of underestimating a puppeteer. Is that so? How terrifying!" came a cold voice from behind. Kankuro turned, astonished to find Naruto's shadow clone wielding a ninja knife standing behind him. With no mercy, the clone executed a decisive strike, Kankuro's head soaring into the air as blood gushed forth from the severed neck. The puppets, now devoid of control, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With Kankuro's demise, Temari's pupils dilated in shock, fear and disbelief flooding her heart. For a moment, she lacked the will to resist, silently awaiting Naruto's blade to cleave her as well. Yet, what splattered against her face was the blood of her own summoning beast, the Kamaitachi. How loyal, sacrificing its life to shield its master. Naruto gazed at the severed white-furred creature with a cold smirk. "Rest assured, I shall send your master along with you. I'll kill you. Naruto Uzumaki. I will kill you." Gaara's fury echoed as he transformed, his form merging with a tan, raccoon-like beast, half maintaining human shape, while the other half assumed tailed beast form. "Shikaka's host. If you can, then do try," Naruto retorted, and just as the words left his lips, Gaara lunged forward, his sand-clawed right hand crashing down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several spikes erupted from the ground before Naruto, launching Gaara into the air. It was then that Gaara realized Naruto had strategically placed shadow clones throughout the dense forest, utilizing them to eliminate Kankuro and now employing their jutsu for dual-threaded combat. 8 gates, opening the 4th gate. Naruto pointed to his chakra point, unleashing an astounding surge of power. The combination of the one-tail cloak and the 4th gate's enhancement was staggering. Even Shikaku's host, now devoid of rationality, appeared helpless against it. Gaara hurled dozens of sand shuriken, all of which were cleaved apart by Naruto's blade light. He formed hand seals, summoning a torrential rain of sand bullets from the sky, enveloping Naruto. Several earth dragons surged forth, swiftly consuming the sand bullets, then exploding into a shower of sharp rock spikes aimed at Gaara. "Sand shield." Gaara waved his gourd, sending forth yellow sand to form a shield against the rock spikes. Yet, the shield could only block attacks from one direction. Naruto emerged from the other side, his chakra claw striking down with precision. The impact resonated clearly, causing Gaara's vision to blur as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Naruto's fist rained down like a torrential storm, offering no respite. For the final blow, Naruto swung his foxtail as if playing baseball, sending Gaara flying. Bang! Gaara collided with a large tree, which splintered and fell to the ground. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the impact. Temari collapsed to the ground, tears brimming in her eyes as she surveyed the devastation around her, though she longed to deliver a fatal blow to Gaara. Naruto understood that the impending plan to dismantle the Leaf Village would require his presence. Inflicting grave injuries was sufficient, especially since he had already acquired what he desired. Success achieved. Obtained the bloodline limit. Magnetic release. Chapter 22 as the second round concluded. The battle against Yakushi Kabuto and his magnetic release, a bloodline limit with immense potential for development, unfolded. This unique ability enabled the manipulation of metallic substances via chakra. If merely employed superficially, it might result in disarming opponents or launching large-scale assaults with iron sand. However, with deeper exploration, one could control the iron elements within the human body or even alter magnetic fields, becoming a veritable master of magnetism within the ninja realm. I felt quite satisfied with the skills he had replicated thus far. Initially, such bloodline limits might not seem as advantageous as the refined techniques of the White Fang or directly usable jutsu. Yet, with further development, they could transform into formidable weapons. Truly a thunderous strategy. I had underestimated you, Naruto, Shino remarked, witnessing his previously formidable adversary being swiftly vanquished by Naruto. If I were a woman, I would be swooning right now. In a serious tone, Inuzuka Kiba added, if you don't mind, Naruto, I could also swoon in a male form. Very much mind. Naruto replied, his lips twitching slightly. He turned to assist Hinata, who despite using the gentle fist to block the poison needles, had suffered a small injury when shattered needles sprayed toxic liquid onto her delicate hands. Her fair, tender skin began to redden, and it was evident that Hinata, relying on the gentle fist style, could no longer continue in the examination. I'll take Hinata for treatment, Sasuke. You take the Heaven and Earth Scroll and go ahead. I'll catch up soon. Naruto instinctively disregarded Sakura, lifting Hinata in his arms. No, I can leave on my own. Naruto-kun, please continue with the exam. Hinata blushed, waving her hands in protest. Come on, Hinata, how about being a bit more mature? I'm trying to create a moment for us. Naruto insisted, sprinting in the opposite direction toward the finish line while holding Hinata. Sasuke, I leave the scroll to you. Understood, I will deliver it, Sasuke nodded, tucking the scroll into his waist pouch. Though they had lost a companion, the journey must continue, and it was best to leave those two madmen to their own devices. Kiba glanced at Gaara and the others, anxiety evident in his eyes. It would be disastrous if that guy suddenly wakes up. Then let us part ways here. We will meet at the finish line, Sasuke said, taking a deep breath. See you at the finish line, Shino nodded, though his expression remained hidden. A smile clearly felt beneath. 3 days passed. Although Sasuke encountered other ninjas on his path, they bore no ill will toward his scroll. After spending an extended period in the Forest of Death, the young ninjas had become increasingly cunning and reserved. Initially, a few lower-ranked ninjas from various villages attempted to conspire against Sasuke and Sakura, but upon hearing that Naruto had rejoined them, they fled in terror. In such a closed environment as the Forest of Death, news traveled swiftly. Just after Naruto had dealt with the Sand siblings, the word spread rapidly among the ninja squads. The blade-wielding demon from Konoha, anyone targeted by him is either gravely injured or dead. Soon, Team 7 emerged from the Forest of Death, arriving before a structure reminiscent of a sports arena. According to the Chunin instructor on reception, the number of participants who advanced to the second round exceeded expectations due to the absence of preliminary eliminations. To progress to the third round, they would need to excel in the upcoming preliminaries. As they ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor, they were greeted by other ninjas who had passed the second round. Besides Kiba and Shino, Gaara and Temari, who had been thoroughly defeated by Naruto, were also present. Clearly, even without Kankuro, their strength allowed them to stand out among the lower-ranked ninjas. Well, this is quite a surprise. You actually made it through the second round, Kakashi said, scratching the back of his head with a smile as he approached. Just kidding. With your skills, advancing was a given. Now, the focus should be on how to defeat the enemy assigned to you. A cold gaze fixed upon Naruto from the side. He turned to see Gaara, his lips clenched and eyes wide, staring intently at him. Naruto responded with a smile and a raised middle finger, prompting Gaara to charge at him in anger. However, his supervising Jonin restrained him, preventing any further chaos. Simultaneously, in the waiting room of the arena, a dark-haired man with arms crossed leaned against the wall, softly inquiring. Has the task been accomplished? As always, perfectly executed. However, those three arrived sooner than I anticipated. Kabuto adjusted his round glasses and smiled. Has Orochimaru found a suitable vessel? Indeed, Sasuke possesses remarkable aptitude. I have already planted the curse mark on him. Those from Konoha will likely attempt to seal him away first. Orochimaru shook his head, stating, but as long as he desires to surpass his brother, he will inevitably seek me out to remove the seal. The greatest concern now is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. His body houses the Ninetales beast. If he can harness its power, he is indeed a formidable vessel. However, the condition of a Jinchuriki's body is quite complex. Should anything go awry during the extraction, Orochimaru himself could face peril. Kabuto raised an eyebrow. No, that is not my concern, Orochimaru murmured. His strength exceeds my expectations, and it is likely that Konoha is covertly supporting him, using him as an eye on Uchiha Sasuke. There is only one individual in Konoha who operates in this fashion, Kabuto remarked softly. Shimura Danzo. I suspect he is manipulating Naruto's thoughts to monitor Sasuke. Thus, you must not withdraw from this competition, Orochimaru instructed. I have arranged for your battle with Naruto to serve as the opening match. Take this opportunity to test him. If my suspicions are correct, it will be time to reprimand the old roots of Konoha. Is that advisable? After all, I am a seasoned jonin. He is merely a 12-year-old genin. Do not underestimate him, Orochimaru interrupted. That boy is exceptionally strong. I have encountered many geniuses, yet his talent ranks within my top 3. Besides Itachi Uchiha, this is the first time I've heard you praise someone so highly. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Then I shall prepare to meet this genius among geniuses. Chapter 23, A Warning. The conversation of the Hokage, the 7th squad, did not wait long before the instructors of Konoha announced the conclusion of the second round of assessments. All those who had arrived at the arena would partake in one-on-one battles, with only the victors advancing to the third round. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the sidelines, observing each skirmish to ensure fairness in the matches. The first match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Yakushi Kabuto. May both participants step forward to the arena, called Moonlight Breeze, holding a list in hand. It's Naruto in the first match. With his strength, he is bound to seize the spotlight. Inuzuka Kiba remarked confidently, not necessarily. That ninja named Yakushi Kabuto has consistently passed the second round, yet often withdraws from the third round or preliminaries. His sudden appearance this time is rather unexpected. Why Kurinai said, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the two combatants in the arena, murmuring, I hope nothing goes awry. Naruto-sensei, let our spirited youth propel you to victory against your opponent. Lee shouted enthusiastically, leaning over the railing. Naruto paused momentarily, then turned to flash his signature bright smile and gave a thumbs up. Ah, your student possesses remarkable talent. Mike said earnestly, chuckling. Perhaps it is best not to compare talents. Kakashi replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. I have long heard of your reputation. The sword-wielding demon of Konoha, Yakushi Kabuto said, a hidden malice in his smile. Who gave you that title? It's quite cringeworthy, Naruto retorted, scratching his head. Do you not feel ashamed saying that, uncle? I'm only 19, and calling me uncle stings. A few veins popped on Kabuto's forehead, yet he maintained his smile. An uncle is an uncle, regardless of how youthful one may appear. The aura of an uncle emanates from the very core. With an innocent expression, Naruto replied, how pitiful. To be afflicted with uncle syndrome at just 19. I shall kill you, brat, Kabuto hissed. Typically, one utters threats like I will kill you only after severing the opponent's head. For once the thought arises, the body instinctively follows suit. Bang! With a resounding explosion, neither Naruto nor Kabuto awaited Moonlight Breeze's command, as their chakra-infused strikes collided violently, both intent on annihilating the other. Do you know what medical ninjas did during the Warring States period besides healing the wounded? Kabuto's face drew close to Naruto's, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent. Execution, using a chakra scalpel to sever tendons, while piercing their bodies with kunai. All the while employing medical ninjutsu to prolong their suffering until death. Excellent suggestion. When I master medical ninjutsu, I shall consider it. You can book an appointment. I will cordially invite you to be my first guest, Naruto scoffed, suddenly spinning to deliver a kick towards Kabuto. Kabuto blocked the kick with his elbow, retreating a few steps as he channeled a significant amount of chakra into his hands, extending a light blue chakra scalpel, which he swung in a sweeping arc. Bang! Naruto's form dissipated into white smoke, while Kabuto found himself sinking into a quagmire beneath his feet. Several Narutos emerged from the ground, their blades weaving a lethal net aimed at Kabuto. The latter utilized a substitution technique to evade the onslaught, as feathers drifted down, landing on the shoulders of the Narutos, who were soon overtaken by a profound drowsiness, collapsing into wisps of smoke. Nevertheless, Naruto's true form remained concealed. Kabuto attempted to sense the ground with his chakra, yet received no indication of abnormalities. With no signs underground and no one in sight, where could he have vanished? Panic gripped Kabuto's heart as he suddenly turned and saw a familiar figure, a similarly flustered Kabuto staring back at him. A transformation technique? What use is such a trivial trick? Kabuto unleashed a chakra-infused hand blade towards the other, only to hear a crack as the other Kabuto's body fractured, shattering into fragments that scattered across the arena. A mirror? Kabuto stood stunned, as Naruto's form appeared in the shattered mirror, delivering a heavy punch directly to his face. Boom. Kabuto was sent flying several meters, carving a distinct trail in the ground before coming to a halt. Ice Release, Mist Mirror Ice Crystals. This was a ninjutsu Naruto developed after replicating Ice Release. Akin to the Magic Mirror Ice Crystals, however, the Mist Mirror Ice Crystals could not be generated from multiple angles and were entirely transparent, reflecting the appearance of living beings. Once Naruto entered the Mist Mirror, it seemed as though he had vanished entirely. To the opponent, the reflection appeared as another self. Damn it, have I been outsmarted? Kabuto struggled to rise, and suddenly, another Kabuto appeared beside him, mimicking his stance. He sneered, you think I would fall for the same trick twice? It is merely a broken mirror. Swish. Kabuto conjured sharp ice spikes in his hands, unleashing a flurry of them that accurately struck Naruto's form. Blood flowing down from the hardened ice. This time, it's a transformation technique, uncle. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the arena, and Naruto emerged, coldly grinning as he brandished a kunai, swiftly slicing towards Kabuto. Clang. The chakra scalpel barely managed to intercept the kunai's attack. In an instant, Naruto's pupils flared crimson as he infused a vast amount of tailed beast chakra into the blade. The clash of forces resulted in the scalpel shattering and dissipating, yet simultaneously. The kunai fractured under the strain of the two chakra energies. Naruto seized Kabuto by his collar, delivering a knee strike. Kabuto adjusted in midair, cushioning the impact with his back. Just as Naruto charged again, Kabuto produced a smoke bomb from his pouch, shattering it to create a billowing cloud. Yet this cloud was not meant to obscure Naruto's vision. He was well aware of its true purpose. What do you wish to convey? Amidst the fog, Naruto grasped Kabuto's collar, speaking softly. He had long sensed the underlying intentions of his opponent, refraining from delivering a decisive blow. Rein in your ambitions. I initially thought you were aligned with Danzo, but upon seeing that old man's expression, I realized the truth, Kabuto replied, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ah. So that fellow is unaware of your strength. No matter how adept Danzo is at concealment, he cannot possibly hide your clandestine training from the Hokage. If he is oblivious, it signifies that Danzo is also in the dark. Should you continue to attract their attention, calamity will surely follow. I expected grandiloquent rhetoric, yet it amounts to mere platitudes. Naruto shook his head, straightening up. I am not foolish enough to allow a baby-faced uncle to dictate my actions. With that, he delivered a kick that knocked Kabuto unconscious. The match is concluded. The victor is Uzumaki Naruto. Moonlight Breeze, having been startled by the intensity of the battle, finally declared once the smoke dissipated. Amidst the clamor of astonishment, Naruto exited the arena, only to find the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in ceremonial robes, seated at a table, who looked up and said, "It has been a while, Naruto." Chapter 24, is the substitute teacher from the Anbu? Can he also use wood release? It is indeed rare for the esteemed Hokage to come to me dressed like this, Naruto remarked calmly. Previously, I comforted a disheartened child in the guise of an elderly man, and now, as you have triumphed as a ninja, I must encourage you in the stature of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gentle smile. You have grown indeed. I am curious about the emotions behind that expression. Naruto thought bitterly, as the very man who had shattered my life now pretends to be a confidant seeking to win me over. However, on the surface, he feigned gratitude. Wiping away a tear as he proclaimed, "Old man, I will continue to win, advance to Chunin, and eventually become Hokage. I will become as strong as you." It seems children will be children, Hiruzen mused, noting that Naruto had reached that age where he sought to appear cool. He chuckled heartily, tapping away the ashes of his pipe. Why not strive to surpass me? I am but a man nearing the grave. The coming era belongs to your generation. Regardless of how times change, you will always be the strongest Hokage, far surpassing the first, second, and even the fourth Hokage. No other Hokage can compare to the title of the ninja arts doctor. Naruto exclaimed with admiration, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Cough, cough, such words cannot be taken literally. They are mere titles, Hiruzen replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Naruto's praise. He waved his hand dismissively and added, as Hokage, how can I be entranced by such ephemeral renown? They are simply fabrications of the common folk. Ah, how subtly you acknowledge the title. You truly have some nerve, Naruto scoffed inwardly. He had heard about the prowess of past Hokages from Kakashi, particularly the first Hokage, who could single-handedly annihilate an entire nation, treating even the Ninetales, which once wrought havoc upon Konoha, as nothing more than a mere red husky. Before such a titan, Hiruzen had the audacity to claim he was the strongest Hokage? Back to the matter at hand. I did not come to hear your flattery, Hiruzen said, gesturing, and in an instant, a figure appeared as swift as the wind. Naruto instinctively turned and kicked out. Clang! The chakra-infused kick collided with the blade aimed at him. The assailant, a burly man donning a red and white animal mask, was an Anbu operative. Konoha's Anbu. Your reaction speed is commendable, but the force of your kick is lacking. Had I intended to injure you, your foot would have shattered. The Anbu's voice rasped. Though your speed of attack is impressive, as a ninja, your vigilance towards danger is rather low. Naruto narrowed his eyes and whispered, or do you believe a mere genin cannot sever your neck? A chilling sensation grazed his neck, and the Anbu ninja realized that Naruto's shadow clone had silently approached him from behind, kunai poised at his throat. What a riveting exchange. Though there was a hint of disdain, your immediate counter against an Anbu ninja is truly surprising, Naruto, Hiruzen applauded with a smile. Allow me to introduce you. This Anbu's name is Tenzu, and he will serve as your substitute instructor during the Chunin exams. Having an Anbu as a substitute instructor? One might say it is a sign of trust, while others might argue it is mere surveillance, Naruto mused, maintaining an outward calm while inwardly calculating. Furthermore, while Hiruzen has shown considerable trust in you, he is still cautious enough to have this man monitor you. Tobarama found this rather amusing and remarked, this Anbu named Tenzu possesses a bloodline limit that counters tailed beasts would release. Should you exhibit any unusual behavior, it would likely not be as simple as mere confinement. Cunning and shrewd, Naruto muttered under his breath, as he was unable to replicate Tenzu's abilities due to their earlier confrontation. Yet, he was not anxious, after all. This fellow would be his substitute teacher, providing ample opportunities for sparring, and he could conveniently copy ninjutsu during their battles. Given your rate of growth, it may not be long before you surpass me. Tenzu sheathed his ninja blade and spoke seriously, What I can teach you will be beyond the curriculum. I have heard you have already tasted blood in the land of waves, so during the Chunin exams, you may have ended the lives of several Genin, yes? For those ninjas who bask in the sunlight, I might struggle with what to impart, but for you, it is quite different. Tenzi's gaze deepened, after all. You are a ninja better suited to concealment in the shadows. That sounds intriguing. Naruto's eyes sparkled with interest. It would be even better if I could eliminate the weeds plaguing Konoha. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen nodded fervently and said, then without further ado, Tenzu, commence special training with Naruto at once. The third round of the Chunin exams is merely a month away. As a child raised within the roots of the Anbu, Tenzu had been trained from a young age for one purpose, to efficiently eliminate enemies. Though your performance was commendable earlier, I still need to thoroughly assess your capabilities to formulate a tailored training regimen. On the training grounds, Tenzu faced Naruto. Well, I never expected the third Hokage would assign you to teach Naruto. It's both unexpected and a reasonable decision, Kakashi remarked, arriving at the training field with Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, are you also conducting special training with Genin? Tenzu, clearly acquainted with Kakashi, smiled and said, he claimed this space for now. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. It's perfect for Sasuke to observe a real Anbu combat scenario. Kakashi waved his hand and stepped back several meters with Sasuke. Let us begin, Naruto. Bring forth your utmost strength and charge at me with the intent to kill. Tenzu clapped his hands and shouted. Hiss, I think I've heard that before, Kakashi gasped. That was indeed your instruction. Naruto raised his right hand, causing all the kunai and shuriken in the training field to rise into the air, spinning rapidly under the control of his magnet release. This technique, the rapid spinning of kunai and shuriken, wielded a power incomparable to ordinary throws, even from a distance. The whistling sound of slicing air could be heard. Magnet release. The art of chaotic kunai and shuriken. Chapter 25, Magnetic Flight. The Raven on a plain, a multitude of dark, spiraling ninja tools cascaded downwards like a torrential rain. Tenz clicked his tongue, forming hand seals to conjure a colossal wall of wood, bracing himself against the onslaught of weapons. The ear-piercing sound of chainsaws echoed through the air. Suddenly, the ground beneath him turned amuck, and Tenz swiftly executed a body flicker to escape, his presence unseen, yet his murderous intent palpable. As a seasoned Anbu ninja, he often struck before his adversaries could even make a move. Would release, violent gunwood. A sharp, robust tree burst forth from the ground. Just a moment prior, the space had been empty, yet in the next instant, Naruto's figure appeared directly in its path. Clang! Naruto raised his blade in defense. Fiery sparks erupted. He could feel his weapon quivering. If the opponent's assault intensified even slightly, the blade would shatter. Was this a premonition of Naruto's trajectory? Sasuke activated his Sharingan, barely grasping the battlefield's dynamics, astonished. No, it's Naruto who has discerned his movements, Kakashi remarked, narrowing his eyes, murmuring. He intentionally set the attack up for him to hit. Behind Tenz, shadow clones emerged, using earth release to launch a horizontal slash. A swift strike landed directly. Tenz's head rolled onto the ground. Yet, not a drop of blood was spilled. Crack! Tenz's form transformed into a complex web of resilient vines, surging toward Naruto, ensnaring him entirely, while chakra surged into the vines, disrupting Naruto's chakra and preventing him from utilizing the substitution technique. Would clone. Tenz smirked. You thought you could use the same trick twice against an adept combatant like me? Remember this well. Why do you assume I would employ the same technique? Naruto scoffed. What splendid weather today. The sky is clear, and the sun shines brightly overhead. Tenz paused, suddenly recalling Naruto's mirror technique from the preliminaries. He promptly attempted to close his eyes, but it was too late. The mist mirror ice crystal refracted sunlight directly into Tenz's eyes. Despite being mentally prepared, he was momentarily blinded, his mind blank for a fleeting second. It was akin to knowing a frightful apparition would leap from the screen in a horror game, yet still being startled. This brief lapse allowed Naruto to break free from the vines. He lunged forward, unleashing a powerful upward slash aimed at Tenz. The ferocity of his strike suggesting he intended to cleave his opponent in two. Crack! The blade effortlessly bisected Tenz's wooden clone. Even under such circumstances, he adjusted swiftly, evading the crisis with his jutsu. It seems the Anbu moniker was not without merit. Naruto raised an eyebrow, preemptively turning to slice through several advancing vine-like wooden tendrils. No wonder the third Hokage advised me to be cautious. Even in his normal state, he nearly inflicted serious harm. If he unleashed the power of the tailed beast, I would have no choice but to resort to wood release with lethal intent. Breathing heavily, Tenz stood a distance from Naruto, observing his opponent. In this weather, the mist concealment technique was less effective. I have yet to master magnetic release, and in the presence of this foe, even the power of the one tail seems insufficient. However, he likely remains oblivious to my shadow clones flanking him. Though it may seem Naruto held the advantage, the exchange had drained considerable energy from both sides. While the narrative may be lengthy, the combat transpired in mere seconds. Despite each having their own schemes, their ultimate thoughts converged on a singular resolution: to conclude the battle swiftly. Boom. Naruto opened the fourth gate, stomping down, leaving an imprint in the ground. His figure surged forth like a tempest. The blade slashed out with astonishing speed, prompting Tens to quickly wrap wooden tendrils around his arms, then strike fiercely at Naruto's weapon. Clang! A resounding noise echoed as the blade, already struggling against the force of wood release, snapped cleanly under Tens' brute strength. As Tens' fist neared Naruto's face, the shadow clones that had been concealed to the sides leaped forward, their blades aimed at Tens' neck. This forced Tens into a precarious decision. Should he disregard the dual strikes, he could indeed send Naruto flying, perhaps even dislodging a tooth. But the consequence would be the swift severing of his own neck by the shadow clone's blades. With both hands ensnared by the wooden tendrils, he lacked the ability to form seals, rendering him incapable of utilizing wood clone or wood substitution to evade the attack. Gritting his teeth, Tens refrained from striking, raising his wooden fist to shatter the shadow clone's blades. The wooden tendrils unraveled swiftly, morphing into serpentine spears that pierced through the heads of both shadow clones, dispersing them into white smoke. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals as a sapling ensnared Naruto's feet, which grew into a towering tree in the blink of an eye, pinning Naruto beneath its roots. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. Just as Tens reveled in his triumph, Naruto vanished beneath the tree. He transformed into white smoke. Shadow clone. How could this be? I sensed him as a tangible figure when he charged. Did he hide while I contended with the shadow clones? But I detected nothing on the ground suddenly. Tens came to a realization, his right hand morphing into a stout branch, swiftly turning to smash the shattered mist mirror ice crystal behind him. That technique might work against that pharmacist Kabuto, but it's ineffective against me. After a few chuckles, Tens sensed something amiss. The mist mirror lay in ruins, but where was the boy? Why does Mr. Tens always presume I would employ the same technique to vanquish my foes? Naruto's voice echoed, and Tens scanned the surroundings, spotting no sign of him. He suddenly noticed that the shuriken and kunai on his previous wooden wall had vanished, leaving only a series of scratches. The shadow beneath him suddenly expanded, and he realized, looking up, that Naruto sat atop a cloud of iron composed of ninja tools, floating in the air, utilizing magnetic release to achieve a semblance of sword flight. This jutsu is called the Raven on a Plane. Naruto directed the iron cloud toward Tens. The outermost tools were meticulously adjusted to face outward like blades. As for the name, it was a spontaneous creation of his. Boom. The iron cloud descended, and as Naruto struck Tens' defenses, his hand brushed against Tens' arm, activating the replication system instantly. Replication successful. Obtained the bloodline limit. Wood release. Chapter 25. A unique practice, the wood release. As the signature skill of the god of ninjas, boasts an undeniable power. In the past, even the Ninetales clad in Susanoo could only match the first Hokage's wood clone. The true Thousand Hands, however, rendered the so-called Azura of the ninja world, Uchiha Bido, utterly powerless. Mastery of wood release would undoubtedly allow one to traverse the ninja realm with ease. Yet, to Zangbai's surprise, he noticed that beside wood release, there were 3 words in parentheses, not completed. It dawned on him that Yamato's wood release was not in its complete form. His replication ability could only create techniques at the same level as his opponent. As the saying goes, the first Hokage conquered the world with wood release, while Yamato merely used it for landscaping. It appears that progress must be gradual. One cannot expect to achieve greatness all at once. Sighing, Zangbai opened Naruto's character profile. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Physical qualities: C chakra, S willpower, a ninjutsu, a taijutsu, B jinjutsu. E currently usable skills: ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, full set of earth release techniques, 1000 killing water flight, magic mirror ice crystal, mist mirror ice crystal, shuriken and kunai tossing technique, crow sitting on a plane, tree sea descending birth, violent gunwood, mist concealment technique, 8-headed serpent technique, etc. Taijutsu, revolving heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams empty palm, 8 trigrams empty wall palm, gentle step twin lion fist, 8 trigrams mountain crushing strike, surface lotus, inner lotus, leaf great whirlwind, etc. Genjutsu, none, bloodline limit, Byakugan, ice release, magnet release, wood release. Excluding Genjutsu, all other attributes have reached the level of Jonin. Although he lacks the ability to dominate all Konoha ninjas, he possesses ample means for self-preservation. Now that he has replicated wood release, Tenzo has lost his value. A plan must be devised to ensure Jiraiya takes over. Zanbai pondered internally. Due to Naruto's remarkable performance, the plot has diverged significantly from the original. What is the most crucial element to attract Jiraiya to become Naruto's mentor? 2 days later, in the evening, on the streets of Konoha. The vigor of the young is truly astonishing. After a long day of toil, Kakashi finally had a moment to relax. He skillfully made his way to a bookstore located at the corner of an alley, his eyes curving into comical crescent shapes as he pulled out cash and asked, "Boss, as usual, has the latest edition of Intimate Paradise arrived?" Indeed, it has, but it's already been sold. The shopkeeper glanced up and shook his head. Who bought it? Is there anyone in this village besides me who knows you have intimate paradise? Kakashi exclaimed, stepping back in astonishment. A little yellow-haired brat, replied the shopkeeper. Not only intimate paradise, but he cleared out the entire X-book section. Kakashi was taken aback, realizing the implications. He quickly exited the store, rushing towards Naruto's apartment. While it was a normal desire, completely emptying a bookstore of X-books was utterly absurd. He had to put a stop to this. It would be disastrous if the boy got into trouble. Kakashi moved swiftly, arriving at Naruto's apartment, bursting through the door to find a suspicious-looking young man with brown hair, blushing profusely as he sifted through a mountain of X-books. Tenzo, what are you doing? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Kakashi-senpai. I just came to find Naruto for training, but he seems to have vanished. Tenzo stammered, startled, tossing aside half of the X-book he was holding. Upon entering, I found this scandalous material. Naruto is still so young. I thought I would just keep it safe for him. All right. You're an adult now. I have no intention of reprimanding you. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, striding towards Naruto's bed, where a pink flyer lay. It featured young women in various alluring outfits, frozen in suggestive poses, with unnecessary hearts scattered throughout the promotional text. The Konoha brothel advertisement. This can't be. No way. Could it be that Naruto is planning to? Tenzo finally shifted his focus from the pile of X-books, shock written across his face. While others his age would blush at holding hands or consider a kiss a lifelong commitment, this boy had already set his sights on something far bolder. No wonder the bed was so clean, and the trash can held no crumpled papers. He was serious about this. Kakashi's lips twitched, and he committed the name of the brothel to memory before sprinting out of Naruto's apartment. Wait for me, Kakashi-senpai. Tenzo called out, following closely behind. As children drifted into slumber and Konoha's guards began their night shifts, one street remained brightly lit and bustling, the nightlife of Konoha. Here, one could purchase anything they desired with money. Brothels, casinos, host clubs, taverns. This place embraced both the pure and the impure, as long as one had money. Even a mere child or a ninja beast could be warmly received by the courtesans. Arriving at their destination, Kakashi stood before Intense Passion, one of Konoha's 3 major brothels. Donning a serious expression. Kakashi-senpai, are we really going in? Tenzo hesitated, but before he could finish, 2 beautiful women in shrine maiden attire enveloped his arms, playfully brushing against him. Tenzo's face turned crimson, his nostrils flaring like a bull, steam practically pouring out. How pathetic. We're only here to find someone. You too. I'll offer you 4 times the usual price if you can tell me whether a little yellow-haired brat has come here. Kakashi sighed, shaking his head as he pulled out money from his pouch, waving it slightly. You mean Mr. Naruto? He just left a few minutes ago. The response came from a pure-looking girl in a red yukata, her innocent face belying a figure that could ignite untold desires. Her graceful demeanor effortlessly overshadowed the women around her. Oh, my apologies. Even someone as seasoned as Kakashi felt a twinge of awkwardness, instinctively lowering his gaze and attempting to walk away. The girl seized the opportunity, wrapping her arms around him and lowering her voice. If you're willing to keep me company for a moment, perhaps I could recall which direction Mr. Naruto went? If you remember, then I have no choice. For Naruto's sake, I must stay for now. Kakashi muttered to himself, attempting to reassure his conscience. Meanwhile, his right hand, acting against his better judgment, encircled the girl's waist, playfully poking her abdomen with his fingers as he asked, by the way, miss, what is your name? Naruko, Uzumaki Naruko. The girl replied with a smile. Thank you very much for your generosity, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi stood frozen as if turned to stone, the girl in his arms transforming into smoke and vanishing. He reached for his pouch, only to discover that with her disappearance, so too had his wallet. Chapter 26. The most powerful transformation technique indeed. To captivate Jiraiya, numerous prerequisites exist, yet the indispensable key lies within Naruto's self-created jutsu from the original narrative, the seduction technique. The subsequent reverse harem technique derived from it plays a crucial role in the battle against Kaguya Otsutsuki, with Sai asserting that even if Naruto were to succumb to darkness, this technique remains essential. After heeding Sai's advice, Naruto devoted 2 full days to diligently studying the contents of an explicit book, immersing himself in the world of brothels to gather insights, and gaining profound understanding of the art of enticing men. The most rudimentary form of temptation involves utilizing a voluptuous physique and overt exposure, coupled with crude language to create a sensory shock that ignites desire. However, such tactics only prove effective against men of ordinary resistance. A more sophisticated allure should cleverly employ attire to conceal the most coveted areas, interpreting the preferences of the target to capture their heart, inciting passion without any physical contact. The pinnacle of seduction does not require an extraordinarily sultry figure or breathtaking beauty. Rather, it hinges on maintaining an exquisite balance that fosters dependency, to the extent that the other party feels incomplete without you. Naruto's abilities have transcended even this level of mastery. Yet, reflecting on the multitude of women he had encountered, he found himself suddenly devoid of desire. Resuming his original form, Naruto sat in a ramen shop, rifling through Kakashi's wallet for cash, which he promptly discarded into the trash bin. Outside, an unexpected downpour had begun, with flashes of lightning illuminating the night as hurried pedestrians shielded their heads, dashing through the darkness. You didn't have any real intentions, did you? Spending hours in such a place, yet never entering a private room. Those older women failed to pique your interest? Sai remarked, calculating Naruto's various capabilities. Initially, I did have thoughts, but after a while, it felt as though I was gazing at the same face, only distinguishing them by the sensation of their figures. Your method of differentiation is indeed quite unique. Such fleeting encounters are akin to lightning. They arrive with a crackle and subsequently vanish without a trace. Is the bond between spouses the same? Not quite. It resembles a sunny day following a rainstorm, lacking in grandeur and thunderous noise, yet imbued with warmth, simplicity, and pure happiness. Providing a languid day to bask in the sun. Sai's expression was earnest. He did not wish to cultivate a cat, even if a woman lacked captivating grace. She could still possess an enchanting smile that, with the passage of time, could win a heart. When you can spot her among the crowd without any particular reason. Pursue her, for sunny days are not an everyday occurrence. I understand, Naruto nodded, lifting his gaze, inadvertently catching sight of a familiar figure amidst the rain-soaked crowd. Without any rationale, he recognized her at first glance. Take this, kid. The ramen shop owner, astute in sensing the atmosphere, handed Naruto a large floral umbrella with a smile. In the rain, Hinata, clad in a shimmering white gold dress adorned with golden floral accessories, looked up in confusion. In the dim, dark rain, she resembled a blooming lily, beautiful yet out of place. Raindrops soaked her hair as her petite form swayed uneasily in the gusty winds. You must be waiting for someone, right? Hinata's gaze dulled, her spirit waning. Which young master are you so beautifully dressed for? The umbrella unfurled with a thud, startling Hinata, who turned toward the source of the voice, where Naruto stood, smiling. Naruto-kun, didn't you go train with the substitute teacher? I injured the substitute, so I took a couple of days to recover. How very typical of you, Naruto-kun. But what are you doing standing alone in the rain? Did your cheap old man make you stand here as punishment? The prominent clans from other ninja villages proposed a marriage alliance with the Hyuga clan, and my father, in his helplessness, had me handle it for now. Hinata shook her head, nervously fidgeting with her hair. After we met, he said he needed to use the restroom and asked me to wait here. Then it suddenly started raining. He must have fallen into the latrine. A cold glint flashed in Naruto's eyes, quickly replaced by warmth as he patted Hinata's head. Then let us not wait for the latrine prince. Let us return home. I want to stay out a little longer. Hinata blushed, clutching the hem of Naruto's clothing. Then wherever Lady Hinata wishes to go today, I shall accompany you. Naruto smiled, taken aback. Simultaneously, Naruto's shadow clones had been dispatched. After inquiring with Hayashi Hyuga about the prince's name and appearance, thousands of clones began scouring Konoha for the latrine prince, eventually locating him in a brothel. I tell you, I have had the worst luck today. My old man insisted I go on a blind date with the Hyuga clan's young lady. The richly dressed youth lamented, surrounded by women. Everyone knows the Hyuga clan. Every single one of them has eyes as pale as ghosts. That lady was as gloomy as could be. I doubt she would know how to serve her husband even after marriage. Who would want a woman like that? Naruto, you're far cuter. Is that so? I find you quite adorable as well, but only under the condition that you become a corpse. Naruto grinned, seizing the richly dressed youth's hair and forcefully slamming his head onto the table. Crack. The table splintered instantly, blood erupting from the youth's forehead. The sound of his skull fracturing echoing clearly. The women screamed, and the brothel's security rushed out, drawing blades towards the youth held by Naruto. What are you doing? Put the customer down. I don't want bloodshed in my establishment. The madam, her ample figure trembling, pointed at Naruto and shouted, my men's blades show no mercy. Regardless of beauty, that is not how blades are meant to be wielded. Naruto's eyes glinted with menace as he hurled the richly dressed youth away, sending him crashing into several hesitant guards. Amid the chaos, Naruto dashed to the side of a guard, swiftly drawing the blade from the guard's waist, expertly spinning and slashing, causing blood to spurt forth as the guards collapsed to the ground. You. The madam sat trembling on the ground in fear. Where's your restroom? Naruto calmly wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve. The following day, within a brothel in Konoha, townsfolk discovered a young aristocrat with his head lodged in a toilet. It remains uncertain how the tale spread, but the children of Konoha dubbed him the Latrine Prince. Chapter 27. The Toad Sage of Myoboku Mountain. A few days later, at the border of the Land of Fire, 5 ninjas adorned with the headbands of the hidden cloud formed a tight formation, hastily leaping through the trees. The leader frequently checked the documents in his arms, anxious to prevent any loss. They were a part of the Hidden Cloud's intelligence team B, dispatched on a clandestine mission by the Raikage to infiltrate Konoha for the purpose of espionage. As seasoned members of the intelligence unit, they had conducted numerous missions of this nature without failure. However, this time they encountered the elite Anbu of Konoha, renowned for their wood-release techniques. The Anbu quickly discerned their true intentions through instinct. In a moment of danger, Team A's members stayed behind to hold off the pursuers. Although Team B managed to escape Konoha with the confidential documents, They were relentlessly pursued by another Konoha ninja. Ian, move 5 meters to the right. He should be out of range. If we can distance ourselves, we can set a trap to eliminate him. The leader, feeling relieved as they neared the border of the Land of Fire, suggested. That is not possible, Chief. Ian can only move his head, came a voice from behind, laced with a hint of madness. The leader trembled as he turned to see a terrifyingly grinning blonde youth with a kunai in one hand and a severed head in the other, maintaining a steady pace behind them. When did this happen? You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Ian. The cloud ninjas stationed at other positions finally reacted, charging angrily towards Naruto, their hands forming seals as they unleashed thunderous lightning release techniques. With a cold smirk, Naruto vanished behind a tree, prompting the cloud ninjas to halt, their murderous intent palpable as they searched for his form. A mist began to thicken around them unbeknownst to the leader, who narrowed his eyes, suddenly sensing an ominous presence. It's here. He abruptly turned, kicking at an object hurtling towards him. Ian's head was sent flying, momentarily dazing the leader, and in that instant, Naruto appeared, thrusting a kunai towards him. Don't think such trivial tricks can deceive me. The leader sneered, having already gathered his lightning-released chakra around his fingers. Stepping forward with the precision of a blade, striking at Naruto's head before he could react. Bang! Naruto's form dissipated into white smoke, leaving the leader's smile frozen in shock. A single misstep can cost a general dearly. The kicked Ian's head transformed into smoke, revealing Naruto holding a kunai behind the leader. As the latter turned, Naruto executed a precise horizontal slash. With a splatter, the leader's head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Captain, boss. The cloud ninjas stared in horror at the headless corpse, realizing that what had once been a tightly knit team of 5 had now been reduced to 2. Another team member had been impaled by a tree root that burst forth violently. You can use would release too. How is this possible? Isn't it only the Anbu that wield such power? The remaining cloud ninja trembled, their assumptions about the enemy's strength shattered. Had they not feared reinforcements from Konoha, they would have dispatched their opponents long ago. Now, it was clear that Konoha had no intention of sending aid. This lone figure was more than sufficient. The reason you were unaware of this is that those who knew have already perished, Naruto scoffed, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson as he transformed. Now you are enlightened. Aren't you? Meanwhile, Tenzo had captured Team A, though 4 of them had taken poison to end their lives. However, Tenzo managed to subdue 1, intending to bring him to the root organization, just as Naruto returned, dragging 2 incapacitated ninjas, their Achilles tendons severed and mouths gagged. You've gotten faster since the last time. You truly possess a knack for being in the Anbu, Naruto, Tenzo remarked, crossing his arms and nodding appreciatively. By the way, what are they gagged with? It looks somewhat. Their own underwear, Naruto replied flatly, tossing the 2 ninjas before Tenzo and handing over the confidential documents. He had rendered them incapable of interrogation. Even if the Anbu questioned them, they would reveal nothing. However, the payment was assured, as the root organization had merely requested live captures. What began as a quest to find the 3rd Hokage had led to this bizarre scene. A white-haired man in a red-gray cloak appeared at the entrance of the Hokage Assembly Hall. With narrowed eyes, he gazed at Naruto. You are Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Who are you? Naruto, bloodied and cold, regarded the man with suspicion, his demeanor exuding an air of rejection. Could you be the legendary Jiraiya? One of the Sannin of Konoha? Tenzo recognized, astonished. Haha, it seems I still have some renown. Jiraiya chuckled, hands on his hips. I have returned to discuss matters with the 3rd Hokage. Is he not present at the assembly hall? Sarutobi-sama has stepped out. These rogues took this opportunity to steal secrets. Tenzo said, kicking a fallen cloud ninja. Thanks to Naruto's assistance, they were thwarted. Jiraiya did not respond, instead focusing on the unyielding Naruto, who stirred feelings of guilt within him. Once, his disciple, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, along with his wife, sacrificed their lives for the peace of the village, leaving behind a child who had become an unfortunate orphan. While wandering the ninja world in search of the child of prophecy, Jiraiya returned to find his disciple's son a bloodstained ninja, indifferent to his plight. During his stay in Konoha, he learned from villagers that Naruto was the embodiment of the Ninetales, his childhood easily summarized by the term monster. Though the primary responsibility lay elsewhere, Jiraiya felt a deep sense of remorse for Naruto's current state. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave, Naruto declared, satisfied that his plan had borne fruit, adopting a demeanor of aloofness as he sheathed his kunai and turned to depart. Ah, wait. I'll have the finance department send your payment shortly, Tenzo said, puzzled by Naruto's sudden change in demeanor. As Naruto passed Jiraiya, the latter called out, Naruto, you're covered in blood. It might frighten others. I'll clean up, though I'll likely end up like this again tomorrow, Naruto replied. Continuing his exit from the Hokage Assembly Hall, Jiraiya turned to watch his retreating figure, a long-haired man suddenly flashing in his mind, instinctively clenching his fists. Chapter 28, a serendipitous encounter at the bathhouse in the hot springs of Konoha. The number of patrons was scant, with merely 3 individuals present. In the moderately sized onsen, strands of yellow hair floated freely upon the surface of the water. Long time no see, Naruto, Shikamaru remarked, seizing Naruto by the hair and pulling him from beneath the water as if uprooting a radish. Have you been staying in the village these past few days? Not undergoing special training? Naruto spluttered, expelling water like a watering can, and shook his head vigorously, resembling a dog shaking off water. Who would bother with such tedious tasks? Unfazed, Shikamaru raised a hand to shield himself from the splashes, turning to glance at the tall wooden partition that separated the male and female baths. A middle-aged man with white hair was peering down in a rather inappropriate manner through a gap in the floor. Is that old man using his face to drag across the ground? Shikamaru shook his head and stood up. I'll fetch the bathhouse manager. You keep an eye on this old man, Naruto. Okay. Naruto nodded. Once Shikamaru departed, a mischievous thought crossed Naruto's mind, and he swiftly performed his most formidable transformation technique. Well, decent physique, but the face. Let's give it a B. Too young. She'll surely be more attractive than that girl next to her when she grows up. Oh, there's a real gem in the corner. Jiraiya's keen eyes, sharp as an eagle's, assessed the scene while he assigned scores. What are you looking at, Lord Jiraiya? A pair of delicate hands covered Jiraiya's eyes. He sat up, intending to scold the intruder who had disrupted his enjoyment, only to feel a soft and bouncy sensation press against his back. Oh, what is this feeling? Jiraiya's mood shifted dramatically, exclaiming, it must be a D cup. Surely even more? Would you like to see, Lord Jiraiya? Naruto whispered breathily near Jiraiya's ear. Of course I want to see. Jiraiya exclaimed, momentarily forgetting they were in a male bathhouse, his excitement causing him to clap his hands. Then perhaps next life. Naruto chuckled, thrusting his fingers into Jiraiya's eyes. Aya! A deafening scream echoed throughout the bathhouse. Shikamaru hurriedly entered with the bathhouse matron, only to witness a voluptuous young woman pressed against a middle-aged man in a compromising position, instantly conjuring thoughts best left unspoken. You two lewd individuals, get out of here. The matron bellowed, forcibly ejecting the transformed Naruto and Jiraiya. Tisk, it's all your fault, you perverted old man. Now I have to go home and wash up, Naruto huffed, retrieving his ninja knife and preparing to leave. And I haven't even mentioned you gouging my eyes out. Jiraiya protested, leaping up. Isn't it deserved for a lecherous old man caught peeping at the women's bath? Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking at him. I was merely gathering material. Do you understand? Jiraiya retorted. Fine, I won't hold it against you, he added, scratching his head. Jiraiya, adopting a serious demeanor, said, transform into that beautiful woman from before, so I can experience the sensation. Oh, I see. So this time you don't even want to use your hands, huh? Naruto grinned, drawing his sword. Wait, I'm not doing this for free. How about this? I'll teach you ninjutsu if you teach me that transformation technique. Jiraiya proposed, waving his hand. What could a lecherous old man like you possibly teach me? I doubt you even have enough chakra left due to your ailments, Naruto scoffed. I'm one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the Sage of Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya declared, hands on his hips. I have much to offer. Then show me what you've got. Naruto unsheathed his blade, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. Toad Sage. It's Toad Sage. In the forest behind the Konoha Gathering Hall. Despite the training ground offering ample space, they preferred not to encroach upon others' territories. Are you ready? I won't go easy on you, Jiraiya teased, looking at Naruto with a smirk. Rest assured, I shall strike with the intent to kill, Naruto replied, determined. That may not be necessary. Swish. Naruto's eyes transformed into those of a fox, and in the next moment, he surged forward, launching a flurry of blade strikes towards Jiraiya. Clang, clang, clang. Jiraiya infused his fists with chakra, skillfully countering each of Naruto's attacks. Simultaneously, he leaped into the air, stomping down forcefully. Chakra-imbued oil filled his mouth, which he promptly unleashed in a fiery torrent. Fire style, great fireball technique. Using foot seals, even Naruto was taken aback, quickly employing the body replacement technique to evade the inferno. Meanwhile, the shadow clones he intended to use for a surprise attack were consumed by the flames. So he could see through my intention to utilize shadow clones for a sneak attack? It seems the legendary Sannin truly deserve their reputation. Their combat experience far surpasses mine. While airborne, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, causing the earth spike technique to erupt beneath Jiraiya's feet. Jiraiya's white hair extended, wrapping around his entire body, becoming as tough as steel, effectively blocking Naruto's assault. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Prison. Naruto tossed a smoke bomb to the ground, plunging into the cover of mist. Jiraiya squinted, beginning to form hand seals. Quite an astute strategy, using smoke to obscure your movements. Following this, employing shadow clones or transformation techniques would amplify the confusion. However, since I can anticipate this move, Naruto, having inherited Minato's battle intellect, must also realize that while my focus is on the smoke, the true assault is coming from. A smile crept across Jiraiya's lips as he leaped from the ground, just as Naruto's figure burst forth from the spot where he had previously stood. Did he predict it? Naruto's heart raced, quickly forming a single-handed seal, unleashing the ice rock hall. Jiraiya's wild lion hair technique erupted. What appeared soft was, in fact, razor sharp. The ice wall was severed by Jiraiya's white hair. To conjure a defensive wall like ninjutsu in midair, Jiraiya mused, astonished. Just as his feet touched the ground, Naruto's shadow clones surged from all directions. Were these clones released during my Earth Technique ambush? This quantity is truly daunting. Jiraiya summoned his own shadow clones, unleashing 2 great fireballs that decimated the majority of Naruto's clones. Meanwhile, Naruto donned an outer garment, opening the 8 gates, channeling all his chakra into a single blade, and charged at Jiraiya with fervor. A stunning strike. Jiraiya, not daring to be careless, formed his right hand into a claw. Deep blue chakra swirling into a continuously rotating sphere. The astonishing explosive power was concealed within this palm. Spiraling sphere. Chapter 29. The Art of Summoning. In the spiral sphere, a resounding clang echoed as a violent tremor coursed through the blade. Naruto furrowed his brow and struck with greater force. Yet the ninja sword shattered, and the spiral sphere struck him squarely in the abdomen. The impact reverberated, pain radiating from his midsection as Naruto seized Jiraiya's arm, unleashing a barrage of chakra-infused claws that struck Jiraiya's face. Despite the formidable power of the spiral sphere, the ninja sword had diminished some of its force, and the tailed beast's cloak absorbed a fair share of the damage, granting Naruto a fleeting opportunity to counterattack. Though his reflexes were sharp, it was still too late. Jiraiya braced himself, meeting Naruto's chakra claws head-on with his forehead, blood trickling down and dripping onto his fingers. He swiftly formed hand seals, and sensing an ominous shift, Naruto intended to retreat when a shadow loomed beneath his feet. Boom! A colossal red toad plummeted from above. Its might shook the very earth, stirring a cloud of dust and debris. Summoning technique, the collapse of the roof. Chunks of ice cascaded from beneath the toad's feet. And Naruto, standing a short distance away, gasped in awe. This creature was far larger than he had anticipated. Is this the purpose of the summoning technique? To conjure such titanic beings for battle? Naruto mused internally. How about that? You didn't wet your pants in fright, did you? Hee hee. Jiraiya, arms crossed, proudly leaped onto the back of the toad, proclaiming, this powerful and imposing ninjutsu, do you wish to learn it? I would rather learn that blue chakra sphere technique, Naruto quipped. Raising an eyebrow, Jiraiya paused, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes before he shook his head. First, master the summoning technique. If you can't even perform that, don't even think about the spiral sphere. All right, it doesn't seem overly complicated, Naruto nodded, while simultaneously, the spirit within him, began to assess the abilities he had replicated during their recent confrontation. The Sage mode of Mount Myoboku, as Jiraiya's most powerful form. It held immense priority, and Naruto had managed to replicate it on his first attempt. However, Jiraiya's Sage mode was not complete. In fact, it was less refined than Naruto's own cultivated Sage mode. Therefore, the optimal approach was to refrain from utilizing the incomplete Sage mode for the time being. As a product of the system's replication, Naruto could absorb natural energy at will, akin to a character in a cultivation novel. To perfect the Sage mode of Mount Myoboku, with Jiraiya's Sage mode as a foundation, Naruto's progress in achieving his perfected Sage mode would undoubtedly surpass that of the original narrative. Once he could harness the power of Kurama, he would enter the Golden Body mode, or even the Sage Fox state, becoming one of the most formidable figures in the ninja world. I turned to Kurama, who trembled violently, his eyes filled with trepidation. Although the fox was cowardly, entrusting its power to a mere 12-year-old was unlikely. Tailed beasts possess their own pride. And without a Sharingan's Jinjutsu prowess akin to Madara's, it would be challenging to impose control. Let us proceed step by step. After all, the strength required to defect from Konoha had already been amassed. Now, as long as the plan unfolds without a hitch, all would be well. I contemplated. At that moment, Jiraiya commenced teaching Naruto the summoning technique. He first presented a large scroll for Naruto to sign, then demonstrated the technique, summoning the dual-wielding toad swordsman, Gamekin. Is this how it's done? Naruto mimicked, biting his fingertip, forming seals, and placing his hands upon the ground. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted. Beneath Naruto's feet lay not earth, but the vibrant skin of a toad. A massive toad clad in a wandering warrior's garb. A short sword at its waist and a giant pipe in its mouth appeared in the mountainside. The largest toad of Mount Myoboku, Gamabunta. Wow, you summoned my brother right away. Gamekin exclaimed, surprise evident in his voice. Huh, I thought Jiraiya called for me, but it's just this little brat? Gamabunta grumbled. Irritation etched across his features. You brat, get off my head. I don't care who you are to Jiraiya. Anyone I don't acknowledge who dares to stand on my head is courting death. Such a temper. Clearly, I'm the master here, red-skinned toad, Naruto retorted. Raising an eyebrow. Seems you're eager to relinquish your youth, little brat. Gamabunta bellowed, charging towards a mountain peak. At this rate, if Naruto didn't dismount, he would be crushed between Gamabunta and the mountain. It was time to teach this summoning beast a lesson. With fierce determination, Naruto formed hand seals and struck the mountainside with a punch. Earth release, earth flow. The once hard and protruding mountainside transformed into soft, harmless yellow sand. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Naruto escaped from the sand, while Gamabunta, caught in inertia, sank deep within. Naruto formed seals again, landing gracefully as he struck the ground. Unleashing Earth Release. Earth Flow Split. The earth before him rose rapidly, splitting apart with a thunderous crack. Even the mountains were no exception, due to Gamabunta's immense size. He didn't tumble into the fissure, but became wedged tightly within it. You, brat, free me at once. Gamabunta struggled, shouting, otherwise, when I get out, I'll chop you up for a snack. Do you hear me, brat? Call me master, Naruto replied sternly, forming hand seals. Instantly, sharp and sturdy earth spikes erupted from both sides. Thud, thud, thud. The spikes pierced through Gamabunta's form, deliberately avoiding vital areas. Clearly intended to inflict pain rather than take a life. Earth Release. Earth Spike Gun. What a terrifying technique. While it was possible Gamabunta underestimated Naruto, the likelihood of being trapped and left at the mercy of another was exceedingly rare. Impressive, Gamakin remarked, observing the spectacle without intervening. After all, the affairs between summoning beasts and ninjas were matters to be resolved by the parties involved. This boy will likely evolve into a ninja even stronger than his father. Jiraiya sighed, reflecting, if only I had noticed his potential sooner, it wouldn't have led to this. Gamabunta and Naruto remained in a stalemate for several hours. Initially, Gamabunta held his ground, stubbornly cursing, but as time passed, he realized that Naruto's chakra seemed inexhaustible, continuously sustaining the ninjutsu. Ultimately, he begrudgingly agreed to sign the summoning contract with Naruto, after sending Gamabunta and Gamakin away at Naruto's insistence. Jiraiya reluctantly set aside his intention to rest, and instead personally taught Naruto the A-rank ninjutsu, the Spiral Sphere. Chapter 30. The Collapse of Konoha, Part 1. Unlike the summoning technique, mastering the Rasengan presents a formidable challenge. Although Naruto possesses a deeper understanding of ninjutsu compared to the original storyline, the acquisition of the Rasengan remains a gradual process, devoid of shortcuts. During his practice, Naruto also utilizes shadow clones to expedite his cultivation of Sage mode. Despite the ability to train in Sage techniques anywhere with the help of Bai, the efficiency does not match that of training in Myoboku Mountain. It is estimated that he will require 1 to 2 months to fully master Sage mode. In addition to Sage training and the Rasengan, Naruto diligently employs the transformation technique to replicate Jiraiya's ninjutsu daily. Although the results are not as impressive as the initial replication, they are still commendable. After approximately 10 days, Naruto successfully copied techniques such as the Toad Oil Bomb, Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu, the Barrier, Heavenly Covering Method, and 5 Elements Unsealing. Unfortunately, he could only replicate lower-tier ninjutsu thereafter, which did not pique his interest. The day before the Chunin exam, Naruto gazed at the blue chakra sphere radiating from his palm, exclaiming in delight, I've finally mastered it, the Rasengan. Try infusing it with your bloodline limit, I suggested. Following the advice, Naruto merged Magnet Release with the Rasengan, causing the sphere to adorn itself with swirling black patterns resembling clouds. He sensed a transformation in the Rasengan's penetrating power into a more subdued strength. Magnet Release Rasengan. Compared to the standard Rasengan, the Magnet Release variant possessed an added sealing effect, capable of sealing away some of the opponent's ninjutsu or even chakra during an attack. Witnessing the remarkable change, Naruto experimented further by infusing Ice Release chakra, resulting in the center of the Rasengan turning a deep, dark blue, with numerous sharp ice crystals rotating in a rhythmic manner. Ice Release Rasengan. Beyond its enhanced defensive power, the Ice Release Rasengan unleashed sharp ice shards upon detonation, penetrating the enemy's body, injuring their veins and meridians, and releasing frigid air to freeze their blood, thereby hindering their movements. Regrettably, Wood Release seemed incompatible with the Rasengan, yielding no extraordinary reactions. After mastering the Rasengan, Naruto quickly grasped the technique to enlarge and intensify it, resulting in the Great Ball Rasengan. Naruto's rapid progress astonished Jiraiya, who patted him on the back and laughed. Come on, today I'll treat you. Eat whatever you want. Let us have barbecue then. Do you prefer barbecue? It's just a bit more expensive. The following day, the third round of the Chunin exam officially commenced. Spectators from various ninja villages gathered in Konoha. Although the primary overseers were the Hokage and Kazekage, this did not deter other villages' intelligence agents from observing the matches and assessing the threats. The Chunin exam ostensibly served as a process for lower ninjas to advance, yet in reality, it was a stage for each nation to demonstrate military strength and assert dominance. The longevity of peace hinged on the balance of power among the ninja villages. Naruto did not rush to the arena. Instead, he leisurely enjoyed breakfast, departing only when the audience had filled the stands. This was not due to procrastination. The first 2 matches featured Neji against Sasuke and Shikamaru against Temari, leaving Naruto's match against Gaara until midday. He also wished to observe the current state of Konoha. For today, he intended to orchestrate a significant upheaval. Having acquired the personal strength to contend with elite jonin and completed the necessary ninjutsu to overpower tactical units, Naruto felt capable of escaping even with Jiraiya still nearby. However, before defecting from Konoha, he had one crucial matter to attend to. He arrived at the training ground, where the gentle and quiet Hinata awaited him on the grass. oblivious even to the pigeons perched upon her head. Hinata. Naruto stood before her, presenting the protective charm she had previously sewn for him. This is for you. Unlike before, this charm bore a red Uzumaki clan symbol, reminiscent of a crest. Huh, does Naruto-kun not like this charm? Hinata blinked, accepting the charm and inquiring softly. How could that be? What I mean is, it will protect you from now on. Naruto shook his head, smiling gently. If anything troubles you, speak to it. One day, I will reclaim this charm, and when that time comes, you must come with me. Go? Where to? Hinata blinked in confusion. To a place beyond Konoha, where no one can meddle in our affairs. Naruto's eyes brimmed with determination. I will return for you. Until then, please take care of yourself, Miss Hinata. What do you intend to do, Naruto-kun? Hinata, not naive, discerned the implications in his words. Before she could elaborate, Naruto delivered a swift strike to her neck, rendering her unconscious. He cradled Hinata in his arms, stating, please take her to a safe location, as far from the arena as possible. Is Konoha about to undergo a transformation? Hinata's father, Hayashi, who had been lurking behind a tree, emerged, his voice low. It is not every day that we see sunshine. There must be some rain as well. Naruto turned to hand Hinata over to Hayashi, asking, will you not stop me? Only if I were able, Hayashi replied, shaking his head. At present, the only thing the Hyuga clan can do is observe. We are bound to Konoha, making separation challenging. As the head of the clan, he prioritized the preservation of his family over loyalty to the higher-ups, ensuring they did not fade into obscurity like the Senju clan or face extermination like the Uchiha clan. Hayashi understood that even if he informed the third Hokage of Naruto's impending betrayal, he would not receive complete trust, but rather suspicion and scrutiny. Thus, it was better to observe this conflict, for with Hinata in the Hyuga clan, Naruto would not undertake actions detrimental to them. Farewell, head of the Hyuga clan. Naruto chuckled softly and turned towards the arena. Farewell, Konoha's traitorous ninja. Hayashi cradled Hinata and sighed. The arena was ablaze with excitement, as Orochimaru's hidden Jinjutsu squad discreetly infiltrated the audience, while Gaara, filled with rage, viciously tore apart a straw effigy in the waiting room. The third Hokage, alongside Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage, sat atop the platform. As the referee's whistle sounded, followed by the spectators' murmurs, the second match between Shikamaru and Temari concluded. Next up was the duel between the Sand Village's Gaara and Konoha's Naruto Uzumaki. Both contestants, please step forward. Chapter 31. The Collapse of Konoha Plan, Part 2. The duel between the Jinchuriki of the two ninja villages commenced. I heard that during the first round of assessments, Konoha's Jinchuriki had thoroughly defeated Sunas. Konoha's Jinchuriki is the Ninetales, the mightiest of the tailed beasts. The information ninjas hidden in the audience whispered amongst themselves, and the atmosphere surged with excitement at the entrance of Naruto and Gaara. Ah, isn't this the little gourd that I previously turned into a fool? Naruto remarked, with a special steel ninja sword sheathed at his waist, a smirk of mockery playing upon his lips. Once you've healed, you come looking for a fight. Are you a masochist? You should talk while you still can, spiky hair. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Gaara's eyes. I will tear your body apart, piece by piece, and let everyone witness your gruesome demise. Not much of a brow, yet quite the bravado, Naruto retorted. Perhaps I should first snap your bones, and then pull off your limbs. Gaara furrowed his brow, devoid of any hair, and coldly replied, I will do my utmost to make you suffer to death. I look forward to it, Naruto declared, placing his palm upon the hilt of his sword. As Noara Hayoma raised his hand, the moment he signaled the battle to commence, Naruto sprang into action. Don't die with just one strike. The blade gleamed like lightning, slashing forth. In an instant, Gaara's sand wall materialized, timely intercepting the strike of the ninja sword. Naruto twirled the blade, not pausing for breath, and once again unleashed a powerful slash to sever Gaara's sand wall. After enduring extensive training, his mastery of the White Fang sword technique had become significantly refined, rendering the act of cleaving through Gaara's defensive wall trivial. Sand binding coffin. Gaara suddenly clenched his fist, and several streams of yellow sand surged from beneath Naruto's feet, attempting to ensnare him like arms. With a powerful push from one leg, Naruto leaped into the air, swinging his ninja sword and swiftly severing the yellow sand. Channeling chakra into the blade, he unleashed an array of ice needles towards Gaara. Ice release. 1,000 killing water surge. Since developing various forms of the Rasengan, Naruto had begun to explore other applications of his bloodline limit. By inscribing the ninja seals upon the blade, he could utilize ice release chakra without the need for hand signs, manifesting the 1,000 killing water surge. Moreover, its quantity and ferocity far exceeded that of the original. Gaara swiftly waved his right hand, encasing himself in a spherical shield of sand, rendering him impervious from all angles. Desert Wave. The 1,000 killing water surge was thwarted by this defensive ninjutsu. Simultaneously, Gaara's third eye, hidden in the shadows, observed Naruto's movements. Since the conclusion of the Forest of Death incident, Gaara had realized that Naruto's combat style, though sharp and varied like a sword, was only effective for killing, lacking the capability to break through defenses. In other words, he did not possess overwhelmingly destructive ninjutsu, while his opponent had been unleashing relentless attacks, preventing any chance for defense. This situation was different. With the Desert Wave deployed, even Naruto's sharp blade would struggle to breach this defense. Gaara felt assured of his invincibility. Confidently wielding the sand to assault his foe, Gaara unleashed Sand Rain and Sand Claws, continuously constricting Naruto's movement space, showing no intention of granting him a moment's respite. It appeared that the one-tailed Jinchuriki held the upper hand. Although Konoha's Jinchuriki exhibited remarkable swordsmanship, he lacked the power to penetrate his opponent's defenses. Being relentlessly pursued would surely exhaust him, revealing a flaw. The discussions among the audience grew more fervent, with Chunin and Jinin doubting Naruto's chances, while the Jonin were increasingly confident in his potential victory. Your village's Jinchuriki truly possesses formidable ninjutsu skills, capable of executing such diverse transformations with mere sand, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Taking a puff from his cigarette. You've managed to gain an advantage while maintaining a meek demeanor, third Hokage, the Kazekage commented, shaking his head with narrowed eyes. Any discerning observer can see that Gaara has already lost. The spiky-haired brat is merely toying with him, deliberately provoking him. Damn it, why can't I hit him? Why does he always react just in time? Gaara growled in frustration, controlling the sand to relentlessly assault Naruto, yet achieving no success. Naruto evaded or blocked every attack. Too slow. A smirk of derision crossed Naruto's face as he tightened his grip on the blade, coldly taunting. Is this all a one-tailed Jinchuriki is capable of? No wonder you are merely treated as a tool, a worthless weapon, a monster that only loves itself. Shut up. Gaara's heart was pierced by Naruto's words. And in a fit of rage, he shouted, his hands clenching tightly as a massive amount of sand coalesced, transforming into a towering wave that surged towards Naruto. Sandstorm Burial. What? Are you enraged by my words? I'm merely stating the truth. Naruto scoffed, forming hand seals to create several shadow clones, each wielding an ice-release Rasengan. Charging towards the Sandstorm Burial. The sky was filled with waves of sand, pulverized by the Rasengan. In the instant the two powerful jutsu collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Naruto emerged from the torrent of sand, delivering a Rasengan squarely upon the desert wave. The force of the Rasengan exploded from within, piercing through the desert wave like a cannonball. The Rasengan? He has learned the Rasengan? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, springing to his feet in disbelief. Moreover, he has even improved it. Though somewhat crude, the sheer volume of chakra has been altered, enabling him to enhance an A-rank ninjutsu in such a short time. One must say, he truly is the child of that man. Intriguing. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze upon Naruto. Impossible. How can he possess such destructive ninjutsu? Gaara stared in disbelief as his shield was shattered, only to be met by Naruto's blade. With a sickening thrust, the ninja sword pierced Gaara's chest, blood gushing forth. You never anticipated this, did you? That your life would end this way? Naruto chuckled as he drove the blade deeper. From the moment you were born, subjected to assassination by your kin, a monster forcibly implanted within your being, the only kindness you received was born from fear. You have never forged bonds with anyone nor been loved by anyone. You are nothing but a failure. A hound controlled by higher-ups, obedient to their every command. As Naruto twisted the blade, as if to extract Gaara's heart, he sneered, pitiful, tragic, and laughable. Once, I bore some resemblance to you, but now I am different. I am strong, stronger than you. Shut up. Gaara's eyes bulged with fury as he grasped the blade, letting out a soul-wrenching scream. I will take you all to the grave with me. All of you will accompany me to hell. A yellow-brown arm erupted from within him, as if he had been used as nourishment, and the one-tailed Shikaku's form broke free from his body. A pervasive aura of malice and hostility radiated outwards, yet the audience remained silent, unmoving, lacking any screams or attempts to flee. Area A's mission accomplished. All subjects have been hypnotized. Area B, same. Area C, same. The illusionist forces dispatched by Orochimaru relayed the information to him. In the fleeting moment that Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his composure, the disguised Orochimaru, posing as the wind shadow, brandished a kunai to threaten him, sneering, what a truly unexpected delight. Teacher Hiruzen. Successively, sensing the imminent peril to his host coupled with the latter's heightened emotions, the tailed beast erupted in fury. Naruto let out a cold chuckle as he removed his forehead protector. Chapter 32. The Collapse of Konoha, Part 2. Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. He clenched his teeth and whispered defiantly, do not presume that you will achieve your goals so easily. Konoha is not as fragile as you imagine. With that, he launched a swift strike aimed at Orochimaru's chin, who nimbly retreated a few steps to evade the blow. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of ninjutsu, their techniques intertwining like a dance of earth and fire, while the wind of serpents swirled around them. After several exchanges, some ninjas began to regain their senses, and those outside the arena rushed towards the scene. What has happened? Jiraiya pondered, noticing the sudden appearance of Shikaku in the Konoha arena, his heart racing as he hurried toward it. Kakashi, take Naruto away. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the newly awakened Kakashi. Your concern is unwarranted, Lord Hokage, Naruto retorted, slashing his forehead protector with a kunai, leaving a jagged crack. After all, I am merely a rogue ninja. What? How can this be? Naruto, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils trembled in disbelief as he pointed at Naruto. Ha! How amusing. Truly delightful. I have high hopes for you, Naruto. Orochimaru chuckled maniacally, his laughter echoing with a hint of madness. If you ever find yourself in need, feel free to seek me out. In a sense, we are colleagues now. I cannot abide the confines of a snake's lair, Naruto replied, forming hand seals to summon an earthen wall that deflected the wind bullets aimed at him by Shikaku. Seize him, Kakashi. We cannot allow Naruto Uzumaki to escape Konoha. Even if it means killing him, he must not leave the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, his body trembling with urgency. Understood, Kakashi replied, his heart heavy with conflict. Understood? What do you truly understand, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto mocked. To safeguard the illustrious Konoha, must one eliminate the Hokage's only son? Is that your understanding? You, the so-called genius, were saved by a failure from beneath a boulder, wielding the power to split thunder, only to ultimately pierce your comrade's heart. Now you must uphold the so-called righteousness by slaying your teacher's only son, forever ensnared in the so-called ninja's mission. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he scoffed. What exactly have you protected? From the past to the present, have you managed to shield anything at all? Kakashi trembled, his thoughts a chaotic turmoil. Each word from Naruto struck him like a hammer to the chest, leaving no room for doubt regarding Naruto's knowledge of his past. What is the purpose of your power? Kakashi-sensei? Naruto's voice was cold. Kakashi. A hand rested on Kakashi's shoulder, a soothing chakra flowing into him, calming his tumultuous emotions. The newcomer was Yuhi Kurenai, the Jonin instructor of Team 8, skilled in genjutsu and possessing a unique ability to soothe the troubled heart. We are ninjas of Konoha, and our duty now is to obey the Hokage's orders and capture Naruto, Kurenai said softly. We need not kill him, we only need to apprehend him. Together, we certainly can. All right, I understand. Kakashi forced himself to suppress the turmoil within him. He turned to Naruto. Naruto, I do not wish to harm you. If you have grievances against Konoha, share them with us. We will assist you. Where were you when the villagers scorned me as a monster, when my peers bullied me? Where were you when I had my funds cut and foraged for mushrooms in the forest? Naruto retorted, donning the forehead protector, symbolizing his status as a rogue ninja. Where were you when the shopkeeper sold me expired milk and instant noodles? Where were you when I was wrongfully accused and sat alone on a swing? Where were you when Sarutobi Hiruzen spread rumors, turning the villagers against me as if I were a demon fox? You are all nothing but empty talkers. Watching as I fall into despair under a myriad of excuses, with a fierce stomp, Naruto unleashed the wood release technique, blocking Shikaku's massive claw aimed at him. Wood release? He can use wood release. Sarutobi Hiruzen was bewildered, Naruto's capabilities far exceeding his understanding. The trees continued to grow, spreading throughout the arena. As Naruto sheathed his blade and dashed towards the outskirts of Konoha. We pursue. Kurenai exclaimed, deftly maneuvering around the sprawling trees. Kakashi hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to follow. With Naruto deliberately holding back, Shikaku broke free from the wood release and charged out of the arena, rampaging through Konoha under Gaara's furious command. Wind bullets obliterated structures, and Shikaku's swatting of debris crushed fleeing civilians into mere pulp. The cries of anguish filled the air as Shikaku reveled in destruction when suddenly, a colossal red toad descended, cleaving Shikaku's arm with a blade. The Sage of Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya, has arrived, Jiraiya declared, standing atop the head of the toad, Bunta, exuding an aura of authority. Surrender now, monster. Meanwhile, at the Valley of the End, although Naruto's speed was remarkable, Kurenai and Kakashi, seasoned Jonin, quickly obstructed his path with their ninjutsu. Come back with us, Naruto. What you're doing will only cause Hinata pain. Kurenai pleaded, leveraging her emotional appeal as Naruto halted. I do not wish to discuss Hinata with you, Naruto retorted, drawing his kunai and pointing it at Kurenai. You lack the right. Let us settle this here. If you insist on fleeing, it would be simpler to kill you, he declared. Naruto, you have become this way because we, the adults of Konoha, share the blame. Kakashi began, but before he could finish, Naruto lunged forward, slashing at Kakashi, who narrowly blocked the strike with a kunai. Do you look down on me? Naruto's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he pressed closer to the blade. I do not wish to hear your confessions. They are repugnant. Is there truly no way to salvage this? Kakashi gritted his teeth, bracing against the force of the kunai. What lies before you is simply a matter of life and death. How straightforward, Naruto replied coldly. Let us engage in battle. As his words fell, a cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloped him, the voice of the Ninetales resonating from within. This is intriguing. I find myself increasingly interested in you. Such unwavering hatred. Thus, I shall lend you this power for now. From the blood-red cloak emerged 4 foxtails, 4 tails chakra. Chapter 33. The Valley of Conclusion. A tumultuous wave of intense negativity surged towards Naruto like a dark tide. However, he remained undaunted by this emotional onslaught. With a steadfast mind, he successfully harnessed the power of the tailed beast cloak, even coating his blade with a layer of black and crimson chakra, an embodiment of formidable and terrifying power. Kakashi, sensing Naruto's murderous intent, was equally motivated. He had experienced Naruto's prowess firsthand during their bell-snatching exercise, and the passage of time had undoubtedly witnessed Naruto's growth. Turning his gaze to his side, Kakashi noticed that Yugao had vanished, replaced by a towering tree whose branches shot forth like ropes, ensnaring Naruto completely. This was the magical tree-binding kill. Emerging from Naruto's blind spot, Yugao appeared, kunai in hand, lunging fiercely towards his head. "If this is all you have, you cannot hold me," Naruto murmured softly. As his words faded, he unleashed the power of the Ninetales chakra, causing the magical tree to disintegrate into petals. Even without sight, he could ascertain Yugao's position. Swiftly pivoting to deliver a powerful sidekick. Bang! Yugao quickly raised her arms in defense, however, fueled by the 8 gates and the power of the Ninetales. Naruto's lethal kick, though blocked, still inflicted several cracks upon her bones. As a woman, her strength was inherently less than that of a man. Compounded by her status as a genjutsu user, unlike Tsunade who could withstand and fight back, the blow dislocated her arm. "This is bad. I underestimated him. Another hit like that, and I may lose my ability to fight." Yugao gritted her teeth, swiftly employing the substitution technique to evade Naruto's next punch. Meanwhile, Kakashi appeared behind him, lightning crackling around his Raikiri like a bolt from the blue. Naruto did not evade. Instead, he gathered a crimson spiral sphere in his right hand and turned to face the Raikiri. Boom! A tremendous surge of chakra erupted, sending both combatants staggering back several steps. Kakashi did not pause. He formed hand seals and unleashed the Earth Style, tracking Fong, while Naruto retaliated with Earth Style, cutting flow, sending Kakashi's ninja hounds flying. Just as their ninjutsu clash concluded, a cherry-red apparition surged towards Naruto's back. Genjutsu Mirage. Despite her bloodied hands, Yugao managed to form seals to unleash her illusion against him. Observing this, Kakashi quickly formed seals to release a great fireball, attacking from both front and back. Naruto's foxtails sprang into action, slicing through the mirage in an instant. While his Earth Style, easily blocked the great fireball. As Kakashi prepared to launch another assault, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. Instinctively, he ducked, narrowly avoiding a ninja blade that sliced overhead. Shadow Clone. Kakashi sensed the danger. His extensive battlefield experience told him that the sudden appearance of an enemy shadow clone indicated a terrifying possibility. More shadow clones had been unleashed without his knowledge, lying in wait. Yugao was also ambushed by a shadow clone, but as a Jonin, her instincts allowed her to dodge the fatal strike. Just as she readied to counterattack with her kunai, her weapon trembled violently, seemingly turning against her as it stabbed into her palm. Moments later, 3 shadow clones emerged from the water's surface, wielding ninja blades and slashing towards Yugao. Raikiri. Kakashi moved with blinding speed, dispatching the 3 shadow clones in the blink of an eye. However, Naruto had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. A ninja blade coated in a thin layer of ice sliced towards Kakashi in an instant. Buzz. As the blade descended, Naruto realized that his surroundings transformed into enormous petals. The entire Valley of Conclusion morphing into a colossal lotus flower. The lotus began to slowly close, distorting his vision, once the petals fully enveloped. The explosive chakra would inflict irreversible damage to his brain. Genjutsu, Absolute Lotus. This was Yugao's most powerful illusion. To dispel this technique, there were only 2 methods. One could either counter with a stronger illusion or sustain a grave injury to cause the genjutsu to falter, thereby avoiding brain damage. Without hesitation, Naruto thrust the blade deep into his own chest. Pain surged into his mind as blood gushed forth. The lotus before him vanished instantly, revealing Kakashi, armed with Raikiri, poised to end his life while ensnared in the genjutsu. "Farewell, Naruto." Kakashi roared as Raikiri pierced through the tailed beast cloak and plunged into Naruto's chest. "What are you saying, Kakashi-sensei?" Even after receiving 2 fatal wounds, Naruto stood tall, unwavering. He seized Kakashi's arm, a maniacal smile spreading across his face as he declared, "My heart shall not cease to beat until I sever your heads." Towering trees erupted from the water below, reaching upward like hands emerging from a mire. Yugao and Kakashi had no chance to react as the immense trees ensnared them. Naruto channeled chakra through the branches, disrupting their circulatory systems. With style, Sea of Trees. Yugao stared in disbelief, her eyes widening as she witnessed Naruto's fatal wounds heal at a visible rate. The terrifying self-healing ability of the Ninetales, Jinchuriki. Naruto's right hand clenched tightly, as several sharp, piercing wooden spears erupted from the tree trunk, impaling Kakashi's head. Yet, no blood spilled. Kakashi's form transformed into a lightning apparition, vanishing from his original position. A lightning clone? It seemed he replaced his position while I was ensnared in the genjutsu. Then, where's the real body? Naruto swiftly pivoted and thrust his blade. Clang. The kunai clashed with the blade, and in a single strike, it was severed in half. Naruto closed in, attempting to stab the Kakashi who had ambushed him once more. The latter crossed his arms defensively, blocking the lethal strike. Blood sprayed forth. Wait. This is not Kakashi's true form. Naruto squinted, channeling Ninetales chakra as his awareness sharpened. The Kakashi before him morphed, revealing Yugao. She had disguised herself as Kakashi using genjutsu? Naruto then realized that the two figures ensnared by the sea of trees were merely clones. Meanwhile, the real Kakashi had gathered Raikiri, emerging from the water behind him, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Naruto. The Ninetales' formidable self-healing ability could restore him from fatal injuries, but if the brain sustained a lethal wound, it would be irreparable without an exceptionally skilled medical ninja. Don't think of escaping. Yugao gripped the blade fiercely, unwilling to let Naruto withdraw it. I have no intention of fleeing. With a cold gaze, Naruto exerted force through his wrist, not withdrawing the ninja blade, but driving it deeper. The blade sank into Yugao's chest, the power of ice style emanating from the blade, infiltrating her veins. Her blood froze due to the ice style, and Yugao's pupils constricted as her strength dissipated. Naruto let out a chilling laugh, seizing her neck and turning her into a shield before him. Kakashi's heart raced as he swiftly redirected Raikiri. Goodbye. Naruto's expression turned fierce as he gripped the hilt of the blade embedded in Yugao's chest and thrust forward with all his might. The blade pierced through Yugao's chest, directly impaling Kakashi's throat behind her. Magnet style, explosive armor. As soon as the words were uttered, they erupted instantaneously under the force of magnetic repulsion. The shards of the blade, propelled by the tremendous impact, pierced Kakashi's throat with the ferocity of stray bullets. The cries that escaped his lips were rendered eerily distorted as his trachea lay severed. Chapter 34. The Escape from the Land of Fire Cough. Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body trembling from the fading consciousness. Naruto delivered a powerful kick to Sakura, sending both her and Kakashi flying through the air. He could not allow Kakashi to escape. Absolutely not. Struggling, Kakashi rose from the water, his hand intermittently crackling with lightning as he gathered the energy for Raikiri. His battered form made his movements appear as if he were precariously balancing on a tightrope. Naruto. Kakashi exerted himself, channeling all his strength into this strike of Raikiri. Go to the underworld. Don't worry, you won't be alone. Naruto extended his right hand, blue chakra mingling with dark purple chakra, forming a perfectly round black sphere. I'll ensure a few acquaintances accompany you on your journey. Boom. The tailed beast bomb shot forth. The black sphere collided directly with the Raikiri, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted at the moment of impact. Kakashi's Raikiri was effortlessly neutralized, and his right hand crumbled under the overwhelming force of the tailed beast bomb, ultimately disintegrating into bloody fragments. Kakashi. Sakura clutched her wound, staring in disbelief as Kakashi's body was brutally slammed against the mountainside. Blood oozed from several gashes on his head, and his bones shattered, causing him to slide down into the water like a soulless rag, sinking beneath the surface. Unable to circulate chakra, he could no longer stay afloat. Do not worry. You are next. Naruto sliced the surface of the water with his blade, blood spraying forth. With a single powerful leap, he swung down towards Sakura's head. At that moment, a massive fireball descended from the heavens with great force. Naruto redirected his blade to cleave through the fireball, and a swift figure darted past him, rescuing Sakura. A gigantic toad landed beside the silver-haired man, its overwhelming presence filling the Valley of the End. You managed to follow me here. It seems you have been meddling with my affairs, Naruto remarked, turning around with a light laugh. It appears the legendary Sannin operate on a different level. Your caution is commendable. I never expected you to resort to such measures. Jiraiya's expression was filled with fury. Isn't this what you wished for? Naruto retorted with a sneer. I have transformed into the monster you desired. What more could you possibly want? That is merely their prejudice. If you strive to grow stronger and protect Konoha, they will eventually recognize you. Why should I safeguard a village that regards me as a beast? Why should I seek validation from those who would rather trample food into the ground than sell it to me? The power of the Ninetales surged within Naruto. How can you stand there, feeling justified, while treading upon the land my parents sacrificed their lives for, shouting monster at me? Naruto, this is all my fault. If I had sensed your distress sooner, or if I had prevented the Ninetales rampage, everything would be different. Jiraiya clenched his fists, furrowing his brow. As your teacher and the student of Minato, I have failed to protect anything. If you harbor resentment directed at me, I am willing to atone with my life. You are indeed humorous, Jiraiya-sensei. It is no wonder you resemble a jest. Naruto chuckled softly. The higher-ups of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and the complacent daimyo of the Land of Fire, are the true culprits who incited the Ninetales to kill my parents. I will spare none. Their lives will all be extinguished. Your life is insufficient. In that case, I cannot allow you to depart. Jiraiya took a deep breath, stating seriously, after I kill you, I will commit seppuku as an apology to the entire shinobi world. Let us descend into hell together. Uzumaki Naruto. Go alone. Naruto slammed his hand down, releasing thousands of shadow clones that erupted from the water. Armed with ninja blades, they surged towards Jiraiya with murderous intent. Jiraiya, just a reminder, there is still a chance to save that Jonin. But if you persist in pursuing me, she will be rendered immobile due to frozen blood vessels. Trapped in a state of clarity yet unable to move, ultimately succumbing in despair and agony. Naruto coldly laughed as he utilized the mist mirror ice crystal technique. Surrounded by thousands of shadow clones, Even Jiraiya would find it challenging to discern the real Naruto. If this stalemate continued, it was uncertain whether Naruto could be captured. But Sakura was certain to perish. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Although aided by the summoning toad, managing this overwhelming number of shadow clones was daunting. The most troubling aspect was that even if these clones were defeated, Naruto's vast chakra reserves would simply replenish them. It was an endless cycle. Jiraiya attempted to activate the seal he had placed on Naruto, and upon realizing the seal was still effective, he quickly lifted Sakura into his arms and vanished from the spot, racing towards Konoha. The village had suffered greatly from this incident and could not afford to lose any more high-level combatants. Moreover, Sakura was a jonin with invaluable teaching experience that could not be easily replicated. A good teacher could save many students from straying down the wrong path. Although Naruto was incredibly swift in his escape, and his identity was of utmost importance, should he enter the shinobi world, he would be under constant scrutiny. However, the seal he had placed on Naruto would accurately relay his location, even if Naruto fled from the Valley of the End. The dispatched forces and mercenary organizations within the Land of Fire would intercept him based on the information he provided. While the individual strength of these forces was not formidable, their numbers were vast and disciplined, capable of inflicting significant harm on Naruto, even if they could not defeat him. Yet, Naruto was acutely aware of this, which was why, after mastering the summoning technique, he had contracted a python to execute the 8-headed serpent technique. He had meticulously planned his escape route, aiming to swiftly navigate into a secluded village within the Land of Fire, where he would eliminate those forces and organizations in one fell swoop. Those hunters would never suspect that the fugitive was, in fact, the true predator, while they were merely the unwitting prey led into a trap. As both sides raced against time, a figure emerged within the Valley of the End. He submerged into the water, retrieving Kakashi's lifeless body, and then ruthlessly tore out the Sharingan, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. I never anticipated our final meeting would be under such circumstances, Kakashi. Since you have passed on, I shall reclaim what I once bestowed upon you. Fear not, in the world I shall create, you will continue to live on, smiling. In the western reaches of the Land of Fire, bordering the Land of Rain, nestled a secluded mountain village, economically challenged yet possessing a certain rustic charm. Despite its industrial backwardness, it boasted a semblance of entertainment, a testament to its quaint completeness. Under the guidance of Jiraiya's intelligence, a task force from Konoha, alongside an assassination squad contracted by the village, had successfully pinpointed the location of Naruto Uzumaki, this very mountain village. While we've managed to ascertain his general whereabouts, determining his precise location remains elusive, lamented a Konoha ninja, responsible for utilizing a location-based ninjutsu. He turned to his captain, adding, the positional data remains unchanged, suggesting he's still within the village. Search diligently, such a conspicuous spiky-haired individual is bound to leave a trail in this quaint village. The Konoha captain affirmed, issuing his command with a decisive wave. Yes, sir. The Konoha ninjas responded in unison, promptly dispersing into the village. Humph. Predictable adherence to protocol renders one a mere pawn, scoffed Matsubara, the assassination squad leader. He retrieved a pre-prepared piece of parchment from his pouch and sauntered into the village. Why exert oneself when one can simply await the inevitable report of the boy's whereabouts? Matsubara affixed the parchment to the notice board, revealing a sketch of Naruto Uzumaki's visage. A bounty poster. The once deserted notice board rapidly attracted a throng of villagers, their murmurs of discussion filling the air, far more efficacious than questioning each villager individually. Matsubara declared smugly, arms crossed. Now, we simply indulge in leisure while awaiting the opportune moment to claim the brat's head. I never imagined such a place as ours would harbor a wanted criminal. A maiden in a red carp-patterned yukata, her countenance refined and exquisite, murmured pensively before the notice board, her brow furrowed. Fear not, we shall apprehend this nefarious criminal and restore tranquility to your lives, Matsubara proclaimed. Abandoning his earlier arrogance and adopting a persona of righteous valor, he positioned himself beside the maiden, employing what he believed to be a captivating tone. Oh, are you ninja on a mission? The maiden inquired, turning to face him with a gentle smile. I feel much safer knowing that ninja are here. Indeed, leave it to us, Matsubara affirmed, patting his chest. He then subtly edged closer to the maiden, adding, pray, what is your name, fair lady? This villain is known for his audacity, and a maiden of your beauty might attract unwanted attention. For your safety, allow me to remain by your side. How gracious of you. I am called Naruto, a recent arrival to this mountain village, working as a hostess. If the esteemed ninja are so inclined, would you honor our humble establishment with your presence? The maiden responded, accepting his offer with disarming ease. A melodious name indeed. As it happens, we have some free time. Or rather, my subordinates have endured a long journey and could benefit from a respite in your establishment, Matsubara replied, inwardly elated. The maiden exuded an unprecedented allure, a blend of youthful innocence and mature sophistication that rendered her irresistible. And what are those ninja over there? Naruto inquired, gesturing towards the Konoha captain. Pay them no heed. They are an inflexible lot, incapable of appreciating the finer things in life. Matsubara scoffed dismissively. I have pressing matters to attend to, please excuse me. The Konoha captain interjected stoically, bowing before departing. See? Devoid of amusement, Matsubara remarked with a shrug. Shall we proceed then? Allow me to lead the way, Naruko suggested. Turning towards the village's nightlife district. The village's nightlife district paled in comparison to Konoha's, with only a single establishment of its kind. Naruko, however, possessed a presence akin to a high-ranking courtesan. Welcome, esteemed ninja, to our humble establishment, the madam announced, sashaying towards the reception desk. She nudged Naruko with her elbow, adding, You certainly have a knack for attracting patrons. To think, you've only been here a few days and already have such a following. Naruko, you're destined to become our star. I merely strive to fulfill my duties, Naruko replied with a smile. The envy of us all, Naruko, to acquire such esteemed patrons so quickly. And ninja, no less. Their purses must be overflowing. I dare say my charms are comparable, yet I remain unnoticed. Surely, you jest. Naruko is undoubtedly a runaway noblewoman. Her demeanor sets her apart from us common village girls. The other hostesses began to murmur amongst themselves, succumbing to the human penchant for gossip. Esteemed ninja, would you care for special services? Naruko inquired, her smile radiant. Our services are tiered, with each level offering increasing levels of stimulation. Straight to the grand finale, eh? So, beneath that innocent facade lies a courtesan willing to sell herself to the highest bidder, Matsubara mused inwardly. Then I shall indulge in the most lavish service you offer. Ensure my utmost satisfaction. A comprehensive experience. Very well, I understand. The third tier of service it is, Naruko responded, her smile taking on an unsettling edge. She reached for her waist, drawing a concealed ninja blade with lightning speed. With a sickening thud, Matsubara's head soared through the air, a geyser of blood erupting from his severed neck. Decapitation service, complete, Naruko declared, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. How was your experience, esteemed ninja? The madam stood paralyzed with terror, the entire establishment erupting in feminine screams. The other assassin ninjas stood momentarily stunned before Matsubara's head struck the floor, jolting them into action. Slay this madwoman. Avenge our leader. The assassin ninjas roared, unleashing their ninjutsu upon Naruko. However, some of the previously gossiping hostesses transformed, wielding ninja blades and swiftly dispatching several ninja. Harem technique. Assailed from all sides, the leaderless assassin ninjas descended into chaos. Naruko seized the opportunity, plunging into their ranks, her blade a whirlwind of carnage. Skill copied. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Skill copied. Water release. Water formation wall. Skill copied. Wind release. Pressure damage. Skill copied. Hakuryo's voice echoed in her mind as Naruko copied each fallen foe's abilities. While not earth-shattering techniques, they proved advantageous. In a mere 10 seconds, Naruko and her harem had decimated the assassin ninjas. Service concluded. We eagerly anticipate your return, Naruko quipped, crushing a ninja's skull beneath her heel. Chapter 36. Total annihilation. The notorious Naruto Uzumaki has seemingly eradicated all members of the Assassination Squad A. Ninja teams in District D have come under his assault. In District C as well. District B, too, has faced his wrath. How many of these Uzumaki Narutos could there possibly be? In an instant, the once peaceful and serene mountain village transformed into a battleground fraught with peril. The captain of the Leaf Village team felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had initially believed that their overwhelming numerical advantage would instill despair in their adversary, leading him to surrender. He thought capturing him would be as simple as playing hide and seek. However, it had become evident that this was not a mere game of hide and seek, but rather a hunter's feigned weakness, luring the prey into a trap. Once the prey stepped into the inescapable realm, the hunter would draw his gun and deliver a fatal blow. The moon tonight is truly enchanting. Would you care for a drink, esteemed ninja? Naruto, drenched in blood and hoisting the corpse of a leaf ninja, approached the captain with a cold smirk. Ah, it's you, Naruto. I was pondering how a fugitive could so brazenly disguise himself, without even attempting to obscure his name. The leaf captain trembled but managed to rise, gazing at his opponent. It is quite normal for a hunter to toy with his prey in the hunting grounds. Quick on the uptake, are we? Naruto twirled his blade, his form transforming into a bolt of raging lightning as he charged toward the leaf captain. But that will only prolong your life by a few minutes. Clang. Two leaf ninjas swiftly interposed their blades to block Naruto's advance, shouting, Captain, retreat. We'll hold him off. With that, several more leaf ninjas stepped forward, while the assassination group S teams B and C commenced their movements as well. Though the strategy of shadow clones proved effective once the enemy adapted, the clones' low defensive capabilities rendered them vulnerable to wide-area jutsu like the Great Fireball technique, shifting the tide of battle. Are you wagering lives for time? With a surge of strength, Naruto forcefully swept aside the blades of the two ninjas, and with a single footfall, he unleashed the shadowless blade technique from the White Fang swordsmanship, effortlessly severing their heads. Aya, dive monster, fire style, great fireball. Multiple jutsu surged towards Naruto from various directions, as the leaf ninjas unleashed large-scale techniques to force him into revealing an opening, while the assassination ninjas sought the chance for a lethal strike. So feeble. Can such trivial jutsu truly be presented? Naruto shook his head, propelling himself off the ground, summoning a forest of colossal trees that erupted from the earth. Their branches intertwining to form a defensive barrier that withstood all enemy jutsu. With a clap of his hands, sturdy trees sprouted forth, yielding sharp wooden spears that fell like rain, piercing through the bodies of the ninjas with ruthless intent. Except for a few who managed to cast defensive jutsu in time, the rest were turned into mere pin cushions, leaving not a single intact corpse behind. I quit. I don't want this money. The assassination group's ninja trembled, discarding his weapon and attempting to flee the battlefield. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when a ground spear erupted beneath him, impaling him and hoisting him into the air as though to announce his fate to the world. That simply cannot be allowed. A ninja cannot flee at will. Naruto stood atop the wooden wall, sliding down the spears like steps, charging into the throng of ninjas, his demeanor resembling that of a vengeful specter. Come forth to battle, until your mind cease to think and your limbs lack the strength to move. This is the monster you leaf ninjas have nurtured. The blades danced like butterflies flapping their wings, agile yet imbued with lethal intent, as the ninjas' retaliatory great fireballs, water waves, and wind pressures were effortlessly cleaved apart by Naruto. No, do not approach. I do not wish to die. I'm sorry. Help me. Under the overwhelming disparity of power, despair manifested in anguished cries as Naruto plunged into the crowd of ninjas, wildly brandishing his blade with the swiftness of a reaper claiming souls. In mere moments, only Naruto Uzumaki remained standing atop the rooftop. The body is on top. Bring down the bounty of 50 million for Naruto Uzumaki's head. 1 million for a leg. 500,000 for an arm. Charge. Kill him. For the leaf. Eradicate the monster. Avenge our brothers. Seated atop a pile of corpses, Naruto surveyed the flood of ninjas surging into the building where he resided. He retrieved a flask of wine from his robe, pouring himself a drink as he indulged. Lifting his gaze, he no longer saw the approaching ninjas, but rather the bright, round moon above. Magnet release. Raising his right hand, Naruto spoke coldly. Iron blade rain. All the iron within the village was drawn into his control, including the blades held by the ninjas and the shuriken tucked away in their pouches. Most alarmingly, some shuriken bore explosive tags. The iron floated ominously above the village, a dark mass resembling storm clouds, with the sharp edges pointed downward, glinting menacingly. With a sudden drop of his hand, the iron descended like a torrential downpour. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Most of the ninjas had no time to evade, as the blades pierced through their bodies, blood and brain matter splattering forth. The streets became a mound of corpses, blood pooling in small puddles, including that of unwitting villagers. Yet Naruto remained indifferent. The explosions triggered by the tags further devastated the area. The crash of gas canisters ignited a conflagration, as screams and cries of terror echoed throughout the village. Unperturbed, Naruto sat on a stool, sipping sweet wine, quietly observing the chaos below. Despicable monster. Your days of indulgence are over. The voice of the Leaf Captain caught his attention as nearly 100 ninjas gathered, performing a recently completed barrier jutsu. In an instant, the fallen ninjas appeared to rise again, as if resurrected. Their mutilated forms were filled with earth, and like zombies, they lunged at Naruto. As the captain of the Leaf's external forces, his strength surpassed that of an ordinary Jounin, and he wielded a forbidden technique that could resurrect the deceased within the barrier for his temporary use. Due to its inhumane nature, he seldom employed it. But the circumstances now warranted such measures. A resurrected army, is it? It appears not all are worthless. This jutsu has its merits. Naruto bit his finger, rising to summon a grayish-white serpent through a summoning technique. He then stomped down on the serpent's head, beginning to weave hand signs. Then I must play something interesting as well. 8-headed serpent technique. Chapter 37. The special S-rank rogue ninja upon the forehead of the serpent. A crimson mark emerged. Naruto, with a swift motion, pressed his blood onto the serpent's head while forming hand seals. In an instant, a tempest arose, and from within Naruto's being, the illusion of a white serpent burst forth. Multiple silvery forms erupted from his back, materializing into an imposing and colossal white serpent. The forbidden S-rank technique, the 8-headed serpent technique. The 8 mighty serpents unleashed a deafening roar that shook the heavens. Even the villagers, devoid of chakra, found their eardrums ruptured despite covering their ears, as blood streamed from them like a fountain. What was that creature? A tailed beast? Or merely a summoning beast? No matter. There was no turning back now. We must slay it. The ninjas of Konoha gritted their teeth, resolutely employing their techniques to assault the 8-headed serpent. Boom. Various ninjutsu struck the serpent's head, the combined force obliterating it into fragments. Witnessing their attack's effectiveness, the Konoha ninjas launched another barrage at the remaining 7 heads. He cannot evade our ninjutsu. Focus all firepower. He's merely a foolish giant. The ninjas rallied, their morale surging. However, just as they formed another seal, the severed head of the serpent regenerated, its cold, terrifying eyes glinting with mockery as it surveyed the crowd. Wind chakra coalesced within its maw. In the blink of an eye, a fierce, howling gale erupted like cannon fire, crashing violently into the ranks of the ninja. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the ninjas struck by the wind were torn to shreds, blood and bone scattering in a gruesome display. It dawned on them that the 8-headed serpent was not incapable of evading their attacks. It simply deemed them beneath its notice. Roar. The eight-headed serpent let out a furious bellow, its massive form lunging down to sweep across the streets, decimating the corpses of the fallen ninjas. Crash. The buildings lining the street crumbled under its unrelenting sweep, while the terrified villagers hiding within their homes were ground to dust. Naruto remained unfazed. In his eyes, this was no longer a village but a graveyard, the graveyard of both the Konoha forces and the assassination organization. Each head of the eight-headed serpent began to gather chakra projectiles, launching them in various directions: wind, earth, fire, and water attributes. The vortex of Naruto now possessed all chakra attributes. Boom, 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 boom. Numerous chakra projectiles struck relentlessly at every corner of the village, while the Konoha ninjas, alongside the corpses, charged towards the eight-headed serpent. Their ninjutsu battered the serpent's heads again and again, yet with each strike, the serpent regenerated in an instant, continuing to unleash chakra projectiles that decimated the ninjas. Unlike Orochimaru, the eight-headed serpent technique employed by Naruto was fueled by an inexhaustible supply of chakra. As long as chakra remained, it could persistently revive and continue the fight. The solution lay solely in powerful sealing techniques. The immortal monstrosity. The surging Konoha forces resembled a tide crashing against the shores, vanishing the moment they entered the serpent's attack range. As hope dwindled and the disparity in combat strength became glaringly evident, some Konoha ninjas contemplated retreat. However, the eight-headed serpent charged at the mountainside, its terrifying bulk and momentum causing the mountains to crumble, sending boulders tumbling down to seal off the village's escape route. Now, the only way to leave this village was through the path of the eight-headed serpent. Amidst screams and despair, the serpent, illuminated by moonlight, loomed like a colossal deity, utterly annihilating the village, overturning the very soil of the earth as if burying it in a grave. In a single night, it single-handedly obliterated the Konoha forces and the assassination organization, decimating an entire village. The following day, when the Konoha Intelligence Division ninjas arrived to investigate the lack of progress reports, they were met with a scene that could only be described as spectacularly devastated. Consequently, Naruto's threat level was reclassified as a special S-rank rogue ninja, signifying a danger level above A rank but with strength below S rank, marking him as a rogue ninja of significant importance. The bounty on his head doubled, igniting a frenzy among bounty hunters. On the Konoha side, thanks to Jiraiya's timely return, Orochimaru was unable to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. Together, Jiraiya and Hiruzen employed powerful sealing techniques to incapacitate Orochimaru's hands. Though Orochimaru retreated, Konoha suffered significant losses from the turmoil. Not only had they lost a substantial amount of combat power, but the absence of high-level fighters like Kakashi and the escape of the Jinchuriki added to their woes. Due to the vast distance, Jiraiya could no longer locate Naruto's position using his sealing techniques. The only silver lining was capturing Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. After deliberation, Konoha's higher-ups imprisoned him in the Konoha dungeon under the charge of Danzo Shimura, citing the destruction of the ninja village as grounds for his confinement. Should the Wind Country wish to reclaim their Jinchuriki, they would need to pay a hefty ransom and provide substantial mineral resources. The Land of Fire remained obstinate. While the Wind Country grappled with the assassination of the Kazekage and the ensuing chaos within Sunagakure. Meanwhile, the Land of Lightning, advocating for military expansion, would not remain idle. And the resource-strapped Land of Water would surely seek an opportunity to stake their claim. The Wind Country now found itself on the brink of annihilation. Simultaneously, within a stone cave, numerous shadows stood on the rocky outcrops, adorned with jade rings symbolizing their identities. The rogue Jinchuriki of Konoha has defected? The shadow known as Jade questioned with a hint of skepticism. A ninja village of such magnitude could not retain its Jinchuriki? This is fortuitous. With the Jinchuriki outside the protection of the ninja village and being hunted by the entire ninja world, capturing him has become exceedingly simpler. The shadow designated as Shin chuckled. It appears we can expedite our plans to capture the tailed beast. Allow me to undertake this mission. Extracting his tailed beast while bringing back his head will yield a considerable reward. The shadow known as Bei interjected eagerly. No, this task is to be assigned to Zhu and Nan. The shadow standing between the two stone peaks, exuding an enigmatic aura of authority, spoke. Bring back the Ninetales Jinchuriki before Konoha does. With your combined strength, it should be within your capabilities, correct? As long as Mr. Itachi does not show any leniency due to past ties. Nan emitted a peculiar laughter. Of course, I was merely jesting. He. Rest assured, I will return him. Zhu opened his eyes, the crimson and black of his Sharingan glaring ominously, a palpable aura emanating from him. Losing a leg or an arm shouldn't affect the price, right? Chapter 38, the first step to dominate the ninja world within the borders of the Wind Country, in the bustling city of Wind. The capital stands as a testament to the nation's prosperity, with its convenient transportation and rapid flow of resources. A plethora of unique shops showcasing distinctive minerals line the streets, offering a feast for the eyes. Have you heard? If we capture that spiky-haired brat alive, there's a bounty of 80 million. And it's a reward guaranteed by the Fire Country, absolutely reliable. If I had known earlier, I would have realized he was a Jinchuriki. He possesses remarkable strength. It is said that even the copy ninja Kakashi fell to him. Could that be true? How old is he? To have killed Kakashi? Isn't that why the price is set so high? Right now, he's merely a rogue ninja, but in a few years, if he establishes his own organization, he could become a regional power. Who would have thought that even in these peaceful times, such individuals would emerge? Let us not dwell on that. Let's drink. In a tavern, two men, their faces flushed, engaged in fervent discussion about the latest headlines in the ninja world. The rogue ninja Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha. In pursuit of Naruto or his head, Shimura Danzo disseminated every hidden piece of information, and now, everyone in the ninja world is aware that Naruto is not only the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales but also the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The grudges formed during the Great Ninja War are now stirring into action, with intentions to find Naruto and eliminate him swiftly. What does it feel like to be the center of attention in the entire ninja world? A voice broke through the chatter. It belonged to Bai, who, adorned in a conical hat and a raincoat, was met with a quiet chuckle from Naruto as he replied, "Not too bad. Well, as long as you're not flustered. I'll share the next steps of our plan with you. How we proceed is up to you." Bai nodded, appreciating Naruto's calm demeanor, truly a testament to his unwavering will. First, continue your training in Sage Mode. The power of Sage Mode is indispensable for establishing a foothold in the ninja world. Simultaneously, we must locate Tsunade, one of the legendary three Sannin, to acquire her medical ninjutsu. We can negotiate with Orochimaru for personnel on the condition of healing his hands. Requesting personnel from Orochimaru? Naruto queried, puzzled. One cannot stand alone in the ninja world. One must have allies. Orochimaru has several suitable candidates. Foremost among them is your dwindling kin, Uzumaki Karui. She possesses versatile abilities capable of undertaking various tasks. Given your shared bloodline, earning her trust should be relatively straightforward. While her healing abilities may not be directly useful to you, she can replicate the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Her keen perception could also be honed into espionage skills. This would be far more effective than your fragile shadow clones, Bai explained. Once we secure Uzumaki Karui, you could also strike a deal with Orochimaru to gather the remaining candidates, but that can be addressed later. We must first endure the present, Bai continued, calculating. The time since Sasuke's defection was drawing near, it wouldn't be too late to pull him in as well. Bai considered Orochimaru a veritable talent marketplace. As an experienced facilitator, he had guided many traversers in acquiring personnel from him. Had it not been for the excessive loyalty of Kimimaro, he would have sought to recruit him too. First, employ your harem technique to establish a network of informants throughout the Wind City. Remain vigilant for any signs of unrest. The ninja world is not as benign as Konoha. Danger lurks everywhere, and any lapse in vigilance could prove fatal, Bai cautioned. If my assumptions are correct, Konoha is currently vulnerable, resembling a precarious house of cards. Jiraiya will undoubtedly seek Tsunade to fill the void. We need to create some chaos to divert Konoha's attention from Tsunade. Otherwise, we will be racing against Jiraiya, a seasoned ninja who has traversed the ninja world for years and is well informed. If he gets to her first, we could find ourselves ensnared and dragged back to Konoha, meeting our end. Simply put, our task is to locate Tsunade before Jiraiya does and acquire her medical ninjutsu. Naruto declared, rising from his seat and slapping a stack of bills onto the table, signaling the waiter to keep the change. Let us also stir up some trouble for Konoha to ensure they cannot outpace us. Do you have a plan? I asked, curiosity piqued. Though you may be weary of hearing this, I must remind you that you are currently the most wanted fugitive in the ninja world. Any hint of your presence will attract hunters eager to track you down. I continued, I've introduced you to the Akatsuki before. They could appear at any moment to capture you and drain your tailed beast. Given the precarious situation, how do you intend to create chaos for Konoha? With your current strength, even one member of the Akatsuki could easily subdue you. Mr. Bai, while the primary direction of planning is your responsibility, that does not render me a mere puppet who blindly follows orders, Naruto countered, shaking his head. The destruction of Konoha and standing against the entire ninja world is a task we shall undertake together. Very well, if that is your stance. I shall await your next move with eager anticipation. Bai replied with satisfaction before turning to engage with the Ninetales. Building a rapport with the Ninetales would be essential for Naruto to unlock the golden body mode in the future, and he needed to lay the groundwork for that relationship. Though the Ninetales appeared somewhat unwelcoming towards Bai, Naruto was confident that his genuine intentions would eventually earn its favor, physically and metaphorically. Following Bai's guidance, Naruto deployed his harem technique across various sectors of Wind City, placing his informants, each distinct in appearance and personality, into seemingly unrelated roles, yet united in purpose, forming a tightly woven intelligence network. Subsequently, Naruto made his way to the underground trading post of the Wind Country. Anyone can be found here, right? He inquired at the counter. A burly man with a fierce glare scrutinized him, raising an eyebrow in recognition. New here? You look a bit familiar. Perhaps this will jog your memory, Naruto said, removing his conical hat to reveal his face. He placed 2 scrolls on the counter and stated, a total of 600,000. Help me find someone. 600,000? Brother, do you know how much your life is worth? The man blinked. Then a look of wild joy spread across his face. People around them slowly rose from their seats, eyes gleaming with avarice, fixated on Naruto Uzumaki. That is, of course, if you have the means to spend it, Naruto replied, placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword. Do you know why I dare to remove my hat here? Because nobody cares if a few rats die in the sewers. Chapter 39. The deal with Sunagakure. Blood stained the walls, and scattered heads stared vacantly into the distance, while those still clinging to life lay on the ground, clutching their wounds and emitting low, mournful wails. A fierce-looking man was pinned against the wall by Naruto's blade. His right arm pierced through as if he were but a mere piece of parchment. A woman with light yellow hair tied back in a low ponytail, bearing a dark purple mark on her forehead, was known as Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. She should not be too difficult to locate. Naruto mused as he wiped the blood from his face. Finding her is feasible, but are you not concerned that I might expose your whereabouts once I step outside? The man coughed violently, blood spilling forth as he spoke. Half in threat and half in doubt. As long as the clue is credible, even if nothing is done, a bounty of 1 million awaits. That surpasses your paltry 60,000. Rest assured, I will soon be apprehended. You need not worry about that. Naruto flashed a reckless smile, infused with audacious fervor, and replied, as long as you assist me in locating her, I can provide you with an additional 40,000 afterward. Sunagakure, serving as the military stronghold of the Land of Wind, once represented its formidable might. Now, however, that strength had diminished significantly, losing much of its deterrent power. Today, a significant number of villagers were processing their departure from the village. In the Kazekage's assembly hall, the elder with a thick bandage wrapped around his head, Chiyo, leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed, speaking with a grave tone. The tree has fallen, and the monkeys have scattered. This village no longer holds the power to protect them, thus leaving is only natural. A high-ranking official from Sunagakure shook his head and stated, it is evident to all that the Land of Wind lacks the capacity to fulfill Konoha's demands. The one-tailed Jinchuriki must be relinquished. How can that be? Without the Jinchuriki, even if we survive, there will be no chance for recovery. We will become like the village hidden in grass. Temari exclaimed anxiously as she stood. Face the reality, not only is Sunagakure in peril, but so too is the Land of Wind, which hangs by a thread. Other great nations will not let this opportunity slip by, seizing any pretext to ignite conflict and occupy our lands. The best we can hope for is to become a small nation like the Land of Waves, Chiyo interjected, pounding the table earnestly. The worst-case scenario would be to become their vassal, prisoners of war. That fate would be more dreadful than annihilation, as our citizens would be treated as mere commodities, traded like cattle, their lives rendered valueless. There is only one option left, infiltrate Konoha and rescue Gaara. A high-ranking official from Sunagakure furrowed his brow and replied, yet the chances of success for this method are exceedingly slim, nearly impossible. Silence engulfed the room. If only we could seize Konoha's lifeline, Chiyo suddenly remarked. Konoha's lifeline? Which one? The boy with the spiky hair lurking in some dim corner of the ninja world? The Sunagakure official waved his hand dismissively. Setting aside whether we can find him, he single-handedly decimated Konoha's elite ninja force, given our current military strength. Do you believe we could capture him? In other words, unless Naruto himself walks to our doorstep begging us to seize him, we have no other recourse? Temari clenched her fists, shivering at the thought of that figure wielding a ninja blade, eyes filled with murderous intent. How could such a thing ever happen? Before she could finish her sentence, the door was flung open by a Sunagakure ninja, panting heavily as he looked around in alarm. No, this is bad. The Ninetales. The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales has invaded. Everyone froze at the sound, exchanging incredulous glances. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Sunagakure, Naruto stood with one foot resting upon a fallen ninja's head, his right hand gripping his ninja blade, casually slicing through the air with a few swift strikes. Crack. Those rushing towards Naruto heard the sharp sound of shattering, as their kunai crumbled into fragments, falling to the ground. If it weren't for you, the Jinchuriki would not have gone berserk so completely. Maki gritted his teeth, forming hand seals as he unleashed a wind-style jutsu. With your head, Sunagakure might just survive this crisis. Die. My head has always been right here. If you desire it, prove you have the capability to claim it. Naruto's figure surged forward, his left hand transforming into a sharp, sturdy wooden spear that erupted forth, piercing through Maki's shoulder with precision. Would release, impaling lance. Just as Maki was about to retaliate, a commanding voice rang out. Enough. Stand down, Maki. Chiyo glared at Maki, her voice stern. Everyone, retreat. Leave this to us. The elder, eyes, appeared more placid, gesturing for everyone to depart. Ah, now we have some individuals who can engage in conversation. Naruto sheathed his blade, kicking the fallen ninja beneath him as a signal for him to depart, and said, I presume an introduction is unnecessary? It is indeed necessary. Chiyo, softening her expression, regarded Naruto with seriousness. Introduce yourself. Are you friend or foe? You perceive me as you wish. I am what you believe me to be. Naruto chuckled lightly, then added, this place is hardly suitable for a discussion. In such a large village, there must be a place more fitting for tea and conversation. Please, follow me. Temari gritted her teeth, overcoming her inner trepidation, and stepped forward. Moments later, Naruto, along with the two high-ranking officials from Sunagakure, Aiz, Temari, and Chiyo, entered a conference room. While dozens of Sunagakure ninjas surrounded the exterior, prepared to intervene at the slightest indication of trouble, silence pervaded the room. The Sunagakure officials awaited Naruto's words, the atmosphere heavy with tension. I have come to your village not for any other reason but to propose a transaction. Naruto sipped his tea, setting down the porcelain cup, and continued, since the Chunin exams incident, the plight of the Land of Wind and your circumstances have grown increasingly precarious. The Land of Fire has cornered you into a state of desperation. Your last resort, I presume, is to send someone to infiltrate Konoha and rescue the one-tailed Jinchuriki. If I can conceive of such a plan, Konoha will certainly be on high alert, and the challenges are self-evident. What are you implying? The male official furrowed his brows, demanding clarity. You stand at a dead end, certain to face demise. Yet, I can offer you a path to salvation. Naruto smiled. Capture me and negotiate with the Land of Fire and Konoha. Not only can you retrieve the one-tailed Jinchuriki, but you will also gain a substantial bounty. I will patiently await the completion of your transaction before I make my departure. What are your conditions? Chiyo swallowed hard, her voice barely above a whisper. The entirety of the bounty obtained from Konoha, along with your life, Chiyo. Chapter 40. The confrontation with Danzo. What do you intend to do? Temari exclaimed, her composure faltering as she drew her fan. Having witnessed Naruto's blade work firsthand, she knew that if he wished, a single strike could sever a head from its body. My old life? Chiyo paused, then rose, stating, if you desire it, you may take it at any time, provided you can forge a path for Sunagakure. It was not an immediate demand, but a future consideration. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and replied, forbidden technique, life transfer. A jutsu that allows one to distribute their vitality and resurrect others. Among those I know, only one can wield such a technique. You know of this technique. I indeed possess it, but how can you be certain that I will not breach our agreement in the future? Chiyo furrowed her brow and inquired. Then I shall sever the path I create for Sunagakure with my own hands, Naruto retorted with a hint of menace in his smile. Do not be so arrogant, boy. You are currently on Sunagakure's territory. A senior male official suddenly stood, fury radiating from him. Even if we were to seize you and deliver you to Konoha, the outcome would be the same. It's preferable for the mute to keep their silence. Naruto shot back, his movements swift as lightning. He seized the male official by the hair and with a powerful thrust, brought his head crashing down onto the table. Bang! The wooden table cracked under the force. Blood gushed from the official's head as he slumped to the ground. In a flurry, Sunagakure's guards drew their weapons, ready to engage Naruto in a death struggle. Stop. You fools. The female official shouted, and the ninjas immediately halted, sheathing their blades. She recognized the truth in Naruto's words. If they missed this opportunity, Sunagakure would have no chance of recovery. This was not the time for trivial pride. I accept your terms. Chiyo sighed softly. Next, we shall contact the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Negotiations with the Land of Fire cannot proceed without this step. Chiyo Baba. Temari averted her gaze. On the brink of tears, Ebi shook his head and turned to reach out to the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Upon learning of the situation, the daimyo made a special trip to Sunagakure to meet Naruto and discuss the specifics of their plan and the execution of their strategy. First, Naruto would feign submission to Sunagakure, wearing stone handcuffs inscribed with sealing techniques. After the exchange with Gaara, the Sunagakure ninjas would secretly undo the seals, allowing Naruto to simulate breaking free from the restraints and causing chaos. Naturally, the Sunagakure ninjas would pretend to attack him, but it would merely be for show. Whether he could escape would depend entirely on Naruto's own skill. Naruto, your plan is indeed audacious and feasible, but have you considered this? The daimyo, holding a fan, sat opposite Naruto and spoke softly. If, after the exchange, I do not release the stone cuffs and allow you to be captured by Konoha, what then? Knock here. Naruto tapped his head, responding. What is it? The daimyo tapped his own head, producing a hollow sound. Is there something inside? Of course there is. Then that's sufficient. Anyone with a modicum of sense understands that handing me over to Konoha would yield you no benefits. Why would you allow Konoha to capture me? Naruto raised an eyebrow, smirking. I expected someone of your temperament to declare they would forcefully break the cuffs and slay us all. The daimyo waved his fan, chuckling. I might consider such an action, but I would not vocalize it. Naruto appeared nonchalant, yet his words concealed a threat. Once I say it, it generally means I have already completed the task. In the Land of Wind, two men clad in red cloud-patterned black cloaks and hats sat in an inn, listening to the nearby waitresses chatter about the recent capture of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. I heard Sunagakure intends to negotiate with Konoha to reclaim the one-tailed Jinchuriki. With the Ninetales Jinchuriki in hand, even the Land of Fire must negotiate terms. Where do you think they will conduct the exchange? Don't even think about it. How could we possibly know? As Naruto's shadow clones, disguised as maidens, playfully shared information, the two men in Akatsuki cloaks stood and departed the tavern, their destination unknown. Once the men left, the maidens exchanged knowing glances, having successfully executed their plan. The trading location between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire was at the border of their nations. Given the crucial nature of the One-Tail and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the transaction would be conducted without the knowledge of the ninja world. It was often only after the exchange concluded that the ninja world would receive news of it. Representing Konoha were not Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Shimura Danzo and his root organization Anbu. Accompanying them was Uchiha Sasuke, dressed in black, his expression conflicted. Temari and Chiyo stood flanking Naruto, their gazes fixed on Gaara, who was confined within a prison cart, emaciated and evidently subjected to inhumane treatment. The two sides were separated by 100 meters, a distance within the range of most ninjutsu attacks. A single change of heart could ignite a battle. Let us commence. Danzo commanded, and the Anbu pushed the prison cart toward the Land of Wind, while Naruto cooperatively advanced toward Konoha. At last, we have captured this monster. Who knows how many lives he has taken? Look at that face, once so arrogant, now reduced to a mere shadow. As the Anbu observed Naruto approaching unarmed and defenseless, a look of satisfaction spread across their faces. Naruto and the cart containing Gaara swiftly closed the distance. 100 meters was traversed in mere seconds. Welcome back to Konoha. Brat. Danzo's expression darkened as he glared at the bowing Naruto. Welcome to my range of attack, old man. Naruto lifted his head, revealing a chilling smile. The Sunagakure ninja efficiently released his sealing cuffs, and with a surge of strength, Naruto shattered the restraints. The blades were drawn in an instant. Clang. Danzo, a veteran of the battlefield, quickly reacted, using a kunai to block the blade, while the Anbu shouted and charged at Naruto. The Sunagakure ninja raised an eyebrow, casually sending a few lower-ranked ninjas forward as a mere formality. Before Naruto's fist could connect, they collapsed without resistance. It seemed that the situation required that technique. Danzo's heart sank as he revealed his Sharingan. Chapter 41. The Dawn of the Akatsuki Organization, Confrontation with Uchiha Itachi, the most formidable Genjutsu, Kotoamatsukami. A supreme illusion capable of subtly and permanently altering a person's thoughts. This Genjutsu possesses an unparalleled advantage over other Sharingan techniques like Tsukuyami. It can be activated regardless of whether the target has made eye contact with the caster. As long as they are within sight, Kotoamatsukami can be unleashed. Originally, Danzo intended to employ Kotoamatsukami on Gaara to steal the secrets of Sunagakure. But now Naruto has taken precedence. Such a powerful ninja, with proper guidance, could one day rival the first Hokage. The information implanted in Kotoamatsukami by Danzo was a vow of eternal loyalty to Shimura Danzo. Buzz. A faint yet irresistible consciousness surged into Naruto's mind, attempting to take root within. A far more terrifying and mysterious force erupted from his body, violently striking against the invading consciousness of Kotoamatsukami. This is my domain, be gone. With a face radiating intense murderous intent, Haku stretched out his right hand, unleashing the power of the system, distorting the invading consciousness into nothingness, utterly annihilating it. Just as he could eliminate the effects of Ashura's chakra, Haku could eradicate any permanent changes inscribed upon Naruto. While he could not dispel illusions like Tsukuyami, he could effortlessly obliterate Kotoamatsukami, which directly interfered with Naruto's will. Naruto stood in a daze. The kunai he intended to strike with now halted midair. Danzo let out a cold laugh, gesturing for his Anbu to cease their movements. Naruto, let us now revitalize Konoha and purge all opposition against me, Shimura Danzo declared, extending his hand towards Naruto with an inviting smile. Had Naruto capitulated? Indeed, the leader's strength was unfathomable. Even the Ninetales dared not act recklessly. With just a glance, the leader had reduced him to this state. The Anbu whispered among themselves, convinced that Naruto's allegiance to Konoha was now assured. Swish. A blade was swung. Danzo stared incredulously at his severed left arm, gazing at Naruto, who had delivered the strike. You couldn't possibly think I would fall for that, you old fool. Naruto mocked with a smirk. His left hand channeling would release ninjutsu, causing a burst of wooden spikes to erupt and pierce Danzo's throat. Danzo attempted to struggle but found his body stiff and unresponsive. The coldness surged from his spleen to his brain, and he finally realized that the previous strike had been enhanced with a special ninjutsu, freezing his blood vessels at the wound. With narrowed eyes, Danzo transformed into a puff of smoke, reappearing several dozen meters away from Naruto. Izanagi, a powerful ocular technique capable of reversing death, at the cost of one Sharingan forever losing its light. Capture him, Danzo commanded with a wave, signaling his Anbu to move. Naruto clicked his tongue, launching himself into the air with a powerful leap, conjuring a massive Rasengan. He hurled it towards the gathered Anbu. Boom. The root organization S Anbu, as elite forces, were worlds apart in strength from the external forces of Konoha. The relatively slow-moving Rasengan was easily evaded by them. They formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of fireballs, attempting to restrict Naruto's movements. In response, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, releasing multiple Earth-style walls to completely block the incoming fireballs. Danzo, undeterred, formed hand seals and expelled a concentrated jet of wind, propelling towards the Earth walls with explosive force, shattering them to pieces. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo pressed on, continuing to form seals and unleashing a series of wind blasts, forcing Naruto back several paces. Seizing the moment, the lurking Anbu found an opportunity and launched their attack on Naruto. Utilizing a kunai like a throwing knife, Naruto successfully shattered one Anbu's blade. He then formed his hands into a gentle fist, activating his Byakugan, spinning into action and executing a Kaiten. Ding, ding, ding. The blades of the Anbu were deflected, and Naruto seized the opportunity to concentrate chakra in his palm, unleashing a powerful 8 trigrams palm against one Anbu. The Anbu were momentarily bewildered. They had received intelligence that Naruto excelled in swordsmanship and ninjutsu, but there had been no mention of his proficiency in taijutsu or his possession of the Byakugan. What was happening? Not only did he have would release, but he also possessed the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Danzo was taken aback. He had never witnessed such absurdity before. As Naruto engaged in a flurry of exchanges with the Anbu, despite initially catching them off guard with his martial prowess. The coordinated tactics of the Anbu proved difficult to contend with. Even for Naruto, facing 6 opponents proved to be a formidable challenge. How lively it is. I wonder if I might join in. A voice laced with bloodlust echoed, causing Danzo to turn in surprise. He witnessed a shark-like ninja wielding a large sword, charging forth. With one hand, he grasped an Anbu by the neck and violently slammed his head into the ground. Bang! The Anbu's head embedded into the earth, blood gushing forth. The Akatsuki. You are the rogue ninja from the mist, Kisame Hashigaki, aren't you? Danzo inquired while glancing at the other ninja standing beside Kisame. And over there is the rogue ninja from Konoha, Itachi Uchiha. Itachi. Sasuke was momentarily stunned before activating his Sharingan, gritting his teeth and channeling his Chidori. Leave the Ninetales to me. Itachi disregarded Sasuke and walked directly towards Naruto, stating, All right, I shall handle these adversaries. Kisame, brandishing his sword, approached the Anbu and Danzo with a cold smile. At that moment, everything unfolded as per Naruto's design, feigning submission to Sunagakure to secure a bounty. Then luring the Akatsuki to confront Konoha, facilitating his escape. However, an unpredictable variable emerged as Sasuke lunged towards Itachi with his Chidori, shouting, Itachi. Itachi furrowed his brow and used his Sharingan Genjutsu, Tsukuyami. Your hatred is insufficient. You are too weak. I have more pressing matters at hand. If you wish to survive, remain still and do not move. Uchiha Itachi spoke coldly, turning to discover that Naruto was already attempting to flee. Naruto had initially believed that the Akatsuki would be evenly matched against Konoha's forces, but it appeared that one of their members could easily contend with Danzo and the others, while another was directly targeting him. Most critically, the one pursuing him was a master of Genjutsu. Stop. Itachi's form morphed into a crow, appearing before Naruto. His Manjiki Sharingan gleaming with a chilling light. With no other recourse, Naruto realized he had no choice but to fight with all his might. With a resigned click of his tongue, he unleashed the chakra of the Four Tails, enveloping himself in a beastly cloak. Chapter 42, Kaleidoscope Sharingan at an incomprehensible speed. Itachi formed seals and unleashed a barrage of fireballs towards Naruto. The latter countered with a water-style technique, extinguishing the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto stepped forward, transforming his foxtail into a blade and swinging it at Itachi. With a swift body flicker, Itachi evaded the attack and hurled fire-infused shuriken at Naruto. Fire-style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Naruto extended his right hand, tightening his grip as magnetic chakra redirected the shuriken back towards Itachi. The Phoenix Fire successfully pierced Itachi, leaving him seemingly incapacitated. However, Naruto's momentary joy quickly faded. He felt the surge of the Ninetales chakra counteracting his own as he dispelled the illusion, only to find kunai flying towards him. With a clang, Naruto employed his gentle fist to deflect the kunai, simultaneously executing the 8 trigrams empty palm in an attempt to push Itachi back. But Itachi's eyes widened, and black flames ignited around Naruto's form. In an instant, Naruto's figure dissipated into white smoke as Itachi landed, only for dozens of shadow clones to emerge from the ground, wielding kunai like a net, assaulting Itachi. The blade slashed through Itachi's form, and his body burst into a flurry of crows, soaring away. The shadow clones intertwined their hands, unleashing a fire technique, Great Fireball Jutsu, creating a colossal wave of flames that surged upwards. This method of combat was one only ninjas with inexhaustible chakra dared to employ, overwhelming their opponents with sheer numbers. Itachi responded by forming seals and casting water-style, water barrier, erecting a towering wall of water to block the inferno. Yet, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Moments later, the water barrier hissed ominously, steam billowing forth as the flames threatened to consume it. Water can extinguish fire, but overwhelming flames can evaporate water. Seizing the moment, Naruto unleashed Earth Release, Earth Spear, forcing Itachi to move. He then formed seals to invoke Forest of Death, commanding colossal trees to assault Itachi. Violent Gun, Tree Binding Eternal Burial, Silent Kill Binding Technique, Thorn Killing Technique, an array of wood release techniques surged forth, pressing Itachi relentlessly. Quite troublesome, Itachi murmured, narrowing his eyes. In an instant, a tremendous power erupted from his gaze, as black flames consumed the approaching trees, engulfing the entire forest in a moment. The once formidable trunks were reduced to ash, leaves swirling in a cacophony of crackling sounds. Amaterasu. The flames persisted until their target was utterly incinerated. Itachi formed seals, unleashing water release, water bullets, effortlessly dispelling the shadow clones. Through his Sharingan, he pinpointed Naruto's true form and executed a body flicker technique to appear before him. This man's speed is astonishing. Reacting swiftly, Naruto closed his eyes, thwarting Itachi's Tsukuyami. He then condensed chakra into a Rasengan, launching it at his adversary. With a resounding boom, the Rasengan detonated upon contact, sending Naruto flying several meters, fracturing several bones in the process. A-rank ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Explosion. Itachi, expressionless, prepared to capture Naruto, But the severely injured ninja suddenly stood, gathering tailed beast bomb, hurling it towards Itachi. In a swift maneuver, Itachi executed the bird clone technique, narrowly evading the tailed beast bomb. The resilience of the Uzumaki clan combined with the regenerative powers of the Ninetales rendered Itachi's shadow clone explosion akin to mere scratches on Naruto. Unless he could eliminate Naruto in an instant, the latter would recover at an astonishing pace and continue the fight. Itachi charged at Naruto, who showed no intent to evade. Charging forward as well, the foxtail transformed into a blade aimed at Itachi, who utilized shadow clones to parry the attack. Naruto then formed an ice release Rasengan, propelling it towards Itachi. Swiftly, Itachi employed water clone, evading the Rasengan. He appeared behind Naruto, twisting his arm to thrust a kunai towards Naruto's neck. However, the foxtail swiftly countered, knocking Itachi's kunai away. Naruto spun around, delivering a powerful punch, which Itachi caught, coldly stating, "You shall now immerse yourself in the illusions of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan." In an instant, Naruto fell to the ground, dazed and trembling. This is proving to be more challenging than anticipated. With a sigh of relief, Itachi prepared to inform Kisame to depart, only to find the world around him morphing into a dark crimson, the moon looming ominously larger in the sky. It was surreal and eerie. Itachi paused, realizing his current predicament. But how could this be? How could he be ensnared in Tsukuyomi? Copy successful. Attain bloodline limit. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Breathless, Naruto gritted his teeth and muttered, "That was close. If I had been a second later, I would have fallen into his illusion." The Kaleidoscope Sharingan replicated by the system possessed an equivalent level of ability as its user. Itachi had succumbed to Tsukuyomi because Naruto had utilized Mirror of the Heavens to rebound the technique. In a battle of illusionary techniques among ninjas of equal prowess, it becomes a psychological contest. The one who casts the illusion second can counteract it. Both parties aim to be the counterattackers, thus refraining from using illusions readily. Itachi never anticipated Naruto could replicate his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, leading to his downfall. Naruto gathered chakra into a Rasengan, intent on resolving the confrontation with Itachi. But the latter suddenly made his move, executing a shadow clone explosion to make his escape. What on earth is happening? Itachi retreated a few steps, gazing at Naruto, whose eyes had transformed into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, exclaiming, "This is too bizarre. It feels as though I am staring into a mirror." Susanoo. Taking a deep breath, Naruto harnessed the power dwelling within his eyes. An orange-red energy surged from him, transforming into a colossal and formidable warrior. The terrifying pressure thickened the air around them. The third power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo. The replication ability of the system is flawless, effectively digitizing the opponent's abilities and then copying and pasting that data onto the host. Even within the confines of the system realm, his replication ability remains unparalleled. From Susanoo's hands, 3 interconnected tomo, resembling shuriken, formed, which he then launched like cannonballs. The 3 tomo whirled with destructive force, howling through the air towards Itachi. Yasaka Magatama. Boom. The tomo exploded, scattering Itachi's form like a flock of birds evading the onslaught. Dust and smoke erupted, obscuring the sky, and when the haze finally settled, Naruto had vanished without a trace. Chapter 43 The Legendary Fat Sheepa. Indeed, the greater the power, the heftier the price one must pay. Naruto found solace beside a spring, reclining against a stone wall to recuperate. The potency of the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan was undeniable, yet its side effects were equally apparent. Moreover, Itachi's Sharingan was nearing its limits, unable to withstand much more strain. Merely summoning Susanoo for a single technique had left him wearied, and a searing pain radiated from his eyes. Until he acquired the eternal Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, it would be prudent to minimize the use of such abilities. I have no desire to suffer blindness at such a tender age. Naruto replenished his stamina with the chakra of the Ninetales, inhaling deeply as he contemplated. The Land of Wind had effectively utilized Naruto as a bargaining chip, not only securing Gar's release but also acquiring a bounty of 300 million. As the transaction was settled instantaneously upon both parties reaching their respective territories, even if Naruto were to flee later. The Fire Nation had no authority to demand the return of either the funds or the individuals. Furthermore, with the Akatsuki's involvement, the nature of the incident had transformed. Konoha had neither gained any benefits nor avoided losses, having suffered casualties amongst several Anbu ninjas, truly a case of losing both the lady and the troops. As soon as the Akatsuki made their entrance, Sunagakure had swiftly retreated, with Kisame and Itachi initially intent on capturing a Jinchuriki, only to find that the people of Sunagakure had already concealed themselves within the town, unwilling to emerge. With no other options, the duo reluctantly returned to the Akatsuki. Upon returning to the Land of Wind, Naruto smoothly obtained the 300 million bounty from the feudal lord. As Naruto had articulated, the presence of the Ninetales Jinchuriki stirring trouble throughout the ninja world was far more advantageous for the Land of Wind than behaving as a docile citizen in Konoha. Thus, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind harbored no grievances against Naruto. Rather, he hoped Naruto would escalate matters further, allowing himself a moment to develop in the shadows. With a sudden influx of 300 million, Naruto walked with newfound confidence. However, swaggering about was not an option. After all, following the recent events, his bounty had soared to 100 million. Shimura Danzo was likely dreaming of him even in slumber. As Naruto pondered, he arrived at the underground trading post of the Land of Wind. The man he had previously bested seemed to anticipate his arrival, promptly handing him a prepared blueprint. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, at the bustling Fanfuku Casino, a woman adorned in a deep green outer robe, possessing a generous bosom and fair complexion, entered with a blush, swaying slightly. A black-haired woman beside her supported her, concerned she might stumble. "Ah, the legendary fat sheep has returned. How much do you plan to lose this time? Have a heart and gamble with me." The gamblers in the lively casino erupted in joy at her appearance. "TCH. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to gamble with you yet." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Tsunade-sama, I need to use the restroom." Shizen suddenly interjected in a hushed tone. "Go ahead. I'll win a few million first." Tsunade replied, scanning the casino for her preferred games. "Miss Tsunade, perhaps rather than winning, you should consider repaying your debts." A casino attendant clad in a black suit approached her. "Oh, it's just a small debt. Once I win back what I've lost, I'll surely repay you. Don't worry." Tsunade flashed a radiant smile. "But, you were also. I've said I will repay. Can't you understand that?" Tsunade's expression darkened, her demeanor akin to that of a villain as she raised her chin, threatening. "Enough. You go attend to other matters." Naruto gently patted the attendant's shoulder and spoke softly. You are." Tsunade turned to face Naruto, momentarily taken aback before pointing at him in astonishment, exclaiming, 100 million. What kind of address is that? How disheartening." Naruto's lips twitched as he replied, "As you can see, I am the fugitive ninja Naruto Uzumaki, currently being hunted by the authorities of Konoha. I have come to seek your assistance, Miss Tsunade. You must be aware that I am one of the legendary three. For you to stand before me as a rogue ninja takes quite a bit of audacity." Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her cheeks flushed yet her mind remained clear. "I wish to establish a summoning contract with the living slug, and for that, I require your assistance, Miss Tsunade." Naruto chuckled lightly. "Do you believe I would agree?" Tsunade placed her hands on her hips, her figure shaking slightly, almost straining against her attire. "If I did not possess ample confidence, I would not be standing before you now," Naruto replied with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than Shizen was brought forth by several shadow clones wielding kunai. Where's the boss? How can anyone enter with weapons and not be stopped?" Tsunade furrowed her brow, calling out loudly. "Today, I am the boss." As Naruto spoke, he approached a gambling table. "Let us wager, Miss Tsunade. If you win, this sum of 50 million belongs to you, and your debt here will be erased. However, should you lose, you will assist me in establishing the summoning contract with the slug. Regardless of the outcome, as long as you agree to this wager, I will ensure Shizen's release." Naruto adeptly shuffled the cards, placing the deck on the table, and inquired, "What say you?" Tsunade scrutinized Naruto's eyes for several seconds before finally seating herself across from him, slamming her palm on the table. "Let us do this. You'd better prepare to lose everything, even your undergarments." Chapter 44. The correct use of the Sharingan is cheating. The living slug, said to be of immense size, can only be concealed within the wetbone forest. Each time Tsunade summons a living slug, it is merely a clone. Naruto's desire to form a contract with the slug stems not only from its formidable abilities but primarily from his intention to traverse the wetbone forest. By directly questioning Tsunade, he is likely to receive misleading information. However, a summoned beast bound by a contract will never deceive its summoner. Though he has already attained the sage body of Myoboku Mountain, Naruto is eager to explore the possibility of mastering the sage body of the wetbone forest as well. If successful, he could potentially forge a new path to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. "Child, how do you wish to wager?" Tsunade inquired, glancing at the cards laid out on the table. "Let us draw ghost cards," Naruto replied, spreading the cards into a line. Each player holds 11 cards. Each player draws one ghost card. Apart from the ghost, matching suits form a pair, and the player who discards all their cards first wins. Such a childish game. "I would prefer something more exhilarating," Tsunade remarked. "Very well, let the player who draws a ghost card remove an article of clothing," Naruto suggested. Such thoughts at your tender age are rather inappropriate. As they organized their cards, they engaged in conversation. In a game so reliant on luck, psychological warfare proved nearly futile. "You go first," Naruto said, clutching his cards. "Why do you only have 10 cards?" Tsunade inquired, suddenly noticing a discrepancy as she reached to draw. "It's 11. But one card is simply stacked with another. The rules never stated I couldn't do that, did they?" Naruto chuckled softly. This clever maneuver of his, hiding the cards, made it exceedingly difficult to discern their positions. Tsunade bit her lip, her mind racing. Typically, one would conceal their best cards while leaving the weaker ones exposed. If she thought this way, it played right into his hands. He must be aware of this. Hence why his strong cards were likely on display. With swift precision, Tsunade drew an outer card, revealing the Joker, ironically the ghost card. "My turn," Naruto smiled, drawing a card that undoubtedly was a good match. He swiftly discarded 2 cards. Now, it was Tsunade's turn. This time, Naruto had no ghost cards in hand. Every card he could draw was favorable. However, discarding one card also assisted his opponent in discarding one. As long as the ghost card remained in hand, doubt would linger. Tsunade drew a black diamond and discarded 2 cards. While contemplating how to compel her opponent to draw the ghost card, she noticed Shizen, standing behind Naruto, attempting to signal her with exaggerated facial expressions. Indeed, she was conveying a message. As Tsunade's aide, Shizen had devised a covert signaling system with her, utilizing eyebrow movements akin to Morse code to relay information. Positioned just right, Shizen could see Naruto's cards. Victory was assured. Tsunade felt a surge of exhilaration, though her face maintained a facade of contemplative sorrow. In subsequent rounds, Naruto drew the ghost card while Tsunade, seemingly blessed, evaded the ghost card and accurately drew favorable cards. Each held one ghost card, with 2 good cards in hand. If Tsunade could draw 2 more good cards, the game would conclude. Shizen communicated the information to Tsunade, who, brimming with confidence, reached for the card Naruto clutched, exclaiming, "Experience triumphs over youth, little brat." Haha. Yet, her laughter faltered as she beheld the ghost card in her hand, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Now it's my turn," Naruto said with a smile, snatching away Tsunade's good card. He was left with only one favorable card, and regardless of her attempts to resist, Tsunade could only draw this card, clutching 2 ghost cards and facing defeat. What? How could this happen? Tsunade gazed incredulously at the ghost card, her mind a blank slate. "Cheating ultimately demands repayment, Miss Tsunade," Naruto declared, rising and gently tapping Shizen's shoulder, causing her genjutsu to dissipate. Prior to the game, Naruto had employed his Sharingan to cast a genjutsu on Shizen, deliberately positioning her behind him. If she exhibited any signs of signaling, he would utilize the genjutsu to turn her own communication against her, leading Tsunade to draw his cards. And at the final moment, misinforming her to secure victory. Having suffered an unexpected defeat, Tsunade contemplated accusing Naruto of cheating, but then realized that had she not engaged and deceived herself, his tricks would have proven ineffective. Ultimately, she would be at fault. "It is time to fulfill our wager," Naruto said with a grin. Tsunade surveyed the surroundings, discovering that the casino doors had long been shut, likely sealing every entrance and exit. Escape was no longer an option. With a resigned sigh, she retrieved the summoning contract scroll. The scroll was comparable in size to Jiraiya's Myoboku mountain scroll, though the exterior of the wet bone forest scroll was blue. Naruto bit his finger and pressed it against the blood seal, an unusual sensation surging within him. "Is it done? Shall we take our leave?" Tsunade asked as she observed Naruto completing the contract and stowed the scroll away. "May I extend a handshake? Despite being a rogue ninja from Konoha, I hold great admiration for the legendary Sannin." Naruto extended his right hand. Tsunade frowned, regarding Naruto with scrutiny, before casually slapping his hand away. "Shizen, let us go?" "Yes." Shizen promptly followed Tsunade. Copy successful. Acquired the complete compendium of top-tier medical ninjutsu. A voice echoed in Naruto's ears. Compared to the Baika no Jutsu, the superior techniques Tsunade had honed through years of rigorous study in medical ninjutsu could be replicated entirely, much like acquiring the complete set of earth release techniques. With this complete compendium of top-tier medical ninjutsu, Naruto could not only heal his own injuries, but also treat others. While the chakra of the Ninetales had similar effects, it required the recipient to withstand the immense chakra. If healing necessitated an overwhelming amount of Ninetales chakra that the recipient could not endure, death would be inevitable. Now, however, with the expertise of the world's foremost medical ninja at his disposal, Naruto could treat a vast array of ailments and injuries, including those of Orochimaru, whose hands had been rendered useless. Naruto promptly set out in search of Orochimaru. Although he was unaware of the location of Orochimaru's base, he knew from Shiro's guidance where to find him: Konoha village. Chapter 45, Sasuke's defection. While Jiraiya was preoccupied with various trivial matters, he unexpectedly received a message from a ninja pigeon. Upon unfolding the note, he read the elegant handwriting. "Today, I encountered that brat Naruto within the land of fire. Be cautious." It was brief yet laden with significant implications. Jiraiya gathered his belongings and set out to find Hiruzen Sarutobi. That night, Sasuke Uchiha sat on a park bench, clenching his fists, his mind consumed by visions of Itachi Uchiha. The overwhelming strength of his brother shattered his illusions. Witnessing Naruto and the Anbu engage in fierce combat, without faltering, filled Sasuke with not only surprise, but a tinge of envy. "Power, I crave power." He pressed his hand against his neck, where the curse seal felt etched into his very soul, its presence palpable despite being sealed. He felt as though he had plunged into an abyss, his yearning for strength raging like a wild inferno within him. Ultimately, he rose to his feet, resolved to take action. "Sasuke?" Sakura approached with a bento, seemingly intent on rewarding him. Sasuke hesitated, Itachi's image resurfacing in his thoughts. But desire compelled him to step forward toward the gates of Konoha. "Sasuke, where are you going at this hour?" Sakura sensed an ominous premonition and attempted to intervene. But Sasuke turned, the curse seal grotesquely manifesting across half his face. "Do not impede me. Step aside," he barked. Sakura, paralyzed by fear, could only weep helplessly. This time, no one would vow to stand by her side. From this moment forth, Team 7 began to unravel. News of Sasuke's defection spread swiftly, prompting Hiruzen Sarutobi to issue an order for his retrieval. Unfortunately, most of the elite Jonin were away on missions, leaving Jiraiya to safeguard Konoha until Hiruzen regained his strength. The J-Nin dispatch to recover Sasuke included the likes of Inuzuka Kiba, Narashikamaru, Yuhi Kurenai, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Neji, and Aburame Shino. The deployment of 4 special J-Nin underscored Hiruzen's seriousness regarding the situation. The Sound 4, dispatched by Orochimaru, might have posed a challenge to Naruto's generation of Konoha's 12 ninjas, yet they paled in comparison to the special J-Nin. Another defection? Are the young ones today so rebellious? Kurenai lamented upon receiving her orders. First, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, now a survivor of the Uchiha clan. Konoha has been beset by calamities of late, sighed Aoba Yamashiro, scratching his head. Just bring him back. We can rest, indeed afterward, yawned Kakashi. Getting an arm or a leg back shouldn't be an issue, right? Kiba remarked coldly. I have a bad feeling about this, Shikamaru muttered, his expression troubled. Is that a feeling only the weak possess? Neji scoffed. Let us move, Shino stated, shaking his head. Konoha's forces pursued Sasuke with great urgency, while 4 members of the Sound 4 intercepted a single J-Nin to cover Sasuke's retreat. Kiba, Kurenai, Shino, and Neji found themselves blocked. Tension crackled in the air as Kurenai took the lead, with Shikamaru and Aoba continuing their pursuit of Sasuke. The trio quickly caught up to the 5th member of the Sound 4, Karui, who was burdened with a large wooden barrel containing Sasuke. What an irksome presence. Would you kindly perish? Karui announced, placing the barrel on the ground and eyeing the 3 challengers coldly. The King of Hell does not favor me, even if I descend. I will be pursued. Hand over Sasuke, Shikamaru declared, gesturing toward his waist pouch. That depends on your ability to take him, Karui retorted, crossing his arms. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of bone projectiles. Kurenai swiftly activated her serpent jutsu to intercept the bone projectiles, while Shikamaru, quick to react, hurled explosive tags at Karui. With a mocking laugh, Karui used his bone blades to evade the tags, charging towards the trio. Attacking with bones? His fighting style resembles taijutsu. Though his movement speed isn't particularly fast, it's erratic and hard to predict. If only we could expand the range, Shikamaru mused, frowning in concentration. Aoba, assist me, Kurenai shouted. Lunging at Karui with her serpent jutsu, Aoba swiftly formed hand seals, casting the crow jutsu, which obscured Karui's vision with a cloud of crows. In that moment, Kurenai's serpent jutsu lunged forward, sinking its fangs into Karui's throat. Yet, despite its ferocity, the serpent's fangs could not penetrate Karui's bone armor. My bones are several times harder than ordinary. Your fangs pose no threat, he scoffed, severing the serpent with his bone blades. Now, I shall clear the way for Lord Orochimaru. Karui drew a bone knife from his body, attacking Kurenai with blinding speed and an unpredictable trajectory. Though Kurenai initially held her ground, fatigue soon set in, and at a critical moment, Aoba unleashed a secret technique, Stone Needle, to force Karui back. A glint of malice flickered in Karui's eyes as he shifted his focus to Aoba. While retreating, Aoba used a fireball jutsu to interrupt Karui's attack. Retreating into the shadowy depths of the forest. Die! Karui roared, preparing to throw his bone knife to pierce Aoba. However, Shikamaru, who had been lying in wait, tossed a flash bomb into the air. As it exploded, the intense light magnified Shikamaru's hand, casting a colossal shadow that slammed down, restraining Karui, allowing Kurenai to seize the barrel and complete the mission to retrieve Sasuke. The operation had proceeded flawlessly until an unexpected twist occurred. Long time no see, Konoha. A voice called, accompanied by the flash of a blade. Kurenai staggered back, barely avoiding the strike as Naruto appeared, grinning with a kunai in hand. Chapter 46, Orochimaru's Talent Wholesale Market. Naruto? Red Bean's heart raced with astonishment. She never anticipated that the rogue ninja from Konoha, wanted by the entire ninja world of the Fire Country, would saunter so brazenly near the village. I have no desire to harm you, so be on your way. Naruto stepped forward, adding, however, Sasuke and the others will not be allowed to leave. Have you allied yourself with Orochimaru? That man is a scientific madman. A pervert, a scoundrel who regards human life as insignificant. Naruto interrupted Red Bean, continuing, I am fully aware of that. But you are mistaken about one thing. I have never pledged allegiance to anyone. Then why do you assist him? I am merely aiding Sasuke in achieving his ambitions. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Do you truly believe that the 3 of you can defeat me and that sickly white-haired wretch? Red Bean was momentarily at a loss for words. Facing even one of them would be a daunting challenge. The reinforcements were still nowhere to be seen, leaving them with no option but to retreat. You shall not escape, none of you. Junmaru, now in a cursed mark state, broke free from the shadowy grasp and charged at Shikamaru like a gust of wind. Bang! Naruto swiftly closed the distance, delivering a kick to Junmaru's wrist, causing his bone blade to veer off and embed itself into a tree. Let them go, Naruto commanded, standing atop the bone blade with a cold demeanor. Then I shall kill you as well. Junmaru furrowed his brow, his eyes glinting with malice. That is the most amusing jest I've heard today, Naruto scoffed, his eyes shifting into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan. Tsukuyami. With a mere thought, Junmaru was ensnared in a bizarre and surreal illusion. The ground beneath him crumbled, and he plummeted into a boiling cauldron, the searing heat reddening his skin and sending waves of agony throughout his body. In this realm of illusion, he would not perish but would endure relentless suffering until the casters ceased their torment. Naruto. Shikamaru gazed at his former friend, whispering, "When we meet again, if you still stand before me." Naruto turned his back to Shikamaru, resolutely declaring, "I will kill you." Shikamaru wished to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. Offering a soft farewell, "Goodbye." Yamashiro Aoi and Mitakaheim Red Bean retreated from the battlefield, returning to assist their comrades still engaged in combat. Naruto dismissed the Tsukuyami, and Junmaru awoke in a cold sweat, gasping as though emerging from a nightmare. "You remain of use beside Orochimaru." As Naruto spoke, he utilized the chakra of the Ninetales to perform medical ninjutsu, healing Junmaru's body. With Tsunade's unparalleled medical skills, even Junmaru, afflicted by what seemed an inherited terminal illness, could have his life prolonged. "Are you here to assist Lord Orochimaru?" Junmaru, sensing no hostility from Naruto and feeling the warmth of his chakra, felt a twinge of guilt. His voice softening. "I am here to negotiate with him. Take me to him." Naruto retracted his hand, stating, "Though your ailment cannot be directly cured, I can certainly prolong your life by a year or two. Thank you very much." Feeling the kindness from Naruto, Junmaru reflected on his earlier demeanor, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Together, Naruto and Junmaru, with the Uchiha Sasuke confined in a barrel, made their way to Orochimaru's lair. The other four sound ninjas were mere pawns in this game. The duo arrived at a dim, damp base, where eerie flames flickered, permeating the air with a chilling atmosphere. "Lord Orochimaru, Sasuke has been retrieved," Junmaru announced as they stood before a stone door. "Good, come in," Orochimaru beckoned, having just downed a potion brewed by Kabuto. Upon seeing a familiar figure, he nearly spat out the medicine. "Wow, is it really that exciting to see me? Are you that happy?" Naruto approached with a hint of self-satisfaction. "Did you not say I could visit you in the future?" Cough. "Indeed, that was my promise, but your timing is rather unfortunate. I still hold a degree of fear." Orochimaru raised his hands, unable to form seals. "If you intend to rob me, I fear I shall be left utterly stripped. What could I possibly steal from here? I have no intention of hiding away to study those bizarre things like you do." Naruto grasped Orochimaru's hands, grinning. "I can restore your hands. In return, I require a few individuals. Setting aside whether you can truly heal me, what individuals do you seek? You wouldn't intend to take all of my subordinates, would you?" Orochimaru felt an unwelcome premonition, suspecting ulterior motives. "Of course not. The first person I want is Uzumaki Karen." Naruto waved his hand. "A stray cat I picked up not long ago. You surely wouldn't be unwilling to part with her? As the first member of your team, her abilities are quite commendable." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "What of the others? I have yet to decide, but rest assured, I will not exchange a multitude of individuals for merely a pair of hands. There will be more transactions to come." A mischievous glint appeared in Naruto's eyes as he extended his hand towards Orochimaru. "What say you? Deal?" "Deal." Unable to shake hands, Orochimaru merely placed his palm atop Naruto's. "Success. Acquired Orochimaru's snake ninjutsu." The voice of the system echoed once more. The snake ninjutsu, as the name implies, encompasses the serpent techniques mastered by Orochimaru, predominantly summoning-based. While they may not rival the combat efficacy of the Rasengan family, they certainly boast an array of life-preserving techniques. Naruto grasped Orochimaru's hand again and utilized medical ninjutsu, a gentle green light illuminating the space as Orochimaru's hands regained sensation, the color returning to their former vitality. Before long, Orochimaru's hands were fully healed, restoring his ability to perform ninjutsu with swiftness. "Take this to her and inform her it is a command from Orochimaru. She will follow you." Initially believing he would only heal a portion, Orochimaru now realized he had underestimated Naruto. He handed a sealed letter to Naruto. "Very well, I shall find her. May our collaboration be fruitful." Naruto accepted the letter and glanced at the sealed barrel, contemplating. "I will eventually bring you over. Just wait." Chapter 47. The arrival of Vortex Kin. The protagonist of Villains the Serpent is an inherently cunning and treacherous creature, habitually leaving behind several escape routes. Orochimaru's stronghold is pervasive throughout the entire shinobi world. Wherever one ventures, one is bound to encounter his informants or the forces he has strategically placed. Though they may be mere lowly thugs, their sheer numbers can be quite intimidating. Naruto, following the map provided by Orochimaru, arrived at the southern base near the village of Grass, adjacent to the Land of Earth. Due to its proximity to the neutral Land of Iron, the power struggles of foreign nations often bypass this area. This very situation allowed Orochimaru to take root and flourish here. As Naruto focused intently on the map, contemplating potential shortcuts nearby, he became aware of several hostile gazes lingering upon him from the underbrush. As a seasoned veteran accustomed to the brutality of battle, Naruto was acutely sensitive to such menacing stares. In a split second, two grass ninjas launched themselves at him with drawn blades. But Naruto's hand was already on his weapon's hilt. The blades shimmered like blooming flowers, shattering instantly under the force of his strike. So swift were his actions that they barely registered to his attackers, akin to colliding with an iron barrier. The grass ninjas, initially intent on robbery, suddenly realized the gravity of their error. Masked by a conical hat and clad in a raincoat, they failed to recognize their opponent. Had they known they were facing the infamous rogue ninja from Konoha, they would have certainly fled in terror. Do you wish to perish? Naruto's voice was cold. You dare not cause a ruckus here. This is the domain of the legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru. If you create a disturbance, beware, for he shall imprison you. One of the grass ninjas, sensing his inferiority, hastily invoked Orochimaru's name. Oh, is that so? Orochimaru's domain, you say? Naruto's right hand transformed into a palm and struck fiercely. A trigram's empty palm. With a resounding impact, the grass ninja was sent hurtling away, crashing violently against a tree. Coughing up blood, he felt darkness encroach upon his vision. His mind blanking out. Help, save me. The other grass ninja, witnessing the overwhelming disparity in strength, attempted to flee, but Naruto swiftly drew a kunai, accurately embedding it in the heel of his foot. Before you take another's life, be prepared for the inevitable loss of your own, Naruto stated coldly. This is the fundamental respect for life, for one who walks the bloody path. Wait, we'll give you all our money. Please, don't harm us. The grass ninja pleaded desperately, his tone laced with a hint of reverence. Naruto had initially intended to deal with the one who begged for mercy. But suddenly a familiar aura caught his attention. He turned to see the grass ninja he had struck down clutching a red-haired girl tightly. The girl struggled to break free. But desperation left her with no choice as the grass ninja prepared to bite her. In an instant, Naruto's blade pierced through the grass ninja's skull, impaling him against the tree like a morbid ornament. You must be Vortex Kin, Naruto said, retrieving a letter of recommendation from his pouch and presenting it to her. I am Vortex Naruto, and like you, I am one of the few remaining of our clan. Of our clan? Rin's pupils trembled as she scrutinized Naruto. But your hair is yellow. It's dyed. Huh. Eating too much pineapple can do that to your hair. Shouldn't it be green? Pineapples are green on top. The bottom is still black. Look at me. Never mind. Just read the recommendation letter first. Naruto interrupted, extending his hand towards the grass ninja who was desperately crawling away from the battlefield. With a swift use of magnetic release, the kunai in the ninja's heel began to spin rapidly, striking his neck with lethal precision, eradicating the roots. Having perused the letter, Rin folded it back into its envelope and looked at Naruto. Since it is Lord Orochimaru who has spoken, I am willing to follow you. However, may I ask you a question? What question? Once you have obliterated Konoha and fulfilled your vengeance, what will you pursue next? Rin murmured softly. Without the hatred that propels you forward, what will your ambitions be? You seem to have misunderstood something. I am not merely a madman of slaughter. Naruto shook his head. The destruction of Konoha has never been my ultimate goal. Misfortune is a commonality in life, but it is the avarice-fueled systems that transform misfortune into calamity. In this fragmented shinobi world, no matter how fervently we call for peace, we are met with unending war. Rather than wielding immense power to maintain a facade of peace, it is better to unify and dismantle the decaying systems that preach glory in the way of the shinobi while casting the people into peril. Naruto clenched his fists, raising his gaze. To unify the shinobi world, this is my purpose. A future where no distinctions exist among people, where all stand united on the same front, humanity. Though their ages were similar, Rin felt as if Naruto had traversed a vastly different path. In her dim eyes, a glimmer of hope appeared. She had lived her life as a mere tool, devoid of dreams or thoughts for tomorrow, fighting merely to survive. Orochimaru had appreciated her, granting her some measure of power. Yet he had never illuminated the direction of her life. Naruto's presence, however, offered her a future she had never dared to envision, one that shimmered in shades of silver. Neither black nor white. If I were to live in such a world, perhaps my mother would not have been savagely torn apart. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the shinobi world you envision. Rin stood resolutely, her gaze unwavering upon Naruto. Only those who have endured and witnessed the ravages of war can truly appreciate the value of peace. Indeed, Naruto spoke little, preferring to express his intentions through action. He extended his hand. Rin grasped Naruto's hand, activating her copying ability. Acquired the sealing technique of the Vortex clan, adamantine sealing. The voice of Zangetsu echoed. Adamantine sealing. A technique determined by chakra strength. In the hands of Naruto, whose chakra was vast, its might was beyond measure. With the sealing technique in hand, Naruto and Rin set off towards the land of water. As an organization of rogue ninjas, the Akatsuki possessed a multitude of formidable skills, and according to Zangetsu, Naruto aimed to obtain the legendary Rinnegan from its leader. To do so, Naruto needed to capture a tailed beast for a transaction. The easiest target was undoubtedly the one-tail, given its strength and the current weakness of the Sunagakure. However, Naruto had existing trade relations with the Land of Wind and thus had to abandon that option. Weighing his choices, he decided that capturing the three tails would be more convenient. Currently, it roamed as a wild creature, and capturing it would serve the dual purpose of protecting the populace while avoiding direct conflict with existing forces, though indirect ramifications were inevitable. As they traversed the Land of Waves, Rin had just gathered information about the lake inhabited by the Three Tails when mist ninjas shed their disguises among the travelers and struck. Chapter 48. The Snow of the Land of Waves. Capturing the Three Tails, the sound of ice shards erupted as they forcefully deflected the blades of the mist ninjas. A man, adorned with a sword at his waist and a conical hat, whose long hair framed his handsome face, murmured protectively over Vortex Kin. So, there are ninjas bold enough to strike a young girl in broad daylight. Have the mist ninjas become so brazen? The ice-based ninja, Haku, had been searching for his purpose in the land of waves ever since the demise of Zabuza. He transformed into a vigilante, dispatching corrupt merchants and aiding the oppressed, growing ever stronger. In one of his missions, he eliminated a scoundrel who exploited laborers, selling addictive substances to children, women, and even pregnant mothers. Yet he could not save the man's child. Ultimately, he established an orphanage in the land of waves to shelter children displaced by war. Over time, he garnered trust and respect from the local populace, earning the moniker the Snow of the Land of Waves. Naruto's visit was aimed at persuading Haku to join him. Initially, Haku declined, but with the recent turmoil and strange behavior among the higher-ups in the Land of Waves, Naruto offered a proposition. He could protect the orphanage and required Haku's assistance not in battle, but in gathering intelligence to effectively counter the capture teams from the Fire Country and other great nations. With Jiraiya currently incapacitated due to injuries, Naruto needed to rally a formidable organization and network within a pressing time frame before Jiraiya recovered and began searching for him. Eventually, Haku acquiesced, motivated by the welfare of the orphanage and Naruto's vision of a unified and stable ninja world. However, a storm was brewing. Irrespective of Haku's involvement, it was inevitable. Haku resolved to board Naruto's uncertain vessel. Whether it be the Ark of the Covenant or the fabled Noah's Ark, the destination remained unknown. Before dawn, the night is at its darkest, Haku thought. Stay out of my way. The mist ninjas shouted, their faces contorted with malice. We won't hold your past affection against you. But if you don't leave now, we'll have no one to care for the children at the orphanage. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Haku replied coldly, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed. A water dragon materialized from his back, its icy power transforming it into a dragon of ice, surging towards the mist ninjas. The terrifying force pushed them back several steps. Just as they prepared to retaliate, the pedestrians on the street brandished tools such as pitchforks and hammers, rallying beside Haku, shouting, "What do you outsiders think you're doing on our streets? If you dare harm the director, I'll fight you to the death. You are not permitted to cause trouble in the land of waves." Despite their lack of power, the gathered townsfolk understood that not every ninja could storm through a crowd unharmed like Naruto, even if the mist ninjas could eliminate a few. The sheer number of civilians ensured that some would strike back. Ninjas, known for their low endurance and high attack power, could not remain unscathed when faced with blades. Seeing the resolve of the townspeople, the mist ninjas could only click their tongues in frustration and retreat. Thank you, big sister. Vortex Kin gazed at Haku with admiration. Go find Naruto. Dinner will be ready soon. Let me know if you want something to eat, Haku responded. Hearing the term sister made him twitch. But he ultimately knelt down gently, ruffling her hair. After their exchange, Kin hurried to Haku's orphanage, informing Naruto of the location of the lake where the Three Tails resided. All right. Stay here. I will go after the Three Tails, Naruto said, chewing on a snow cake he had bartered from a child. For now, let Haku teach you some basic skills of an information ninja. As soon as he finished speaking, Haku dropped a bag of ingredients onto Naruto's head, exclaiming, Who are you calling sister? I just heard that you tricked Little Wu into giving you his snow cake. Return it. Ah, it was a trade. How can you call it trickery? Naruto replied, placing the bag on the table, shaking his head helplessly as he walked over to the tearful little boy. Here, let big brother Naruto compensate you with something even better than snow cakes. With a puff of smoke, a voluptuous girl with golden hair and twin ponytails appeared. Enveloped in mist, Little Wu was utterly captivated, his gaze fixed upon her. Die. Haku kicked Naruto's seductive clone into a puff of smoke, nearly brandishing a broom to chase him away. Go capture your Three Tails and get out of here. How callous. I was merely providing them with essential knowledge beforehand. One day, when a sister with a Q-shaped figure and peculiar preferences suddenly appears and abducts them, they'll understand the importance of my teachings. There won't be such a sister. Haku waved her hands fiercely, ice shards piercing through Naruto's form, causing a cloud of smoke to billow. It was then he realized it was merely a shadow clone. Naruto's real body had vanished. At that moment, Naruto sprinted at incredible speed toward the location Kin had indicated for the Three Tails. Yet before he could encounter the beast, troublesome foes emerged from the shadows. A barrage of shuriken flew from the forest. Naruto swiftly countered, manipulating magnetic forces to return the shuriken to their origin. 5 waves of water surged towards him. With a grunt, Naruto unleashed an ice technique, swiftly freezing the water streams into brittle ice upon contact. Huh! A powerful shout resonated, and a water whip, striking with remarkable force and speed, darted toward him. Naruto attempted to seize the water whip, intending to freeze it, but the chakra within shifted rapidly, making it impossible to maintain control even when frozen. Quite nimble, a woman with long auburn hair and piercing blue eyes approached, her movements graceful. Had you been older, I might have found you charming. Kisame. Although she had yet to become the Mizukage, her strength was undeniable, a true powerhouse among the ranks. Spare me. No one desires a woman on the verge of missing her marriage deadline, much like expired food that only sells at a discount, Naruto retorted sharply. You dare speak so? Kisame's eyes shimmered with murderous intent. Chapter 49. The Capture of the Three Tails. As Terumi Mei formed hand seals, a boiling mist imbued with potent acid surged towards Naruto. Boil release, skilled mist technique. This formidable ninjutsu could swiftly evaporate an enemy, rendering even the skeletal defense of Susanoo ineffective. Ice release proved futile. It seemed this technique was not solely derived from water-based chakra. Naruto swiftly formed a cross seal, unleashing multiple shadow clones. A barrage of wind release techniques dispersed the seething acidic mist. However, instead of seizing an opportunity to attack, he was met with a colossal spinning sphere of high-pressure water. Water release, great waterfall technique. The mist shinobi were evidently not mere spectators. Swiftly coordinating with Terumi made a mount a pincer assault. Naruto drew his ninja sword. Silently executing the mist technique, and with a swift step, he vanished into the dense fog. Utilizing the mist technique against mist shinobi was foolish. We have long been capable of discerning shapes within thick fog. Such deception is utterly futile. Before the mist shinobi could finish his thoughts, he found himself face to face with a figure identical to himself. Is this an illusion? Wait, it might just be a mirror image. The mist shinobi hesitated to attack, attempting to form a seal, only for his doppelganger to mimic his actions. It seemed indeed to be a mere reflection. And he scoffed at the attempt to deceive him, turning to leave. Suddenly, he witnessed the figure form a second seal. The identical clone executed the hand seal. What is happening? The mist shinobi was momentarily stunned as the clone's sealing speed accelerated, unleashing the water dragon bullet technique, forcefully propelling him against a large tree. Water crystallized into solid ice, binding him tightly to the trunk. Ice release, mist mirror water moon. This was a technique Naruto had developed by further studying the mist mirror crystal, incorporating elements akin to shadow clones. Once ensnared by the mist mirror, it would produce a clone mirroring the opponent's abilities to launch an assault. Not only did this catch the mist shinobi off guard, but even Terumi Mei nearly fell victim. The mist technique was merely a distraction. The true lethal strike lay hidden in reserve. The skills Naruto honed were pure killing techniques, and his efficient and stable method of dispatching foes lay in constantly leading them into his rhythm of battle. Just like now. Everyone found themselves passive due to the mist mirror water moon, and the opportunity lay squarely in his hands. The white fang blade technique was unleashed. A menacing strike was ensnared by Terumi Mei's water whip, as she concentrated chakra in her throat, subsequently spewing forth a torrent of highly corrosive acid. Dissolution release, dissolution monster technique. Naruto did not flinch. His shadow clones reacted swiftly, forming hand seals to execute wood release, erecting a wooden wall to withstand the corrosive acid. Although the wooden wall absorbed the assault, it was gradually corroded, revealing the technique's incredible potency. As Naruto aimed to continue his assault on Terumi Mei, she exerted force on her wrist, yanking the water whip back, shattering his ninja sword. Just as she sought to counterattack in his moment of vulnerability, Naruto seized the airborne broken blade, hurling it like a throwing knife. Caught off guard, Terumi Mei turned her head, the blade leaving a faint line of blood across her face. With the rhythm of battle regained, Naruto pressed forward, launching a Rasengan at Terumi Mei. Bang! The Rasengan struck her abdomen, unleashing a terrifying explosion of power, yet the splattering substance was not blood, but water. Water clone. Terumi Mei reappeared behind Naruto, forming hand seals, unleashing a powerful, penetrating torrent. Water release, rushing stream. Almost simultaneously, several earthen dragons surged from all directions, charging toward Terumi Mei. The shadow clones hidden in the mist acted like support units, providing Naruto with ninjutsu firepower. Bang! Originally, earth release countered water release, and combined with Naruto's immense chakra. The earth dragons possessed tremendous force, directly knocking Terumi Mei from the air. The rushing stream dissipated. Taking a deep breath, Terumi Mei stood up, only to find Naruto cloaked in the power of the Four Tails, lunging toward her, grasping her neck and lifting her off the ground. As the mist cleared, several mist shinobi, armed with ninja swords, surrounded Naruto, blades poised at his neck. You are of use to me, be gone. As Naruto's words fell, the swords in the shinobi's hands shattered, clattering to the ground. Magnet release, explosive armor. The replication was successful. He had acquired the bloodline limit, dissolution. With a voice echoing in his mind, Naruto released his chakra grip, allowing Terumi Mei to collapse to the ground, her knees buckling as she clutched her throat, coughing violently. The strength of his opponent was staggering, almost beyond belief. Terumi Mei's fighting spirit dissipated. From the side of Naruto's Four Tails cloak, it was evident he possessed numerous hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. If he truly wished to slay her, no one would escape. How terrifying. The mist shinobi dared not act rashly, merely watching as Naruto departed, finally exhaling in relief once his figure vanished from sight. The dissolution release, with its highly corrosive nature, was a formidable bloodline limit, even capable of overwhelming Susanoo in the original narrative. If properly developed, its potential was unimaginable. For instance, the next acid rain could be a weapon of catastrophic proportions. Naruto arrived at the lake where the Three Tails resided, forming cross seals with his hands and releasing hundreds of shadow clones. Each clone wielded a giant Rasengan, Akin to the mythical bird, Jingwei fervently launching the Rasengan onto the water's surface. Boom. Hundreds of giant Rasengans filled the lake. The resulting explosions generating waves of water detonations, echoing like the explosion of dozens of tons of TNT. The three tails, submerged beneath the water, was left bewildered. Who on earth is demolishing my domain? As the three tails cursed inwardly, it began to emerge from the depths, but just as half its body surfaced. The entire water surface froze solid. Its form became ensnared. What is happening? What is going on? The three tails could only see hundreds of shadow clones forming seals, utterly astonished. Sealing's secret technique, Diamond Lock. Hundreds of shadow clones, and the original released a torrent of golden chains, bursting forth in a dense array. The golden chains bound the three tails tightly, and under the immense chakra supply from Naruto, it struggled to resist even slightly. It emitted a heart-wrenching roar, attempting to assert its identity as a tailed beast and express its fury, essentially declaring, I am a tailed beast. If you strike again, I shall go mad. Yet Naruto showed no inclination to heed its warning. He infused Ninetales chakra into the giant Rasengan, crashing it down upon the three tails' head, the unleashed power rendering it unconscious. As if to say, who are you trying to intimidate? Naruto dusted off his hands, smirking. Chapter 50. The deal with the Akatsuki and the ambush plan of the Cloud-Hidden Village. The Exchange, one of the most enigmatic organizations in the ninja world, remains shrouded in mystery. Its base of operations, the number of its members, and its operational methods all remain unknown. The only certainty is that it serves as a venue for rogue ninjas to conduct bounty work, with exchanges arranged through prior communication to confirm the meeting place. Kakuya, a frequent visitor, has increasingly taken on tasks for the sake of the Akatsuki's sustenance. Unlike before, he now finds himself accompanied by an incessantly noisy companion. This companion is the target's head. Kakuya tossed a cloth bag onto the table, stating, you may open it and verify. The manager of the exchange shook his head, taking the bag from the counter while retrieving a silver iron box. Given my greater contribution this time, is it unreasonable to ask for half? Haydn chimed in, rubbing his hands together like a fly. What are you thinking? This is the organization's startup capital. If you want money, earn it yourself. Kakuya opened the box to confirm the amount, then shut it with a snap. TSK, so stingy, Haydn retorted, crossing his arms dismissively. I wouldn't even look twice at such a paltry sum. That's for the best. People like you, devoid of sense, should steer clear of money. I might just kill you. You know, seriously. As the two bickered and prepared to leave, the manager of the exchange suddenly called out to them. A distinguished guest wishes to meet with you both. Just as the words left his lips, Naruto emerged from a concealed spot, clutching a scroll. You are. Kakuya paused, sizing up Naruto in astonishment. Ah, you're that guy, the one with the whirlpool name. Haydn exclaimed, pointing at Naruto with a decidedly dim-witted expression. Enough from you. We don't want people thinking the Akatsuki is filled with your kind of intellect. Kakuya distanced himself from Haydn with evident disdain. What's the matter? Do you wish to perish before this spiky-haired fool? Haydn brandished his scythe, shouting. That's quite enough. Naruto, you should know that our Akatsuki intends to capture you, Kakuya said, ignoring Haydn and turning his attention to Naruto. Previously, the presence of Leaf Village ninjas allowed you to escape amidst the chaos. This time, however, you face the two of us alone. I'm not here to fight. I come for a transaction, Naruto replied, shaking his head and unfurling the scroll, which contained a summoning technique. I've captured the three tails. It's currently stored in a marine area. With the scroll, it can be summoned. Transactions require a balance of power and circumstances, Kakuya stated with a glint of menace in his eyes. It appears we can directly gather both the three tails and the Ninetales now. Whoosh. Haydn swung his scythe, and Naruto swiftly drew his ninja blade to block the attack. Once I dispose of this fool, you're next, Kakuya, Haydn declared coldly. I truly look forward to that. Kakuya retorted as his right hand shot forward like a cannonball towards Naruto. Naruto formed hand seals to release shadow clones, then leaped into the air using a clone's shoulder, unleashing a torrent of water. Haydn spun his scythe to deflect the ice shards, while Kakuya stomped, his hands transforming into a darker hue, significantly increasing their hardness. Earth release, Earth Spear. Naruto hurled his ninja blade, but Kakuya shattered it with a punch before unleashing his tentacle fists. In this Earth Spear state, the tentacle fist's power and speed escalated dramatically. Naruto formed hand seals, employing the diamond lock to ensnare the tentacle fists, as shadow clones erupted from the ground to attack Haydn. Haydn grasped his scythe, preparing to spin, but was caught off guard as two of Naruto's clones began their own spinning motion. Return to heaven. Haydn found himself trapped between the two spinning clones, his body ravaged by chakra until he was flung violently against the wall. You two cannot capture me. Why not hear my proposal for a deal? Naruto's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, exuding an overwhelming pressure. TSK. Although Kakuya believed Naruto to be no match for him, he acknowledged that capturing him would be exceedingly difficult. Prolonging this stalemate would lead to a fruitless endeavor, risking their chance to obtain the three tails. I've heard that you provoke wars between small nations, then monopolize the business of warfare at low prices to profit from selling ninja tools. Is that correct? Seeing Kakuya remain silent, Naruto continued, I have just two demands. First, do not engage with the Land of Waves. Second, establish a cooperative relationship. A cooperative relationship? Your goal is to capture tailed beasts, and you will inevitably clash with the great nations. I seek to establish a foothold under the pursuit of those nations. We share a common goal. Naruto chuckled lightly. You create disturbances to attract the attention of the great nations while I strike at their vital points. Or I could draw their focus, allowing you to capture the tailed beasts. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. You've seen my strength, I do not boast. Kakuzu pondered for a moment, then retracted his tentacle fists, extending his hand towards Naruto. I can guarantee that we will not act against the Land of Waves. But the matter of cooperation must be decided by our leader. Very well, you may relay the message. I trust the Akatsuki leader will not turn down such an opportunity. Naruto smiled subtly as he handed over the scroll. Kakuzu accepted the scroll and unfurled it, with a loud poof. The bound and immobile three tails emerged in a cloud of smoke. A genuine article, Kakuzu assessed the three tails, nodding before addressing Naruto. As part of our transaction, allow me to share some intelligence. The Cloud Hidden Village has learned of your whereabouts. They will likely coordinate with other nations to seal the borders, leaving you with no escape. I see. It appears the great nations are acting more swiftly than I anticipated. It has only been a month since they locked onto my movements, Naruto remarked, raising an eyebrow. Just be cautious. If you are captured, it signifies your inability to collaborate with the Akatsuki, understood? Kakuzu seized Haiden, who was clamoring to attack Naruto, and declared, until next time, Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. With that, he tossed a smoke bomb and vanished from sight, sealing the borders and pinpointing my location. Is it? After a moment of contemplation, Naruto's face broke into a cunning smile. This presents a splendid opportunity. Chapter 51, The Siege of Cloud Hidden, Confrontation with Killer Bee. This battle promises to be fierce. I calculated the time. If Kakuzu's words held any truth, the encirclement by Cloud Hidden must have been completed. To ensure Naruto could not escape, the encirclement would advance inward, becoming ever tighter and more formidable. Stealthy escape was no longer an option. A breakthrough was imperative. I accessed Naruto's attribute panel. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Physical quality, B chakra, S willpower, S ninjutsu, S jinjutsu. Current skills available. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, Rasengan, Giant Rasengan, Crimson Rasengan, Earth Release Techniques, Great Fireball, Fire Dragon Flame, Water Wave, Water Barrier, Wind Pressure, Wind Cutter, Lightning Fong, for Pillar Binding Technique, Diamond Lock, Summoning Technique, Eight-Headed Serpent Technique, Amaterasu, etc. Physical Techniques, Reversal, Gentle Step, Twin Lion Fist, Air Wall Palm, Surface Lotus, Inner Lotus, Leaf Great Whirlwind, etc. Jinjutsu, Tsukuyami, Sharingan, Shirinui, Binding Technique, Mirror Heaven and Earth Change, Bloodline Limits, Dissolution Release, Ice Release, Magnet Release, Byakugan, Mangeki Sharingan, Wood Release. With such attributes and abilities, Naruto's power was already at the level of a Kaguya. However, in battles among masters, victory often hinged not on the quantity of skills, but on the mastery of those skills. The legendary Minato, known for his unparalleled speed, the god of shinobi, Hashirama, who wielded Wood Release, and Kakashi, whose short blade instilled fear even in Kaga-level adversaries, all exemplified this truth. Of course, possessing an abundance of skills is never a disadvantage. It provides greater tactical options on the battlefield, enabling unexpected maneuvers. For Naruto, however, time was still needed to assimilate these acquired abilities. One could only hope that Cloud Hidden had not dispatched the fourth Raikage. Should the AB combination join forces, compounded by the elite forces of Cloud Hidden, a bloodbath would be inevitable. I suddenly recalled the reckless traveler who had provoked the fourth Raikage, causing a shiver to run through him, reminiscent of PTSD. Fear not. I am in control, Naruto assured, his eyes narrowing with determination. The true performance has only just begun. Report, the target has appeared. Heading towards the Land of Wind. Team A is prepared to intercept. Do not move. Killer B, one of the commanders overseeing the capture of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, issued orders through the intelligence ninjas technique. The intent is too apparent. It is likely a trap. Reinforce the defenses from the direction of the Land of Grass, while the forces from the Land of Wind continue to pursue the target and rendezvous with Team B. Sammy crossed her arms, seriousness etched on her face. Report. A sighting of the target has been confirmed from the direction of the Land of Grass. Report. The target has been spotted from the direction of the Land of Fire. Report. The target is advancing towards the Land of Earth. In an instant, the intelligence regarding the encirclement became a chaotic jumble. How could there be so many Ninetales Jinchuriki? The Shadow Clone Technique. He likely intends to use this to confuse our vision. Killer B furrowed his brow. What a despicable trick. To sustain so many shadow clones moving in different directions, just how immense is his chakra? This is not the time for astonishment. We must identify the real body among these shadow clones. Sammy gritted her teeth, and just then, new information came from the front line. Some forces had already engaged with the shadow clones. Meanwhile, Killer B, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki faced a large number of shadow clones assaulting the Cloud Hidden Ninja Army. Sammy and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki rushed to provide support. With the power of the tailed beast cloak, they swiftly eliminated the shadow clones. However, just as she prepared to take down the last one, it retaliated with a swift strike, shredding the fireball released by the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. The atmosphere shifted. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki felt a sudden chill and did not dare to be careless. She closed her eyes, channeling the power of the tailed beast, and blue-black chakra swirled around her like steam. An overwhelming force erupted. In her tailed beast form, she transformed into a ferocious beast, radiating an aura dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person, instilling fear in anyone who approached. With a single powerful step, she lunged forward, clawing at her opponent. With the assistance of the tailed beast chakra, Naruto's ninja blade was shattered. Seizing the opportunity, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki pressed the attack, while Naruto swiftly countered a cloud-hidden ninja attempting to ambush him from behind, using him as a shield. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki quickly halted her assault, and Naruto drew the cloud-hidden ninja's blade, sidestepping to unleash an ice-infused strike. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki agilely leaped back, evading Naruto's slash. Just as Naruto prepared to continue his assault, a bolt of lightning, akin to thunder, surged onto the battlefield, charging directly toward him. Naruto clasped his hands together and struck the ground. Would release. Birth of the Forest Sea. Vast emerald trees erupted from the earth, ensnaring Killer Bee and forcefully interrupting his lightning release technique. Naruto formed hand signs and exhaled a great fireball, instantly igniting the trees, transforming the area into a raging inferno. Boom! A powerful force erupted as Killer Bee, cloaked in the Eight Tails guise, burst forth from the flames, skillfully wielding his blade with unprecedented speed and unpredictable trajectories. Even Naruto felt the pressure. You bastard! Killer Bee roared, his blade gleaming with blue lightning, buzzing with ominous energy, trembling in his grasp. Ultrasonic Thunderblade. Infusing lightning chakra into the blade, he caused it to vibrate at high frequencies, enhancing its penetrative capability. Naruto found it impossible to match him in a blade duel. The ultrasonic Thunderblade could easily cleave through his weapon, not to mention facing him with 7 blades simultaneously. Naruto used the substitution technique to create distance, unleashing the chakra of the Four Tails in the 4th gate of the 8 gates. Lightning release, lightning plow. Killer Bee's attack, empowered by the tailed beast cloak, surged forth with even greater ferocity and swiftness. Naruto formed hand signs and unleashed dissolution release, dissolution beast technique. Yet, Killer Bee's speed surpassed even that corrosive liquid, effortlessly seizing Naruto by the neck and slamming him into the ground, driving him into the mountainside. Boom! Dust erupted. This is the consequence of opposing me. Killer Bee scoffed, his unique rhythm echoing. Is that all? Came Naruto's laughter, as Killer Bee felt an unyielding grip on his right hand, forcing him back. Aside from a minor tear in his clothing, Naruto bore no injuries, as if the battle had never transpired. His azure eyes now glimmered with the black red of the Meijiki Sharingan. Chapter 52, Successful Replication of the Raijin Hot Blade in Lightning Armor. Acquired the Raijin Hot Blade, a secret A-rank ninjutsu of the Hidden Cloud Village. Most of Killer Bee's deadly techniques stem from the Eight Tails beast, and within the realm of replication. Tailed beasts are classified as items. Unless in a fused state like the Ninetales mode, they fall outside the system's replication scope. The archaic Crow's Blade is inferior in rank to the Raijin Hot Blade, hence the latter was prioritized for replication. Naruto's Sharingan erupted with a terrifying force, igniting black flames on Killer Bee's tailed beast cloak. With a sharp click of his tongue, Killer Bee swiftly retreated several steps, extinguishing the black flames. Naruto propelled himself forward, his form accelerating towards Killer Bee, as an ice-release Rasengan coalesced in his hand, delivering a fierce blow to Killer Bee's chest, sending him hurtling away. Killer Bee gritted his teeth, channeling the power of the tailed beast mid-air, instantly transforming into a half-tailed beast form with a deep crimson entity. The wooden figure remained active, unleashing a searing fireball from her mouth, hurtling towards Naruto. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, employing shadow clone jutsu, while the clones continued to weave seals, releasing several water dragon bombs that devoured the fireball. Buzz! Killer Bee conjured a murky black sphere from his mouth, aiming it at Naruto and forcefully expelling it. Tailed Beast Bomb. Naruto similarly summoned a Tailed Beast Bomb to counter. The two Tailed Beast Bombs collided, unleashing a terrifying force. Without pausing, Killer Bee wielded the Raijin Hot Blade, charging furiously at Naruto. Naruto formed hand seals with one hand, casting Mist Mirror Water Moon, a clone, mirroring Killer Bee's sprinting state. Emerged from the mirror, colliding fiercely with Killer Bee. The wooden figure surged forward, engaging Naruto in a series of skirmishes. Naruto utilized Earth Release and would release to craft intricate terrain, temporarily ensnaring her. Meanwhile, Killer Bee violently overcame the clone's assault, accelerating once more towards Naruto. The Cloud Ninjas unleashed a barrage of lightning release techniques at Naruto, an overwhelming assault. Unfazed, Naruto bit his finger, summoning a giant serpent. The 8-headed serpent technique. Instantly, 8 colossal white serpents manifested from Naruto's form. An absurdly terrifying aura was released, as lightning release techniques bombarded the serpents, yet within a breath. They reverted to their original forms, completely unfazed by the attacks. The eight-headed serpent roared, conjuring various ninjutsu from its maw, chakra projectiles raining down, causing the once formidable cloud ninja forces to retreat in disarray. The wooden figure. Killer Bee glanced at the two-tails Jinchuriki. Understanding, the wooden figure conjured a tailed beast bomb. Targeting the eight-headed serpent's head, Killer Bee followed suit, and with a resounding explosion, both tailed beast bombs detonated upon the eight-headed serpent. The compressed, terrifying force was unleashed. And Killer Bee did not cease after one tailed beast bomb. He continuously released six-tailed beast bombs, relentlessly assaulting the eight-headed serpent. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves from the explosions sent the surrounding cloud ninjas flying. Such destructive power, if unleashed upon a mountain, would rend it asunder. Yet for the eight-headed serpent, these attacks merely repeated history. The serpent's body regained its form, its massive figure steadfast upon the earth. It seemed only that technique would suffice. Killer Bee exchanged glances with the wooden figure, who understood immediately, vanishing from the battlefield. With a low growl, Killer Bee's body swelled, transforming into a monstrous red entity with a bull's head, an octopus tail, and 4 horns. The eight-tails beast, Ox Demon. The eight-headed serpent unleashed chakra projectiles at the Ox Demon, which merely caught them with a hand and crushed them with force. The full-tailed beast transformation's might. The Ox Demon expelled torrents of ink, which transformed into clones, ensnaring the eight-headed serpent in a swastika formation, thoroughly staining its body black. The Infinite Wrath Technique. Chakra permeated through these ink clones, directly sealing the eight-headed serpent's power, allowing Naruto to swiftly detach, while the eight-headed serpent's vessel was sealed, rendering it incapable of uttering a sound. Chase after him. Retrieve Naruto. Samui cried out urgently upon seeing Naruto's form escape. However, the cloud forces returned shortly, accompanied by the captured two-tails Jinchuriki. According to Killer Bee, Naruto would undoubtedly escape from the eight-headed serpent technique, and the wooden figure had been lying in wait for this moment. It appeared Killer Bee's words held truth. The Ninetales Jinchuriki had been captured. We must depart. The wooden figure exhaled in relief, speaking softly. Inform the brethren. The mission has been successfully completed. Killer Bee, still in his eight-tails form, danced joyfully, proclaiming, Killer Bee's complete victory. Ain't no one noticed the faint, eerie smile creeping across Naruto's unconscious face. The Cloud Ninjas returned to the Land of Lightning with Naruto Uzumaki in their custody, and the news of the capture of the rogue ninja spread throughout the ninja world, causing an uproar in the Land of Fire. Naruto had escaped from Konoha, and while other ninja villages may have struggled to contain him, it was the Land of Lightning that had successfully apprehended him, leaving the Land of Fire, as a partial instigator, powerless. The bounty had lingered for so long with little effect. This was tantamount to admitting to the entire ninja world that the Land of Fire was inferior to the Land of Lightning in capability. The daimyo of the Land of Fire penned a letter to Sarutobi Hiruzen overnight, reprimanding him harshly. After a furious outburst of impotent rage, he resolved to choose an auspicious day and humbly approach the Land of Lightning to negotiate for Naruto's return. At that moment, Naruto was confined within a specially designed cage cart, where even if he unleashed the Ninetales, he would remain trapped for several minutes, time enough for the Raikage to arrive and take action. Ah, Lord Raikage. The Cloud Ninja awaited at the village entrance. Clad in a white haori, Naruto lifted his gaze towards him. The Raikage looked down upon Naruto, gripping a stone handcuff inscribed with sealing techniques, and commanded, release him. Understood. The Cloud Ninja opened the cage, and the moment it swung open, Naruto's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he struck out. Bang! The Raikage raised his hand, swiftly seizing Naruto's fist, the lightning armor enveloping him instantly. He coldly remarked, shall I teach you the rules of the hidden cloud? That would be most welcome. Naruto chuckled lightly, activating his replication ability. Replication successful. Acquired ninjutsu. Lightning armor. Proficiency max. Chapter 53. Escape from heaven undoubtedly. Naruto deliberately allowed himself to be captured in order to approach the Raikage, and the outcome clearly indicated that his performance was not in vain. The lightning release armor, classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, may not appear overwhelmingly powerful, yet the fourth Raikage, A, had honed it to perfection. In a fully powered state, his speed was astonishing enough to evade even the attacks of the Mangeki Sharingan. However, this technique bore a fatal flaw for Naruto. It required the user to possess an extraordinarily high physical strength, capable of withstanding the Heavenly Sin technique. While Naruto boasted remarkable recovery abilities, his physical endurance was lacking. He would not perish from the lightning release armor, but he could not harness its full potential either. To wield the power of the lightning release armor in the short term, there was but one path: to cultivate the sage body. Apart from that, there were no other avenues to significantly enhance his physical prowess. The Raikage, radiating with lightning, swung his hand like a blade towards Naruto's head. The latter bent low, narrowly evading the strike, and retaliated with a kick aimed at the Raikage's chin while simultaneously spinning to deliver another blow. In an instant, the Raikage vanished from sight. effortlessly dodging Naruto's consecutive attacks, reappearing above him. He lifted his right foot, channeling lightning release chakra into it. Furious lightning axe. This kick, imbued with tremendous force, surged forth. Naruto did not flinch. He turned and raised his wrist, bracing himself to absorb the impact. The ground shattered beneath the force, and Naruto's feet sank deep into the earth. He could even hear the cracking sound of his own body trembling, his arm bones fracturing under the blow. Yet, thanks to his wood release, whirlpool physique, and Ninetales chakra, he endured the hit. Good lad. You may look frail, yet you have the audacity to take my kick. The Raikage exclaimed, astonished yet pleased. Even I would not dare to absorb my brother's furious lightning axe like that. Killer Bee, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, remarked. I truly feared that my brother might inadvertently eliminate the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Such strength is truly unfathomable. The Ninetales Jinchuriki, Samui whispered, swallowing hard. Naruto formed a single-handed seal, unleashing the adamant and sealing chains. Several golden chains erupted from behind him, racing towards the Raikage with the swiftness of arrows, ensnaring his feet in place. Naruto then took several steps back, forming a cross seal to create a shadow clone behind the Raikage. Wait, this stance. Could it be? Killer Bee gasped in disbelief. The Raikage, attempting to break free from the adamant and chains, soon realized that Naruto's sealing technique was exceedingly durable. Bolstered by an immense amount of chakra. Lightning release, hot blade. Naruto erupted with lightning release chakra, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the shadow clone behind the Raikage executed the same hot blade technique, its power equal to that of the original. One in front, one behind. The two hot blades clamped down on the Raikage's neck, the lightning release chakra coiling around Naruto, amplifying his strength and speed to terrifying levels. Unbelievable. He is using the hot blade technique with a shadow clone. How could he master this move? With a crisp snap, the Raikage's neck cracked under the dual assault. Yet he remained unfazed, clenching his fist and declaring, but the force is still insufficient. The hot blade executed with a shadow clone lacks the finesse. Lightning releases strongest armor. The Raikage unleashed his full power, a terrifying force exploding from his body. However, instead of attacking Naruto, he used the moment of electrical eruption to obliterate the shadow clone. The inherent weakness of executing the hot blade with a shadow clone was the susceptibility of the clone to being defeated, thereby dismantling the entire attack. The Raikage was acutely aware of this fact. A concentrated burst of lightning-released chakra surged into his elbow, striking Naruto in the abdomen. Naruto hastily halted his hot blade stance, pivoting to defend against the incoming assault. Heavy flow. The impact sent Naruto flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the wall, demolishing the structure. This strike had once sent the Cursed Mark's second stage, J-Go, back to his original form in the original storyline, underscoring its tremendous power. Even Naruto's formidable recovery abilities could not mend his wounds instantaneously. He needed at least 3 breaths to recuperate, just as Naruto rose from the ground. The Raikage swiftly shackled him with sealing stones and knocked him unconscious. Throw him into the dungeon. I shall depart today to discuss with the Daime how to deal with the Ninetales Jinchuriki. The safety of Kumogakure will be entrusted to you. The Raikage donned the white cloak offered by Samui and addressed Killer Bee and the others. Understood. Samui and the others responded in unison. Naruto slowly regained consciousness, greeted by the sight of a dark, damp cell. The roughness of hay beneath him was uncomfortable, and upon standing, he discovered his hands shackled by sealing stones. Even channeling chakra was an arduous task. Is this a dungeon? It seems not many are imprisoned here. Naruto craned his neck towards the bars. The adjacent cell was empty, and the corridor echoed only with the sounds of despair. Is anyone there? Could I have some food? Don't you provide meals for the prisoners? Naruto yelled, his empty stomach growling. Be quiet. Samui appeared before Naruto's cell, looking down at him. Will you perish from hunger if you miss a single meal? Yes. Naruto retorted defiantly. Is Kumogakure so impoverished that it cannot even provide food? Do not worry. Your fate will be decided shortly, and you will have a decent meal then. Samui replied coldly. After all, it will be your last. Do not even think of attempting anything. Those sealing stones not only prevent you from using ninjutsu but also disrupt your chakra flow, rendering your bloodline limit unusable. Samui seemed to perceive Naruto's intentions and chuckled. So do not expect to employ your Mangeki Sharingan against me. Is that so? You certainly have considered every angle. Naruto scoffed, taking a deep breath, then with a single stomp, he activated the 8 gates to the 5th gate. With a thunderous eruption of green energy from within, Naruto kicked the cell, his speed and power so immense that even the air was displaced. Do not indulge in fantasies. The true imprisonment mechanism of this dungeon is not merely these bars. Even if you break through the iron railings, you will be instantly incapacitated by the invisible electric net before me. Samui remained unfazed by Naruto's activation of the 5th gate, stating, moreover, you are still shackled. With this body technique, can you truly escape Kumogakure? Who said I am trying to escape Kumogakure with this move? Naruto kicked again, bending the bars into a protruding arc, then turned his back, violently crashing his wrist against the sharp edge. Chapter 54. The Amber Purification Flask. The capture of the 2 tails. The robustness of the stone cuffs was self-evident. Even the kunai at Samui's waist could not sever them. The only way to regain strength was clear, to sever the cuffs along with the wrists. Samui paused, momentarily taken aback. Naruto's wrist was painfully embedded in the protruding sharp object, yet it did not sever immediately, as human bones possess considerable hardness. Blood trickled from the iron apparatus, but Naruto remained silent, summoning all his strength to thrust his wrist once more against the sharp edge. Crack! The wrist, along with the stone cuff, fell to the ground, blood gushing from the severed end. The flow of chakra surged freely, and Naruto inhaled deeply. In that fleeting moment when Samui regained her senses, he unleashed the genjutsu of his Hokage Sharingan. Such ruthlessness, White remarked in admiration. Utilizing the chakra of the Ninetales, Naruto staunched the bleeding from the severed wrist. Soon, the wood release began to manifest, gradually mending Naruto's severed hands. Unlike typical Kekkei Genkai, the wood release he had replicated stemmed from Hashirama's cells, endowing him with an extraordinary regenerative capacity. Naruto strode out of the electric net, with the armor of lightning release. Its effects on him were significantly diminished. Take me to find the amber purification flask, he commanded the subdued Samui. Yes. Samui, in a daze, nodded and led Naruto out of the dungeon. After dispatching the cloud ninja guarding the dungeon, Naruto donned their attire, covering his head with a thick cloth, and followed Samui to a hidden stronghold in the village hidden in the clouds. Lady Samui, 2 cloud ninjas stationed before a mahogany building halted their progress, stating, "We have not received any notifications today. You must seek permission from the Raikage or Miss Mabui before entering the treasure vault." Samui stood there, stunned and unresponsive. Notification? You shall receive one now, Naruto coldly interjected, tearing off his headcloth, drawing Samui's kunai, and chuckling darkly, an invitation from the god of death. The blade flashed. The 2 cloud guards' heads tumbled to the ground, and Naruto advanced toward the vault, where most items were historically significant yet of little practical use. Save for the amber purification flask at its center, a divine ninja tool capable of containing tailed beasts, one of the few artifacts left by Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto's pretense of capture served dual purposes, to exploit the Raikage and secure the amber flask. He despised the thought of capturing a tailed beast only to confine it in remote mountains, fearing discovery. With the flask secured behind him, he continued to manipulate Samui under the genjutsu of his Hokage Sharingan, guiding the 2 towards a secluded grove. "Samui, what was the purpose of bringing me here?" asked the wood ninja, perplexed by her odd demeanor. "Someone wishes to see you," Samui replied, her voice distant. "Who?" Just as the wood ninja finished speaking, a voice echoed in the distance via the amplification technique of an information ninja. Emergency notification. The Ninetales Jinchuriki has escaped from the dungeon. Emergency notification. The Ninetales Jinchuriki has escaped. A sense of foreboding gripped the wood ninja. She opened her mouth to speak when a fierce blade of light surged forth. She instantly activated her tailed beast cloak, narrowly avoiding Naruto's strike. With no respite, Naruto relentlessly attacked with his kunai, tenaciously pursuing the wood ninja. So fast. Faster than before. Was he holding back earlier? The wood ninja exerted every effort to evade, yet still suffered a cut from Naruto's blade, leaving her in shock. As she stepped back, the ground beneath her crumbled. Utilizing her cat-like claws to grip the edge, she summoned all her strength to leap, but Naruto hurled his kunai, piercing her back, then formed seals to employ the adamant chains, binding her limbs. With a fierce motion, he flung her into the amber purification flask. Under the control of Naruto's genjutsu, Samui slammed the lid shut. The capture of the 2 tails was a success. The Ninetales Jinchuriki had ensnared the wood ninja. At that moment, cloud ninjas began to take notice of their actions, a squad rushing towards Naruto. He raised an eyebrow, clasped his hands together, and robust trees rapidly sprouted, ensnaring the cloud ninjas and launching them into the air. Would release, sea of trees. Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, and dozens of clones unleashed great fireball jutsu, igniting the verdant growth. The flames engulfed the cloud ninjas, their screams echoing through the chaos. With the amber purification flask in tow, Samui followed Naruto as they vanished from the scene. By the time Killer Bee arrived, he could only save a few cloud ninjas who had not yet been consumed by flames. Naruto's rationale for taking Samui was straightforward. Following this incident, the Raikage would undoubtedly prevent Killer Bee from roaming freely in the ninja world, complicating the task of capturing the 8 tails. As Samui was Killer Bee's pupil, the villagers of the Hidden Cloud were known for their loyalty. It was only natural that Killer Bee would not take her abduction lightly, should things proceed smoothly. He might even clash with the Raikage. Samui served as an ideal pawn, whether as a hostage or bait. What do you plan to do next? Hand the 2 tails over to the Akatsuki? White inquired, curiosity piqued regarding Naruto's intentions. Such commodities must undergo several transactions to appreciate in value. Naruto replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Currently, the Akatsuki is still assessing me. Excessive generosity may arouse suspicion. It would be wiser to sell it to Orochimaru and gather the remaining members. An astute idea. White nodded in agreement. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? None at the moment, so I must seek your counsel, Mr. White. Considering the present circumstances, there was only one individual most fitting. Who? The weight of the scales is Zetsu. He is the source of the curse seal, which is a form of sage transformation. He possesses the innate ability to gather natural energy for sage transformation. But he also risks going berserk. White explained, no one has taught him to harness this natural energy, but you are different. Your sage body of Myoboku is nearing completion. If you can replicate Zetsu's ability to absorb natural energy, not only will your strength multiply, but you may also unlock a fourth variant of sage body, a special sage body beyond Myoboku, Shikatsurin, and Rigakud. Chapter 55, The Cunning Serpent. Orochimaru's stronghold. Since the conclusion of Sasuke's defection, a transactional relationship had been established between Naruto and Orochimaru. The guards at the stronghold would respectfully make way for Naruto upon his arrival. After a day's journey, Naruto, accompanied by Samui in the amber bottle, arrived at Orochimaru's secret chamber. Upon opening the door, a surge of chakra erupted forth. Sasuke, wielding Chidori, charged fiercely at Orochimaru, who deftly sidestepped, ensnaring Sasuke's arm with his snake-like technique, and then forcefully flung him aside. Naruto casually extended his hand, transforming his tailed beast chakra into claws that deftly caught Sasuke, gently placing him on the ground. You truly are full of vigor. How are those hands holding up? He inquired. Thanks to you, they are even more agile than before, Sasuke replied. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, glancing at Naruto. What have you brought with you this time? A cat, Naruto said, as he opened the amber bottle, releasing the two wooden figures within. Cough. Damn you, Naruto, Uzumaki. The wooden figure exclaimed, coughing violently before glaring fiercely and thrusting its claws towards Naruto. Such a temper will surely frighten someone. Pets ought to be more docile to be endearing, Naruto retorted, swiftly conjuring chakra claws to seize the figure's claws. Frowning as he said, Miss Wooden Figure. With a sudden twist of his wrist, he broke the figure's arm, which emitted a low growl as it fell to the ground, clutching its injured limb. Remarkable. So you were the one who captured the Two-Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village, Orochimaru remarked, astonished. You learned of this rather quickly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. The Cloud Village was still in negotiations with the Land of Lightning, and it would take at least 3 days to announce the capture of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, yet Orochimaru had already been privy to the information. This underscored the extent of his intelligence network. To establish oneself in this ninja world, one must possess numerous eyes and ears, Orochimaru remarked with a slight smirk. So, this time, do you wish to trade for the Two-Tails Jinchuriki? He inquired. You wouldn't be disinterested in tailed beasts, would you? Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly and replied softly. The Ninetales cannot be used for your research. How about substituting it with the Two-Tails instead? On the surface, Orochimaru remained composed. Yet internally, he felt a surge of anxiety. Naruto's intentions were clear. He was warning him to refrain from harboring any thoughts of seizing the Ninetales. While everything else was negotiable, should Orochimaru harbor any intentions against him, he would likely face catastrophic repercussions. Then, who do you wish to take this time? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, inquiring softly. Ray, Naruto stated. You want him? Orochimaru's expression reflected a hint of difficulty. Since you mention him, you must already be aware of his unique constitution. However, his controllability is even lower than you might imagine. I understand all that, Naruto continued. He is the source of the curse seal, and I have already extracted the curse seal from him. One Two-Tails Jinchuriki in exchange for an uncontrollable energy source seems quite advantageous, doesn't he? Orochimaru pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Although he is a hot potato, the research value of a tailed beast is undeniably tempting. Kimimaro, take him to find Ray. Kimimaro nodded and then turned to Samui, who stood beside Naruto, frowning as he asked, what about this person? Naruto unsealed the amber bottle and placed Samui inside, subsequently sealing the bottle within a scroll. The utility of the amber bottle in accommodating individuals at any moment was self-evident. Naruto, Sasuke called out, prompting Naruto to pause and turn back. If you have time next time, practice with me, Sasuke said earnestly. Sure, Naruto replied, saying little more as he followed Kimimaro out of Orochimaru's stronghold. Since earlier, he had been plagued by an ominous premonition. Tell me, Kimimaro, you ought to be trustworthy merchants, right? Naruto suddenly asked. Lord Orochimaru has never gone back on his promises. Kimimaro replied, maintaining a stoic expression as he walked ahead. Is that so? Naruto placed his hand on the kunai at his waist, his gaze sharpening. Meanwhile, within Orochimaru's stronghold, Sasuke was resting in a stone chamber after completing his training. A figure appeared beside Orochimaru, who opened one eye and asked, Is the plan proceeding smoothly? Very smoothly. Just as we agreed upon, Orochimaru replied, binding the two wooden figures with sealing techniques. And you have gifted me a splendid surprise. Just don't change your mind along the way and collaborate with that brat, setting a trap for us, Shimura Danzo warned, his eyes narrowing. I only assist those who benefit me. Although he maintains a transactional relationship with me now, once Sasuke matures, he will undoubtedly demand the return of his comrades. Orochimaru remarked with a hint of malice in his eyes. Handing over Sasuke would be a greater detriment than benefit for me. Moreover, eliminating him here would mean acquiring this little cat as a free bonus. Your treachery is as ever. This collaboration is a one-time affair. Should I discover your lair again after this, I shall destroy it, Danzo threatened, his eyes glinting with malice. Rather than threatening me here, You should consider how to deal with that brat, Orochimaru retorted. He is not easy to handle. You must ensure his complete demise, or else, in time, our heads will roll, Danzo warned. Rest assured, he will not escape, Danzo said just before vanishing from sight. Naruto followed Kimimaro to a hillside, where Rei, clad in a plain shirt, sat at the cliff's edge, eyes closed, feeling the strong winds. This is Rei, Kimimaro gestured towards him. Whether he accompanies you or not is up to you. Naruto remained motionless, his expression unreadable as he stared at Kimimaro, who began to feel unnerved under the scrutiny. What's wrong? Kimimaro sensed something amiss, his right hand subtly revealing a bone knife. Naruto withdrew a kunai from his pouch and hurled it fiercely to the ground several meters in front of Rei, causing a series of explosions. The entire hillside trembled with the force. Explosive tag trap. What is the meaning of this? Naruto demanded coldly. Truly worthy of Mr. Naruto. You are indeed not easy to deal with, Kimimaro chuckled lightly as he launched the bone knife at Naruto. Naruto drew his kunai, slicing through the attack, and stepped forward to strike Kimimaro. In that instant, the ground beneath him revealed a ceiling formation. A ceiling array. Chapter 56, Do you wish to dance as well? 8 gates of Duinjia, door of death, open, thunder release armor. In an instant, Naruto's body erupted with a vibrant display of green and blue energy, lightning coiling around him. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from his position just as the ceiling formation was about to activate, due to his physical capabilities not being as formidable as those of the Raikage. The thunder release armor Naruto employed was merely a slightly enhanced version compared to an ordinary Cloud Ninja's. Even this inferior variant of the most powerful armor required Naruto to activate the door of death to forcibly elevate his physical prowess, highlighting its immense consumption. Yet, the augmentation was undeniably evident. With his Byakugan activated, Naruto planted a foot against the mountainside, propelling himself like a tempest. He executed a close-range empty wall palm against the Konoha ninja concealed in the shadows, who was manipulating the ceiling formation. The Byakugan's exceptional reconnaissance abilities allowed Naruto to swiftly discern the enemies surrounding him. A cold smirk crept across his lips. There were, in fact, up to 3,000 ninjas hidden within this mountain. Among them were not only Konoha ninjas, but also those from Iwagakure and Kirigakure. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru had betrayed himself. It appeared that traversing the ninja world necessitated a greater degree of vigilance. Gazing at the encircling ninjas, Naruto sneered. What a profoundly enlightening lesson. Orochimaru. Vortex Naruto. The malevolent rogue who had escaped from Konoha. Shimura Danzo materialized within his line of sight, unleashing a vacuum blade from his mouth, coldly declaring, I, Shimura Danzo, shall be the one to behead you today. With his command, the ninjas surrounding Naruto let out a thunderous roar, their battle cries resonating as they charged towards him. You wish to dance as well. Naruto's voice echoed ominously as he stood his ground, awaiting the assault. Blades and weapons lunged at him. With one hand, he grasped the blade's edge, pivoting to kick the assailant away, while his right hand seized a ninja sword, swiftly cleaving through the onslaught of weapons. With a squeeze of his left hand, he unleashed magnetic release, explosive armor, causing the metallic weapons in the ninja's grips to detonate, sending fragments scattering like hidden projectiles. Ruthlessly striking through the crowd. Advance. Do not falter. Let us charge together. Despite the fear that brewed within, the ninjas could not retreat. Their loud shouts allowed them to temporarily cast aside rationality, surging forward as a collective force. Each drop of blood coursing through Naruto's veins felt ablaze. Yet his heart remained as calm as an icy abyss. Bang. Ding. Hiss. He wielded the ninja sword with remarkable speed, deflecting every incoming strike, and almost simultaneously. He countered the moment the attacks were repelled. The ninjas were utterly unprepared, falling like leaves beneath his blade. With countless foes to fell, the sword in Naruto's hand became warped. He reversed it, plunging it into a ninja's throat while drawing the weapon from their waist. With a powerful kick to the enemy's skull, he leaped, unleashing a torrential barrage of 1,000-kill water wings that pierced through his adversaries. As he landed, Naruto utilized the explosive armor to shatter the ninja sword into fragments, launching the debris at the ninjas before releasing chakra from his body, spinning at high velocity. The 8 trigrams palm returned to heaven. The ninja's weapons could not penetrate this barrier, forced to await the conclusion of the technique. However, as the technique concluded, Naruto's figure inexplicably vanished. Below, the sensory unit quickly reacted, calling out. Utilizing the return to heaven as a diversion, he swiftly burrowed into the earth at an astonishing speed. The ground transformed into a quagmire, prompting the ninja army to retreat hastily. Initially, they believed it to be merely a restrictive earth release like Hades Swamp, until they felt the searing heat beneath their feet. Lava release, melting swamp. Any ninja caught lagging behind found their heels dissolved, plummeting into the mire, turning into skeletal remains that floated to the surface. In the blink of an eye, the ninja army was decimated by more than half. The vanguard unit, comprised of Chunin, was indeed nothing more than an appetizer. Shimura Danzo let out a cold chuckle. Just as he finished speaking, a mocking laughter echoed from behind him. If you were to be the main course, how terribly aged you are. Danzo swiftly turned, meeting Naruto's fist. A surge of terrifying power erupted, sending both combatants stumbling back. Although their fists suffered instantaneous damage, they rapidly healed at an astonishing pace. You, a mere child, do not comprehend that some things only improve with age, Danzo said, narrowing his eyes. You merely fled home in juvenile rebellion, unable to fathom the consequences. I am aware of your story, merely a victim of other schemes, and for that, you abandoned Konoha to become a pariah? How naive. Such pretentious rhetoric. Naruto revealed a maniacal grin, retorting, to regard the misfortunes of others as trivial and to criticize them with a self-righteous tone, expecting them to endure? To harm others and dismiss it as a jest, witnessing violence and bullying yet turning a blind eye? To personally fill a bomb with explosives, then be surprised when it detonates? As I have said before, Naruto raised his gaze, the cloak of the tailed beast materializing around him, his crimson pupils ablaze like flames. This is all a consequence of your own actions, and I am merely the monster birthed from your malice. A Rasengan formed in Naruto's hand. I will not cease until I have obliterated you, nor will I succumb. Danzo felt a chill creep into his heart. He had initially perceived his opponent as a mere young lion with emerging claws, yet now it was evident he had misjudged. Before him stood a colossal beast capable of devouring mountains and rivers. He swiftly swung the vacuum blade towards Naruto, unleashing a torrent of slicing winds imbued with devastating power. Accompanying the wind blades was a deluge of ninjutsu unleashed by the ninja unit. Fire release, wind release, earth release, water release, lightning release, interwoven into a tidal wave of assault. Beneath this vast ocean of attacks, Naruto's figure appeared diminutive. Yet, not a single ninja present dared to underestimate him. An orange-red chakra, reminiscent of flames, surged forth from Naruto's being, coalescing into a towering, formidable Susanoo that stood defiantly before the tidal wave. To encapsulate it in 2 words, it could only be described as a divine warrior. Susanoo. Intense pain radiated from his eyes as Naruto lifted his head, resolutely facing the throng. The orange-red divine warrior stood majestically upon the earth. Chapter 57. The eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sasuke Uchiha stood in disbelief before the divine warrior, exclaiming, "How could you possess the Kaleidoscope Sharingan?" With an imposing presence, the Susanoo wielded the Tenketsu sword and struck fiercely at the massive wave of ninjutsu, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power that rent the technique asunder. Boom. Chakra erupted like stars scattered across the heavens. As Naruto advanced a step, the surrounding ninjas retreated. The phrase "one man can hold off 1,000" had never been more evident. Summoning technique. Shimura Danzo bit his finger, forming seals with his hands before slamming them onto the ground. A cloud of white smoke billowed forth, revealing a gigantic, mammoth-like beast before the Susanoo. It raised its head and opened its maw, releasing a gale that threatened to swallow the very earth Naruto stood upon. The summoned beast, the Dream Taper. Danzo formed seals again, unleashing a vacuum wave in conjunction with the Dream Taper to breach Susanoo's defenses. Do you enjoy inhaling? Naruto retorted coldly. As his words fell, 3 crimson tomo coalesced in Susanoo's right hand, which he hurled at the Dream Taper. The Yata Mirror. The 3-linked tomo shot forth like shurikens, propelled even faster by the Dream Taper's wind. The creature had no time to close its mouth before the Yata Mirror surged into it. Naruto clenched his right hand, and the Yata Mirror detonated instantly. The enormous body of the Dream Taper was violently pierced through. Chakra gushed forth, mingling with blood and bone, as it let out a heart-wrenching wail before collapsing to the ground. The ninjutsu division remained relentless, continuing their assault on Naruto. Another wave of ninjutsu formed. Yet this time Naruto did not cleave through with the Tenketsu sword. Instead, he positioned the Yata Mirror before him, absorbing the incoming techniques, before swinging it back to unleash a counterattack. Bang, 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 bang. The return ninjutsu surged towards Danzo's forces, who scrambled to disperse. Only a handful of rational shinobi remaining to unite in defensive techniques. Danzo, like a gust of wind, burst forward, appearing before Naruto's Susanoo in the blink of an eye. Reacting swiftly, Naruto's black flames erupted from his eyes. Amaterasu. Danzo was engulfed in the black flames, his form reduced to ashes. However, in the next moment, Danzo reappeared behind Naruto, brandishing a kunai with fierce intent, plunging it toward the Susanoo. Crack. The kunai shattered upon impact. What gives you the audacity to pierce the Susanoo? Naruto mused, having anticipated Danzo's use of Izanagi to manifest behind him, yet he had not expected the kunai's thrust. Danzo retreated, forming seals to unleash a vacuum wave. Naruto commanded Susanoo to pivot and return the attack with the Yata Mirror, then employed the Yata Mirror once more to constrain Danzo's evasion. Finally, he executed the adamantine sealing technique, trapping Danzo with no escape. Such a combat style could only be employed by someone like Naruto Uzumaki, who possessed an immense chakra reserve. While others would quickly exhaust their chakra using Susanoo, Naruto had only consumed half of his. This was merely his own chakra, excluding the Ninetales power. As the flames gradually subsided, Susanoo's form dissipated, and Naruto felt an unusual weariness. The use of Susanoo drained not only chakra, but also a significant amount of mental energy. Were it not for the overwhelming number of enemies, he would not have resorted to this ultimate technique. Despite the exhilaration of the battle, Naruto was acutely aware of his true purpose. He was not here merely to fight. With a sudden movement, he appeared before Danzo, delivering a powerful punch to the elder's weathered visage. Copy successful. Acquired the Kaleidoscope Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. Echoed the voice of White. Naruto's right eye transformed. The shuriken-shaped pattern now adorned with an additional layer of four-blade motifs, radiating with potent ocular power. Since Danzo possessed only Shursui's right eye, Naruto could only awaken the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan in his right eye, leading to a fusion rather than a mere transplant. He could wield Itachi's Tsukuyami and Shursui's Kotoamatsukami. While he could not manifest two Susanoo simultaneously, he could choose which to deploy based on the battlefield's demands. The sole drawback was that, with only one eye awakened, he needed to close his left eye while using ocular techniques to avoid immense strain. Compared to the advantages gained, this minor inconvenience was negligible. Naruto gathered chakra into a Rasengan, crashing it against Danzo's head. In an instant, the elder's skull exploded, dissolving into white mist, only to reappear as the adamant and sealing technique unraveled. Izanagi. Danzo furrowed his brow, glancing towards his remaining shinobi forces. Though briefly overwhelmed, they quickly regrouped. I must not let this kid escape. Panic surged within Danzo. If Naruto were to flee now, Konoha would face a dreadful retribution. Naruto discerned Danzo's thoughts with a cold smirk. You cannot stop me. The chakra of the Ninetales enveloped him, and with a series of hand signs, 1,000 shadow clones emerged. The clones unleashed the corrosive technique, effortlessly eroding the defenses of the ninjutsu division, before engulfing themselves in lightning armor and charging towards the enemy forces. In a flash, Naruto vanished from sight. Danzo attempted to pursue, only to be ensnared by the shadow clones employing their bloodline limits. What a ruckus. It's time for us to depart, Kumadori remarked, observing the chaos from atop a hill. Indeed, Jago nodded, preparing to leave when Naruto suddenly materialized before them. He had effortlessly pinpointed their location amidst the tumultuous battlefield. Kumadori clicked his tongue and swiftly drew his bone blade. A mysterious force erupted from Naruto's eternal kaleidoscope, silently casting Kotoamatsukami upon Kumadori. Kumadori stood momentarily bewildered, gazing at his bone blade before shaking his head and discarding it onto the ground. The message implanted within Kumadori's mind was loyalty to Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru. Dare to bite me, and I shall make you repay it in due time, Naruto mused darkly within. Chapter 58, The Source of the Cursed Seal. Journey to Wet Bone Forest. Shimura stands as the most loyal subordinate of Orochimaru, and his defection signifies that I have embedded an exceedingly secure informant within Orochimaru's ranks. Even if Orochimaru decides to flee, I can track him down through Shimura. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This has always been Naruto's guiding principle. When Shunwu sensed the ill intent of the visitor, he contemplated awakening his second personality for combat, yet Shunwu abruptly halted him. Shunwu? Shunwu was taken aback. As Shunwu's confidant, he was acutely aware of the latter's temperament, and Shunwu's unusual behavior in the face of an adversary left him astonished. He is my embedded agent within Orochimaru, Naruto stated earnestly. This battle is also to gauge Orochimaru's trustworthiness, a calculated move. What? Shunwu gazed at Shunwu in disbelief, who nodded in agreement. Shunwu, I have come to seek your alliance, to unify the ninja world and put an end to the conflicts. Moreover, I am here to save you. Save me? Your constitution naturally absorbs natural energy, leading to uncontrollable transformations known as Cursed Seal transformations. However, Cursed Seal transformations are essentially a form of Sage Mode. Naruto placed a reassuring hand on Shunwu's shoulder and activated his system's replication ability, continuing, with Sage Mode training, you can master this natural energy and achieve Sage Body. Replication successful. Obtained Cursed Seal source. The voice of Bai echoed in his ears. Indeed, as anticipated by Bai, Naruto's continuous training in the Sage Body of Myoboku Mountain allowed the natural energy absorbed by the Cursed Seal source to be actively converted into Sage energy. With the Cursed Seal source, Naruto could enter Sage Mode without meditation, devoid of any prerequisites. A mere thought would instantaneously activate Sage Mode. Furthermore, his training speed had multiplied several times over. Even while eating or sleeping, the Cursed Seal source would assist in cultivation, akin to an automated system. However, Naruto's mastery over Sage Body was still in its infancy. The Sage Mode of Myoboku Mountain was derived from replication. To forge a fourth form of Sage Body from the Cursed Seal source, a profound understanding of Sage techniques was requisite. Sage Mode. Can you truly achieve it? Shunwu furrowed his brow, skepticism clouding his thoughts. Of course. As Naruto finished speaking, crimson shadows appeared around his eyes, his pupils transforming into orange-yellow slit shapes. A natural power emanating from within him. He extended his right hand, and black Cursed Seals began to crawl up his arm. The strength of the Cursed Seal surged, enveloping Naruto in a fox-shaped purple-black aura, yet his form remained unchanged. As the power of the Cursed Seal escalated, it morphed into a deeper purple-black. Yet his consciousness remained intact, and his appearance showed no alteration. He could perfectly control the Cursed Seal. If I master this, will I no longer succumb to madness? Shunwu gazed with longing, murmuring. He had endured countless sleepless nights, terrified that upon closing his eyes, he would awaken not to a white ceiling, but to a scene of disarrayed corpses and pools of blood. In the dead of night, he cursed his fate, imprisoning himself in a self-imposed cage of punishment. Junmaru had claimed he would become his cage, yet that did not entirely ease his mind. As he grew older, he sensed his power amplifying, uncertain of when it would become potent enough to kill Junmaru and shatter the confines. Yet Naruto's arrival illuminated a beacon of hope. Indeed, not only will you avoid losing control, but you will also gain an entirely new power capable of ushering in a new era. Naruto chuckled lightly, extending his hand toward Chonwu. Join me in transforming this ninja world. Chonwu turned to Junmaru, who nodded in affirmation. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely grasped Naruto's hand and declared, "Teach me how to control the power of the cursed seal. I am willing to become the blade that forges a new era." Several days later, Junmaru, as Naruto's undercover agent, returned to Orochimaru's side. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo's plans against Naruto had utterly failed, compelling Orochimaru to hastily relocate his base, fearing retaliation from Naruto. While Uzumaki, Karen, and Bai rested at the orphanage, they received a letter from Naruto. "Bai, the new member Chonwu and I are heading to a secret location for extensive training. Take good care of Karen. Ensure she is not abducted by any black-haired stranger. Additionally, Karen, during our training period, you must establish the initial framework of our organization. If you require connections, seek the feudal lord of the Wind Country. Upon hearing the name Uzumaki, he will come to greet you. Attached is a small amount of startup capital for your use. Do you think establishing an organization is simple?" Bai grumbled, clutching the letter, extracting the attachment which appeared to be a summoning scroll. "I will do my utmost to accomplish the task Naruto entrusted to me," Karen declared, clenching her fists. "I may not possess his strength, but I cannot remain perpetually protected. I must contribute." "Few possess such determination as you do," Bai remarked, patting Karen's head. He then stood up, unfurling the scroll, biting his finger, and placing both hands upon the summoning scroll. "Let us see how much he has provided for you to establish an organization." Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted. Bai was inundated by a deluge of currency. "What? So much money?" Bai was taken aback, his head adorned with large question marks. 150 million. Bai stared at the figure they calculated, feeling utterly dismayed. What was he doing when he left last time? Robbing? 150 million. Coupled with connections from the feudal lord of the Wind Country. Karen murmured, "Establishing an organization may not be as daunting as it seems." By the way, he mentioned the organization's name. Bai retrieved the letter, which bore a note at the bottom. "If you are uncertain about naming the organization, simply call it Uzumaki. The once destroyed land of Uzumaki shall now be rebuilt by their hands." At this moment, Naruto and Chonwu stood before a vast, damp forest. The air thick with an eerie atmosphere. The living slug halted its movements, gazing at the two. "This is the Wet Bone Forest, the sacred land of Sage. To train in Sage mode, you must first gain the recognition of the ancestral master of Wet Bone Forest, the Slug Sage. Are you not one of the split forms of the Slug Sage? That is the theory, yet after the split, the Slug Sage did not reclaim us, instead dwelling within this Wet Bone Forest. The Slug Sage you speak of." Naruto pointed toward an enormous blue-white slug towering into the clouds. "Is that it?" "Oh. That is merely one of the split forms of the Slug Sage, and it is less than 1/20th the size of the Slug Sage's true form." Naruto and Chonwu exchanged glances, both inwardly exclaiming in disbelief. Chapter 59. The Sage of the Wet Bone Forest. The living slug led the two individuals to a vast swamp, reminiscent of a serene lake. With a resonant call, a large head adorned with two antennae emerged from the murky waters, its size imposing enough to overshadow the entire marsh. This was the Sage of the Slug. The slug explained that due to its colossal form, it usually revealed only its head above the surface, its body concealed beneath the earth. It was indeed a rarity for someone to seek out the sage arts of the Wet Bone Forest. The voice of the Slug Sage carried an ethereal quality. "Was it Tsunade who sent you?" "Not quite. We have come upon the legend of the formidable sage arts of the Wet Bone Forest, which are mastered by only a few," Naruto replied with respectful confidence. "The sage arts of the Wet Bone Forest are notoriously difficult to learn. You too possess a unique aura, suggesting you have a special constitution connected to natural energy." The Slug Sage continued. "As long as you are unafraid of death, the Sage realm will not hinder your progress. To become a Sage of the Wet Bone Forest, you must first pass my trial." "A trial?" Zhongwu swallowed hard, feeling a surge of anxiety. The natural energy in the Wet Bone Forest was incredibly dense, and since his arrival, the urge for transformation had intensified. If he were not forcefully suppressing this overwhelming desire, he would have already succumbed to the Sage state. "Indeed. A trial. I will first drain the chakra from your bodies and inflict severe injuries upon you," the Slug Sage stated earnestly. "You must absorb natural energy in this near-death state and comprehend the healing techniques of the Wet Bone Forest. Failure to do so will result in your demise. Just a word of caution. This is merely a trial. The true practice of sage arts is far more perilous." "I'll go first," Zhongwu declared, striding forward. "No matter how dangerous it is, I must seize this power." Without a word, the Slug Sage placed its tentacle on Zhongwu's shoulder, and instantly, His chakra was drained as if it had been sucked away by a vacuum. After depleting his chakra, the slug sage unleashed a terrifying and twisted force into Zhang Wu's body, causing it to thrash about violently within him. Crack! Every bone in Zhang Wu's body felt as if it had shattered, leaving him utterly exhausted. He cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground, yet amid the excruciating agony, he clenched his teeth and concentrated on absorbing the natural energy, transforming it into his own strength. Though arduous, the results were visibly evident. Quite a talent. The slug sage thought approvingly, turning to Naruto. It is now your turn. Naruto took a few steps forward, and the slug sage placed its tentacle on his shoulder. Commencing the chakra absorption, Zhang Wu writhed on the ground like a worm, his breathing growing steadily calmer. The essence of sage mode lies in the ability to commune with nature, a feat that necessitates a tranquil mind. The requirements for the sage mode of the wet-bone forest were particularly demanding. Fortunately, Zhang Wu's character endowed him with a serene benevolence contrasting his previous frenzied state, and he had often conversed with small animals. Thus, he approached the trial with steady resolve. Just as Zhang Wu managed to restore one of his arms using sage energy, he glanced up to see Naruto still standing in place. Isn't your chakra supposed to be drained? He wondered, as 3 full minutes passed, and even the slug sage appeared somewhat exasperated. Almost there, keep it up. Naruto replied earnestly, gripping the slug sage's tentacle. This might speed things up. Copy ability activated. Copy successful. Obtain the sage body of the wet-bone forest. A voice proclaimed. The sage body of the wet-bone forest, unlike the sage mode, is a unique constitution that allows its possessor to cultivate into a perfect sage of the wet-bone forest. However, this constitution only manifests in those who have already attained sage status, making it a paradoxical trait unless Orochimaru can develop a technique to transfer these sage cells. Yet, for the system, breaking conventional rules is merely standard procedure. Copying and pasting was entirely expected. Although Naruto had yet to cultivate into a sage of the wet-bone forest, possessing this unique constitution meant his training speed was exponentially accelerated. After an indeterminate duration, Zhang Wu finally managed to rise from the ground using sage energy. Just as Naruto's chakra was entirely depleted, the first chakra drain has never been this exhausting. The slug sage's voice bore a hint of fatigue. Upon concluding, it infused Naruto's body with power, the sound of bones breaking echoing clearly. Fortunately, this one's bones aren't too alarming. The slug sage sighed in relief. Bang! Naruto's body did not collapse. Instead, it swayed momentarily as he harnessed the abilities of the cursed seal origin in the sage body of the wet-bone forest, gathering natural energy around him like the eye of a tornado. In an instant, the Sage of Myoboku activated, his eyes transforming into the sage gaze, his pupils manifesting brilliantly. Click, click, click. Sounds akin to building blocks echoed from within Naruto's body as his bones reconnected seamlessly. You can use sage mode. The slug sage exclaimed in astonishment. It is my first encounter with a sage so young. Initially, the slug sage had considered Zhang Wu's talent commendable, with his tranquil demeanor and rapid absorption of natural energy. However, the spiky-haired youth before him proved to be even more formidable. Instantly entering sage mode was no trivial feat. Indeed, the gap between Naruto and me is vast. Zhang Wu lamented, having struggled for so long to grasp a modicum of control over sage energy while Naruto effortlessly healed his injuries in mere breaths. The disparity was staggering. To ensure that both of you can achieve mastery, it would be best for you to train in sage arts separately, the slug sage proposed. Since you have already mastered one sage mode, you may skip the basics and progress directly to the second stage of practice. Slug, take them to rest, it instructed. With that, the living slug led Naruto and Zhang Wu to a makeshift wooden hut. Inside, 2 wooden bowls were filled with strawberries, white radishes, and cabbage, among other foods. Please, enjoy your meal. If it doesn't suit your taste, let us know. We also have spinach, lettuce, and Swiss chard. The 2 slugs exclaimed excitedly as they leaped from their seats. Naruto and Zhang Wu exchanged subtly bewildered expressions. Chapter 60, the second phase of training, the title organization. The arrival of Akatsuki. Do you not enjoy eating? A diminutive slug inquired, its head bowed. Indeed, it appears that humans have a penchant for salted delicacies. Unfortunately, our kind perishes upon encountering salt. Upon learning of the arrival of cultivators in the wet-bone forest, the slugs had become overly exuberant, leading to a premature celebration. We acted on our own accord. Please forgive us, another slug lamented, also bowing its head in guilt. What an odd atmosphere. Although I have committed no transgression, I feel as if I have erred. Naruto exchanged glances with Jae-gon, who mirrored his expression, and they both nodded resolutely, reaching a consensus. How could one possibly dislike food? There are numerous types of fruit enthusiasts among humanity. Naruto feigned a cheerful smile and took a seat at the table. Indeed, strawberries are my absolute favorite. Jae-gon chimed in, settling across from Naruto. No need to force it, the young slug murmured. There's no forcing involved, Naruto retorted, grasping his chopsticks and glancing at the food in his bowl. He hesitated momentarily, but upon noticing Jae-gon devouring his meal with fervor, as if he intended to consume it before his taste buds could register, Naruto gritted his teeth and joined in. Compared to the so-called test from the slug sage, This was the true trial. Moments later, both of them had finished their meals, collapsing onto the table in exhaustion. Truly, we have cleaned our plates. It seems you both have a great fondness for eating. I shall gather more tomorrow. By the way, what are your names? Uzumaki, Naruto, Gon. The two, still dazed and teary-eyed, responded. How wonderful. Both of you are so moved by the deliciousness that you weep. The living slug remarked. The hour grows late. You should return and not disturb the cultivator's rest. Yes, yes. The two little slugs chimed in unison as they departed the wooden hut. I shall take my leave as well. Rest well, both of you, the living slug said before exiting the hut, though possessing a peculiar demeanor. He was neither a good person nor a bad one. He merely preferred gentleness over harshness. As he pondered this, he began to corrode the informational letter intended for Tsunade with acid. The following morning, Naruto was led by a throng of little slugs to the heart of the wet-bone forest for pressure training. There lay a seemingly bottomless water pit. Naruto was required to leap into it, descending deeper where the pressure increased. The little slugs clung to him, recording each plunge's results. In this high-pressure environment, Naruto's body would be crushed, and to endure and continue descending, he would need to utilize Sage Chakra to mend his form. This continuous cycle of destruction and restoration constituted the second phase of the wet-bone forest sage's training. Are you prepared? A larger slug, tied with a rope whose other end was affixed to Naruto's waist, asked. Should Naruto falter and call for a stop? The little slugs would promptly relay the message to the larger slug, which would swiftly pull him back up. Naruto gestured an okay, and the little slugs leaped onto him, either hiding in his hair or clinging to his arms. Taking a deep breath, Naruto plunged into the abyss. To establish an organization, the initial step is to find a base of operations. Bai and Xianglin, clad in matching attire, walked through the ruins of the land of whirlpools. The scarred earth silently narrating the tales of war it had endured. Since the demise of the land of whirlpools, this small island had remained in such a desolate state. The remoteness and inaccessibility have deterred any nation from claiming this land, leaving it abandoned, Bai remarked softly. We, the title organization, shall restore this place to its former glory, Xianglin proclaimed earnestly. I have already contacted the gentlemen from the land of waves. They will arrive by boat to establish the foundational facilities. Bai patted Xianglin's head. The priority now is to recruit a formidable force. Only with an armed faction can we assert our influence within the ninja world. Although I have dispatched recruitment notices, the responses from qualified candidates have been scarce. Let us journey to the land of wind. The daimyo should be able to provide us with connections, Xianglin suggested, nodding. I heard you were recruiting ninjas. So I came. A man clad in a black cloak and an orange whirlpool mask suddenly appeared behind them, grinning. I am Akatsuki. I noticed the attractive offerings and decided to join. From which village do you hail? Bai asked, turning, her narrowed eyes scrutinizing him. That is a secret. A secret indeed. Akatsuki replied, appearing somewhat carefree. However, I can divulge a tidbit. The ninja village I previously resided in was quite unsavory. What rank did you hold in your former village? Xianglin inquired. In any case, I was quite powerful. That sounds dubious, Bai thought. I regret to inform you that the title organization does not accept individuals with ambiguous backgrounds. Everyone has past scars they prefer to keep hidden. Akatsuki pouted. Moreover, your current situation is perilous. What do you mean? Bai instinctively moved to shield Xianglin, her eyes flashing with coldness. I do not intend to attack you. Rather, others may have designs on you. Akatsuki quickly waved his hands. Though the ruins of the land of whirlpools are uninhabited, merchant ships frequently engage in trade here. Beneath your feet lies their cargo. As soon as he spoke, Bai observed several large ships appearing on the distant horizon. You have already encroached upon their interests. Do not think of establishing an organization here. You risk being captured. Akatsuki feigned terror, mimicking a frightened child. What are your intentions? Bai raised an eyebrow. While his words contained truth, she was confident in her ability to lead Xianglin away from those individuals unscathed. Akatsuki's mention of this matter certainly indicated he was not merely expressing idle chatter. I shall deal with those ruffians, ensuring they avoid this place in future trade. Akatsuki declared, pointing a thumb at himself. Consider it my inaugural contribution as a new member of the title organization. In essence, he sought to prove his worth, did he? If he possessed such capability, accepting him would indeed be advantageous. Xianglin pondered for a moment, glancing at Bai, who nodded, signaling her approval. Very well. As long as you handle those individuals, you shall be a new member of our title organization, Xianglin stated earnestly, lifting her head. Chapter 61. The Might of a Fei the Med, a renowned escort vessel that frequently roams the waters of the Land of Water, primarily derives its economic sustenance from escorting merchant ships transporting goods between nations. Only a select few are privy to the fact that the Med was originally a fearsome pirate ship. Its captain, weary from years of plundering, transformed it into an escort vessel to engage in protective duties. The Med is well acquainted with the routes and tactics employed by pirates, having aided countless merchant ships in evading their malevolent grasp, thus increasing its renown. Sailors fortunate enough to serve aboard the Med are invariably the cream of the crop among their peers. As for the cargo carried by the merchant vessels, The captain remains indifferent. Although the ninja world war has long since concluded, minor nations continue to squabble over trifling gains. Merchants, seduced by the sin of blood, have embarked on nefarious enterprises such as drug trafficking and human trafficking, perceiving greater risks as lucrative opportunities. For the sake of profit, they demonstrate a complete lack of humanity, selling pregnant women to be exploited and callously severing the organs of children to provide for the maladies of aristocratic degenerates. Those on the brink of losing their freedom and lives are lured aboard ships under the pretense of fleeing war, oblivious to the impending doom that awaits them. Confined in dim and crowded quarters while clinging to impossible dreams. War, in essence, is a game played by those in power, treating lives as mere pawns on a chessboard. "Hey, Captain, there's someone at the delivery point." A sailor with protruding teeth exclaimed as he lowered his telescope and hurried to the captain's quarters. Someone. The captain, puzzled for a moment, rose and made his way to the deck, peering through his spyglass towards the ruins of the land of Whirlpool. He spotted a red-haired girl and a black-haired woman gazing in their direction. "Unfamiliar faces, load the cannons and blast them away," the captain declared, shaking his head. "Do not use the big shells. Save those for the goods below." "Understood." The sailors nodded and rushed to the cannons positioned at the side of the deck, aiming them at the ruins. "Wait," a voice called out, drawing everyone's attention to a figure clad in a black cloak, donning an orange whirlpool mask, striking a peculiar yet graceful pose with his hands on his hips. "Who are you?" the captain asked, taken aback. "I am the foremost master of the Whirlpool organization, known as the elusive A-Fei, unparalleled across the heavens and the earth, beloved by all, and the strongest in the boundless sea." A Fei boasted with remarkable speed. "Prepare to meet your doom, you amateurs." "Pa, a lunatic. Cut him down," the captain retorted with a disdainful click of his tongue. Instantaneously, all the sailors drew their blades and charged towards a Fei. Swish, 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 swish. The blades descended, yet there was no blood or the sound of steel meeting flesh. Upon contact with a Fei, the blades merely rippled through him as though he were water. "Huh, what are you swinging at?" A Fei chuckled. "It's utterly ineffective." "Ninja? You're a ninja?" The captain finally noticed the Sharingan in his eyes, his legs trembling in fear. "And a member of the Uchiha clan, nonetheless?" A Fei suddenly leapt into action, dispelling his intangibility, kicking two sailors away with fierce force. He seized their katanas, spun around with astonishing agility, deflecting all incoming strikes, while simultaneously shattering the blades in his grasp. With hands forming seals, a Fei unleashed a barrage of fireballs, sending three sailors flying with explosive force. The captain swiftly rang the alarm bell aboard the ship, prompting the other two escort vessels to enter a state of alert. "Oh, are you signaling your comrades just before death?" A Fei's laughter carried an ominous tone as he distorted his form and reappeared behind the captain. The captain suddenly felt a chain constricting around his waist, and a blade had carved a deep gash into his arm. Is this the speed of a ninja? Before the captain could fully comprehend, a Fei kicked him off the deck, binding the other end of the chain to the protrusion at the ship's bow. "Wait, please. Kill me," the captain screamed, realizing a Fei's sinister intent. His blood dripped into the water, attracting several sharks that approached, their leaps allowing them to reach the height of the captain. While he wouldn't be devoured immediately, he would suffer excruciating torment until death as the sharks incessantly bit at his limbs. A Fei paid no heed to the captain, dispatching the remaining sailors with explosive tags before vanishing in a flash to the second escort ship. What is happening? A merchant, engaged in revelry with a courtesan, rushed out upon hearing the explosions. Before them lay the sinking escort vessel, dismembered bodies and blood floating on the surface, with flames and detonations illuminating the distance, a truly horrifying sight. "Well, it appears you were having quite the time," a Fei, bloodied and standing atop the merchant ship's mast, sneered. "You now have two choices, be killed by me or leap into the water." The merchants exchanged glances, ultimately diving into the sea with a resounding splash. While swimming would offer a chance of survival, remaining aboard with no means of defense against a creature capable of sinking escort vessels was unthinkable. Yet, they were gravely mistaken in their assumptions. The sharks, having sensed human presence, swiftly swam from the sunken ships towards the merchants. "Sharks! No, no, my leg!" Their screams echoed, relentless and filled with despair. A Fei chuckled mockingly, zipping into the cabin to threaten the navigator to steer towards the ruins of the land of Whirlpool. Just as a Fei intended to wait aboard the ship for his rendezvous, a cannonball erupted from the partially submerged escort vessel, aimed directly at the island of the ruins. A Fei clicked his tongue, distorting his form as he dashed towards the ruins. Taking a deep breath, Bai concentrated, gathering all his chakra, preparing to use Ice Rock Shield to block the cannonball. In an instant, a Fei's silhouette materialized before everyone. He removed his mask, revealing his mesmerizing Sharingan. The distorted space erupted around the cannonball. Kamui. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing cannonball vanished completely before the eyes of the three. Chapter 62. The ultimate sage body. Due to their position, Bai and Xianglin could not see his face. A Fei donned his mask once more and turned, exclaiming, "Ah, what a close call. Back in your village, you must have been at least a Jonin or a member of the Anbu, right?" Bai, astonished, remarked. "Such speed and ninjutsu cannot be obtained casually. Humph, my strength surpasses that of the Kage. A Fei declared proudly, hands on his hips, do shower me with compliments. How impressive. Xianglin clapped enthusiastically in support. After a brief moment, the merchant ship docked, and those who had been abducted began to disembark, astonished and frightened, believing Xianglin and the others to be robbers. Ahem. Greetings, everyone. I am a Fei, the hero who rescued you from the clutches of human traffickers. A Fei stepped forward and proclaimed, human traffickers? That can't be right. The owners said they were taking us to a war-free country. We even paid for it. The owner even covered a few hundred in fees for me. The crowd erupted in disbelief, expressions of shock evident on their faces. I anticipated your skepticism, a Fei said. As a distorted space appeared before him, several ragged children emerged from it, fearfully clinging to their parents. Mom, Grandpa, I'm so scared. Dad, I thought I would never see you again. The children cried. Those uncles said they would give us food, then locked us up on another ship. She was taken by those ruffians to her room and didn't return for 3 days. Today, they took me too, and Ashi's eyes were covered by them. Had it not been for this big brother saving us, we would surely never see you again. Listening to the children's accounts, the crowd swallowed hard, apprehension creeping into their hearts. They likely pretended to help you escape, only to sell you on the black market, Xianglin interjected. Given your current situation, even if you boarded another ship to a different country, you would be rejected as undocumented immigrants. Therefore, I propose this. Let everyone remain on this small island to live. Xianglin continued, this land has been purchased by us as a base of operations. If anyone is interested, you may join our organization and help develop this territory. Of course, we will ensure that you are well cared for in terms of food and lodging. Really? Really? This place is quite far from those countries. And it seems the war won't reach us here. I am willing to join the organization, as long as I can support my family. I will do anything. The refugees voiced their eagerness, while workers from the land of waves arrived by boat in the land of whirlpools. Eager to contribute, the refugees worked alongside the laborers, significantly reducing repetitive tasks. What a splendid first step, I remarked, observing the bustling crowd with a smile. All thanks to a Fei's assistance. Xianglin replied with a grin. Yes, yes, do praise me more, I am not shy. A Fei said, his joy evident. Everyone is working so hard. I must not lag behind. Bai, you stay and help these refugees settle, Xianglin suggested. Bai nodded and continued. A Fei and I will head to the land of wind to find the daimyo. We now have a foundational workforce, but we still lack combat capability. Rest assured, I will manage them well, Bai responded, pretending not to hear the term sister. In the wet-bone forest, at a depth of 10,000 meters, the water pressure reached 1 ton. Naruto continued his descent, his lungs twisting and recovering with each breath in a relentless cycle. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered Sage mode of Mount Myoboku, legs crossed, allowing his body to plummet. The power of the cursed seal began to take effect. The markings proliferating across Naruto's body, drawing in natural energy continuously. Time slipped by unnoticed as a third force, distinct from the Sage of Mount Myoboku, surged into Naruto. Deep blue markings appeared on his forehead, spreading across his form in opposition to the cursed seal markings. A gentle green healing light enveloped Naruto, causing Hashirama's cells to resonate, their activity surging. Wet-bone forest Sage mode. Remarkably, within mere days, Naruto could activate the Sage mode of the wet-bone forest. The cells of Hashirama, the Sage of Wet-bone Forest, the Sage of Mount Myoboku, and the innate vitality of the Uzumaki clan propelled Naruto deeper into the abyss. 13,000 meters. 15,000 meters. 17,000 meters. 19,000 meters. 20,000 meters. Naruto clapped his hands, signaling his ascent, and the small slug swiftly communicated the message. The giant slug exerted force, pulling Naruto from the dark depths of the ocean. Splash. Water erupted as if in an explosion. The slumbering slug sage sensed an overwhelming force and promptly emerged from the marsh. Naruto landed gracefully, his immense strength evident, yet he did not disturb the earth upon landing. A testament to his mastery over power. The traits of both the Sage of Mount Myoboku and the Sage of Wet-bone Forest manifested simultaneously within him. Naruto experienced a peculiar sensation. It was not a fullness of power, but rather a void, an expansive emptiness. He was certain that within his dual Sage modes, there was still room for growth. Yet, this ascension would not be achieved through traditional Sage training, but through the cursed seal source. The secret of the cursed seal source was unveiled before him. Essentially, the cursed seal source could not transform into a perfect Sage mode, as it relied on Sage modes to unleash its potential. If a person possessing this physique lacked Sage mode, the cursed seal would forcibly induce Sage mode, akin to how the Sage of Mount Myoboku exhibited toad traits, causing physical changes in humans. Upon mastering Sage mode, individuals with the cursed seal source would further amplify its abilities. In other words, as long as one possessed the cursed seal source, Sage mode could continuously evolve, reaching unprecedented heights. The ultimate Sage body. You must master the ultimate Sage body, Naruto. Bai's voice echoed in his ear. Unifying the ninja world is not the primary concern. There will be even more formidable foes threatening you. To overcome them, The power of the ultimate sage body is essential. The Otsutsuki clan, as enemies capable of absorbing chakra, significantly diminished the effectiveness of ninjutsu against them. In the original narrative, even in the later stages, Naruto could only repel Kaguya Otsutsuki using the heavy ion technique, which consumed the lifespan of tailed beasts. To truly conquer them, the power drawn from the very planet itself is indispensable. Chapter 63, Undercurrents and Schemes to Achieve the Ultimate Sage Body. One must gather the 3 sage modes. Aside from the Wetbone Forest Sage, Naruto still needs to master the sage mode of the Dragon Cave. For Naruto, this is not an insurmountable task, given his abilities. He could locate the Dragon Cave and cultivate there within 2 to 3 months at most. The most challenging aspect lies in unifying the 3 sage modes and enhancing them through the Sealing Source body. Both the Myoboku Mountain Sage and the Wetbone Forest Sage had mentors to guide them. But the ultimate sage body is an entirely uncharted territory that requires Naruto to explore step by step from the ground up. Undoubtedly, this will consume a significant amount of time, 3 years. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling the power coursing within him, and murmured, I shall dedicate 3 years to mastering the ultimate sage body. Well, I'm still grappling with my own issues, yet you've already resolved to embark on this journey. Kakashi chuckled. I have no intention of stopping here, Naruto replied earnestly. To reshape this ninja world and confront the threat you mentioned from the future, I must grow stronger. It seems you already have a plan for your next steps. The slug approached Naruto with a hint of joy in its voice. The slug sage has informed me that you have completed your training in the Wetbone Forest. You are now a qualified Wetbone Forest sage. Go forth and pursue your endeavors. What about Jiraiya? Naruto pondered aloud. Jiraiya is still in the initial phase. Upon learning of your mastery of sage mode, he insisted that you need not worry about him. He will complete his sage mode training on his own, the slug responded. Understood, Naruto nodded. He turned to the other slugs and expressed, I sincerely thank you all for your care over these past few days. Now, farewell, until we meet again. A few small slugs clung to Naruto, reluctant to part from him, as it had been a long time since they had seen a human. After bidding farewell to the slug sage, Naruto, guided by the slug, departed from the Wetbone Forest, embarking on his quest to find the Dragon Cave. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the base, Orochimaru's body trembled suddenly, a foreboding sense washing over him. In the land of wind, Akatsuki sat atop a rooftop when a black and white-faced man resembling a pitcher plant emerged from the wall, inquiring, So, how goes the plan? Smoothly, Akatsuki's voice had shifted, as if a different person was now speaking from beneath the swirling mask. For the foreseeable future, she will not suspect me. That's good. By the way, what brings you to the land of wind? Zetsu tilted his head in curiosity. To ensure the organization possesses a certain military strength, she intends to negotiate with the feudal lord of the land of wind, Akatsuki replied. Haha. Isn't that akin to delivering oneself as a feast? To dare engage with a feudal lord is to court disaster. Zetsu chuckled ominously. Not necessarily. Akatsuki narrowed his eyes. Her way of thinking is quite intriguing. If I were the feudal lord, I might indeed be swayed by her. Really? You sound rather boastful. Anyway, haven't you gathered any intel on our target? Zetsu asked. Unimpressed. None. Their accounts are consistent. They claim to have never encountered the organization's leader and are merely acting upon instructions, Akatsuki murmured. Where has Naruto Uzumaki vanished to remains a question mark. I too have found no leads. I initially intended to incite chaos in the land of waves using the Akatsuki organization to extract the truth from that beautiful woman, Zetsu sighed. However, the Akatsuki has firmly prohibited any actions against the land of waves. It seems someone has struck a deal with them. Be discreet about it. You must also remain cautious. If she is as astute as you claim, she may have already deduced your identity, Zetsu chuckled softly. Footsteps approached, and Zetsu and Akatsuki exchanged a knowing glance. Understanding one another's intent, Zetsu melded into the wall and vanished. Akatsuki, the negotiations are about to commence, Karen announced as she pushed open the door to the rooftop. Glancing at Akatsuki. Understood. As long as I am here, no one shall harm Captain Karen. Akatsuki reverted to his carefree demeanor, springing to his feet and following Karen toward the feudal lordess office. Upon entering, several ninja blades were drawn, aimed at Karen and Akatsuki. How frightening, Akatsuki exclaimed, hastily hiding behind Karen, trembling. What is the meaning of this, my lord? Karen remained composed, her eyes narrowing as she gazed at the feudal lord of the land of wind, seated at his desk. Unlike her usual demeanor when facing Naruto, she understood the significance of presence in such negotiations. One must never allow their aura to falter. My apologies, my subordinates are a bit on edge. The feudal lord waved his hand, signaling the sand shinobi to sheath their blades. He smiled and continued. I heard the Uzumaki clan, once annihilated, has suddenly come to visit. Everyone is quite startled. Please, have a seat. No need for that. Let us get straight to the point, Karen replied, noticing the peculiar nature of the chairs, and looked up at the feudal lord. I have come to negotiate the purchase of military forces from the land of wind. The feudal lord, mid-sip of tea, suddenly spluttered, hastily wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, and chuckled. You, buying military forces from me? Karen was about to respond when the feudal lord interrupted, continuing, the Uzumaki organization. established recently at the ruins of the Land of Waves, is said to comprise mostly refugees with no armed forces. Am I mistaken? Your information is quite astute, Akatsuki commented. It appears that great nations indeed possess superior intelligence. You wish to purchase military forces from me? Why shouldn't I just dispatch my troops to annihilate your organization and seize the funds you intend to use for your purchase? The feudal lord waved his hand dismissively. An unarmed organization lacks any real clout. It would be trivial for me to eliminate you. My organization's leader could also dispatch troops to eradicate you in an instant. Karen retorted lightly, shifting the momentum of the conversation. Your threats are merely a tactic to gain an advantage in our negotiations, hoping to extract more from me. You wouldn't dare act against my organization. Dare not? I possess the might of my entire nation. Why would I fear a mere rogue ninja organization from a small island? The feudal lord slammed the table, his fury evident as he stood, declaring, moreover, your leader's fate is uncertain. He is being hunted across the ninja world. Do you think I would fear him? And if he is? Karen replied fearlessly, looking directly at him with a smile. The feudal lord's expression faltered, and after a moment of silence, he returned to his seat. Very well. I admit I do fear him. It is no wonder he entrusted the establishment of this organization to you. Your composure at such a young age is indeed remarkable. However, negotiations must be one-on-one. Exchanging military forces for money is, at present, impossible for the Land of Wind. I am well aware of that. Which is why I have another condition, Karen said with a smile. As she spoke, it became clear that the feudal lord's previous bravado was merely a strategy to assert dominance in the negotiation. In the realm of negotiations, the key lies in who can intimidate whom. Chapter 64. The terms of negotiation. The Land of Wind is rich in minerals, yet it is situated in a desert, making transportation particularly challenging. Most of the time, trade must pass through the Land of Fire, which necessitates the payment of a substantial sum to ensure the safety of goods within its borders. Xianglin unfurled the map of the ninja world laid out on the desk and remarked, ironically, the nations most in need of mining resources, water, lightning, and iron, are all coastal, making water transportation the most convenient option. This compels you to pay the Land of Fire. Coupled with the transportation costs and the losses incurred from pirate attacks, the profits from such distant ventures are minimal. Yet, the Land of Wind has no choice but to survive through this trade, leading to a continuous decline in its economic strength. It can scarcely afford to compensate for the military deficits of Sunagakure, let alone provide ninjas with essential tools like explosive tags. As you aptly stated, a group devoid of armed strength is akin to a powerless individual without fists. Xianglin's eyes gleamed with cunning. The intelligence is quite thorough. It seems you have done your homework. The daimyo of the Land of Wind chuckled lightly, regarding Xianglin with newfound seriousness. Initially, he had agreed to meet her merely out of respect for Naruto, but it appeared that this red-haired girl possessed genuine leverage for negotiation. The daimyo was astute, so I will be straightforward. Xianglin continued, the Uzumaki organization can help you bypass the Land of Fire and ensure the safety of maritime routes. The base of the Uzumaki organization is an island, correct? The daimyo lowered his gaze in contemplation, given the geographical position of that island. It could indeed facilitate a connection with the Land of Wind, and the route would be faster than before. However, do you truly have the military strength to guarantee the safety of these waters? That is precisely why we seek to purchase troops from you, Xianglin asserted, her gaze fixed intently on the daimyo. You provide us with soldiers, and we will assist in transporting your goods. The safety of the operation will depend entirely on the military force you supply. Surely, the esteemed shinobi of Sunagakure will not find themselves incapable of dealing with pirates? Ah, I see. This arrangement also prevents you from sending me the weak and infirm, the daimyo replied, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Binding oneself to another's interests ensures their unwavering loyalty in the face of mutual benefit. Was that a lesson imparted by that certain individual? His reference was unmistakably towards Naruto. The Uzumaki's feigned surrender had indeed played the entire ninja world. The Uzumaki clan is notably clever, Xianglin mused with a sense of pride. Regardless, your proposal is undeniably intriguing, the daimyo remarked, meeting her gaze. However, the threats I allude to extend beyond mere pirates. Consider this. Who stands to lose the most in this transaction? The Land of Fire. Precisely, and your organization's South Island is perilously close to their territory. By brazenly seizing their business, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Once they discover that the leader of your organization is, in fact, Uzumaki Naruto, it would be catastrophic. The daimyo continued, with your organization's current strength. Even with the troops I provide, you would struggle to contend with the Land of Fire. Hence, I require a person from the daimyo. Xianglin's expression turned earnest, evidently having anticipated this. In light of the current disputes among smaller nations, and the larger powers maintaining a facade of neutrality, the Uzumaki organization engaging in maritime trade under the watchful eyes of the Land of Fire is indeed fraught with danger. But as long as a symbol of strength is present, they will hesitate to act against you. Whom do you intend to borrow? The daimyo seemed to have a vague inkling. Sunagakure. Tamari placed a flower on Kankuro's grave, her eyes clouded with sorrow. It has been but a short time since you departed, and already the landscape of the ninja world has transformed dramatically. War may be looming on the horizon. A gentle breeze caressed her, and tears welled in her eyes. Rising, she stifled her sobs and turned to leave, stating, "Today, 2 individuals came claiming they were sent by the daimyo to retrieve Gaara. I have already lost one brother. I cannot bear to lose another." Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber of Sunagakure, Gaara sat cross-legged at the center of a ceiling array, his limbs shackled by chains. His eyes burned with intense hatred as he glared at those before him. Since the incident of Naruto's feigned surrender, Gaara had returned to Sunagakure, but instead of familial concern, he was met with the cold embrace of a prison and chains inscribed with sealing runes. It was said that the elders of Sunagakure had begun discussing the next host for the One Tail. To them, Gaara was exceedingly unpredictable. Had it not been for Chiyo and Temari's vehement opposition, he would have likely been extracted of the One Tail by now. Without Naruto's redemptive influence, the hatred and malice within Gaara were likely unparalleled among Jinchuriki. The current host of the One Tail was a volatile enigma. I have heard that you seek to leverage the name of the tailed beast to establish your organization, but I regret to inform you that, in his current state, he may not be of assistance, one of the elders stated. He will most likely become a burden, thanks to you, Xianglin murmured, narrowing her eyes. The fate of Jinchuriki is often such. Once deemed unworthy by those in power, they are discarded and treated merely as vessels. She recalled Naruto's casual anecdotes about his past. Although he often glossed over the bullying and discrimination he faced, she could still perceive the profound loneliness and sorrow inherent to a Jinchuriki's existence. In any case, Miss Xianglin, if you intend to take him in this condition, please proceed. The elder's eyes flashed with displeasure. However, we bear no responsibility for his safety. With the invincible Akatsuki at my side, your intervention is unnecessary. Akatsuki declared, hands on his hips, grinning broadly. Wait. You cannot take Gaara. Temari rushed into the chamber. Breathless. He is my only family left. If you take him, I will be utterly alone in this village. Then you can accompany him. Xianglin raised an eyebrow. Her speech echoing Naruto's mannerisms perhaps due to their prolonged interaction. Without further ado, she disregarded Temari's stunned expression. Detonating the 4 chains restraining Gaara with explosive tags and erasing part of the ceiling array with her foot, dismantling it. In an instant, a torrent of sand erupted from Gaara's gourd, transforming into claws of sand that lunged fiercely at Xianglin. She had anticipated this. Swiftly forming hand seals as golden chakra chains erupted from her abdomen, securely binding Gaara's arms. Simultaneously, Akatsuki unleashed a fireball technique, obliterating the sand claws. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, teetering on the brink of conflict. Chapter 65, Subduing Gaara Kill You All. Gaara exclaimed, clutching the kanji for love on his forehead. A wave of murderous intent surging from his being. Were it not for the adamantine seal imposed by Chunin, he would have likely transformed into a tailed beast. I warned you all that this individual is uncontrollable, yet you still. The elder of Sunagakure wore a smug expression, but was abruptly interrupted by Chunin. Silence. This is my moment to converse with him. Everyone else, except for Toby, please leave. Chunin commanded. Her brow furrowed and cold sweat beading on her forehead as she struggled to maintain the adamantine seal. You, the elder of Sunagakure, infuriated and humiliated, was about to retort when Toby raised his fist, threateningly hinting that he would strike if the elder did not leave, causing him to swallow his words and exit the chamber. Shikamaru cast a worried glance at Gaara before ultimately departing as well. I will kill you all, leaving none alive. Gaara's expression twisted with madness as he exerted himself, attempting to break free from Chunin's chains. Though her adamantine seal was not as formidable as Naruto's, it could still restrain a fellow Jinchuriki of his age for several minutes. Those moments were crucial for negotiation. Kill whom? Me? A forced smile appeared on Chunin's face as she spoke. That would not be a favorable outcome. It is not I who has turned you into this monstrosity. Killing me will not alter your circumstances, will it? You would merely succumb to the brutality of the tailed beasts, blindly venting your hatred without purpose. You and that person are worlds apart. That person? Uzumaki Naruto? Gaara, having not entirely lost his reason, shifted his gaze upon hearing those 4 words. That guy is merely a cage monster. How am I any different? At least he knows who his enemies are. Unlike you, you lunatic. Chunin clenched her teeth, her legs trembling from fatigue. Who transformed you into a monster? Who made you endure loneliness and instilled fear in others? Your father? Sunagakure? No. It is the entire decaying system of the ninja world. Only a select few enjoy power while the vast majority are trapped in an endless cycle of war and suffering within a hierarchical pyramid. Your current frenzied state plays right into their hands, allowing them to disregard public opinion and replace you, perpetuating the tragic fate of Jinchuriki onto the next innocent soul. Let the cycle of war and suffering continue. Gaara, open your eyes and see who your true enemy is. At that moment, Chunin could no longer maintain her hold. 3 of the chains she had conjured snapped. However, Gaara did not lash out. He stood frozen in place, seemingly lost in thought. Eventually, he shook his head and, gritting his teeth, shouted, I do not wish to ponder such reasoning. I simply desire to kill, to slay those individuals. The sands erupted once more, coiling around Gaara's form. Then you must be alive to kill. Chunin seized the opportunity as Gaara's emotions stabilized, swiftly changing the subject. If you remain here, The people of Sunagakure will extract the tailed beast from you and replace you as the Jinchuriki. She believed her words had instilled doubt within Gaara. And now all he needed was a moment to reflect, which would lead him to greater understanding. Moreover, do you not wish to meet Uzumaki Naruto? Remaining in this place will certainly deprive you of that opportunity. Konan took a deep breath and continued, if you come with me, you will surely meet Naruto. For he is the leader of our organization. Gaara fell silent for a moment, the sand slowly retracting into his gourd. He clicked his tongue and said, let me be clear, I do not intend to join your organization. I simply wish to kill that guy. Yes, I am well aware. Konan spoke soothingly, as if to a child. There is no time to waste. Let us depart at once. Ah, welcome, Junior. I am the first expert of the Akatsuki, the invincible Toby. From now on, you can call me Brother Toby. Toby eagerly approached Gaara, patting him on the shoulder. Be careful, or I'll kill you, Uzumaki. Gaara's forehead bulged with veins, his voice filled with irritation. Uzumaki? Is that the dialect you Sand Shinobi used to refer to your elder brother? Toby asked innocently. Sands erupted from Gaara's gourd, launching toward Toby, who, like a gymnast, effortlessly dodged the attack. Konan watched the two with mild exasperation and turned to lead them out of the chamber. Shikamaru gazed at their departing figures, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately closed it again. What are we waiting for? Konan paused, turning to Shikamaru with a smile. Let us go together. Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy as he hurried to catch up with them, leaving the elder of Sunagakure bewildered. At that very moment, achoo! Naruto sneezed suddenly, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his nose. Who was talking about me? A pigeon landed on his shoulder, and he retrieved a note from its leg, unfolding it. It was a hand-drawn map with a red circle on the left, marked with the word target. Undoubtedly, this was a message from Kimimaro. I have come to settle the score, Orochimaru. Naruto scoffed, incinerating the map with a fire technique. He had memorized its contents. In an instant, he vanished from sight. A moment later. Stop. Ahead lies the forbidden area of Otogakure. You are not permitted to enter. Two sound shinobi brandishing kunai blocked Naruto, who wore a straw hat and a cloak. Lead the way. Naruto raised his head, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan's Jinjutsu erupting forth. The two sound shinobi could not resist. They immediately complied, guiding Naruto deeper into the forest. I have a foreboding feeling. Orochimaru frowned. Just as he stood up, the base trembled violently. Bang. Several sound shinobi were sent flying by Naruto's kick, crashing into the stone doors of the base, shattering upon impact. Orochimaru's body shuddered, and he gulped nervously. Orochimaru, have you ever heard that when one dies, they encounter a beautiful flower field? The stone doors shattered, and Naruto, exhibiting the traits of the Sage of Myoboku, strode toward the base, looking at Orochimaru with a smile. I wish to ask you to pluck a flower for me. That might be difficult. I am allergic to pollen. Orochimaru replied with a wry smile. He slightly moved his fingers, and suddenly a python sprang from the corpses behind Naruto, lunging at his neck. Bang! Naruto raised his fist, striking backward into empty space, unleashing a tremendous force. The python exploded, blood spraying everywhere. Frog kata. Sage mode. Just how much have you grown? Orochimaru murmured, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 66. The technique of impure world reincarnation. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, his form a blur as he surged forward like a tempest, launching a punch at Orochimaru, who twisted his neck at an uncanny angle to evade the punch's wind. Orochimaru spat forth a Kusanagi sword aimed at Naruto, who effortlessly seized it between two fingers, then flipped the blade and struck fiercely. Orochimaru quickly employed the serpent technique, transforming into a pile of shed snake skin to evade the blade's edge. It seemed he had only recently acquired sage power and had yet to master its capabilities. A glimmer of cunning flashed across Orochimaru's face, but before he could fully contemplate this thought, an unbearable pain surged through his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a vicious sword mark oozing blood on his chest. Hiss, hiss, hiss. While Naruto stood motionless, multiple sword lights erupted from Orochimaru, the injury penetrating deep into his innards, just as invisible punches in a frog style. Naruto had discerned a technique within Sage mode that could slash an opponent without a trace. Unlike ordinary sword strikes, the Sage-infused White Fang technique felt as though the sword's aura had been implanted upon the enemy, capable of being triggered at a mere thought, bringing the foe to their demise. Orochimaru had evidently misjudged Naruto. It was not that Naruto lacked proficiency in Sage arts, but rather that his mastery had ascended far beyond Orochimaru's, stepping into realms unknown to him. Was this the power of a sage? Orochimaru clutched his chest, his legs trembling. Half kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, he had once aspired to attain the power of Sage arts but had failed due to his frail body. Upon witnessing Naruto's Sage mode, his heart was filled not just with astonishment but with envy. I did not come here to kill you, Naruto declared, pressing the blade against Orochimaru's head in a cold tone. Despite having betrayed himself, Orochimaru was aware that he needed to cultivate Sage arts. With Sasuke having defected, there was no chance of returning to the village. If Naruto were to kill Orochimaru here, Sasuke would be left with nowhere to go. Naruto was still contemplating bringing Sasuke into the organization to lure Itachi Uchiha over. He could not afford to let Sasuke go astray. If I'm not mistaken. You seek Sage arts, do you not? Orochimaru forced a faint smile and spoke. You are likely seeking out Jiraiya, primarily for Sage mode. Now that you have achieved it, you turn to me. I can think of no other reason. Then, if you understand, tell me the location of the Dragon Cave Sage realm. Naruto lifted the Kusanagi sword to tilt Orochimaru's chin, his eyes glinting with coldness. I know you can use forbidden techniques to resurrect yourself, but you cannot escape your lair. I trust you would not wish for your hard-earned research to be obliterated. As he spoke, he cast his gaze toward the stone-walled chamber, truly adept at manipulating others. I concede defeat, Orochimaru replied, his brows furrowing tightly. He glanced at Kabuto, who was timidly standing by. Go retrieve the scroll from the chamber. Yes. Kabuto's forehead was slick with cold sweat as he hurried toward the stone-walled chamber. You wouldn't casually fabricate a location to deceive me, would you? Naruto chuckled lightly. Sheathing the Kusanagi sword, his hand resting on Orochimaru's shoulder. On the surface, he was using medical ninjutsu to staunch Orochimaru's bleeding, but in reality, he was exerting pressure. In such circumstances, should Orochimaru entertain any thoughts of resistance, the chakra that had been aiding in his healing would transform into a ferocious beast, tearing through his meridians. Seeing your strength, how could I dare to deceive you? Orochimaru forced a bitter smile, lowering his voice. Have you planted a curse upon me? He held great confidence in the secrecy of his base. Even the Konoha intelligence unit had failed to uncover his whereabouts, and shortly after relocating, his position was exposed. Moreover, it was revealed before a solitary rogue ninja with minimal intelligence. You believe I would answer that question? Naruto chuckled lightly, activating his system's replication ability. Replication successful. Acquiring the S-rank forbidden technique of the otherworldly summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. The voice of Zhang Wei echoed. Impure World Reincarnation could undoubtedly be deemed a form of bug-level ninjutsu within the Naruto universe. As long as a portion of flesh and a living body served as a vessel, it could summon the souls of the deceased from the Pure Land. Furthermore, the reincarnated would emerge in their prime state. Most critically, Zhang Wei could replicate the abilities of the one performing the reincarnation. In other words, as long as he could reincarnate the first Hokage, Zhang Wei could replicate the first complete would release. If he could reincarnate the second Suchikage, he could replicate the bloodline limit dust release. Of course, Zhang Wei understood that Naruto's primary target for reincarnation was not them. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, possessed the highest priority for reincarnation, whether through the Flying Thunder God technique or direct interaction with Naruto. This is the Sage Ninjutsu Scroll of the Dragon Cave. Kabuto handed a pale blue scroll to Naruto, stating, it contains information regarding the location of the Dragon Cave in the ninja world. Naruto accepted the scroll, not inspecting its contents, as he trusted that after witnessing his strength, the other party would not act foolishly again. Then, until we meet again, Mr. Orochimaru, Naruto stood, revealing a subtle smile. I do not wish to see you again. Orochimaru's lips twitched slightly as he spoke. We shall meet again, Naruto chuckled softly, turning to leave. I still need to request another individual from you. Once Naruto departed, Orochimaru took a deep breath, his expression grave as he spoke. Summon everyone here. We have a mole from Naruto among us. I currently have 2 suspects. Which 2? Kabuto asked uneasily. Sasuke Uchiha and a sly glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Kaguya Kimimaro. Kimimaro? How is that possible? Was he not the most loyal to Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto exclaimed in disbelief. Since the last ambush, he remains the only one who has had contact with Naruto, Orochimaru replied coldly. After eliminating all possible errors, no matter how implausible the remaining answer may seem, it is correct. Moreover, the other party might have recognized our blind spots, prompting such a move. Orochimaru-sama, just as Kabuto intended to call his subordinates. A sound ninja tumbled in, panting, Kimimaro-sama has fled. He killed the blocking ninjas and escaped. Naruto Uzumaki, must you always be a step ahead of me? Orochimaru gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Without a doubt, this was Naruto notifying Kimimaro of his escape. He understood Orochimaru was an astute individual, unlikely to remain unsuspecting, while also predicting Orochimaru's thoughts. This was the caution taught to him by the last ambush. Every encounter where he failed to eliminate his opponent became nourishment, rendering him ever more formidable. Chapter 67, The Second Sage of Whetbone Forest, the Uzumaki Organization, located on an island near the Land of Fire. The Uzumaki Organization is dedicated to maritime transport, maintaining a long-standing partnership with the Land of Wind. Their services are not only more affordable than those of the larger nations, but are also safeguarded by skilled sand-hidden ninjas, ensuring an exceedingly low loss rate. Such lucrative business practices have naturally attracted the ire of the maritime giants. Yet the presence of a tailed beast in their ranks makes them think twice before attempting to suppress the Uzumaki organization. Ultimately, their efforts are reduced to minor disruptions that have little impact on the organization. The reason for this resilience lies in the 3 formidable ninjas within the Uzumaki organization. First is Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, known for his ruthless decisiveness in battle, earning the moniker Crimson Shura. Any pirate who encounters him hastily retreats. The second is a Fae, reputed as the foremost expert of the Uzumaki organization, whose enigmatic combat style often leads to the demise of foes in explosive surprise. The third is Kaguya Kimimaro, who escaped from Orochimaru's lair and joined the Uzumaki organization at Naruto's behest. Utilizing the capabilities of the Curse Seal and medical ninjutsu, Naruto extended Kimimaro's lifespan. Although he still contends with a terminal illness, there remains a glimmer of hope. His strength is undeniable, capable of taking on multiple pirate ships single-handedly. Contrasting with Gaara's more violent approach, Kimimura's battles tend to be swift and efficient. Despite their differing personalities, the two share an unexpected camaraderie. In addition to these visible powerhouses, a ninja operates from the shadows, leading the organization's clandestine activities. Though not exceptionally powerful, he possesses agility and extensive assassination experience. Managing the intelligence operations for the Uzumaki organization, known as Bai. He is referred to as the Snow of the Land of Waves and is now recognized as the Shadow of the Uzumaki organization. The true leader of the organization remains shrouded in mystery, while the acting advisor, Uzumaki Karen, engages directly with the organization, wielding a unique insight and an overarching perspective. Albeit occasionally lacking maturity in her thoughts. With Bai's support, she often manages to avert losses. A year and a half has elapsed since Naruto began his training in sage arts. The Uzumaki organization has gained a modest reputation, and Karen eagerly anticipates Naruto's return. On this particular day, she diligently manages the organization's public relations documents, while Gaara and Kimimura, devoid of tasks, engage in a game of chess nearby. Hey, everyone. I was gifted some skewers of 4-joy meatballs by a shopkeeper today. A Fae burst in, brandishing the skewers with glee. He expressed his gratitude for our protection and for providing them with a safe haven. Please, give them a try. He bounded over to Gaara and Kimimura, offering the meatballs. Thank you, Kimimura replied, his focus unwavering on the chessboard as he accepted the skewers. Gaara silently used a small hand made of sand to take the meatballs and brought them to his mouth. Karen, you should try some too, a Fae encouraged. Sliding over to her side. By the way, a Fae. It seems that the Land of Soup has noticed our people as refugees and is planning to collaborate with other nations to demand their return, Karen remarked. Biting into the entire skewer of meatballs, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster's. Let us investigate with Bai and see which countries he intends to ally with. The plan is still in its infancy. We should be able to take some action. All right, leave it to me. A Fae responded with a thumbs up. For the sake of free 4-joy meatballs, we must not let them succeed. Be careful, Kimimura cautioned, looking up with concern. If you get killed by some worthless scum, I will mock you thoroughly, Gaara scoffed after swallowing the meatballs. The Land of Soup is not a major nation, yet its territory exceeds that of smaller countries. Because of this, it often becomes a battleground whenever conflict arises, leaving its citizens displaced and its leaders indifferent. The rulers are self-serving opportunists who exploit the chaos, leading to the rise of a bloody cult known as the Evil God Sect. Do you wish to end your suffering? An emaciated old man, adorned with a triangular necklace, grasped a Fae's clothing. I need some money. Do you have any, old man? A Fae grinned, resting his hands behind his head. Enough of them. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Bai, wearing a mask, shook his head and patted a Fae on the shoulder. I believe trouble has found us. A Fae said, narrowing his eyes at the old man. Suddenly, dozens of ninjas emerged from the dilapidated buildings surrounding them, each bearing distinct forehead protectors yet emanating a singular, formidable aura. Undoubtedly, these ambushers were elite Chunin. From the blue beast of Konoha, the crazed guy, I have arrived. A burly man with a watermelon-shaped head leapt from the crowd, executing a perfect 180-degree spin in the air and landing with flair. Addressing the two, which of you shall face me first? Can I pretend not to know my teacher? It seemed he had been hiding for quite some time. As Tintin's lips twitched in exasperation. Burn, youth. Another youth who bore a striking resemblance to Guy leapt out, mimicking his pose and shouting. It appears we have disturbed someone of great stature, and they are not pleased. Bai chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing. The Uzumaki organization's Uzumaki beast. The invincible Fae has arrived. A Fae echoed the grand gestures, shouting. A profound silence enveloped the area. Bai instinctively stepped back from a Fae. Go. Break their limbs if necessary. Capture them alive. An Iwagakure ninja's bellow shattered the awkward stillness. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Just as Bai and a Fae prepared to unleash their full potential, a surge of azure chakra rushed towards them from a distance. One moment, only a vague silhouette could be discerned. The next, the air reverberated with a sound reminiscent of a colossal beast's roar, accompanied by an enormous, dark brown, curse seal-imbued fist. Sage art, acts of shattering strike. Boom. The violent explosion unleashed a torrent of chakra, sending all the encroaching ninjas flying. Houses within a 10-mile radius crumbled to fragments under this tremendous force. With the might of an earthquake, a serious orange-haired man clad in a dark blue sage's cloak stood before Bai and a Fae. His voice resonated as he proclaimed, at the behest of our leader, Uzumaki Naruto, I have come to rescue you. Chapter 68. The power of the wet-bone forest curse seal. What an overwhelming aura. Yokai stood as the sole figure in the arena, unperturbed by the fierce winds, gazing in astonishment at the man before him, refraining from launching an attack. He observed that although the man's punch had obliterated the building, the surrounding ninjas were merely swept away by the gusts. And even the flowers and grasses on the ground remained unscathed. The explosive force harbored a gentleness akin to the ocean, capable of both embracing the multitude and wreaking havoc upon enemies like a furious tide. Are you the esteemed CH-Go? Bai was taken aback by the displayed prowess. That single punch hinted at strength rivaling that of a shadow. The cursed seal source body combined with the wet-bone forest sage, though not as monstrous as Naruto, represented one of the few perfect sages in the ninja world. A year and a half of training was not in vain. My senior Naruto mentioned that you might encounter peril, hence my emergence from seclusion. CHGO nodded affirmatively and declared, leave the next steps to me. Indeed. That fellow was lurking in some clandestine locale, dispatching such a formidable warrior. Judging by his aura, he possessed strength comparable to that of the Akatsuki. Within the depths of his mind, the persona belonging to Obito silently analyzed the situation. He had intended to infiltrate the Uzumaki organization, capturing Naruto upon receiving the message, and bringing him to the Akatsuki to extract the Ninetales. Now, it seemed that this would not be an effortless task. If his subordinates were this powerful, what level of strength would he possess upon his return? Where did this young brat come from? The ninja leader stood, clicking his tongue, and commanded. Form a line. Utilize the water release to disrupt them. I harbor no desire to harm you. CHGO gently shook his head and replied, but should you remain obstinate, I shall not hesitate to send you to hell for your contrition. Preposterous. The leader scoffed, and with a command, his ninjas formed hand seals, unleashing torrents of high-pressure water towards CHGO. Extending his right hand, palm facing the onrushing water, CHGO concentrated a vast amount of chakra into a luminous orb, which then shot forth like a bullet, piercing through the water and exploding amidst the crowd. Sage art, exploding lotus cannon. The chakra projectile erupted like a blooming lotus. And aside from a few quick-reacting ninjas, the rest were reduced to ashes, swept away by the gentle breeze. The exploding lotus cannon, utilizing the cursed seal's concentrated sage chakra, differed from ordinary projectiles in its method of attack. Its damage stemmed not from the explosion itself, but from the chakra strands that scattered in the aftermath. These strands would infiltrate the enemy's cells, disintegrating and melting them into fine ash. The pinnacle of destruction often left no trace of blood. Simultaneously, the close combat units from Konoha appeared behind CHGO, plunging their ninja blades into his heart, blood gushing forth. Now, attack, cried the close combat ninja. The ninjas nodded in agreement. 3 utilizing fire release and 3 employing wind release to execute a combined ninjutsu assault. Flames and fierce winds converged to ensnare CHGO within a tempest of fire, where he was forced to endure the searing agony while gasping for breath as the flames consumed the oxygen. Continue the assault. Amplify the flames and burn him alive. The leader shouted. Yet, as his words fell, the fiery vortex underwent a transformation. As if drawn by an unseen force, the flames entwined around CHGO's arm, which bore several orifices, directly absorbing the inferno. It was akin to loading a cannonball. Such an effort hardly tickles, CHGO remarked. He was a formidable warrior who had emerged from the trials of the wet-bone forest, having withstood the crushing depths of that abyss. He had no fear of this mere fiery whirlpool's encroachment. With that, CHGO's palm opened, revealing a cannon mouth, from which the previously absorbed flames erupted forth with ferocity. The inferno consumed the ninjas, their screams echoing relentlessly. This was a unique ability cultivated by CHGO, merging the cursed seal source body with the traits of the wet-bone forest sage, allowing him to absorb the enemy's jutsu into his cursed arm, augmenting it with sage techniques before unleashing it with explosive force. This technique could also be employed to enhance the ninjutsu of allies, amplifying its potency severfold after passing through CHGO's cannon. Might Guy launched into the fray, delivering a powerful kick towards CHGO, who reacted swiftly, blocking the assault with his arm. Prelude to power. Yokai had clearly no intention of halting his offensive. He twisted midair in an almost impossible maneuver to deliver another kick, pushing CHGO back several paces. 6 gates, opening gate. As Yokai landed, he stomped down, green steam erupting from his body, his cheeks flushed, and his veins bulging. Boom. As Yokai landed a single foot stomp, a resounding sonic boom followed, his form hurtling towards CHGO in a violent gale. Konoha Gale. CHGO transformed his cursed arms into shields, bracing against the onslaught, while his opponent leveraged the shield to propel himself upward, inhaling deeply before launching a high-speed punch towards CHGO, who remained defenseless above. The punch, propelled through the air, ignited with brilliant flames due to the rapid friction, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage as it surged towards CHGO. Peacock strike. CHGO dispelled the shield form, clapping his hands together, drawing in a colossal amount of natural energy, his arms swelling dramatically with the raw power contained within. With a low growl, CHGO struck downward with arms akin to towering trees against the peacock strike. Sage art, sky arm punch. Boom. The violent clash and explosion produced shockwaves that ripped the very ground beneath them. Such strength. Is this the might of Teacher Yokai? Lee Rock gazed in awe, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The situation was dire. Niji furrowed his brow and murmured softly. Emerging from the smoke was Yokai, still in the state of the 6th gate, performing a backflip before landing firmly on the ground, blood seeping from his fists, his countenance grave. I never anticipated that Konoha harbored such a formidable warrior. CHGO slowly emerged from the haze, completely unscathed. Just as Yokai prepared to act, CHGO spoke. Do you wish to continue this battle? You are left with but 3 children. It was then that Yokai realized that during his confrontation with CHGO, Bai and Yokai had systematically eliminated the ninja forces. Continuing this fight would yield uncertain outcomes, but it was certain that his squad would suffer grievous losses. 5 of Heaven's Net, I shall remember your name. We shall meet again on the battlefield. In a flurry, Akai vanished, whisking Niji and the others out of CH-Go's sight. Perhaps it would be best you forget that name. You might misidentify the wrong person, CH-Go muttered with a wry smile. But his adversaries had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 69. Hinata's elopement. Ah, what a careless fellow, unable to even remember the enemy's name. Wouldn't you agree, Sweet Orange? A Fei patted Chongwu's shoulder. You're not much better yourself. Chongwu sighed, clearly too lazy to correct him. Mr. Chongwu, Bai's form flickered into view beside him. Given Naruto's character, he will likely send someone over, and it's probably not just about the Uzumaki organization, is it? Indeed, you are correct. Chongwu nodded, retrieving a photograph from his pocket and handing it to them. Hinata Hyuga. Naruto entrusted me with a dual mission, to protect the Uzumaki organization and to gather information regarding her. Hinata Hyuga? Isn't she the heiress of the Hyuga clan? Bai exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that Naruto has feelings for her? That would be troublesome. A Fei pondered for a moment before speaking. Isn't the Hyuga heiress supposed to be marrying into the Cloud Village under the pretext of an alliance? Konoha Village. In the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, regardless of the circumstances. Hinata is still quite young. Hyuga Hayashi stood up from his seat and said, I am uneasy about her being distanced from her family. Rest assured. While the Cloud Village may be a bit rough around the edges, their loyalty is unwavering. They will not do anything out of line with Hinata, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Puffing on his pipe, his eyes narrowed. We have already negotiated with the Cloud Village. The current arrangement is only to help her acclimate to life there. With the actual marriage set to occur 2 years from now, I cannot accept this. Hyuga Hayashi clenched his fists. Once she is over there, our Byakugan will be rendered useless from afar. Whatever happens will ultimately be dictated by them. Moreover, with Hinata's character, even if she suffers, she will silently endure despair as worry. Hayashi, this is for the sake of Konoha and your clan's future, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, shaking his head. I do not wish for this path either, but the situation in the ninja world is changing. This union will not only strengthen ties between Konoha and the Cloud Village, but also provide opportunities for the Hyuga clan to expand its influence. Ultimately, this is about luring that person out, isn't it? Hayashi looked up, staring intently at Hiruzen. Uzumaki Naruto. You have long since recognized his feelings for Hinata and intend to use her to draw him out, correct? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, observing Hayashi quietly. Hayashi was correct. Since the last pursuit of Sasuke and the safe return of Shikamaru and the others, Hiruzen had noticed Naruto's character. Anyone who had shown kindness to him would be spared, and he would even come to their aid in times of danger. Moreover, during the initial training at the Ninja Academy, the relationship between Naruto and Hinata had caught his attention. Now, given the current situation, if the news of Hinata's marriage were to spread throughout the ninja world, it was highly likely that Uzumaki Naruto would intervene. At that moment, they could join forces with the strongest ninja to eliminate him or even capture him. Of course, Hinata would still have to marry afterward, as forming an alliance with the Cloud Village was not necessarily a bad thing. A year and a half. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, murmuring, I will give you a year and a half. After that period, regardless of your wishes, Hinata must wed. Hyuga Hayashi gritted his teeth, his fists clenched. He desperately wished to strike out, but he was Hyuga Hayashi, both the father of Hinata and the clan's leader. He silently turned and left, deliberately slamming the door, provoking a cold smile from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hyuga residence. Hinata continued to train diligently in her gentle fist technique. Drenched in sweat, when a figure appeared before her. Stop training. No matter how hard you try, you remain weak, Niji said, looking at her. Give up on becoming a ninja. Hinata bit her lip, ignoring him. Niji clicked his tongue, swiftly blocking her attack. As she responded with determination. The two exchanged a few blows before Hinata was knocked to the ground. I told you to stop. As soon as Hinata stood up, Niji placed a hand firmly on her neck and said harshly, run away. Escape from here. With your strength, even if you become a ninja, you will eventually perish in some unknown corner. No matter how much you train, those people will still use you as a pawn. Niji grasped Hinata's arm, lowering his voice. I will distract the guards of Konoha for you. You must escape and find that hedgehog-headed boy. No, if I do that, you, my father, and the entire clan will be implicated. Hinata shook her head earnestly. That is what you deserve. I have long been displeased with those clan members who insist on dividing the main house from the branch house. Niji exclaimed. I am already a bird in a cage. At the very least, I want you to be able to fly free. My father has already said that he secured an additional year and a half from Hokage-sama. Hinata gazed at the good luck charm hanging from her waist, murmuring, he will definitely come for me. How will he find you? He wants to even know where you are. Niji urged. I have arranged for someone to meet you outside. I heard there is a place called the Uzumaki organization in the ninja world that can shelter people from anywhere, and a few days ago, I encountered someone from that organization who is connected to Naruto. If you go, you will surely find him. I don't want to plunge the entire clan into despair because of one person's recklessness, Hinata whispered. You. Niji was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, he released her arm and turned away from the training ground, feeling helpless. Well, you usually wear a sour face, but at crucial moments, You still care for your sister, Nara Shikamaru said, leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed as Niji walked past him. Shikamaru. You're the one the Hokage appointed as the wedding host, right? Niji halted, speaking softly. What a troublesome matter. Honestly, I'd prefer to be the one hijacking the wedding carriage, Shikamaru chuckled lightly. A year and a half, that's ample time to plan. Why? Niji asked. Momentarily taken aback. I dislike being indebted to others, Shikamaru replied, shaking his head, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Especially to a rogue ninja. Will he come? Niji remained silent for a moment before asking. He will definitely come, Shikamaru replied without hesitation. That much, I am certain. Therefore, for that day, we must be well prepared. Chapter 70. The Assembly of the Three Great Sage Bodies at the Root Organization Base. Shimura Danzo squinted his eyes as he regarded the serpentine-eyed man before him, remarking, It is indeed rare. After the last siege, you have returned once more. A sardonic smile graced his lips. Orochimaru, visibly displeased, furrowed his brow and retorted. To dispatch such a formidable military force and yet be unable to subdue a mere adolescent speaks volumes about Konoha. And what of you? Danzo countered coldly. Your presence here is likely due to Uzumaki Naruto, is it not? The only one capable of coaxing a cunning snake like you from its den is he. I have come to offer you intelligence. Orochimaru clicked his tongue, responding, I am aware of Naruto's current whereabouts. No need for that. We have our own means of drawing him out, Danzo dismissed with a wave of his hand. There is little left for us to negotiate. Do not forget. You were the mastermind behind Konoha's destruction plan. Leave before I change my mind. The union of the Byakugan princess? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's only thought was that they intended to use her to lure Naruto. His voice carried a hint of chill. But surely you are not foolish enough to hand the Byakugan over to outsiders? Regardless of whether Hinata is sent to Kumogakure or taken by Naruto, you would eliminate her. Wouldn't you? What the third Hokage could not achieve for you is child's play. It seems after all these years, you still understand me well. Danzo replied with a smirk. However, I did not come to discuss this matter, but rather the Uzumaki organization. That maritime organization competing with us for customs? Danzo's interest was piqued. Such a minor organization poses no threat. As an old strategist, I can dismantle such a nascent group in 100 different ways. Just as I did with the original Akatsuki. I have a subordinate who infiltrated there. He is one of Naruto's followers. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. The Uzumaki organization was established by the descendants of the Land of Whirlpools. It is too coincidental for a member of the Uzumaki clan to end up in such a place. Does the Uzumaki organization have ties to Naruto? Danzo inquired. Indeed. And he may even be its leader or a key figure, Orochimaru continued. Controlling this organization could have significant implications. Their reputation in the shinobi world is quite favorable. If we were to attack them without cause, even if victorious, it would affect the standing of the Land of Fire. Shimura Danzo sneered, we need a pretext. I understand what you mean, Orochimaru replied with a scoff. I shall masquerade as a ninja from the Uzumaki organization and cause a disturbance in your territory. You can then claim suspicions of theft against them, demanding the return of treasures. If they cannot comply, you can raid their organization, which will undoubtedly incite conflict. Subsequently, I, hidden within the Uzumaki organization, will strike down a leaf ninja, igniting war. Thus, regardless of the outcome, it will appear that the Uzumaki organization is at fault. Truly a genius, your keen intellect is commendable, Danzo applauded. Let us agree to this plan. But I wish to ask you one question. What do you hope to gain from this war? Do not tell me that a person like you suddenly wishes to assist Konoha. I have heard there is a user of the Mangeki Sharingan within the Uzumaki organization. Orochimaru mused. The Uchiha clan was nearly exterminated that night. Only the rogue Uchiha Itachi and the recently defected Uchiha Sasuke remain. Uzumaki Naruto possesses a pair of Mangeki Sharingan for reasons unknown, and when Kakashi's corpse was recovered, his Sharingan had already been removed. Now, among the entire shinobi world, only you, Itachi, and Naruto possess the Mangeki Sharingan, yet suddenly another individual emerges. I find this intriguing. Orochimaru chuckled softly. I also wish to see what has become of those young ones Naruto has taken. In the Dragon Cave. How fascinating. While I remain here, have they already begun to set traps for me outside? Naruto sat cross-legged, his eyes opening with a smile. The patterns of his curse mark manifested as Tomo, merging three distinct sage bodies under the influence of the curse's origin. Though he had not yet achieved the ultimate sage form, he was tantalizingly close, constantly absorbing natural energy. He could now disperse it, forming an immense detection network. Although Naruto was currently in the Dragon Cave, he could hear conversations far away at the root organization's base through this natural energy. Another individual possessing the Mangeki Sharingan has suddenly appeared within the organization. It seems there are ulterior motives at play. With a clap of his hands, a torrent of sage chakra erupted forth, transforming into a magnificent dragon coiling through the sky. Upon reaching the deepest level of sage mode in the Dragon Cave, one transcends from serpent to dragon. Such astonishing power. It appears you have fully mastered the sage abilities of the Dragon Cave, perhaps becoming the strongest sage in history, remarked an elderly woman with yellow hair. Leaning on a cane, she was the embodiment of the White Snake Sage. Flattery is unnecessary. I am still grappling with the nuances of sage mode, Naruto replied casually. producing a blank sheet of paper and a pin seemingly from nowhere. The ability to summon objects from the void was an understatement. To materialize paper and a pin in the Dragon Cave indicated Naruto could summon items from over 100 miles away. With this ability, should he strike at random within the Dragon Cave, any target, no matter how distant, would be obliterated by his fist. Such as the power born from the merging of the three sages. Naruto inscribed something on the paper and handed it to a small green snake. Deliver this to the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. The little snake nodded and vanished in an instant. This small serpent, a contract beast Naruto had summoned upon entering the Dragon Cave, though lacking in combat prowess, was remarkably swift and capable of flight, making it ideal for communication. Moreover, Naruto provided it with a daily offering of his blood, which significantly enhanced its abilities. Are you leaving? The white snake sage inquired. No. I must continue refining my sage mode. Naruto shook his head, his eyes narrowing. The day I depart will be the day of unification for the shinobi world. At this moment, various activities unfolded across the shinobi world. Small nations slaughtered one another over trivial benefits, while larger nations schemed in the shadows for profit. Orochimaru infiltrated the Uzumaki organization using disguise techniques. Shikamaru and Niji gathered Choji and Lee to devise Hinata's elopement plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently observed the four through a crystal ball, his expression gradually morphing into one of anger. Jiraiya located Tsunade and ultimately persuaded her to return to Konoha. Humogakure coveted the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Kirigakure proactively sought favor with the Uzumaki organization. The Akatsuki received a peculiar letter. Chapter 71. The Daily Life of the Akatsuki Organization. Hello, miss. The little green snake swiftly landed on Xiaonan's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek before delivering an envelope it held in its mouth. You have a letter. My letter? Xiaonan was taken aback, sensing no hostility from the green snake. Amazingly, its speed surpassed that of raindrops. Indeed, the attire you wear belongs to the Akatsuki. Does it not? The snake nodded and continued. This is a letter from my master addressed to the Akatsuki. And who might your master be? That, I cannot disclose. In any case, farewell. The snake declared, preparing to leave. Xiaonan pouted and, with a hand sign, utilized a paper cage technique to capture the snake, stating, You must accompany me for a while. She then turned and headed towards the Akatsuki's headquarters. Oh, I'm so hungry. Why did the chef suddenly take a leave? Haiden lamented, sprawling out on the ground. I heard his wife has gone into labor, and he went to visit her. Kakuzu replied, counting his money. Humph, such a being. Destined for decay from birth, holds no beauty, Sasori scoffed, deliberately grumbling due to his hunger. Is that decayed appearance, akin to a zombie, considered beautiful? It seems your art merely clings to survival. Deidara retorted. It appears that the heavens are aware of your incessant chatter, hence granting you two mouths, Sasori snapped back. Irked by Deidara's provocation. Enough. Your bickering 1T summoned the chef back to cook for us. Kisame interjected, shaking his head. Let us go out to eat today. No way. Last time you all went out to dine without paying. It caused quite the stir, Pain remarked as he emerged from the secret chamber, accompanied by background music. Grandma caressed you, Haiden quipped. What a joke. Kakuzu, you refuse to pay. Haiden pointed disdainfully at Kakuzu. Do you realize the meal you could fund numerous missions? You expect the organization to subsidize your meals? Kakuzu retaliated with a punch to Haiden's face. Not just last time, but the time before that. And the time before that. Pain's expression darkened as he questioned Haiden. What exactly did you consume? Just a few dozen plates of country of water-s lobsters. Hairy crabs, a specialty flying goose from the land of wind, several bottles of some renowned wine from the land of wind, and a few roasted suckling pigs from the land of fire. Haiden muttered, it wasn't too much. The boss must have intentionally overcharged me. Those unscrupulous merchants. If I were the boss, I would hang your head in the butcher's shop as a pig's head. All right, I'll cook this time, Itachi declared, shaking his head as he headed to the kitchen. Wait, you can cook? That is splendid. Haiden excitedly rushed into the kitchen. Do you need my help? Simply standing there without moving is the greatest assistance, Itachi sighed, retrieving several eggs from the cabinet and cracking them into the frying pan. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted from the pan, and the sound of sizzling eggs drew the eager gazes of the Akatsuki members. Moments later, the eggs were ready. The aroma is delightful. If only there were fried fish to accompany it. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you wish for shark? As the members gathered around the dining table, their initial excitement quickly shifted to confusion. The first dish was fried eggs. The second dish was fried eggs. The third dish was fried eggs. The fourth dish was, once again, fried eggs. Itachi? Deidara asked, sweat beading on his forehead as Itachi presented the fifth plate of fried eggs. Do you only know how to make fried eggs? Itachi, as if struck, paused momentarily before straightening up proudly and replying, I can also make poached eggs. That is merely a change in name, Deidara exclaimed, nearly flipping the table. Do you harbor a grudge against fried eggs from your previous life? At least it's something to eat. Dig in, Pain interjected, and the background music resumed. As everyone prepared to eat, Xiaonan arrived. Are you all dining? I have a letter here, though I don't know who it's from. Holding the little green snake's tail, she addressed the group. What is this? A fried egg party? The chef is absent, and Itachi is cooking, but he must have choked on fried eggs in his past life. For he only knows how to prepare them, Deidara commented, looking at the eggs with disdain. This will lead to malnutrition. Here, leader, I'll hand this letter to you. Xiaonan, somewhat helpless, passed the letter to Pain before turning to the kitchen. I'll make something delicious for you all. Sister Nan. Angel. You're the angel who saved me from the hell of fried eggs. Haydn exclaimed joyfully. Itachi, maintaining his serious demeanor, silently shed tears while Kisame patted his back reassuringly. Children are often like this. They don't understand. Pain opened the letter, the neat handwriting conveying a wealth of information despite its brevity. What does it say, leader? Deidara inquired curiously. It's a letter from Naruto Uzumaki. He wishes to strike a deal with us. What kind of deal? Kakuzu perked up at the mention of a transaction. During Hinata Hyuga's marriage to the Cloud Village, we are to kidnap her. In return, he will hand over the Ninetales, Pain explained softly. The Ninetales? Sasori questioned. Isn't he the host of the Ninetales? Handing it over would mean his demise. Wouldn't he? Regarding that, he claims his Ninetales is merely half. The other half resides in another host, Pain continued. Who would believe such a far-fetched tale? Haydn waved his hand dismissively. But it holds significant gambling value, does it not? Kisame chuckled. Since Naruto values this Hinata so greatly, if he reneges, we can simply tear up the agreement. After all, it's merely a kidnapping, not a high-risk venture. Kisame's logic resonated with the others. Itachi nodded in agreement. If it's a transaction, I wouldn't he feel at ease without some risk involved? Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. Let us give it a try, then. Very well. Let us proceed with this plan, Pain affirmed. At that moment, Xiaonan emerged from the kitchen with a dish. And the once eager smile on Deidara's face gradually faded upon seeing the food. Sister Nan, what is this? Stir-fried bitter melon with tomatoes? The group gasped in unison. And the once pitiful fried eggs suddenly seemed delectable as they hastily grabbed their chopsticks, fearing they would miss out on the eggs. Itachi wore a satisfied smile. Shannon's eyes gradually filled with a killing intent. The daily life of the Akatsuki continued as usual. Chapter 72. Fabricated accusations. Time elapsed swiftly. And half a year had passed. In a coastal fishing village within the land of fire, Orochimaru, disguised as a ninja from the Yuzu organization, executed a series of hand seals and unleashed a volley of great fireball technique, incinerating the villager wielding a farming fork who dared to obstruct his path. Blood flowed like a crimson stream, and dismembered limbs lay scattered across the ground, painting a ghastly tableau. Yuzu, the attire of the Yuzu organization. He's one of them. As I suspected, the Yuzu organization is nothing but a band of hypocritical scoundrels. The villagers, fleeing in terror, recognized Orochimaru's garb amidst the conflagration and hurled insults at him. It seems my initial actions were far too lenient if you still possess the strength to speak, Orochimaru sneered. In a fleeting instant, he materialized behind one of the villagers and plunged a short blade into the back of their head. Bang! A resounding kick landed with force. Jiraiya clapped his hands together, and his white hair erupted like a barrage of sharpened spikes. Orochimaru countered with an earth release wall, and the two clashed, retreating to a secluded corner. What a captivating display of heroism, Jiraiya. The nefarious Yuzu organization ninjas, seeking to seize the land of fire's coastal waters, attempt to use a fishing village as their base of operations, only to be thwarted by the illustrious Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru remarked derisively. Your task is complete. Depart now and refrain from further bloodshed among the villagers. Jiraiya's countenance appeared haggard, a testament to the impact of Naruto's defection. A mere taste of blood is necessary, Jiraiya. It would appear implausible if an attack on a fishing village resulted in 0 casualties. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, seemingly intent on goading his adversary. For the glorious future of Konoha, the demise of a few insignificant fishermen is of little consequence. Enough, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, his voice low. Do you hear that? Children are calling out for their mothers and fathers, yet all that remains of their parents are severed heads, or no heads at all, Orochimaru persisted. And those very children will unknowingly regard you as their savior, striving to emulate you as they grow. Is it not utterly comical? Bang! A surge of dense chakra emanated from Jiraiya's body. He lifted his gaze, his voice chilling. I said, enough. Enough? Not quite, Jiraiya. Tomorrow, you are set to lead the Konoha ninjas in a wholesale slaughter of the Yuzu organization. I have a few questions to pose to you, Orochimaru. Observing the way his opponent masked his confusion with rage, inquired with a sardonic grin, what transgression has the Yuzu organization committed to warrant your lethal intervention? Is it because they offer more secure and affordable transport services to the Land of Wind? Or perhaps because they provide refuge to the homeless and those displaced by war? Speaking of which, haven't you engaged in similar endeavors in the past? What became of those children? Jiraiya's pupils dilated, and he clenched his fists with immense force. Are you prepared to become the very perpetrators who devastate homelands and condemn children to a life of wandering? Orochimaru inquired with morbid curiosity. Do you know why I have divulged so much to you? Even though keeping these thoughts concealed would be more advantageous to our cooperation. Why? Jiraiya murmured. Because you are not yourself, Jiraiya, Orochimaru stated with sincerity. Until you have reached a resolution, abstain from entering the battlefield. Consider the white-haired fool of the Konoha Sannin to be perpetually absent. I have no intention of allowing a useful pawn to be sacrificed in vain. With those words, he vanished into the night. Jiraiya, hearing the crackling flames and the cries of the tormented fishermen behind him, found himself questioning his convictions for the first time. Since his youth, he had believed that the acquisition of power was for the sake of protecting others. But now, what exactly had he safeguarded with his power? News of the Yuzu organization's assault on the Land of Fire's border village spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. It was rumored that the village served as a clandestine intelligence hub for Konoha's secret ninja scrolls, which the Yuzu organization sought to seize during the attack. The ninja who intervened to thwart the Yuzu organization was none other than the renowned Sannin, Jiraiya. In an effort to retrieve the scrolls, the Land of Fire dispatched a contingent of Konoha ninja to negotiate with the Yuzu organization. Are you truly not going? Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned against the tavern's entrance. There are more than enough ninjas already, Jiraiya replied, pouring himself another drink, his face flushed. Although I am unaware of what has been said to you, I implore you to understand that all of Konoha's actions are for the sake of everyone. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes narrowed. For the sake of our shared home. I am aware, Jiraiya slurred, his gaze betraying a profound sense of desolation and sorrow. At that moment, a memory surfaced in his mind. A young Naruto sat on a swing, gazing enviously at the bustling crowd in the distance. The setting sun cast a long, forlorn shadow behind him, and passers-by cautiously skirted around him, as if an invisible barrier separated them. Hatred and sorrow brewed in solitude. In his inebriated state, he retrieved the tale of the utterly gutsy ninja from his cloak and whispered, I am truly the most inept teacher in the world. The Konoha force, led by Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and Yamato, landed on the Yuzu organization's island. Any ninja who attempted to impede their progress were swiftly subdued. Soon, Karen, accompanied by Yugo and others, emerged. Yugo, Might Guy exclaimed upon seeing Yugo, let us engage in a contest of unbridled passion. Is he addressing you? Gaara raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward Yugo. I do not bear that name, Yugo responded, feigning ignorance. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit to the Yuzu organization? Karen inquired, her eyes narrowed. We have come regarding the matter of the secret ninja scrolls. Kindly relinquish them willingly, Asuma Sarutobi stated. We have no desire to resort to force. We possess no such scrolls. Please depart, Karen retorted sharply. I had believed Konoha to be a village of discerning judgment. Yet it appears you are also capable of making baseless accusations. So, you admit to being thieves, yet refuse to confess? Our patience is wearing thin, Yamato remarked coldly, forming hand seals as if preparing for battle. Even if you are a mere girl, I will not hesitate to riddle you with wooden splinters. What is the meaning of this? I have already stated that we do not possess them. Are you deaf? Gaara bristled. I would not object to initiating hostilities here. Kimimaro added icily. This is the moment for the Yuzu organization's foremost expert to demonstrate their prowess. Toby exclaimed in a manic tone, his hands on his hips. Orochimaru, sensing that tensions were reaching a boiling point, was about to strike the first blow when a figure emerged from the crowd. It has been a while. I see that the esteemed members of Konoha remain as spirited as ever, the cloaked youth said as he removed his hood, revealing his face. I regret not having slain more of you in the past. Naruto. Chapter 73. The terrifying power of Naruto, how could he be here? Orochimaru gazed in disbelief at the figure before him. He was certain that after spending so long within the Akatsuki, he had encountered nearly all the core members. Yet, out of nowhere, emerged Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, exclaimed Conan in astonishment. You've done well. Now, leave the rest to me, Naruto responded, turning with a light chuckle. At last, Uzumaki Naruto has appeared. Inside Akatsuki, a voice belonging to Obito sneered coldly. Naruto, although you have become a rogue ninja with a notorious reputation, if you acknowledge your mistakes, Konoha is still willing to accept and forgive you. Asuma Sarutobi remarked earnestly, the will of fire embraces those who turn from darkness to light. What? Do you find my breakfast too lavish and wish for me to regurgitate it? Naruto retorted with a cold smirk. His expression shifted from mockery to stern seriousness. His eyes no longer filled with sarcasm, but rather a chilling intent to kill. Asuma Sarutobi, you really are something else. Naruto, did you not feel a shred of sorrow when you killed Kakashi-senpai? Ten shouted. If I were to be killed, would you feel any sorrow? Naruto extended his hands, enunciating each word. There's no point in prolonging this conversation. Why don't all of you come at me together? I am pressed for time. With a loud clap of his hands, Naruto instantly entered Sage mode. His pupils transformed into the unique eye of the Sage of Myoboku, while dark patterns emerged on his forehead, resembling the markings of the Sage of Whetbone Forest. A faint white dragon-like aura spiraled around him like a mist. Asuma clicked his tongue and was the first to attack, forming hand seals and expelling a cloud of scorching ash, attempting to restrict Naruto with an expansive ninjutsu. However, the latter vanished in an instant, reappearing to deliver a powerful punch straight to Asuma's abdomen. Boom. The sonic boom from Naruto's supersonic movement left Asuma momentarily deaf, the only sensation being the brutal impact to his gut. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, sent flying by the force of a single punch. A punch imbued with the power of Sage mode was no trifling matter. The Konoha ninja stood in shock, taken aback by the display. With a swift spin, Might Guy unleashed a fierce kick aimed at Naruto. Leaf Gale. Naruto reacted with remarkable speed, ducking to evade the kick, while a white snake beside him expelled a flash of light, plunging Guy into a momentary daze. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto launched a Rasengan. But a wooden wall intercepted his attack, followed by an overwhelming barrage of ninjutsu. The Konoha ninjas had finally regained their composure. Gaara and the others were about to intervene. But Naruto halted them with a gesture. Watch closely. This is how to use a bloodline limit. With a single hand sign, countless trees erupted from the ground, transforming into wooden dragons that ensnared the Konoha ninjas, lifting them skyward before exploding in a spectacular display of the wood style, intertwining jutsu. Sixth gate, open. Might Guy's body radiated with green steam as he rocketed into the air, unleashing a flurry of punches to extinguish the oncoming wooden dragons. Tins gritted his teeth and activated his strongest wood style. Naruto stepped forward, his body enveloped in crackling blue lightning, his strength surging once again, reaching a speed that would astonish even the Reikage. The strongest lightning armor, though he could not fully master this technique in Sage mode before. With the combined power of 3 sages, he could now bear its burden effortlessly. Boom. The ground was left with a deep imprint from his foot. And before Asuma could react, Naruto's hand was already upon his head. Huh? Asuma was taken aback. Naruto pressed down firmly, exerting his strength and driving Asuma's head into the ground. Bang! The earth shattered upon impact, sending ripples through the nearby waves. Yet, Asuma's head remained intact. In the nick of time, Might Guy intervened to absorb the blow. Burn brightly, youth. Might Guy charged toward Naruto with incredible speed, unleashing a series of taijutsu strikes. Naruto skillfully evaded, engaging in a dance of offense and defense, as Ten's trees rapidly ensnared Naruto's waist. They Tiger. Guy concentrated air before him, delivering a powerful punch that unleashed an air cannon, transforming into a fierce tiger that lunged at Naruto. Naruto gathered Sage Chakra into his right hand, his cursed seal transforming it into a cannon of immense power, surging forth with a concentrated chakra projectile. The Day Tiger collided with the chakra projectile, resulting in a massive explosion, as Naruto emerged from the smoke with a thunderous roar. Lightning-piercing heat blade. Guy executed his powerful wood style, Leaf Vortex, but remarkably, Naruto evaded him completely. Naruto charged towards the recently risen Asuma, seizing him by the neck, unleashing a burst of lightning chakra to slam him into the ground. Though Asuma desperately protected the back of his head, his body below the neck was obliterated by the lightning chakra, leaving his mind blank as he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Guy did not waste this opportunity, swiftly positioning himself behind Naruto and landing a strike on his body for the first time. Bang! Naruto's form dissipated into white smoke. The arena fell into silence. Tens and Asuma stared in disbelief. Even Orochimaru's mind momentarily malfunctioned. Shadow clone? To inflict such damage, it was merely a shadow clone? This is not the real Uzumaki Naruto. What a splendid performance. Meanwhile, Naruto sat within the dragon cave, sensing the battlefield of the Akatsuki, a mocking smile gracing his face. Chapter 74, Naruto's Return. The beginning of the wedding heist. Naruto's recent display of power left Konoha utterly astonished. A single shadow clone managed to take on the dispatched foreign combat forces, resulting in the demise of over 100 ninjas and severely injuring a Jonin who was subsequently hospitalized, likely to remain incapacitated for several months. The factions that had previously eyed the Uzumaki organization with trepidation suddenly adopted a more cautious demeanor, wary of provoking the elusive Naruto, who could effortlessly decimate ninja armies with a mere shadow clone. Karen, fully aware that this was an opportune moment to enhance her reputation, began recruiting promising ninjas from the ninja world. Meanwhile, Orochimaru planned to remain in the shadows until he could ascertain the identity of Tobi before making his move. Having suffered a significant setback at the hands of the Akatsuki due to the Sharingan, he now felt confident in leveraging his experience to capture his target. On one front, Sai and Tobi, both key figures in the intelligence division, were busy gathering information amidst the chaos of war, inadvertently acquiring intelligence regarding Hinata. Upon careful analysis and deduction, the intelligence department pieced together a plausible route that would lead Hinata from Konoha to the wedding in Kumobikure. However, they were unaware that this information had been meticulously disseminated by Shikamaru as a strategic maneuver, deliberately crafted to transform into easily verifiable misinformation to ensure safety and prevent the spread of rumors. By debunking the false leads, they could uncover the true path. The act of converting truth into falsehood was akin to encrypting sensitive data. Deciphering the misinformation would equate to breaking the code. Even if the inhabitants of Konoha caught wind of these rumors, they would dismiss them as fabrications, and thus would have no motivation to verify their authenticity. Shikamaru and his associates were acutely aware that all ninja villages, with the exception of Sunagakure, were involved in this affair, making it nearly impossible for 4 ninjas to break through the encirclement. Hence, from a pragmatic standpoint, their best course of action was to buy time. They disseminated the route and timeline, allowing Naruto's forces to prepare while simultaneously laying traps along the anticipated path, delaying their arrival. Shikamaru's strategy and actions were undeniably astute. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the third Hokage had been monitoring their plans through a crystal ball. The map and dates provided to Shikamaru were, in fact, misleading. By spreading this erroneous route, Shikamaru was inadvertently aiding Sarutobi Hiruzen in diverting Naruto's forces. Consequently, the traps painstakingly set by Shikamaru and his team would ultimately prove futile, as they would not traverse that path at all. In terms of strategy, Sarutobi Hiruzen had the upper hand over the younger Shikamaru. In the midst of the shifting tides of intrigue, a year passed. At noon, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were preparing to slip out of the village to finalize the last steps of their trap when Konoha's Anbu arrived to inform them that preparations were underway for the procession. What is going on? Isn't Hinata's wedding still a week away? Shikamaru incredulously inquired. Plans have changed. Just follow us, the Anbu replied tersely. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. At the entrance of Konoha, festivities were in full swing, with drums and fanfare heralding the arrival of the wedding party. A vibrant, ornate wedding palanquin stood ready at the village gates, with representatives from Kumogakure and both families in attendance. Over the years, Hinata had blossomed into a graceful beauty. Unlike her childhood self, who was merely quiet and demure, she now exuded an air of poise and elegance. Dressed in a stunning red and white wedding kimono, adorned with a white flower in her hair and her gaze lowered modestly. "Ah, Prince of the Latrine," exclaimed Konohamaru, pointing at Hinata's betrothed from Kumogakure. "Indeed. This is the same young master who was once stuffed into a nightclub toilet by Naruto." Upon hearing this, the young master's expression soured. "Ahem. The Hyuga heiress is truly as radiant as a blooming lotus," he hastily remarked, attempting to redirect the conversation. "She is a perfect match for our fine young master. Without further ado, let us escort the couple to their palanquin." The young master nodded in satisfaction, stepping into the palanquin first, as Hinata prepared to follow. Niji suddenly grasped her arm, his expression one of discontent. Niji Hinata sighed, gazing at the boy who had grown stubborn since childhood. "Let go. We still have a chance." Shikamaru placed a reassuring hand on Niji's shoulder, speaking in a tone only he could hear. Niji reluctantly released his grip, and Hinata forced a smile that did little to mask her unease. Her intention was to comfort him, yet the sight of her strained smile only deepened his discomfort. Having been consumed by his own talents and viewing the main family with resentment due to his branch family status, Niji had previously resorted to brutal measures in their sparring matches, determined to prove his strength at Hinata's expense. However, as he matured, he began to realize the true purpose of his abilities. Following Naruto's defection, he had engaged in a spar with Lee, which helped him resolve his inner turmoil and shift his focus from mere power to the well-being of those around him. Yet, witnessing Hinata's forced smile left him feeling powerless. With his thoughts in disarray, he ultimately followed the boisterous procession out of Konoha, escorting Hinata to Kumogakure. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki were in the midst of a meal when Zetsu unexpectedly emerged from the ground, crashing into their table. "What the hell? Why did you have to come up from here?" Haiden exclaimed, brandishing his scythe menacingly. "I merely surfaced from the vicinity closest to Leader Pain," Zetsu replied nonchalantly. "Does that mean you would pop out of a toilet while he is using it?" Haiden growled, increasingly agitated as Kakuzu swiftly restrained him. "Enough. Let us hear what is going on," Pain said calmly, wiping food from his face. "Konoha has begun mobilizing their forces. I've left a spore there for reconnaissance." Zetsu tilted his head. "Should we take action?" "Yes, let us move," Pain declared, rising with determination. "All members, prepare to intercept the wedding. Let them taste the bitterness of despair." Within the depths of the dragon cave, the white snake sage was fiddling with an abacus when a figure emerged from the entrance. Without turning, she inquired, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, thank you for your care during this time. I shall return to visit you occasionally," Naruto replied. Clad in the Akatsuki's red cloud cloak, a token of his alliance with Pain following the last message delivered by Conan. "Stir up the ninja world and return, you rascal." The white snake sage chuckled softly, lifting her gaze only to find Naruto had already vanished. After 3 years of rigorous training, Naruto Uzumaki re-entered the ninja world. Chapter 75. Today, I shall take her away. Let us see who dares to stop me. The bridal sedan chair traversed into a rugged valley, flanked by dense forests both ahead and behind. As a strategist, Shikamaru had long memorized the topography of this area. If there were no miscalculations, this location was the most opportune for an ambush along this route. Beyond the valley in the woods lay a stretch of plains and villages, offering scant chances for escape, though the likelihood of fleeing from here was also quite low. After exchanging glances with Choji and Niji, the two understood the unspoken plan. Ino received a note from Shikamaru and discreetly blended into the crowd. It was a gamble worth taking. "Oh, I forgot to give the ring to Hinata. Before the ceremony begins, it must not be seen by anyone other than the creator and the couple." Shikamaru produced a small black box and declared, "I need to present it to Miss Hinata personally." "Go ahead, deliver it," Reikage replied without a second thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a cunning smile reminiscent of a fox. "Just give me the ring. I want to see if it fits the bride," with a sly glint in his eyes. Shikamaru wasted no time. He formed hand seals and employed his shadow tendrils to ensnare the young man's limbs and mouth. A swift punch sent him crashing into unconsciousness. "Shikamaru?" Hinata whispered in astonishment. "There's no time to explain. Use transformation jutsu to become me while I take your place to distract them," Shikamaru urged through gritted teeth. "Ino will assist you. Just follow her." "But that would surely expose you." Hinata shook her head, continuing, "Moreover, I doubt they would be fooled by such a simple transformation." "You are right, but it is our only option." Shikamaru transformed into Hinata and softly insisted, to ensure our efforts do not go in vain. Let us gamble on my plan. As the words left his mouth, Choji and Niji sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating the bearers of the sedan. Niji seized the transformed Shikamaru and, adhering to their plan, the two raced towards the forest with the foe Hinata. It's the first time I've wanted to run away from someone beneath my very eyes. Reikage activated his lightning armor with a scoff. The ninjas shouted as they surrounded the trio. Choji pulled 3 colored pills from his pouch, clicking his tongue in determination. The transformed Hinata melded into the crowd, while Ino quickly found her, guiding her stealthily towards the rear of the forest. However, just a few steps later, a massive earthen wall rose, sealing off their escape. You do not intend to be cowards, do you, Leaf Ninjas? The captain of the Awagakure team sneered at them. 8 trigrams air palm. Niji, knowing they could not outrun the enemy, halted to confront Reikage. He unleashed several gusts of chakra, but they were easily evaded. He had not anticipated the opponent's bear-like physique could unleash such speed. Defense was imperative. Sensing the ferocity of Reikage's fist, Niji released chakra from all his chakra points, attempting to rotate his hands and body, but Reikage's punch struck him fiercely in the side, sending him flying with a spray of blood. Niji, Choji gasped, taken aback that the genius labeled with such talent had fallen so quickly. The power of shadows was no mere boast. Are you still concerned for others? Reikage's form outpaced his voice, arriving before Choji, who had already consumed the first 2 pills, channeling every ounce of strength. He infused chakra into his right arm and unleashed a powerful punch. The 2 forces collided. Unlike with Niji, Reikage concentrated his lightning chakra at his elbow, the force so immense that the air crackled. Boom. Reikage was astonished to find himself pushed back a step, while Choji, despite sustaining grievous wounds, stood firm, having bravely blocked Reikage's serious strike. Reikage's gaze shifted back to the foe Hinata, intent on pursuit, but Choji raised his left arm, panting heavily, blocking the way. His right arm hung limply, yet his posture remained unwavering. Good lad, your loyalty is quite commendable. Reikage, with a swift motion, released a powerful punch that knocked Choji unconscious. You deserve to live. Seeing the path behind them empty, Shikamaru hastily employed his shadow sowing technique in an attempt to hinder Reikage's approach, but before the shadows could extend, Reikage seized him by the neck and hurled him against a tree. Shikamaru's mind blanked, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Stop pretending. You have already failed, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, shaking his head as he approached Ino and Hinata in the mountains. It seems this plan was doomed to fail. I apologize, Ino, for dragging you into my folly. Hinata transformed back, taking a deep breath and stepping forward. I am willing to accept the punishment. Ino paused, realizing Hinata intended to shoulder the blame. We can discuss punishment later. The young man, having regained consciousness, furiously brandished a weathered doll, pointing at Hinata. What is this? Why does it have Naruto stitched on its back? Do you have ties with that treacherous rogue ninja? Clearly, it had been dropped during their escape. Give it back. Hinata's pupils dilated as she reached for the doll. But the young man smirked and stomped it into the ground. I, a proud member of the Cloud Village, marrying a woman used by a rogue ninja? What a joke. He pressed down with his foot, crushing the doll's stuffing, resembling human entrails. A woman like you, who could stray at any moment, is only fit to be a concubine. Understand? You will never be worthy of being my wife. Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, could no longer contain his fury, his Byakugan flaring with murderous intent. As the young man raised his hand to strike Hinata, a figure hurtled through the air like a cannonball. Bang! Reikage collided with the young man, his massive frame and terrifying momentum reducing him to a mangled heap, skidding several meters before coming to a halt. Reikage-sama. Mabui watched in shock as the previously victorious Reikage was now sent flying as if a mere projectile. He has arrived. Reikage paid no heed to the life he had just extinguished, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. All eyes turned to the front. Gentle chakra enveloped Choji and the others, rousing them from unconsciousness. Standing before them was a tall figure clad in Akatsuki robes. My lady, dressed so elegantly, awaiting which gentleman? Naruto Uzumaki chuckled as he approached the crowd. Hinata stared blankly at the one she had awaited through countless seasons, tears streaming down her face. Conflicted emotions of grievance, joy, sorrow, and longing transformed into a beautiful smile, reminiscent of a blooming flower. I have been waiting for you. Always, always waiting for you. Naruto Uzumaki. The phrase falling into one's own trap could not be more apt for your current predicament. In the ethereal expanse, Ohyuki spoke earnestly, declaring, Today, none of you shall depart. I shall take her with me, and let us see who dares to obstruct my path. Naruto's voice grew increasingly frigid, revealing the murderous intent that glimmered in his eyes. The might of the ultimate sage body surged forth, transforming the very fabric of the surrounding space. That garment fits you rather well, he remarked. Pain, leading the Akatsuki, emerged from the shadows. The earthen wall crumbled effortlessly under the force of his repulsion. The Akatsuki and Naruto positioned themselves, encircling the gathered individuals in the valley. The 8 tails are ours to claim. Without objections, I trust, Pain asserted. Indeed, it would be best if none were allowed to escape, Naruto retorted with a chilling smirk. The impending battle loomed, ready to ignite at any moment. Chapter 76, The Battle of Vengeance Hokage. You deal with the traitors from your own village. Leave those in black robes to us. Raikage A and Sarutobi Hiruzen turned their backs, directing their attention towards the Akatsuki members lurking in the rear. How audacious to attack my brother. Truly, you must be courting death. Prepare to face the wrath of the AB brothers from the hidden cloud, exclaimed Killer B with his characteristic, unique emphasis. I shall lend you my strength as well, Inoki declared, floating in midair alongside the two from the hidden cloud. Naruto, Uzumaki. I want to allow you to run amok. Tsunade flung her green robe aside, the mark on her forehead spreading across her body. Sealing technique, release. It appears today will be my final battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his ceremonial robe, revealing his iron gray battle armor. Come forth, rogue ninja of Konoha. The roar of the ninja army echoed through the valley as they surged forth like an avalanche, rushing towards Naruto as if they were monstrous waves crashing against a fishing boat. Let us dance while you still can move, Naruto scoffed, meeting the oncoming forces head-on. As blades slashed down, he deftly dodged, retaliating with a powerful kick to an opponent's chest, sending them hurtling into the enemy ranks like a cannonball. Possessing the ultimate sage body, Naruto could infuse vast amounts of natural energy into his foes upon contact, subsequently detonating their bodies, with the resulting blood transformed into corrosive acid. Seizing a fallen ninja's blade, he dashed forward, the blade glinting as he sliced through enemies with ruthless efficiency. Within the encirclement, he leaped, severing a ninja's arm, snatching their weapon, and vaulting off their shoulder into the air. Twin blades entwined with the ethereal forms of two white dragons, he spun and struck. Sage art, Dragon Slash. A thunderous roar erupted as two colossal dragons composed of blade light and sword energy rampaged across the battlefield, leaving a path of carnage in their wake. Just as Naruto landed, a fireball launched towards him. He neither dodged nor flinched. The moment the flames touched him, they were absorbed by the seals on his arm. Utilizing similar principles as J-Nin's technique, Naruto displayed a mastery far beyond, even without manifesting the seals. Double repayment. Flames engulfed the ninja blade as Naruto enhanced it with Sage Chakra, unleashing a strike that sent forth a roaring inferno. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals, activating the earth-style wall, while Tsunade charged forward, her hands enveloped in chakra that blazed like fire. Naruto raised the ninja blade, but Tsunade's powerful strike shattered it. Your games are over, brat. Tsunade's right fist tightened, launching a devastating blow towards Naruto's face. Until your grotesque hypocrisy vanishes, I will not relent, Naruto retorted, stepping back and, with an elegant motion, redirected Tsunade's punch, causing it to miss. Simultaneously, he advanced, fist clenched, Sage Chakra coalescing into a fearsome dragon form. Sage Art, Dragon Tooth. A technique derived from his understanding of soft fist martial arts. With a resounding impact, all his strength collided with Tsunade's abdomen, sending her spiraling backward. Blood spilling uncontrollably from her mouth. A fire-breathing earth dragon surged forward, filling the void left by Tsunade's retreat, charging at Naruto. Combined ninja technique, earth dragon fire flow. Naruto formed hand seals, executing the wood dragon technique, then ignited it with fire release, creating a force not only powerful but explosive. With a thunderous clash, the two dragons collided, erupting in an explosion. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the Monkey King, transforming it into the mighty adamantine staff, which he swung down at Naruto with tremendous force. The ground trembled, dust swirling, yet Hiruzen felt a tremendous resistance, an overwhelming force halting his advance. Is that all you've got? Naruto braced against the staff, looking up with a cold smile. Have you been drinking expired milk and eating instant noodles every day? Show me your true strength, the strongest Hokage. With a sudden surge, he flung the entire staff upward, sending Hiruzen soaring into the sky. Naruto struck the staff, the sheer power reverberating through the staff and blasting Hiruzen away. Naruto. Tsunade appeared behind him in an instant, delivering a devastating kick. Naruto steadied himself on one leg, then spun around, unleashing a terrifying force with his right foot towards Tsunade. With a sickening thud, Tsunade crashed to the ground, the sound of cracking bones echoing. In a contest of strength, she was no match for Naruto. Naruto picked up a bloodied ninja blade, and without hesitation thrust it towards Tsunade's throat. Tsunade grasped the blade tightly, blood dripping from her fingertips. Two shadow clones emerged beside Naruto, while Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and formed hand seals, triad sealing technique. Magnetic release, explosive armor. Naruto clenched his right hand, causing Hiruzen's armor to shatter explosively. With a series of detonations, the shadow clones dissipated into smoke, and the remaining fragments pierced Hiruzen's body. Seizing the moment, Tsunade broke the ninja blade, retreating a dozen meters away from Naruto. A deluge of ninjutsu rained down upon Naruto as the ninja army, aware of their inability to intervene in this clash of titans, resorted to using ninjutsu for distraction. Naruto formed a cross seal, summoning a multitude of shadow clones. 1,000 shadow clones erupted into existence amidst a cloud of smoke. Sage chakra gathered in his palms, coalescing into a massive spinning sphere. 1,000-fold sage art, super large Rasen Shuriken. With a cataclysmic force, the immense Rasen Shuriken engulfed the ninja army. The spiraling sphere pulverized their bodies into a grotesque pulp, and the entire valley trembled under the weight of such destructive power, gouging out half-moon-shaped craters in the previously parallel peaks. Dust billowed. Corpse sealing technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat blood, desperately forming seals as the Shinigami manifested behind him, a spectral hand bursting forth to grasp Naruto's soul, yanking it into the depths of his being, then slashing down. With this, it shall conclude. Yet, before Hiruzen could revel in his triumph, the world around him shifted abruptly. He found himself lifted by the throat, Naruto's grip unyielding. There was no Shinigami, no sealing technique, only the glaring red of the Sharingan before him. Reality often proves intolerable, does it not? Naruto sneered. Naruto Uzumaki, release the third Hokage. A cold voice interjected, drawing Naruto's gaze to its source, where Danzo Shimura stood, kunai poised against Hinata's throat. Chapter 77. The death of Konoha's light and shadow release her. Naruto's voice echoed as if it were a harbinger from the depths of hell. That depends on your intentions, Shimura Danzo retorted with a chilling smirk. A hero must pay a price. I am not here to be a hero. Naruto relinquished his grip on the third Hokage's neck, his body crackling with lightning as he activated the sixth gate of the 8 gates. I have come to bring my wife home and, incidentally, to eliminate a few individuals. With a resounding thud, Naruto's foot connected with Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, driving it deep into the ground. Danzo exerted force with his right hand, drawing a kunai with ferocity. Blood gushed forth as a severed, bloodied arm flew through the air. In the blink of an eye, Naruto surged forward, severing Danzo's arm with a single stroke. Die! Naruto's voice dripped with intense hatred, a culmination of the loneliness and sorrow he had endured throughout his life in Konoha, all erupting in this singular moment. He thrust his ninja blade into Danzo's throat, twisting it violently, blood spraying forth. Boom! Danzo's form dissipated into a cloud of white, only to be greeted by another lethal strike upon his reappearance. The cycle of rebirth and slaying continued, accompanied by an unrelenting cycle of pain. Each activation of Izanagi meant Naruto would strike him down anew. Naruto's speed outstripped Danzo's ability to resurrect, leaving the latter with no opportunity to retaliate. As long as Izanagi remained active, he would oscillate between death and rebirth. Moreover, the reserves of the Sharingan were evidently not limitless. Danzo understood that if he persisted, death would inevitably greet him. How pitiable, Naruto remarked as he pinned Danzo to the ground. Having lurked in darkness for so long, dreaming of stepping into the light as a beloved Hokage, only to perish bearing infamy, it is far better to remain underground. The sunlight reveals your grotesque nature for all to see. Silence. Danzo, enraged, swung his vacuum blade, but Naruto crushed his skull beneath his foot. The illusion of Izanagi continuing its relentless effect. I am immortal. I will not fail. Danzo's third Sharingan slowly closed as he furiously attempted to activate a fourth. Yet Naruto's blade was quicker, severing the arm that bore the eye. I am the Hokage, Shimura Danzo. I will not fail. Danzo descended into madness. His words cut short as Naruto thrust the blade into his mouth. A fool who engages in loathsome acts for the sake of recognition. Do you truly believe anyone would be grateful to you? Naruto's words systematically dismantled Danzo's psychological defenses, shattering whatever shreds of pride and dignity he had left. You are merely a stubborn fool who fears solitude, possessing the courage to harm others, but lacking the resolve to bear the consequences. Everything you have done is not for Konoha, but for a Konoha that exists solely in your delusions. Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo shouted in fury, brandishing his kunai and lunging at Naruto's neck. This is the retribution of the monster you confined with your lies. Naruto's blade descended, cleaving Danzo's body in two, an invisible blade of light erupting forth, slicing him into fragments. Blood mixed with bone, a horrific sight. Shimura Danzo, dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered to his feet, hands forming seals as he conjured 5 shadow clones, unleashing the great Rasen Shuriken upon Naruto. 5 elemental ninjutsu surged forward, racing towards Naruto. He smirked, standing his ground as all 5 techniques were absorbed by his curse mark. He then amplified their power into Sage Art, releasing a colossal wave of ninjutsu. Boom. A tsunami of chakra surged forth, striking Sarutobi Hiruzen directly, leaving no room for evasion. The ninjas of Konoha gasped in astonishment at the sight of Naruto emerging from the smoke of the explosion, holding Sarutobi Hiruzen's head aloft, eyes gleaming with cold ferocity. Do you still wish to fight? Meanwhile, the Raikage darted forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch to Heiden's face. Boom. Heiden was sent flying but quickly adjusted midair, landing safely. That hurt. Really, with such a robust physique, you strike with no restraint. Heiden complained, twisting his neck. What a pity, your head didn't fly off, Kakuzu remarked, reinforcing his fist with earth spikes and unleashing a brutal attack. Earth release, rock fist. Anoki's fist, encased in a solid layer of earth, slammed towards Heiden's tentacle punch. You're such a nuisance, old man, Deidara exclaimed, launching clay birds at Anoki. You're still as mischievous as ever. Still pursuing your unloved art? Anoki intercepted the clay birds with a barrage of rock projectiles. Enough chatter. As a flying ninja, you will be dealt with by me and Conan. Deidara crafted a giant clay bird and sat upon it, while Conan used paper to form wings and hovered above. Let me show you the might of the eight-sword style, Killer Bee. Killer Bee positioned 7 blades between his body, proclaiming loudly. Uchiha Itachi formed hand seals, unleashing a fire release technique, only for his opponent to effortlessly deflect it. Swish. Kisame swung his Samahata, aiming a horizontal strike at Killer Bee's head. Killer Bee leaned back, deftly evading the attack, then used a blade to thrust upwards, aiming for Kisame's head. Kisame grinned wickedly, catching Killer Bee's foot with his left hand and flinging him away with tremendous force. Did you know? Sharks love to eat octopuses. Kisame smirked, shouldering Samahata. Wrap this up quickly, Kisame, Itachi said, keeping a watchful eye on Konoha's battle. Seeing the tide of battle turning, Ace summoned all his strength and instantly appeared behind Pain. Capture the king first. Feel pain, experience suffering, accept pain, understand pain. Pain extended a hand, his voice resonating with solemnity, akin to a deity pronouncing judgment. Those who do not know pain will never comprehend peace. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 78. The capture of the Eight Tails and the fall of Konoha. A terrifying repulsive force erupted, and the wreckage, devoid of any means to resist, was violently flung away by this overwhelming power. Die! Haiden's scythe surged forth, mercilessly aimed at the wreckage's cheek. The latter swiftly raised his hands before him, utilizing the golden bracers on his wrists to deflect the attack. Kakuzu formed hand seals, and a multitude of dark lines appeared on his back. 3 masks, adorned similarly yet differing in color, opened their mouths and unleashed a gale of wind. Wind release, pressure damage. Although the wreckage evaded the storm with his rapid movement, the space for his escape was steadily diminishing. No matter how swift he was, it would be futile without room to maneuver. Seizing the opportunity, Haiden dashed forward, leveraging the reach of his scythe to relentlessly assault the wreckage. For him, it was not necessary to inflict significant harm with the blade, merely grazing the wreckage would signify victory. Universal pull. Pain extended his right hand and yanked forcefully, his voice cold. An uncontrollable gravitational force emerged, just as everyone believed the wreckage would be struck by Haiden's scythe. A figure clad in cloth swiftly pushed him aside. The gravity pulled the cloth-clad figure towards Pain, and in that moment, Haiden severed one of her arms with his scythe, then used the blood to inscribe a cursed sigil on the ground. Fool, don't use it now. Kakuzu scolded in frustration upon witnessing the unfolding events. I can't hold back any longer. Lord Evil God. Haiden licked a drop of blood, his body transforming into a stark black and white, resembling a skeleton. He brandished a long spike, laughing maniacally as he plunged it into his own body. Curse technique. Death's sacrifice with blood. The cloth-clad figure was struck with equal severity, violently spewing forth blood, her delicate form trembling. Cloth. The wreckage's pupils quivered as he charged towards Haiden, lightning crackling in his palm, fiercely slashing towards Haiden's head. Lightning destruction level. Thud. Just as the wreckage was about to make contact, he halted, staring intently at Haiden's abdomen wound, as if awakening to a realization. What's wrong? Weren't you just brimming with confidence? Hurry and take revenge for your little subordinate, Lord Wreckage. Haiden cackled maniacally, then viciously stabbed the black spear into his own abdomen multiple times. The cloth-clad figure felt the agony and despair of life ebbing away, emitting a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, her eyes rolling back. As a seasoned warrior, the wreckage quickly grasped Haiden's abilities and the conditions for triggering his techniques. Blood, and that red circle. Undoubtedly, the cloth-clad figure had sacrificed herself for him. This was the intelligence she had gathered with her life. I told you not to use it first. Once your ability is known, it loses its effectiveness, Kakuzu remarked discontentedly. You speak as if I am some disposable item. As they exchanged barbs, the two launched their second assault on the wreckage. Meanwhile, clang. The Samahata came crashing down, and Killer Bee attempted to dodge, but the space for evasion had been sealed by Itachi's great fireball technique. He raised both swords above his head, trying to block the strike, but the overwhelming force caused the ground beneath him to crater. TCH, truly an incomprehensible, foolish weapon. Killer Bee erupted with tailed beast chakra, the outer layer wrapping around him as he exerted force to deflect Samahata, then unleashed the lightning release. Heat blade towards Kisame. Kisame swiftly evaded the attack with a water clone, rapidly forming hand seals in midair, then spewing forth a torrent of water that shaped into an elliptical water prison, isolating the battlefield. Great explosive water colliding wave. As Kisame landed, Killer Bee charged at him with the 8 blades, his fierce assault slicing through the air. However, Kisame executed an uncanny maneuver, evading Killer Bee's onslaught as he rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing the great shark bomb technique, enveloped in shark-shaped chakra, charging towards his foe. Bang! The two collided, the fierce impact causing the entire elliptical water prison to tremble. The chakra from Killer Bee's tailed beast surged into Samahata, which greedily devoured this hard-earned feast. Aware that prolonging the stalemate would leave him powerless to resist, Killer Bee began gathering chakra for a tailed beast bomb, directing it towards Kisame's face. Kisame blocked the tailed beast bomb with Samahata, yet the tremendous force propelled him backward, shattering the water prison. A hand landed on Killer B's shoulder, and he swiftly turned to unleash a punch, striking the clone just as it detonated into a burst of crows. Clone explosion. Feeling fatigued, Killer B realized that the earlier consumption of chakra by Samahata had taken its toll. If he did not resolve this swiftly, defeat was inevitable. However, just as he contemplated fully transforming into his tailed beast form to escape this predicament, sharp, numerous iron sand spikes erupted from above his head. Iron Sand World Technique. Uft, 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 uft. The iron sand pierced through Killer B's tailed beast cloak, embedding deeply into the ground, immobilizing him. Amaterasu. Itachi's eyes glowed with intense power as black flames engulfed Killer B, covering his entire form. Kisame rejoined the fray, delivering a powerful strike from behind that shattered Killer B's tailed beast cloak. Samahata, Destruction Slash. An existence devoid of beauty. Sasori shook his head, his gaze icy. Fall. He manipulated his puppets to unleash wind release, a swirling tornado merging with Amaterasu to form a vortex of black flames. Even the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, endowed with remarkable healing abilities and unwavering will, succumbed to this terrifying onslaught, losing consciousness. Itachi released Amaterasu, gazing at the charred remains of Killer B, shaking his head as he turned to the battlefield in Konoha. His pupils constricted in disbelief at the scene before him. Naruto held the severed head of Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the ninjas of Konoha knelt in submission, their faces filled with dread, with only Tsunade remaining standing, though she appeared on the verge of collapse. It was known that Itachi had once betrayed his clan for the sake of Konoha, infiltrating the Akatsuki as a double agent. Now, the mission was far from over, and his home had been invaded. With no retreat left but to face the stark reality, Itachi's thoughts turned singularly to finding his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki has been captured, Kisame declared, holding aloft Killer B's head with a cold smirk. Naruto's side has also been dealt with. Let us withdraw. Pain nodded in agreement. None of you shall escape. The Raikage roared, charging towards Kisame with all his might. Yet, he was met with a formidable repulsion. His form sent flying away. You must be quite puzzled, Naruto sneered at Tsunade. Why hasn't the reinforcement from Konoha arrived? What have you done? Tsunade's pupils dilated, trembling. I have reclaimed what is rightfully mine. At the village gates, the members of the Akatsuki stood resolute, with Karen's eyes filled with determination as she gazed at Jiraiya, who sat against the wall, drinking. Chapter 79. The collapse of the Land of Fire without the permission of Lord Hokage. Outsiders are not allowed to enter Konoha. The gatekeeper, a Chunin, glanced nervously at the notorious members of the Uzumaki organization. Wake up. Your Hokage has already met his end. Gaara grinned maniacally, stepping forward and declaring. In other words, this place no longer belongs to you. What did you say? The Chunin stammered, disbelief etched on his face. How could Lord Third possibly? Was it Naruto who did this? Jiraiya abruptly interjected. He alone had reason to act in such a manner. Karen turned to Jiraiya, asking, Are you going to stop us? Jiraiya remained silent, continuing to drink heavily. That traitor, that monster. The Chunin gritted his teeth, but before he could finish, SHG rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Bam! Jiraiya intervened, blocking the blow, the force creating a gust of wind. You have no right to insult me or our leader, SHG said, his voice laced with menace. I wish to avoid unnecessary casualties. But if you insist on this path, do not blame me. Do not harm the innocent. Jiraiya's voice was weary as he loosened his fists and turned away, saying, Do as you please with the others. I wish to be left alone. And Master Jiraiya. The Chunin found it hard to swallow his anger, watching Jiraiya's retreating figure. Are you really going to abandon this place where you grew up, only to pursue your own pleasures? That is utterly irresponsible. With Lord Third's sacrifice, now is the time for someone of your stature to lead. Can you truly live with yourself, given the legacy of the Hokage and the will of fire? To them, I owe an apology only to Naruto, Jiraiya replied quietly, halting in his tracks and turning to face the crowd. Master Jiraiya. The Chunin started to speak, but Gaara kicked him in the back, knocking him out cold. In my life, I have the utmost disdain for those who possess no real ability, yet burden those capable with all the responsibility, merely feeding on the fruits of their labor. Am I right? Let us proceed. Just refrain from harming the civilians when we encounter them, Gaara said. The members of the Uzumaki organization entered Konoha, while the townsfolk dared only to peek through their windows. They made their way to the Hokage's assembly hall when soon enough, a ninja barred their path. You are with the Uzumaki organization, correct? The Hokage is not present. Please visit another day, Asuma Sarutobi said, arms crossed defiantly. The Hokage will not return. This place will henceforth be under the Uzumaki organization's control, Karen asserted. What did you say? Asuma, realizing the implications, asked, What happened to my father? The third Hokage. He is dead, can't you tell? Gaara scoffed. It seems your ears and mind are not functioning well. You. Asuma's anger flared as he tightened his grip on his chakra blade, swinging it toward Gaara. Clang. Sand erupted from Gaara's gourd, blocking the attack. Gaara's murderous intent was evidently provoked as he formed two hands of sand, aiming to ensnare Asuma. Boom, boom, My guy leaped in, swiftly dispersing the sand hands with a kick, assuming a combative stance. Let us not digress. Konoha is a village under the Fire Country's jurisdiction. Even in the absence of the Hokage, it is the daimyo of the Fire Country who should determine our fate. Until we receive instructions from the daimyo, we shall not yield. Finally, someone spoke sense. Karen scratched her head, smiling. Then let us have something to eat while we await the daimyo's judgment. What have you done? Asuma gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the Uzumaki organization. Nothing much, just offered him an irresistible proposition. Karen replied with a light chuckle. Food. There is no one here willing to entertain you. Yuhi Kurenai raised an eyebrow. As she stated, the commercial streets of Konoha were devoid of open shops. All shuddered in fear of the Uzumaki organization. There is, a woman in traditional maid attire appeared, bowing to the members of the Uzumaki organization. The head of the household has instructed us to treat the Uzumaki guests with the utmost hospitality. Please follow me, so we can eat and drink at will. Aoi exclaimed with gleaming eyes. At least show some decorum. Hinohama sighed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Hyuga clan, are you planning to betray Konoha? Asuma, now consumed by rage, was ready to lash out. Betray Konoha? We have merely severed ties with the Sarutobi family's Konoha, the maid replied softly. The Senju, Uchiha, and other clans with special traits have been eradicated, all thanks to your complicity. When will it be the Hyuga clan's turn? No one can say. Traitor. Asuma raised his fist, but Gaara stepped in front of the maid, his expression eager. Are you going to strike? Faced with Gaara's crazed demeanor, Asuma ultimately swallowed his fury, glaring venomously at the Uzumaki members as they proceeded to the Hyuga estate. Hey, are you Mr. Asuma Sarutobi? A lively voice called out. And Asuma turned to see a small green snake hovering in the air, holding a cloth bag in its mouth. This is a gift from my master. Your master? Naruto, Uzumaki. Asuma was taken aback, then accepted the bag as the snake vanished in a flash. Kurenai and Guy rushed to his side. Asuma slowly opened the bag to reveal the severed head of Sarutobi Hisashi, his eyes wide in shock. Nausea, terror, anger, surprise, and sorrow flooded his heart as he crumpled to the ground. Hisashi's head rolled to the ground, causing the townsfolk to scream in horror. Naruto, Uzumaki. I will not let this go. Not a chance. Asuma roared in fury. Meanwhile, in the reception room of the Fire Country's daimyo, the daimyo of the Wind Country smirked at the daimyo of the Fire Country, who was adorned with the emblem of the Fire Country. So what do you think? I've spared you a chance for survival out of our long-standing friendship. What a joke. To transfer all power? This realm was built through generations of hardship by my family. You expect me to hand it over and flee? Absolutely not. The Fire daimyo stood, enraged. Is that so? I am indifferent. After all, Naruto will certainly seek you out. He is not as accommodating as I. The Wind daimyo scoffed. If it were Naruto, you wouldn't even finish your sentence before losing your head. Chapter 80. Naruto's Revenge. Naruto? A rogue ninja? How formidable could he possibly be? The Fire daimyo scoffed, continuing. If it weren't for the Akatsuki's involvement in this wedding abduction incident, he would have perished long ago. As long as the Hidden Leaf village regroups and avoids the Akatsuki, eliminating him would be a trivial task. Regroup? Your notion is utterly laughable, the Wind daimyo retorted, having seen through his opponent's facade. Leaning back in his chair with a light chuckle, he added, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo dead, Tsunade captured by Naruto, and the remaining Leaf ninjas on the battlefield surrendering, the Uzumaki organization has already infiltrated the Land of Fire. The current combat strength of the Leaf village can be counted on one hand. Once war breaks out, the repercussions for the Leaf will be catastrophic. What do you intend to regroup with? The Fire daimyo broke into a cold sweat, his eyes widening in disbelief. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead? Shimura Danzo too? I thought your information was reliable. The Wind daimyo mocked, as a hereditary noble, you should comprehend the significance of Kaga-level ninjas to a shinobi village. And the importance of a shinobi village to a nation is self-evident. Now, you are but a peculiar figure wielding a water gun and wearing a pot lid. Still dreaming of returning to the battlefield? The Fire daimyo felt utterly drained, collapsing into his chair as if lifeless, trembling slightly. After a long pause, he murmured, I will consider it. No time for consideration, the Wind daimyo insisted. Do you know why Uzumaki Naruto became a rogue ninja? How would I know? Isn't that the Hokage's concern? The Fire daimyo replied, shaking his head softly. How could you possibly be unaware, daimyo of the Land of Fire? The Wind daimyo gestured dismissively, laughing heartily. The management of Jinchuriki is something we have privately discussed. I must admit, you are indeed clever. Those who have witnessed darkness cherish light more than others. However, it is a pity that he mistakenly believed that light came from the sun when it was merely a few candles. And even the surrounding darkness was a result of someone deliberately extinguishing the lights. He should rightfully stand in the light. What are you trying to say? The Fire daimyo realized something, his hands trembling violently as he lifted his gaze. After eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who do you think he desires to kill next? The Wind daimyo asked. The Wind daimyo shrugged. Do you think you still have time to ponder? Open your eyes to your situation. Do you still believe your Land of Fire holds the same dominance over the shinobi world? Are you worthy of it? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any idea how far this is from the front lines? How long has it been since then? The fire daimyo feigned calmness, shaking his head. Don't believe me? Very well, I shall take my leave. I hope to see you at the next Great Nations Conference, the wind daimyo said, rising to depart the reception room. Wait. The fire daimyo gritted his teeth, hastily pursuing him. Upon reaching the corner, he collided forcefully with a man, stumbling and falling to the ground. Idiot! Are you blind? The fire daimyo shouted in anger. What is your name? Who is your superior? You need not return tomorrow. Don't get so worked up. After all, you won't have a tomorrow, the man said, picking up a bag that had fallen to the ground and removing his hood. Nice to meet you. I am Uzumaki Naruto. The fire daimyo barely managed to rise before nearly collapsing again, staring in shock at the familiar face before him, stammering, why you arrived so quickly. I had a gift I wanted to deliver to you, so I rushed, Naruto said, extending the bag with a smile. Open it and see. Trembling. The fire daimyo accepted the bag, opening it to reveal the head of Shimura Danzo inside. The overwhelming stench of blood made his head spin. He screamed and fell to the ground, his head spinning as he threw it away in panic. It seems the daimyo is quite pleased with this gift, Naruto said, drawing a kunai from his waist and approaching with a cold smile. Don't kill me. I will transfer power to you. Just spare my life. The fire daimyo pleaded, scrambling backward with his hands raised. That is not the line I wish to hear, Naruto replied, thrusting the blade into the fire daimyo's mouth, stepping on his shoulder, and pressing him down. In your current state, I would derive no pleasure from ending you. How about we play a game? What kind of game? The fire daimyo stammered. Naruto did not respond. Instead, he seized the fire daimyo and left the reception room, the latter finally understanding how Naruto had arrived so swiftly. This speed is akin to flying. Naruto tossed the fire daimyo onto the street, producing a disc. If you can catch it before it hits the ground, I shall spare you. However, you must land on all fours, or it will be deemed a foul. Isn't that akin to a dog? The fire daimyo reluctantly turned to Naruto. How are you any better than a dog? Naruto taunted. Will you do it or not? I have no habit of forcing others, nor do I possess much patience. What is happening? Is that not the daimyo? Uzumaki Naruto. The one standing beside the daimyo is Uzumaki Naruto. Has the daimyo captured him? Truly, the daimyo of the land of fire is impressive. Wait, why is the daimyo down on all fours? What is he doing? The crowd's expressions shifted from confusion to astonishment, then to delight and horror, as they witnessed the fire daimyo crouching on all fours, intently focused on the disc in Naruto's hand, with gazes piercing him like daggers. Ready? Then begin. Naruto sneered, throwing the disc. Ah! The fire daimyo dashed toward the disc, resembling a madman as he retrieved it before the eyes of his own citizens, behaving like a dog. Uzumaki Naruto, this is not over. Just you wait. I shall rise again and return to kill you. When that time comes, I will demand you kneel and bow 100 times. I will sell all the women in your family to nightclubs. I will kill you. The fire daimyo's mind screamed in madness as he leapt forward, snatching the disc in his mouth like a true dog. Success! The fire daimyo felt a surge of joy, turning to face Naruto, who wore a strange smile. Go to hell. Naruto waved with a grin. The fire daimyo froze, the disc in his mouth erupting in a brilliant flash of light. Only then did he realize something was amiss and attempted to discard the disc, but a thunderous explosion accompanied by a powerful shockwave erupted. Boom! His body shattered into fragments, scattering everywhere, one hand colliding with another's face, sending them fleeing in terror. The daimyo of the land of fire, deceased. Chapter 81. The Fall of Konoha. The news of the death of the Fire Country's daimyo swiftly reached Konoha. The lurking sand ninjas quickly emerged to seize control of the Fire Country's borders, officially assuming governance alongside Naruto. The Fire Country had now become shared territory between the Uzumaki organization and the Wind Country, with Naruto Uzumaki as the supreme leader, while the Wind Daimyo acted as the administrative representative. Although the workload had multiplied several times, the Wind Daimyo was overjoyed, relishing the pleasure of basking in the glory of another's efforts. A new decree from the daimyo was announced. A Konoha ninja entered the Hyuga reception room, kneeling on one knee to declare, Uzumaki Karui has been appointed as the 5th Hokage. What? How can this be? Asuma Saratobi exclaimed incredulously, pointing at Karui. Please remove your finger. As a Konoha ninja, do you dare disrespect our new Hokage? Kimamaro's voice was icy as he stood up. I do not recognize her as Hokage. Asuma shouted defiantly. Indeed, I too harbor no fondness for the title of Hokage. Karui replied nonchalantly as she rose. From this day forth, Konoha shall be renamed Uzumaki Village, and the leader shall not be referred to as Hokage, but simply as the leader. All forehead protectors must be replaced. How dare you? Asuma seethed. Those who refuse may leave of their own accord. Karui adjusted her glasses and continued. I will not force you to stay. The choice is yours. It is you outsiders who should depart. You beasts. Asuma spat in anger. Mr. Asuma, this is the Hyuga residence. Please maintain your decorum. A Hyuga maid coldly interjected. The Hyuga do not welcome the disrespectful. Ah, with a new master, you're quick to curry favor and turn against your former one? Asuma clenched his fists, glaring at the maid. Do not forget who made the Hyuga clan flourish. You call it flourishing? Is that in reference to the main family's heiress being captured, and the Hyuga being demanded to exchange lives? Niji entered, his body wrapped in bandages, clearly having returned from a recent treatment. That was unavoidable. Unavoidable? If this were to happen to your Sarutobi clan, would you still find it unavoidable? Niji gritted his teeth. Weakness in the face of outsiders and control from within. You only see the Hyuga as complacent, demanding sacrifices time and again. What are you saying? Have you forgotten the will of fire? Will of fire, you say? Gaara's sand claw struck at Asuma, who sidestepped and retaliated with a chakra blade. I've heard you Konoha people speak of the will of fire incessantly. I thought it was a profound concept, but it seems it only serves as an excuse to play the emotional card when reason fails, Gaara remarked with a sneer. Gaara. Karui shook her head and said, take this outside. Do not soil their grounds. Very well. With a sudden burst of strength, Gaara hurled Asuma out the window, swiftly departing the reception room. How is Miss Hinata? Karui inquired of Niji. Aside from a bit starry-eyed, she is otherwise well. Niji shrugged helplessly. That is good to hear. This village is about to undergo significant changes. Should anything arise, come directly to my office, Karui affirmed with a nod. What a commotion. With this, Konoha shall cease to exist, Obito mused internally as he exchanged control with Zetsu. His objective was simple, to manipulate Uzumaki Karui. Just as he had controlled the Mizukage of the Mist Village, he intended to wield Karui to gain real power. As a veteran figure who had been lurking since the inception of the Uzumaki organization, he believed Karui would never suspect him, given his seemingly carefree demeanor. It was time to join forces with Zetsu. Controlling the trajectories of both the Uzumaki and Akatsuki organizations would bring him one step closer to infinite Tsukuyomi. Besides Zetsu, the Akatsuki member Kisame was also aligned with Obito's faction. The timing was ripe. It was time to act. Within Naruto's consciousness, the gates of the Mind Palace stood wide open. The colossal Ninetales roared with a thunderous growl, its gaze fixed intently on the figure before it. There's no need to rush. I merely seek a contribution of chakra from you. Surely, you wouldn't react this way? Zetsu chuckled lightly. I thought we had a good rapport. His prolonged absence had been a result of entanglements within Naruto's psyche with Kurama. The power of the Sage of Six Paths was formidable, yet merely possessing it was insufficient to unify the ninja world. In the realm of Naruto, beyond the historical restoration of time, there existed an overt enforcer of destiny, the Sage of Six Paths. As Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura, surpassed the so-called prophecies. He had deviated from the path of fate. As the arbiter of destiny, the sage would intervene whenever Naruto and Sasuke found themselves unable to overcome adversaries or when one strayed from their destined path. Having previously remained a passive observer, the sage now recognized that Naruto's strength and actions had diverged significantly from before. As a system, Zetsu felt the suppressive force drawing nearer. The current strength was still insufficient to overcome the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, the power of the Ninetales was indispensable. To this end, Zetsu tirelessly attempted to persuade the Ninetales to comply, yet the latter, proud and obstinate, was not easily swayed. Once Zetsu released the seal, Kurama felt rejuvenated and prepared to challenge him. You're not the one I wish to fight. After all, I do not require your chakra, Zetsu replied, shaking his head. Let's talk. Kurama concentrated a tailed beast ball and launched it fiercely at Zetsu. With a casual wave, Zetsu transformed the tailed beast ball into fluttering butterflies, showcasing the power of the rules. As a system, he could convert any threat to his existence into another form. Only true deities could adjudicate the system. What a lively scene. Naruto emerged, looking up at Kurama with a smile. It's time to pay rent, Fox. Humph, that depends on whether you have the capability. Little brat. Kurama roared defiantly. In an instant, Naruto activated the Sage of Six Paths form, the atmosphere crackling with tension. Meanwhile, Zetsu silently observed. He knew what was about to transpire. The chakra of Kushina, sealed within, would emerge at a critical moment. For the first time, Naruto Uzumaki would truly meet his family. Chapter 82. Kushina Uzumaki, dissolved in the sadness of memory with a thunderous roar, the Ninetales unleashed a deep growl, condensing the tailed beast ball in its mouth before launching it fiercely towards Naruto Uzumaki. In response, Naruto clapped his hands together and would release erupted forth, the intricate and robust trees rising like colossal hands to intercept the tailed beast ball. In a mere moment, he shifted his stance, bringing down an enormous Rasengan with tremendous force. Bang! Despite the immense size of the Ninetales, it was not sluggish. With a powerful push from its limbs, it deftly evaded the Rasengan. Naruto formed a cross seal and utilized the shadow clone technique, spewing forth several streams of dragon fire that scorched the air around him. Such trifling techniques. The Ninetales scoffed, spinning its body to extinguish the dragon fire with its tail before unleashing another tailed beast ball. This time, unlike before, the tailed beast balls came in rapid succession. Even Naruto found it impossible to escape the explosive radius of such a barrage. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions of the tailed beast balls connected in a cacophony that reverberated with an intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Surely this isn't all you can muster? Naruto emerged slowly from the rubble, his wounds emitting a faint green glow. Aside from some torn clothing, his body bore no significant injuries. The Uzumaki clan's constitution, combined with Hashirama's cells and the Sage of Six Paths power, rendered him virtually impervious to instant annihilation by the tailed beast balls. For Naruto, an attack that could not obliterate him in an instant was, in essence, ineffective. Do not be so arrogant, brat. The Ninetales' pupils quivered as it bared its fangs, roaring defiantly. Its aura surged, power swelling as its eyes widened, and its sharp claws descended like a dark cloud. Naruto formed hand seals, and golden chakra chains burst forth from his body, rapidly expanding to ensnare the Ninetales' limbs, pinning them firmly to the ground. Diamond prison. Damn it, not this move again. The Ninetales roared, feeling the immense life force emanating from the chains. Not this move again. Naruto furrowed his brow in confusion. He only knew that his father had sealed the Ninetales within him, yet the beast was not of the Uzumaki clan. How then could it utilize the diamond prison technique? Kushina had never mentioned the tumultuous events surrounding the Ninetales rampage. As if resonating with his thoughts, more chakra chains emerged from the dark void, binding the Ninetales with such force that it could not even lash out in madness. Where did this diamond prison come from? Shouldn't it only involve the Ninetales and Minato? Naruto's brow furrowed, his instincts sharpening. You are Naruto? A red-haired figure stepped forth from the shadows, illuminating the dim ceiling space. The red-haired woman gazed at Naruto, her voice trembling with excitement. You know my name? Ah, could you be the true form of the Ninetales? Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of kinship and suddenly had an epiphany, exclaiming, You're actually a female fox? Bang! Kushina struck Naruto on the head, leaving a noticeable bump. What are you babbling about? You should know who I am at a glance. Kushina placed her hands on her hips. I can't tell. Naruto rubbed his head, scrutinizing her features, gradually realizing, red hair, and that peculiar speech pattern. You must be a member of the Uzumaki clan, right? Indeed. And I am your family. Kushina gazed at Naruto with hope, yearning to hear the words she had never heard in life. I'm sorry. I can't remember what my family looks like since the day I was born. Naruto inhaled deeply, calming his tumultuous emotions before speaking. Kushina faltered, her gaze dropping slightly as she whispered, Are you doing well? That headband of yours, did you get hurt? The Leaf Village headband bore a clear and steadfast scratch, a mark of a rogue ninja. Kushina opened her mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent. What is going on? Am I merely a background character? The Ninetales commented, observing the peculiar atmosphere. Just moments ago, they had been embroiled in a fierce battle. And now it had devolved into this. Enough of that. Mind your own business. Minato, seated atop the Ninetales' head, interjected, After all, his current state bears some of your responsibility. What's wrong with disliking humans? The Ninetales grumbled. To put it bluntly, it's your kind that stirs up trouble, constantly fighting with Sharingan techniques, wielding blades against one another while feigning innocence. With every loud cry of Demon Fox, do you even consider who treats us like weapons? It's laughable. All right. Try to complain a little less. Minato patted the Ninetales' head. I obliterated the Leaf Village, Naruto continued. I personally killed Kakashi, the third Hokage, Danzo Shimura, and perhaps even those Leaf ninjas who once fought alongside you. The nonchalant tone of his words struck Kushina's heart like a hammer. Naruto? Is that truly you? Kushina instinctively took a step back, sensing a sharp aura emanating from him, a blade that could not be rivaled, an essence of blood and iron. A 16-year-old should not possess such a presence. Uzumaki Naruto, the strongest rogue ninja in Leaf history. Naruto scoffed. Why would you do this? Kushina's hands trembled as she asked. Do you know the sacrifices Minato made? Of course, he sacrificed his own son. Naruto chuckled darkly. The hero of the Leaf sacrificed himself for the peace of the masses, a tale worthy of song. Yet the hero's son is branded a demon fox, enduring relentless torment. Reduced to a mere tool of the regime. Naruto? Kushina noticed the redness in Naruto's eyes, despite his seemingly casual tone. The hurt concealed within his words could not be concealed. Just take a look at the hero's son after you left. Naruto inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his emotions, and then activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, Kushina witnessed a transformation. The young Naruto clutched a torn wallet, crying helplessly amidst scattered coins, while drunken villagers snatched away the larger denominations. Not a single villager stepped forward to intervene against the drunken thugs. Deserved it. Stay away from him. He might turn into a monster and bite you. Better get out of the leaf quickly, spit. Villagers walked past him with expressions of disdain. Naruto. Kushina felt a pang in her heart, reaching out to touch him only to find her hand passing through. It dawned on her that this was a past event, memories, irrevocable scars. Chapter 83. The monster born from loneliness. Young Naruto wept until his tears ran dry. As dusk descended, the streets were devoid of pedestrians. With his head bowed, he picked up the coins scattered on the ground, a look of disappointment etched on his youthful face. Clutching the meager change, he hurried to the convenience store. Standing on tiptoe in hopes of purchasing some food, Kushina trailed behind him. The store owner feigned ignorance, burying himself in a newspaper and turning his back, grinding his teeth. Naruto kicked the shelf, causing items to topple. What are you doing? Can you be quiet? The owner finally stood up, irritably shoving Naruto aside. I want to buy something, Naruto replied, furrowing his brow as he held out his coins. Instant noodles, 3 cups. That's only enough for one. The owner snatched the coins, clicking his tongue. The prices are clearly marked. Those are for ordinary people, he sneered, adding. The price for a demon fox is 3 times that. How is that fair? Fair. Go argue with the Hokage and see if he has time to explain it to you. The owner tossed the bills aside, shouting, if you don't want to buy, then scram. Naruto attempted to retrieve the bills, but a gust of autumn wind swept them away. He cried out, chasing after the fluttering money into the deep night. Yet none could be found. Staring into the pitch-black void ahead, he realized that even if the money lay just beyond his reach, he could not see it. Ultimately, he returned to his cramped rented room with an empty stomach, opening the refrigerator to find only a half-empty carton of expired milk. The room was chaotic. The furniture void of life, the bed missing a leg, and the air reeked of instant noodles. Naruto lay on his bed, staring at the pale ceiling, tears flowing uncontrollably. Can't you let anyone sleep at night? What are you crying for? Hold it back. An angry shout echoed from next door. The soundproofing of these rented rooms had always been poor. Kushina clenched her fists, her hair floating as fury flickered in her eyes. In a single bound, she left Naruto's room, intent on storming into the Hokage's office to demand an explanation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, just a few steps out, she collided with an invisible barrier. Once again, Kushina realized this was a memory. Memories do not extend infinitely. The young Naruto lying on the bed could not possibly know what was happening in the Hokage's office, thus unable to create the scene. Powerless to bring any semblance of justice to her child, she could only watch him endure such suffering. Overwhelmed by despair, Kushina began to sob softly. The scene before her shifted once more. She lifted her head, finding herself in the training grounds of the Ninja Academy. Do you really want to play with me? Naruto asked incredulously, gazing at the group of children before him. Of course. I'm the class monitor, and I don't want anyone to be isolated. The monitor replied with a disingenuous smile. Let me explain the rules of the game. 2 people at the front and back will throw beanbags, while 1 person in the middle will dodge them. If the middle person catches a beanbag, they can choose someone to switch places with. Sounds easy enough, right? Of course not. Naruto exclaimed, eager to participate. All right then, Naruto, you can stand in the middle first. Me? Why me? Because you're amazing. And no one here is as agile as you. The monitor smiled. Okay, fine. Though a twinge of unease crept over him, Naruto acquiesced. The 4 children, each holding a beanbag the size of a palm, stared at Naruto with predatory glee. Ready? Begin. The monitor shouted, launching a beanbag directly at Naruto's face. Naruto swiftly reached out, but failed to catch it, and it struck him squarely. Thud. A dull sound echoed. Dazed. Naruto could barely react as the others hurled their beanbags at him, all aimed at his head, some even targeted below the belt. Undoubtedly, the contents of those beanbags were not mere beans but stones. The monitor and the others had evidently plotted this for a long time, pulling out more stone-filled bags from their pockets to pummel Naruto. In just a minute, Naruto was left bloodied and bruised. He did not flee, for his innocent heart believed this was how the game was meant to be played. Amidst the pain, he gathered his spirit, seizing a stone bag, and joyfully exclaimed, I caught one. I caught one. Switch. Ugh, how boring, I'm done. One child scoffed, discarding the stone bag and turning to leave. Seeing this, the other children followed suit, ready to depart. Wait, don't go. The game isn't over yet. Naruto pleaded, clutching the stone bag. He dashed forward, grabbing the monitor's hand. Please don't leave. The monitor halted, turning around to shout, everyone stop. Naruto-kun finally won. You can't just leave like that. The group exchanged glances, and under the monitor's urging, they reluctantly returned. Now it's my turn to catch the beanbags. Naruto-kun, you take my place. The monitor smiled gently. Okay. Naruto excitedly ran to the position previously occupied by the monitor, and with a command, he hurled the stone, knowing that hitting someone with it would hurt. He tempered his strength. Yet, the monitor still got hit on the forehead, a crimson mark blooming on his skin. Ah, that hurts. The monitor clutched his head, collapsing to the ground, crying out, my head, my head. What happened? A Chunin teacher, drawn by the commotion, approached, picking up the stone bag and revealing the jagged rock inside. Who threw this? The teacher barked angrily. It was him. Uzumaki. Naruto threw it. He did. The children pointed at Naruto, speaking in unison, using a rock disguised as a beanbag to attack a classmate. Your character is utterly vile. If you were like this as a child, what kind of scum will you become as an adult? The teacher seized Naruto by the hair, shouting, come with me to the office. Now, a monster is indeed a monster. Such a large stone, hurled with force, could kill someone, couldn't it? Freak. How disgusting. Can't we expel someone like this? Don't play with him anymore. Who knows, next time he might throw kunai. How terrifying. Kushina observed it all, the derision and malice from others, Naruto's innocence and helplessness, the loneliness that seeped into his blood, the fury that ignited in his eyes. This was the childhood of Uzumaki Naruto, the son of a hero, on this land stained with the blood of his parents. Chapter 84, Namake's Minato and the Memories of the Ninetales. This is insufficient. I observed Naruto and Kushina, contemplating for a moment before playfully tapping Kurama on the head and saying, "Bring that person out." "Who?" Kurama replied with evident irritation, lifting his head. "The fourth Hokage." At that moment, Naruto was maintaining the illusion of the Mangeki Sharingan. Suddenly, the adamantine seals on Kurama transformed into butterflies, scattering into the air. As Kurama roared and charged towards Naruto, its mouth wide open and brimming with malice. Would release. Naruto clapped his hands together, and thick tree roots extended from the ground. However, Kurama's speed increased abruptly, evading the onslaught of the roots. Its 9 tails morphed into chakra threads that connected to Naruto. As the chakra threads entwined with Naruto's very essence, a searing sensation coursed through him. He felt a surge of power as the tailed beast chakra enveloped him, overwhelming his consciousness with a tidal wave of negative emotions. 8 foxtails sprouted from his form. In this dark, crimson realm of consciousness, a golden figure emerged. He formed hand seals, and the black-red haze dissipated entirely. When Naruto opened his eyes, he beheld a man who bore a striking resemblance to himself. Clad in the Leaf Village vest and the Hokage's ceremonial robe, his sunny smile radiated warmth. "Namikaze Minato," the fourth Hokage began, but before he could finish, Naruto sprang to his feet and delivered a punch. The fourth Hokage, the hero of the Leaf Village, the Yellow Flash. Naruto's voice carried an edge of madness. "You have quite a few titles. Did you know you have another identity? You've grown, haven't you? You were just a little thing back then." Minato did not respond to Naruto's question, but softly remarked, "I can't wait to tell you about my exploits after growing up." Naruto's eyes shimmered with powerful vision. Before Minato, the scene shifted to Kakashi and Asuma engaged in battle with Naruto at the Valley of the End. His pupils widened in disbelief as he spotted Naruto's forehead protector. That was the mark of a rogue ninja. The battle intensified. Although it was a 1 against 2, Naruto held his ground, almost overwhelming his opponents. His array of jutsu, coupled with remarkable taijutsu and swordsmanship, was astonishing, far beyond what a mere 12 or 13-year-old should possess. As the climax approached, Naruto used a magnetic jutsu to pierce Kakashi's throat, following it up with a tailed beast bomb that shattered him, a gruesome spectacle of blood and dismemberment. The scene shifted again. Naruto found himself surrounded by the ninja army atop a cliff, jutsu and blades flying. He spun and wielded his kunai as if dancing through a massacre. A series of battles unfolded, culminating in a freeze frame of Naruto holding the severed head of Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepping out of the smoke with a chilling smirk. The Leaf Ninjas knelt in submission, none daring to resist. Blood flowed like a river. "Naruto, why are you doing this?" As the illusion ended, Minato struggled to comprehend the young man before him, who bore a striking resemblance but emanated an entirely different aura. "I still want to ask you why you did this to me." Naruto seized Minato by the collar, speaking coldly. "Why did you seal the 9 tails within me? Why did you make me a monster? What are you talking about?" Minato sensed something amiss. Naruto seemed less angry and more like he was lamenting to him. "Huh, it seems the great hero knows nothing," came Kurama's mocking voice. "Naruto, show him my memories. I've been inside you, witnessing more than you might imagine." Amidst the confusion, the scene transformed again. "I told you, you have no parents. You are merely a monster fox transformed." The Chunin instructor impatiently shook off Naruto's hand and declared, "For this incident, you will go to the classroom and apologize to the class leader. If they forgive you, it's settled." "I refuse," Naruto replied defiantly, lowering his head. "They were the ones who threw that at me. Stop making excuses. I've asked your classmates, and they all said you intentionally switched the sandbags. They're lying." "Why would they lie? Are you blaming the group for your own issues? Own up to your mistakes." "I did nothing wrong. They are the liars. They favor the class leader." "They favor the class leader? Then why don't they favor you? Is it not because you often misbehave and annoy others? Your grades are poor. You have no skills, and all you do is stir trouble. Did you not kick over the convenience store owner's shelf yesterday?" The Chunin instructor jabbed a finger into Naruto's forehead, teeth clenched. "That owner ignored me, so I kicked the shelf to get his attention." "Stop making excuses. You clearly have not recognized your own faults. I'm going to class, and you will stand here as punishment. You may leave only when I return." With a resounding slap on the desk, the Chunin instructor exited the office. Naruto remained alone in the empty office. Minato gazed at the wounds on Naruto's body inflicted by the stone, instinctively reaching out to touch him, only to have his hand pass through. Not far off, voices echoed, prompting Minato to leave the office and head towards the source of the sound. "Ah, senpai, are you finishing up for the day?" "Yes. I have no classes this afternoon and will head back early. Please lock the office door for me. But there are still people here. Lock it if anyone asks. Just say it was me. Go on now." After giving the young man instructions, the Chunin instructor departed from the ninja school. Although the young man felt sympathy for Naruto, he ultimately locked the door. As night fell, the students returned home. Naruto peered out the window, watching classmates being picked up by their parents, joyfully discussing the events of the day, envy filling his eyes. Time ticked by, and the office darkened. Even a bold individual like Naruto began to feel fear creeping in. In a pitch-black space, strange noises echoed from nowhere. Naruto attempted to open the window, only to discover it was firmly locked. His stomach growled, and feeling isolated and helpless. He cradled his head in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emerged. Conquering his fear, Naruto stood up to investigate the source of the noise, only to see Shikamaru and Choji at the window. "Don't worry, we'll get you out." Shikamaru gritted his teeth, pulling out a kunai from his pouch and thrusting it forcefully towards the window. The window shattered completely, and Naruto joyfully crawled out. The three of them chatting as they slipped away into the night, unaware of the unfamiliar eyes watching them from the shadows. The next morning, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji were summoned to the corridor. "Who did this? Who broke this window?" The Chunin instructor pointed angrily at the three, declaring, "If you don't speak up, I will punish all three of you." Chapter 85. The mini Ninetales. Why aren't you speaking? Answer me. The Chunin teacher ground his teeth, producing a grating sound. "It was me." Naruto stepped forward, shielding Shikamaru and Choji behind him. "You did it? That glass is reinforced. Even if you smashed your hand, you couldn't open it. Did you really lock him inside?" Shikamaru's face darkened with anger. "I broke it with that stone used for the sandbag," Naruto replied. "Very well. Admit that the stone belongs to you, apologize to the class leader, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred." The teacher contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Okay." Naruto nodded and turned to enter the office, but Choji grabbed his arm, his face filled with reluctance. "It's fine." Naruto brushed Choji's hand away. "It's not the first time. How dare you treat my son like this?" A thunderous voice erupted as Kushina, furious, rushed to confront the Chunin teacher, throwing a punch. Yet, no miracle happened. Her fist passed through the teacher's body, leaving her helplessly watching as Naruto approached the podium, bowed his head, and apologized to the hypocritical class leader. "We're all classmates. I forgive you," the class leader declared, posing like a victor. "You bastard. What right do you have to say that? Son, stand up straight. Do not apologize to such a person." Kushina was nearly driven to confront the class leader directly. "Thank you." Naruto still accepted the bullying in a humble tone. "Kushina? What are you doing here?" Minato stepped forward, astonished. "Minato?" Kushina was momentarily taken aback before rushing to embrace him, crying. It was Naruto who connected the memories. Everything that happened here are events from Naruto's childhood. As Minato comforted Kushina, he gazed at her petite figure. Time continued to flow. Naruto maintained a subtle distance from Shikamaru and Choji. He did not wish to burden them, even though they did not care about others' opinions. That night, Naruto rose from his bed, left his rental apartment, and made his way to the rooftop of the Ninja Academy. The vast expanse of night enveloped him. A cool breeze tousled his hair, and a blissful smile graced his face as he stood on the edge of the building. "I want to accuse my parents," Naruto murmured, "for bringing me into this world." Minato and Kushina stood behind him, their eyes trembling. Why do parents have the right to choose to have children, yet children have no choice in being born? Naruto leaned forward. Not everyone desires to be born into such a world so unreasonable. He leaped off without hesitation. "Naruto." Minato's figure flickered, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained, yet he could not catch Naruto's falling form. Naruto passed through him. For the first time, Minato felt a profound sense of helplessness. What did it matter if he was the fastest in the ninja world? Could he catch his son's memories? Whoosh. Several figures emerged from the shadows. The Konoha Anbu caught Naruto midair, swiftly rendering him unconscious and returning him to his rental apartment. The next day, Naruto awoke without any recollection of the previous day's events. Minato and the others understood this was due to the Ninetales memories. The influence of the reincarnation of Ashura had buried the extreme negativity deep within him overnight. The inability to contain it at that moment was purely due to the overwhelming burden of Naruto's negative energy and pressure. Even the powerful identity of Ashura's reincarnation was nearly unable to suppress it, highlighting the enormity of his resentment. However, this resentment did not dissipate, it only accumulated, growing ever larger, awaiting an opportunity. Time swiftly passed to the moment Naruto was falsely accused of theft, sitting alone on a swing in the park. Konoha had seen little of significance lately, aside from the death of a ninja struck by the Raikage lightning, until the appearance of White Zetsu. The revelation of truth completely enveloped Naruto in resentment, and his night-long conversation with White Zetsu drastically altered his character. Thus began the legend of the rogue ninja. The scene shifted back into Naruto's inner world. Enjoying a rather dull performance, are we? Naruto sat on the ground, coldly regarding the two. In any case, this is the childhood of Uzumaki Naruto, a monster nurtured by his own hands. Son, Kushina embraced Naruto, sobbing. How have you been? What did you eat for breakfast? What about lunch and dinner? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have friends? What do you do every day? Are you hurt? Wait. I'm suffocating. Cough. Naruto was somewhat taken aback. This was the second time he had been embraced this way. The first time was Hinata. How is Master Jiraiya? Minato quietly inquired. I heard he left Konoha, planning to travel again. Naruto managed to free himself from Kushina's grasp. I'm so sorry, Minato murmured. I never anticipated you would be treated this way, betrayed by everything I sought to protect. Minato had once thought he would be Naruto's growth model, the object of his admiration, yet Naruto did not even recognize the faces carved into the Hokage rock when he stood beneath it. He wished for Naruto to feel proud. to boldly declare to the world, my father is the Hokage, the hero of Konoha. Instead, in legend, Naruto was merely the monster he had defeated. Absurd, laughable, yet painfully real. The silhouette on the swing at dusk encapsulated an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Do not say you're sorry to me. Naruto gritted his teeth, staring at Minato. Next time, apologize properly outside. Outside, Minato was momentarily stunned. I will reclaim everything this world has taken from me. Naruto clenched his fists. Humph, quite a bold statement. What do you intend to do? Kurama scoffed, propping his head on his hands. I need your power, Kurama. Naruto turned to face the Ninetales. And why should I grant you that? Kurama retorted, simply because you've been residing in my body for over a decade without compensation? Humph, who would want to stay here? Enough already, Kurama. You needn't be so prideful at this moment. White Setsu perched on Kurama's head, chuckling. If you truly had no interest in this kid, you wouldn't be willing to let Naruto share your memories. I merely want these two to see what they have protected. Isn't that standing up for Naruto? I cannot argue with you. Kurama's ears perked up in exasperation, scratching his face helplessly. You little brat. I could lend you some chakra, but only on the condition that you let me out to breathe. Deal, Naruto replied as he began to exit his inner world. I will release you now. Naruto, Kushina called out, reluctant to let him go. We will meet again soon, but not in this dark place. Naruto clenched his jaw and furrowed his brow. In reality, Naruto opened his hands, biting his finger to summon the summoning seal, calling forth Kurama. Ha ha ha, the Great Lord, have finally returned. Wait, are you kidding me? The diminutive Ninetales, no larger than a palm, had barely begun to act arrogantly when it realized the height difference around it, causing it to jump in frustration. Chapter 86. The appearance of Uchiha Obito. Where is my majestic presence? Where is my thunderous roar that reverberates through the land? The Ninetales, dissatisfied, leaped onto Naruto's head and stomped with its four paws, exclaiming, transform me back at once. How can I accompany you in such a large form? What if you accidentally crush the little green one? Naruto waved his hand in refusal, and upon hearing this, the resting green serpent shivered and coiled up. But it doesn't have to be reduced to the size of a palm, does it? Have you ever seen that fox so tiny? Consider it an opportunity to experience the hardships of being a small creature. As he spoke, Naruto pinched the back of the Ninetales' neck with 2 fingers, rising to head towards the Whirlpool village. He had a score to settle with those people. Naruto, go have a word with Kaguya, said Bai, suddenly interjecting. There are traitors within the organization. Naruto's expression hardened, and he tossed the Ninetales onto the little green serpent before both he and the beast vanished in an instant. In the office, Kaguya was organizing public relations information regarding the village to ensure the swift maintenance of the economic chain and the allocation of resources among the villagers post-reconstruction. These were pressing matters that needed addressing. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, a hand rested on her shoulder. Obito? Weren't you supposed to smooth things over with Sister Bai? Kaguya glanced at him, then realized something and averted her gaze, avoiding direct eye contact. You will know soon enough. Obito's voice carried a hint of coldness. As soon as he spoke, Kaguya formed seals to cast a binding technique, attempting to ensnare him. Yet, Obito's form transformed into a shadow, and her binding technique passed harmlessly through him. Kamui. Kaguya's heart sank as she realized the gravity of the situation. Before she could react, Obito was right before her, gripping her throat and pinning her against the wall. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing. It's merely a dream. A terrifying power erupted from Obito's Sharingan, and Kaguya, usually occupied with administrative duties and limited to supportive combat capabilities, found herself powerless against the might of his Jinjutsu. With this, I can continue to masquerade as Obito, manipulating her consciousness from the shadows, leveraging this power to wage war against the Akatsuki, reclaiming the tailed beasts, while simultaneously retrieving the Rinnegan. As Obito contemplated this, he prepared to leave the office. A figure clad in the Akatsuki cloak entered through the door, causing Obito to momentarily freeze, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes, quickly suppressed beneath a facade. You must be Obito, as Kaguya mentioned, Naruto said with a smile. During my absence, you have dedicated yourself tirelessly to the organization. Well done. That's what a subordinate should do. After all, I am the strongest in the organization. Obito scratched the back of his head, chuckling. The strongest, you say? Naruto's hand moved to his waist, and in the next instant, he drew his ninja blade. The fierce gleam of the blade accompanied by a sharp aura. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Hey, no need to draw your weapon, boss. Obito exclaimed in alarm. Punishing traitors with a weapon is quite normal, isn't it? What traitor? I know more about the Sharingan's Jinjutsu than you do. I can assess Kaguya's situation at a glance. Naruto's eyes transformed into the pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan as he spoke. Do you have any final words? That should be my question to you, son of the 4th Hokage. Obito scoffed, his form dissipating as he retorted. I even held you as a child. You've grown up and turned your back on me? You are the one, the masked man? The Ninetales emerged from Naruto's embrace, speaking. I am Uchiha Madara. Long time no see. Ninetales? Obito responded with surprise. How did you come to look like this? Do you think I wanted this? The Ninetales could hardly contain its desire to spit a tailed beast ball at him. You are not Uchiha Madara. Naruto scoffed, unleashing a terrifying power from his Mangeki Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Obito was incredulous as he found himself trapped in a world of illusion. With his mastery of Jinjutsu, few could ensnare him. In his memory, only one person possessed such skill, Uchiha Itachi. Could Itachi have bestowed this Sharingan upon him? This Jinjutsu is also Itachi's ability. Descend into this false world. A blood moon rose behind Naruto, and the tragic scene replayed before Obito's eyes. He witnessed Kakashi's Raikiri piercing Rin's heart, blood gushing forth. Bastard. How do you possess Itachi's eyes? Obito clutched his chest, suppressing his rage as he shouted. His Kamui could completely nullify physical harm. Yet it could not immunize against Jinjutsu. I would like to ask you where you acquired your double Mangeki Sharingan. Naruto's voice was chilling as he continued. Uchiha Obito. You know everything, don't you? No one in this ninja world knows more than I do. Collecting all the tailed beasts to utilize the infinite Tsukuyami. Trapping the entire world in a beautiful dream. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, continuing, but dreams eventually end. Your actions merely stagnate civilization, stifling all possibilities. Shut your mouth. Someone like you, who wishes to become a dictator, can never comprehend my vision. Obito gritted his teeth, his fury causing the Tsukuyami illusion before him to gradually dissipate. You are merely clinging to a naive dream. As Naruto released the Tsukuyami, Obito returned to reality, quickly utilizing Kamui to pull Naruto into a separate space. In a cubic realm reminiscent of a forest, Naruto and Obito stood upon a platform. Once ensnared in this space, escape would be impossible. Obito sneered, stating, Next. I merely need to phase out, and by the time I release you, the ninja world will be at an end. Is that so? You underestimate me. Naruto scoffed. An unyielding consciousness surged into Obito's mind. The strongest Jinjutsu, Kotoamatsukami. The content inscribed within Kotoamatsukami dictated, never allow Naruto to enter Kamui's space. Instinctively, Obito activated Kamui. A vortex rising from them, ejecting him from the Kamui space. Well, what is happening? Obito gazed in disbelief at his hands. He tried to use Kamui on Naruto again. But no matter how he summoned his ocular technique, he could not utilize Kamui against Naruto. Are you ready to flee? Naruto clapped his hands, merging the Sage mode with the Ninetales chakra, transforming into a glowing golden chakra cloak. Black patterns resembling Magatama adorned his neck. And the overwhelming aura twisted the very fabric of space. Sage Fox mode. Chapter 87. Reckoning upon receiving the approval of the Ninetales, Naruto, empowered by the ultimate Sage mode, exhibited abilities far surpassing those depicted in the original narrative. The Cursed Seal's source body continuously absorbed natural energy, providing an immense reservoir, while his physique, enhanced by the chakra of the tailed beasts, had already eclipsed the speed of the Raikage. Naruto intentionally provoked Obito's Kamui with his speed. He was fast enough to evade Obito's gaze, rendering Kamui ineffective. In this moment, Naruto could rightfully be deemed the strongest in the shinobi world. In a flash, Naruto transformed into a streak of golden light. His fist passed through Obito's form, stirring tumultuous waves within Obito's heart. Fortunately, Obito possessed both eyes of Kamui. Otherwise, the speed of that punch would have left him no time to phase out. Had it not been for a mere half-breath, Naruto's fist would have reduced him to rubble. Quite the quick reaction, Naruto remarked with a shrug and a smile. In a single-eyed phasing state, you can maintain it for 5 minutes. But what about with both eyes? Obito, with a hint of trepidation, replied, As long as I enter the phasing state, I can sustain it indefinitely, provided I have enough chakra. Naruto gently patted Cheyenne's head, infusing her with chakra to break her illusion. Moreover, during your phasing, you cannot launch any attacks. Only by exiting that state can you strike effectively. Your understanding of this ocular technique is impressive, Obito noted, increasingly alarmed. He swiftly activated Kamui, pulling himself into the Kamui space, leaving behind a parting threat. But my objective has already been achieved. Farewell, Naruto. What just happened? Cheyenne abruptly shook her head, her mind still foggy. Obito has betrayed us. His abilities pertain to space-time ninjutsu, and I cannot apprehend him at this moment. Naruto, hands on his hips, replied. You take care of your affairs. I shall handle the rest. Ah, okay. Cheyenne nodded. Just as she stood up, a deafening explosion resonated from the village. In an instant, Naruto vanished, leaving a shadow clone to guard Cheyenne. Return to me, Konoha. Konoha shall endure. This place shall forever be Konoha. To be born a Konoha citizen is to die with the soul of Konoha. A multitude of villagers brandished protest signs, parading through the streets, their cries echoing loudly. Numerous Konoha ninjas brandished explosive tags, demolishing the homes of non-protesting villagers. Have you forsaken the will of fire? A Konoha ninja stormed into a villager's home, seizing the male inhabitant by the collar and shouting furiously. I just wish to live in peace, the villager pleaded, his face etched with despair. I beg you, spare us. When Konoha treated you well in the past, now, in this dire moment of survival, you choose to cower. The ninja raised his blade, seething with anger. This cowardly head has no value. I shall sever it. The soldiers of the fallen nation declared, surrender or be slain. Ice shards pierced the limbs of the ninja, immobilizing him. I shielded the child's eyes and snapped his fingers. Bang! The ninja erupted in a flurry of ice spikes, collapsing to the ground. Rest assured, we shall not allow these ruffians to run rampant, I stated, turning to a family of 3. This is the domain of our Uzumaki organization. Big sister, you're so cool. The child exclaimed, tugging at Bai's garment in admiration. Bai opened her mouth, poised to reply, yet ultimately chose silence. On the street, a procession led by Asuma Sarutobi formed a long line, advancing towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. This very establishment has always provided free meals to that trader. Perhaps they were in collusion from the start. A Konoha ninja shouted, raising his arm in fervor. Tear this place down. Smash it. Bring out the owner and execute him. The daughter can stay, she's quite lovely. The Konoha ninjas surged into the ramen shop, where a young man clad in an Akatsuki cloak sat calmly, slurping his noodles. Uncle. Business seems brisk today with so many customers. Naruto chuckled. If they were merely here for ramen, it would be a different matter. The owner, unfazed, squinted his eyes as his daughter clutched his arm in terror. Indeed, please draw the curtains. Naruto stood, turning to the ninjas of Konoha. A place for dining should not be sullied with blood. With each step he took forward, the ninjas retreated, swiftly forcing him out of the ramen shop. Traitor Naruto, Uzumaki. How dare you bring ruin to your own homeland? Regardless of your strength, we Konoha ninjas shall not yield. Asuma bellowed, the will of fire shall never extinguish. Oh, such a noble will of fire, Naruto sneered, gazing at the assembled ninjas. Among all present, who has not labeled me a monster? Who has ever regarded me with kindness? You have never approached me, merely heard tales and treated me as a beast, now seeking to deflect blame onto the environment and others. With no remorse. You call me the orphan of a monster, then turn around to mock me for being unable to take a joke. Naruto's voice grew louder. For you, collective bullying is permissible, is it not? In an instant, the previously boisterous villagers fell silent, the facade of righteous indignation shattered. Asuma Sarutobi, we are both sons of Hokage. Why is there such a disparity? Naruto advanced step by step, his voice icy as a blade. Ah, it is because your father still lives, while mine does not. Why did my father perish? Answer me. Asuma was forced to retreat, unable to muster the strength to respond. You wish to remain silent? Allow me to speak for you. Naruto clenched his fists, his voice booming. My father died to protect you, to safeguard the so-called will of fire. He believed that upon his death, his son would rise as the right hand of Konoha, a hero-esque child. He imagined his son would live a life of comfort, guided by a mentor in harnessing the power of the tailed beasts, with a spacious room to sleep in and grow amidst the warmth of the crowd. Naruto scoffed. Yet, tell me, all you instigators, all who deem my departure from Konoha as betrayal, have you ever done a single thing worthy of me? Silence reigned. I was wrong. A voice finally emerged. A Konoha Chunin confessed. I'm sorry. We should not have acted that way. In an instant, the tide turned, as people began to admit their faults. It is good that you acknowledge your errors. Naruto revealed a gratified smile, unsheathing his ninjat. I shall grant you a swift end. What? The people gazed in terror at the blade in Naruto's hand, expecting a moment of forgiveness instead. Do you think that inflicting such harm upon others can be absolved with mere words? You must bear the weight of your transgressions. Naruto's voice turned cold, with your lives. Chapter 88. Bloodstained Konoha. In an instant, Naruto's figure flickered as numerous blades of light sliced through the air, causing Konoha's ninjas to shatter like watermelons. Just as one was about to form a hand seal, he suddenly discovered that his fingers had been neatly severed. In the next breath, his head was soaring through the sky. The carnage was unstoppable. Naruto seized a ninja by the throat and slammed him forcefully into the ground. Boom. The earth cracked. And Naruto sneered, long time no see. Spare me, please. This ninja was none other than his former squad leader. Although he had matured, his face was one that Naruto could never forget. Back when the third Hokage was in power, he could only leave this man severely injured. But now that Konoha was no more, this man's end had inevitably arrived. Fear not, I shall grant the others a swift end, but you. Naruto's eyes transformed into the of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. I will subject you to endless torment and infinite rebirth. Tsukuyami. The terrifying ocular power instantly ensnared him in an illusion. Within the confines of this genjutsu, the ninja's mouth was forced open as hundreds of carrion insects wriggled their way inside, feasting upon his innards. Stop. Might Guy's figure erupted forth, unleashing a fierce whirlwind kick towards Naruto. Cease this at once. Heavy D's fist intercepted Might Guy, his expression resolute as he declared, Your enemy is me. If this continues, they will all be slaughtered. It is time to show our youth. Tintin and Lee, witnessing the scene, sought to intervene against Naruto, but were halted by Niji. It would be futile for you to intervene. Those people brought this upon themselves. Niji shook his head and said, Have you not noticed? Not a single member of the Inuzuka, Nara, or Akimichi clans has participated in this parade. The only ones protesting are those closely related to the Sarutobi clan. The victor takes all. The shinobi world is that simple. Shikamaru, still wrapped in bandages, or injuries that had yet to heal due to his inferior constitution compared to Choji and Niji. Loyalty must be accompanied by wisdom. Blind loyalty only complicates one's existence. This could be seen as a purification, eliminating hidden dangers. Niji nodded in agreement. Lee and Tintin were momentarily taken aback, although they did not fully comprehend. They ultimately refrained from stopping Naruto. "I'll fight you." Asuma roared, channeling his chakra into a blade that he swung fiercely at Naruto. What a pity for Lady Kurenai. Naruto pivoted and struck, severing Asuma's arm, blood gushing forth. To die a widow before even wearing a wedding dress. "I will kill you." Asuma had completely lost his reason. His left arm swung a chakra blade outward, but Naruto swiftly countered, embedding Asuma's arm into the ground, effectively pinning him down. Ice release, frozen blood. Naruto infused chakra into Asuma's veins, instantly freezing his blood with a chilling wave, rendering him conscious, yet immobile. "Asuma." Kurenai rushed forward with tears streaming down her face. Her abdomen slightly rounded, clearly indicating her pregnancy. "I will count to 3. If you do not stop, I will take action." Naruto turned his back to Kurenai, extending 3 fingers, his voice cold. 1. Asuma desperately wished for Kurenai to retreat, yet she charged forward, filled with sorrow and fury, hand seals forming as she prepared to battle Naruto. 2. Naruto's tone was frigid and resolute. Genjutsu, absolute lotus. Kurenai, with a determination to die, unleashed her jutsu. The moment she formed the seals, Naruto's emotionless countdown echoed. 3. Uft. Kurenai's body disintegrated into dust, not a single drop of blood spilled. Sage art, 1,000,000 slashes. Utilizing sage techniques to create multiple blade clones, Naruto struck with astonishing speed, achieving an effect that transcended the laws of space upon contact. Those struck by this attack would naturally leave no trace, vanishing into nothingness. Ahawk. Blood tears streamed from Asuma's eyes, his rage igniting his blood anew as he rose, throwing himself at Naruto with all his might. "Naruto, Uzumaki, I will kill you." Asuma's anguished roar echoed. "Die, you remnants of humanity." Without even drawing his blade, Naruto lifted his right foot and stomped down onto Asuma's head, shattering it with a resounding crack. Instead of the expected gory outcome, Asuma's head fractured like ice upon impact, for the liquid within had already been frozen solid. "Don't worry, your turn will come soon." Naruto grinned wickedly at the terrified ninjas who could not flee. "It seems today the Grim Reaper has an unusually busy schedule." That was close, thankfully. Naruto acted against that Akatsuki member first. Otherwise, had I ambushed him, I might have met my end. Orochimaru observed the chaotic battlefield, unperturbed. As he hastily departed the Akatsuki base with the cells of Hashirama and crucial intelligence in hand, he understood better than anyone that Naruto, already terrifyingly powerful, had ascended to an even greater level. Not even the combined might of the legendary 3 could match him. Konoha was finished. It was best to escape amidst the chaos, for he still held a trump card that Naruto had set his sights upon. At this moment, within Orochimaru's base. "How is your condition?" Kabuto inquired, observing Sasuke as he trained. "Excellent, but I require a sparring partner." Sasuke opened his eyes, an icy glint flashing within. "In that case, I shall summon a grass ninja." "No need, just you." Sasuke stood, drawing the Kusanagi sword from his waist. "Practice with me." Kabuto's expression shifted as he instinctively dodged, Sasuke's blade narrowly missing him. The threat of death loomed. "Chidori." Sasuke's Kusanagi sword crackled with brilliant lightning as he swiftly swung it towards Kabuto. Although Kabuto evaded the initial strikes, as Sasuke's speed increased, he was caught off guard and suffered a cut. Fortunately, Kabuto quickly mitigated the damage with his healing technique and threw a smoke bomb, using shadow clones to distract Sasuke while his real self escaped underground. What is all this commotion? Orochimaru pushed open the stone door and strolled in, eyeing Sasuke. Sasuke remained silent, gripping the shimmering Kusanagi sword, his gaze coldly fixed upon Orochimaru, exuding a palpable aura of killing intent. "It appears your rebellious phase has begun." Orochimaru chuckled darkly, his snake-like eyes flashing with malice. Chapter 89. The coming storm following Naruto's suppression of the uprising, the sign of Konoha was entirely dismantled, and the village was renamed Uzumaki Village. The Land of Fire was also rebranded as the Land of Uzumaki, while the Land of Wind became its allied nation. The former Akatsuki organization was repurposed as a maritime base for the Land of Uzumaki, undergoing significant redevelopment with the support of resources from larger nations, which drastically improved its efficiency. Currently, the Land of Uzumaki is in a developmental phase, needing to reform its laws and regulations from the ground up, and has not made any significant moves within the ninja world as of yet. The leader of Uzumaki Village is Uzumaki Karen. Although it is widely acknowledged that the entire land of Uzumaki was established through Naruto's efforts, he has no desire for any official title. His public position is merely that of an assistant to the land of Uzumaki, which, while not particularly grand, allows him direct meetings with the representatives. In truth, these superficial titles hold little significance for Naruto, even if offered a menial position, such as a janitor. The entirety of the land of Uzumaki would not dare to oppose his wishes. What he truly aspires to is not the title of the land of Uzumaki's feudal lord, but the title of Emperor of the Ninja World. His next plan involves gathering the tailed beasts with the Akatsuki to summon the 10 tails, acquiring the Rinnegan, and then extracting abilities from Kaguya. Only then can Naruto hope to contend with the Sage of Six Paths, even in his prime. The original Naruto would find it absurd to believe he could defeat the Sage. He must prepare for the ultimate Sage body, the Rinnegan, the Reincarnation Eye, and the Otsutsuki bloodline, all while contending with the impending invasion from the Otsutsuki clan. To maintain stability in the ninja world, merely relying on his current invincibility is clearly insufficient. Recently, White has sensed a disturbance in the world's laws, indicating that the Sage of Six Paths, as the enforcer of balance, is soon to descend. As an integral part of this world, Naruto's fate hangs in the balance. Whether he will succumb to the forces of suppression or defy destiny remains uncertain. That night, after savoring a hearty bowl of ramen, Naruto entered the Hyuga residence, only to discover that all the hotels he had planned to stay at were fully booked, and the rental property he had just acquired had been demolished for reconstruction. As a prominent assistant of the land of Uzumaki, sleeping on the streets was not an option. Shy yet determined, Hinata invited Naruto to spend the night in her room, and under the encouragement of their friends, he reluctantly accepted. Knocking on the door, he heard Hinata's gentle voice from within, "Come in." Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a bashful young woman adorned in sheer fabric, attempting to exude an alluring demeanor while feeling self-conscious. "Aren't you cold?" He raised an eyebrow, managing to utter the words after a moment of contemplation. "I am fine," Hinata stammered, initially wanting to express that they could share warmth, but hesitated. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her gaze lowered in a blend of trepidation and anticipation. "So, we only have one bed?" Naruto closed the door, his eyes settling on Hinata's position. "I've always slept alone." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "No worries, I'll sleep on the floor and won't take up your space," he responded with a light-hearted gesture. Hinata was taken aback, surprised by his words. "I'll go fetch a sofa," he said, turning to leave. In a moment of impulsive warmth, Hinata stood and embraced him from behind. The soft sensation of her form against his back was electrifying, the delicate fabric heightening the unusual thrill. "Let us sleep together tonight," she murmured, gripping his shoulders and turning him to face her. Without hesitation, she rose on her toes, pressing her lips to his. Only Naruto, it seemed, could inspire such boldness in Hinata. However, he was not oblivious to the situation. He knew that any misstep could provoke a lecture from White within him. Embracing Hinata's waist, he took the initiative, and her eyes grew dreamy as she surrendered some control over her body, attempting to overpower him. Their kiss lingered for 2 minutes before Naruto gently released her lips. Clearly a bit dazed, Hinata bit her lower lip and pulled him onto the bed, pouncing on him without hesitation. "Wait." Naruto did not reciprocate this time. Instead, he reversed their positions, pinning Hinata down without proceeding further. "Let's leave it at this for now," he said softly. "Why?" Hinata asked, confusion evident as her chest rose and fell, struggling to contain her excitement. "I won't engage in such activities before marriage," he replied, shaking his head as he sat on the bed. "I'm not the type to lead someone on without proper commitment. When will we get married?" Hinata puffed her cheeks in discontent. "After I unify the ninja world and put an end to these wars," he stated seriously. "A formidable enemy is on the horizon, and I want to ensure your safety." The lessons learned from Minato and Kushina's fate had profoundly shaped his understanding, until all adversaries had been vanquished. Significant life decisions could not be made lightly. "Well, that's a matter for later. Right now, it's time to rest," Hinata replied, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind, unexpectedly exuding an alluring aura. "I told you I won't engage in such activities," he reiterated. "Then let us find another way," Hinata countered, pushing him down and licking her lips. "There is still plenty of time before dawn, right?" In the rain village, Itachi Uchiha sat perched on a beam, contemplating how to approach Sasuke. With Orochimaru's whereabouts currently unknown, the Akatsuki's strict internal policies meant that any unsanctioned actions on his part would raise suspicions. With Konoha's fall, few knew of his true allegiance as an undercover agent. Abandoning his brother and fleeing was now his only option. What Naruto's true intentions were remained unclear to Itachi, but he understood that it was best to keep his distance for now. The current tranquility in the ninja world was merely the calm before the storm. A head popped out beside him. "There's a mission assigned to you and Kisame," Zetsu announced. "What mission?" Itachi inquired, feigning confusion despite a flicker of excitement within. "We're to eliminate Orochimaru. I have located his whereabouts." "Eliminate him? Why?" Though pleased internally, Itachi maintained an expression of curiosity. "The Two-Tails Jinchuriki has fallen into Orochimaru's grasp, and we must retrieve it," Zetsu explained. "The tailed beasts are nearing completion." Chapter 90. The Calamitous Orochimaru. From Orochimaru's hand surged several serpentine forms, dark and sinuous. Sasuke swiftly wielded the Kusanagi sword, severing them with precision. Stepping forward, he concentrated the bright lightning energy in his palm. Chidori's sharp spear. The electric force transformed into a spear, thrusting forward. Yet, in a peculiar twist, Orochimaru evaded the strike. Sasuke clicked his tongue in frustration, forcefully slashing with the Chidori sharp spear. Orochimaru leaped, weaving hand seals midair, causing multiple gray serpents to erupt from the ground beneath Sasuke, sinking their fangs into him. Evil serpent arm explosion. Boom. The serpents exploded, showering blood and flickering with purple-black lightning. In his cursed mark state, Sasuke gazed coldly at Orochimaru, his aura surging violently. Orochimaru unleashed a long serpent from his mouth, lunging at Sasuke, who swiftly countered, releasing a barrage of lightning-infused shuriken that, enhanced by the Sharingan, struck with uncanny precision. Slicing sounds filled the air as the shuriken pierced through Orochimaru's form, which then morphed into white serpent skin, disappearing. When he reappeared, two serpentine arms swiftly clamped around Sasuke's throat. Unperturbed, Sasuke released lightning chakra throughout his body, channeling it into the serpent arms, igniting their cells into charred remnants. Chidori flow. Quite skilled, aren't you? Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Prepare to meet your end. Sasuke suddenly flared his cursed wings, gliding downwards as Orochimaru formed hand seals. Unleashing a violent gale. The ground trembled under the force, the air vibrating with the intensity of the wind release. The tempest struck Sasuke mid-glide, sending him hurtling away, dissipating the black lightning in his grasp. Orochimaru's use of wind release, which inherently counters lightning release techniques, amplified its power several-fold, rendering Sasuke unable to withstand it. Even his gliding ability in the cursed mark state was overshadowed by Orochimaru's superior combat experience. I had hoped to delay, but it seems I must resolve this swiftly lest my sleep be disturbed. Orochimaru sneered as he approached Sasuke. Sasuke was his final trump card. If he could utilize the reanimation jutsu to seize Sasuke's body, he would not only gain the Sharingan, but also perfectly replace Uchiha Sasuke. The relationship with Naruto would not suffer, and he could even approach Itachi Uchiha to seize the Sharingan as well. A 2-for-1 deal. As long as he could occupy Uchiha Sasuke's body, Orochimaru would experience a magnificent transformation in his life. However, the world often presents challenges that are anything but easy. Orochimaru. Clad in the Akatsuki cloak, Itachi Uchiha emerged from the shadows, his crimson Sharingan strikingly prominent. Long time no see. What brings the illustrious Akatsuki to this place? Seeking old debts, perhaps? Orochimaru hesitated, forcing a smile. Or perhaps you seek to rescue your dear brother. Itachi. Sasuke rose from the ground, his gaze fixed on the figure he had longed to eliminate, exclaiming his name. Ah, it seems your brother is quite concerned for you, Mr. Itachi. Hoshigaki Kisame, bearing his signature eerie smile, interjected. Merely a powerless fool, Itachi dismissed, his attention returning to Orochimaru. Hand over the two tails, Jinchuriki. Sasuke. Upon seeing Itachi, Sasuke lost all composure, channeling the Chidori sharp spear and launching it at Itachi. Swish. Itachi transformed into a flock of crows. Foolish brother, he remarked with a tone of exasperation. Kisame, Orochimaru is yours to deal with. Hiki, then I shall not interfere with your family matters. Kisame declared as he charged towards Orochimaru, unsheathing his sword, the Samahata. Clang. Orochimaru barely deflected the strike with the Kusanagi sword, the weight of Samahata bending it under the force. The tremors from the impact sent pain coursing through his hands. If I surrender the two tails Jinchuriki to you, will you leave? Orochimaru gritted his teeth, forcing a smile. You think you can negotiate? If you hand over the Jinchuriki, I might leave, but whether Mr. Itachi goes with me is entirely up to him. Kisame advanced, exuding a palpable aura of intimidation. Then it seems there is nothing to discuss. Cold sweat beaded on Orochimaru's brow as his head elongated, snapping at Kisame's neck. Kisame swiftly evaded, then struck the ground with hand seals, summoning several shark-shaped water projectiles to assault Orochimaru. With lightning speed, Orochimaru formed seals, erecting an earth wall to withstand the assault. Kisame inhaled deeply, swinging Samahata down upon the earth wall with terrifying force. The wall shattered under the onslaught. Such exaggeration. Orochimaru gasped, realizing too late to form seals. As Kisame swung Samahata again. Swish. Samahata cleaved Orochimaru in two, his serpent skin scattering across the ground. Serpent substitution jutsu. Kisame quickly extended his chakra to sense Orochimaru, who was burrowing underground. A realist, Orochimaru promptly abandoned the impractical notion of taking Sasuke with him. His sole focus was now on escaping with the two tails Jinchuriki. As long as he retained the Jinchuriki, he would possess leverage in negotiations. However, he had barely begun to escape when Naruto appeared at the base. What's the rush? Orochimaru? With a forceful stomp, Naruto unleashed a torrent of chakra into the ground, fracturing it entirely. Orochimaru was propelled from the earth, truly plagued by misfortune. Orochimaru lamented, clutching his head as he faced the two Akatsuki members. You need not flee. The item you seek is already lost to you, Naruto proclaimed. Brandishing a cage containing the two tails Jinchuriki, bound tightly with chains, even their mouths sealed shut, their once proud demeanor now diminished. Is this the two tails Jinchuriki? Kisame observed the injuries on the captured figure, marked with purple and red, evidence of experimentation. Indeed, I personally delivered them to him. I know exactly where they are. Naruto replied with a light chuckle. So, do you want them? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here, would you? Hand over Uchiha Sasuke to me. Shouldn't you be speaking to Orochimaru about that? Boom. An explosion resonated from behind Kisame as the battle between Itachi and Sasuke erupted from within the building to the outside. Your brother Itachi won't let me take him so easily, will he? Naruto squinted, his eyes narrowing. Chapter 91. Sasuke and Itachi, that is their family matter. Kisame shrugged and remarked, I can at most refrain from intervening. Alright, then take this back and report. The rest, just pretend you didn't see. Naruto tossed the cage in front of Kisame, then clapped his hands, transforming into Sage Fox mode, radiating golden light. Don't cause any fatalities. Kisame jested as he grabbed the cage. Rest assured, Naruto gathered a Rasengan in his hand, and in an instant, charged towards Orochimaru. Launching him away, I only kill those who cannot be killed. Orochimaru swiftly regained his footing, first evading the Rasengan with the snake-style substitution technique, then forming hand seals and slamming his hands to the ground, summoning the triple Rashomon. Naruto extended his hands. The tailed beast chakra from his back sprouted several golden chakra arms, from which various elemental Rasengan coalesced. In his left hand, he held the Sage Art Magnet Release Rasengan, while in his right was the multi-tailed beast bomb. The chakra arms surged forward, delivering a crushing blow with the Rasengan. A chaotic amalgamation of Rasengan erupted. Boom! The explosion, born from the intertwining of the tailed beast bomb and Rasengan, formed a semicircular chakra shield, shattering the triple Rashomon like paper, sending debris flying. Orochimaru was obliterated into dust by the intense bombardment of the tailed beast bomb. The shockwave from this explosion even reached the nearby Uchiha brothers engaged in battle. Such power! Could it be that he has arrived? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Orochimaru's location due to absolute intelligence, but how did Naruto, still in the developmental phase of his powers, ascertain the location of Orochimaru's base? He did not understand that Naruto possessed an extraordinary perception ability, granted by the Sage Body, transforming him into a vast radar capable of mapping the entire ninja world merely by wandering around for a while. Locating Orochimaru's base was a trivial task. What are you looking at? Sasuke's Chidori surged forward. Itachi effortlessly deceived Sasuke's attack, using his Sharingan Jinjutsu in conjunction with a regular clone. And as Sasuke retaliated with his Chidori blade, Itachi unleashed a clone explosion, injuring Sasuke. Sasuke was sent reeling backward, even bouncing off the ground. This is truly challenging. I almost struck a fatal blow. Sweat trickled down Itachi's face, while Sasuke, believing his opponent was fatigued by his assault, wore a confident smile. This is a technique I prepared just for you. Sasuke formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release, great dragon fire technique into the sky, where flames erupted and conjured storm clouds, torrential rain pouring down. He summoned a multitude of lightning with Chidori, weaving it into a magnificent Kirin, electric arcs colliding. Lightning release, Kirin, renowned as the pinnacle of lightning ninjutsu. The technique is commendable, but the preparation time is excessively lengthy. Just be careful not to strike yourself. Itachi looked up, bracing himself against the impending Kirin. The advantage of this ninjutsu lies in its vast range and rapid speed, since it primarily employs natural lightning. Chakra consumption is minimal. However, its conditions are exceedingly stringent. One must use the Sharingan to perceive the lightning's flow, seize the opportune moment, and rely on favorable weather. Otherwise, even with the great dragon fire, one cannot conjure storm clouds on a clear day. This was precisely why he chose to confront Orochimaru today, as the weather was overcast. There is no escaping this. The range and speed of this ninjutsu are top tier, and it is impossible to evade its attack in such a short time. Itachi's body radiated with orange flames, blood seeping from his Mangeki Sharingan, just as he intended to rely on Susanoo to withstand the attack. Naruto's figure transformed into a flash of golden light. The Kirin descended, aimed directly at Naruto. Naruto. Sasuke was momentarily stunned, his heart racing as he realized he wanted to retract the Kirin, but once unleashed, it was impossible to call back. Kurama. Naruto formed hand seals, his entire being engulfed in golden flames, chakra morphing into a golden fox enveloping him. Wood release sprouted from his chakra arms, transforming into protective arms that tightly wrapped around the fox's limbs, then positioned in front to withstand the lightning release Kirin's onslaught. What a terrifying power. The colossal fox landed on the ground, and the formidable lightning release Kirin merely scorched his protective arms, not even tearing through them. Sasuke's expression darkened, seeing Naruto unscathed. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor and spoke. What are you doing here? I was worried you might get abducted by some strange old man, Naruto replied, dispelling the giant fox form and looking at Uchiha Sasuke. Before the Sage of Six Paths descends, he will undoubtedly seek out the reincarnations of his two sons. As an anomaly, Naruto is naturally unafraid of being taken away by the sage. However, Sasuke is a different matter. if he does not keep Sasuke close. It could become troublesome if the Sage of Six Paths appears in his dreams to brainwash him. Naruto requires the power of Kaguya Tsutsuki, necessitating her summoning. Yet, while summoning is easy, sending her away is challenging. Replicating her abilities and ensuring her departure relies on the sealing technique executed simultaneously by the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. The Six Paths, planetary devastation. If Sasuke were to be taken away, the difficulty level of the boss would escalate significantly. I don't understand what you're saying, in any case. Step aside, Sasuke said, narrowing his eyes and speaking softly. I intend to kill Uchiha Itachi. This is a matter within our clan. The Uchiha clan is dwindling. Do you still wish to turn against one another? Naruto shook his head and said, Uchiha Itachi, reveal the truth from that year. Konoha has already been destroyed by me. You have nothing left to entangle yourself with, do you? Why do you believe there is nothing left to entangle with? Itachi narrowed his eyes, murmuring for me. The threat has not yet dissipated. Are you afraid of me? Naruto scoffed, gazing at him. Or are you wary of that masked man? You know? Itachi was somewhat taken aback. I know everything. The identity of the masked man, the reason you annihilated the clan, and the matter regarding Shursui. Naruto waved his hand and continued. If, despite knowing this, you still refuse to reveal the truth, it signifies that you do not regard this brother at all. You believe that Sasuke lacks the ability and responsibility to bear the future of the Uchiha clan, hence your concealment. This protection has ultimately morphed into an unwillingness to let go, making you think that if you do not die, Sasuke will not grow. Naruto continued, Uchiha Itachi, the one who exterminated the clan, your unwavering loyalty to Konoha has ultimately turned to meaningless ashes. Aside from this, brother, you carry no burdens. Choose the right path. For some things cannot be born alone. Trust your last remaining kin in this world. Chapter 92, The Clash of Ideals. It was with a sigh that Itachi observed Sasuke, who wore a bewildered expression, utterly lost as to the conversation he was having with Naruto. He began to recount the events leading up to the night of the Uchiha massacre. So, you simply went ahead and killed your parents? Sasuke clenched the hilt of his blade, trembling with fury. He raised his head and shouted, Is the power you possess not meant to protect your family? Did the Uchiha clan shed even a single tear when you annihilated them? For what? The will of fire, which in your eyes holds less value than your own kin. I did it for you. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Itachi grasped Sasuke's shoulders and declared, regardless of whether I assist Konoha, they would have exterminated the Uchiha. I could only negotiate for a single condition, and that condition, undoubtedly, was to ensure that my younger brother, Sasuke, survives and matures. The discord between the Uchiha clan and Konoha was not a recent development. If Konoha were left to act unimpeded, there would be no survivors. Itachi's intervention would weaken the Uchiha's combat capabilities while providing him with a measure of convenience, demanding only the preservation of a young boy. What could be more advantageous? While Itachi mournfully slaughtered his entire clan, Danzo awaited the retrieval of Uchiha corpses with a smirk. How despicable! How despicable! Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. Realizing that he had always been sheltered, powerless to effect change, a wave of helplessness washed over him. The hatred that had sustained him was merely a facade cloaked in the shrouds of blood-soaked governance, with the truth being both cruel and stark. Now, it's your turn to reminisce, Naruto said, observing the tearful expressions of the two. With a hint of exasperation, he added, I'll take my leave. See you later. Where are you going? Itachi inquired, glancing at Naruto. To find your leader, Naruto replied, and with that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Rain Village. Towering structures reminiscent of a steel forest stood amidst the incessant downpour, yet the market cries resonated with vitality. Clad in a straw hat, Naruto stepped forward. Raindrops striking the brim, emanating an aura of formidable intensity. To the discerning eye, droplets of rain would split apart just before making contact with him. This was a manifestation of his long-term training in the Sage mode, allowing him to project his chakra into a tangible form, akin to conjuring something from nothing. The renowned Naruto Uzumaki. Konan appeared atop a rooftop, her voice soft yet devoid of warmth. What brings you to Rain Village? I need to discuss something with your leader. Naruto replied, lifting the brim of his hat and smiling. We're practically comrades. Do me a favor and let me through. Very well. Your attire signifies our leader's trust in you. Follow me, Konan conceded after a moment's thought, just as she turned to lead the way. Naruto's laughter took on a manic edge. Wait a moment, I distinctly remember my brother, Nagato, does not reside in this direction. Konan halted. The atmosphere grew tense amid the gentle patter of rain. What is your purpose here? Konan asked, casting a frosty glance at Naruto. Did I not mention? I am here to negotiate, he replied with a casual smile. Did Jiraiya inform you of this? She continued to probe. Please guide me, sister, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. I prefer to avoid creating a scene. In truth, I am quite directionally challenged, he added with a chuckle. As Konan transformed into paper and fluttered about, she murmured. I forgot how to find my way home long ago. Are you lost or merely without a home? Naruto questioned. The red hue of the Sage of Myoboku's eyes flickering at the corners of his gaze, his presence surging. It matters not. As long as you know the path to the afterlife. Ultimate Sage Mode. Konan manifested wings of paper, hovering in midair, with hands forming seals. She prepared to strike at Naruto when a commanding voice echoed from a distance. Stand down, Now is not the time for battle. Pain appeared between them, regarding Naruto with a steady gaze. I am inclined to hear your perspective. Are you addressing me as Pain or as Nagato? Naruto narrowed his eyes. I am both Pain and Nagato. Speak your mind, he replied impassively. I am to unify the ninja world, and for that, I require the gathering of the nine-tailed beasts to gain overwhelming power, Naruto stated plainly. Is that all? Pain's expression remained unchanged. That is all. Then it seems an intense confrontation awaits us. Why is that? Do you disagree with my vision? Your ideology embodies that of a dictator. How can I trust what manner of individual you are, or how you would transform the ninja world? And what is your alternative? To wield tailed beasts as weapons for extreme intimidation, positioning yourself as an omniscient judge, much like a deity, to pass judgment on right and wrong within the ninja world? Naruto scoffed. Who can ascertain that this so-called deity would not abuse their power? Who can delineate absolute justice? Do you truly possess the capability to deliver fairness? If a conflict arises in the ninja world, say, the Water Nation attacks the Lightning Nation, and upon investigations, you discover that the Lightning Nation monopolized trade with the Water Nation, forcing them to retaliate, what then? Naturally, I would prevent the Lightning Nation from obstructing others' trade. Excellent. Yet what wrongdoing has the Lightning Nation committed? They neither stole nor robbed, they merely sold their goods to the Water Nation at a lower price. Although this resulted in the Water Nation's goods going unsold, is their approach illegal on an international scale? Then let there be clear pricing for goods, forbidding malicious underpricing. What constitutes malicious underpricing? What standard defines clear pricing? Naruto continued, laughing. Moreover, all this rests on your understanding that the Water Nation is at war due to trade monopolization. Will you truly have the omniscient perspective to grasp the complete reality? If you fail to see clearly and unleash tailed beast weaponry upon a nation suffering under covert manipulation, afterwards reveling as if you've performed a noble deed, would that not be farcical? So, according to your approach, unifying the entire ninja world would ensure peace? Pain fell silent, having aspired for divine control but neglecting the absence of divine perception. As long as humanity exists, conflict and friction are inevitable. Yet, unification might at least quell the blood-soaked wars that have plagued us. Naruto declared earnestly. Creating a society where all can live in peace is a gradual endeavor, and my foremost task is to ensure that people are not uprooted from their homes. Such a vast number of individuals cannot be easily united. Create a common enemy, one formidable enough to warrant the collective resistance of the entire ninja world. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Naruto's eyes. People tend to momentarily unite in the face of such threats. Chapter 93, The Eye of Rebirth. Acquiring unique abilities. Naruto's words piqued Nagato's interest, ultimately leading him to allow Chunin to bring Naruto to him, as he wished to converse with Naruto face to face. However, at that moment, Chunin realized that Naruto had already known the location of Nagato. Throughout the journey, Naruto had been walking ahead of her. The ultimate sage body's probing ability was truly a profound connection to both heaven and earth. The two arrived at a stone chamber where Nagato waited. His body impaled with iron rods, his upper body emaciated, while his lower half was entirely mechanical, rendering him nearly immobile. His pallid visage, coupled with his gray Rinnegan, exuded an aura of terror. Isn't it quite a sight? This is my current state, Nagato remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Just a nose and two eyes. There's nothing different. Naruto shook his head, murmuring, we are of the same clan, enduring suffering. Nagato paused, realizing that Naruto was also a member of the Uzumaki clan, akin to himself. Strangely, he felt an urge to confide in him. Naruto placed his hand on Nagato's shoulder, attempting to use medical ninjutsu to heal him while simultaneously activating the system's replication function. Replication successful. Acquired the bloodline limit. Rinnegan. The Rinnegan, one of the three great ocular techniques, was now in Naruto's possession, having already gathered two. The final one remained, the Transmigration Eye. Only the chakra of the Tsutsuki and the pure Byakugan of the High GA could unlock it, holding powers of destruction and creation. Once he amassed all three ocular techniques, combining the Transmigration Eye mode with Sage Fox mode and Kaguya's bloodline, defeating a Sage of Six Paths would pose no challenge. Kaguya and Shin were immensely powerful but lacked combat experience, which led to their downfall in the original narrative. However, Naruto was different, seasoned by countless battles. His experience was vast, and combined with his innate combat intuition, he was more than capable of facing a Sage of Six Paths. With the Rinnegan he had replicated, Naruto could freely switch between ocular modes, utilizing either the Rinnegan combined with the Manjiki Sharingan or Dual Rinnegan. Most terrifyingly, as the owner of this pair of Rinnegan was Uchiha Madara, Naruto could also wield Madara's exclusive Rinnegan abilities. Limbo, Border Jail. He could summon shadows perceptible only to those possessing the Rinnegan or who had mastered Sage of Six Paths techniques. These shadows could withstand attacks or ambush enemies, possessing abilities identical to his own. If Naruto desired, after employing Limbo, Border Jail, he could manifest multiple colossal foxes invisible to his foes, donning Susanoo, essentially transforming into an unseen harbinger of death. Not even the 5 Kage could stand against him. The entirety of the ninja world would falter before Naruto. This is futile. It is the Rinnegan's doing, and cannot be healed. Nagato shook his head, coughing lightly. To be honest, I still harbor doubts about you. But I am willing to take a gamble. Listening to you just now, I realized that being a judge is also a torment. One wrong choice could condemn countless innocent lives, and I must endure, conducting endless judgments. Should I perish, the long-suppressed ninja world would undoubtedly erupt into a horrific war. All efforts would turn futile, perhaps even resulting in greater casualties. Nothing is more disheartening than this. Then it seems we have reached a conclusion. You will assist me in gathering the tailed beasts, and I shall present to you a peaceful ninja world, Naruto declared, lowering his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. Next, we must address another pressing matter. What is it? Nagato inquired, perplexed. Dealing with traitors, a cold glint flickered in Naruto's eyes. Sister, has Kisame returned? Not yet. He is usually quite reliable. How could he become a traitor? Konan expressed her disbelief. I entrusted the two-tails Jinchuriki to him. And having spent half a day in Amigakure, he should have arrived by now. Even at a leisurely pace, Naruto continued. Others might have been delayed. But Kisame is not the type to falter on a mission. That is true. He has never been tardy, Konan nodded. Perhaps he met with the mastermind midway. It is likely the others you captured have faced the same fate. We must return at once. I will summon Pain to assist you. Remain vigilant. Naruto and Konan vanished in an instant. Upon arriving at the Akatsuki's hideout, they discovered that the 6 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki had already been taken, yet the 8 tails, 3 tails, and 7 tails had been extracted. Moreover, Zetsu had vanished under the pretense of gathering information. Currently, excluding Gaara and Naruto, the Akatsuki possessed only 3-tailed beasts, while the traitorous Kisame's faction also held 3, the 2 tails, 6 tails, and 5 tails. Based on Tobi's intel, Naruto surmised that both Kisame and Zetsu were aligned with Tobi, likely fleeing due to the peril of remaining within the Akatsuki. Naruto could easily deduce that the 2 tails, 6 tails, and 5 tails had been locked away in Kamui's space by Tobi. However, while the Akatsuki was anxious, Naruto remained unperturbed. He did not immediately seek Tobi, knowing that even if he found him, Tobi could simply retreat into Kamui, leaving Naruto with no means to confront him. To replicate Kamui, he would need to make contact, and mere phasing through one's body did not qualify as contact. As long as he possessed tailed beasts, Tobi would not dare to hide indefinitely. The pressing matter remained to stabilize the ninja world. Recently, he had heard that all major nations, except the Land of Wind, had convened a United Nations conference. It was unnecessary to speculate. This certainly pertained to him. Yet Naruto chose to remain silent, opting to wait for the opposing forces to approach. After all, with Sage Fox Mode, the strongest lightning armor, 8 gates, Rinnegan, Mangeki Sharingan, and Hashirama cells, do not question whether he could not defeat them. Rather, fear that they might not dare to confront him. Without further ado, with just the Ninetales enveloped in Susanoo, how many would dare to make a move? That night, due to Hinata's restless antics the previous evening, Naruto succumbed to fatigue by midday and, unable to resist, dozed off in an office chair. In his dreams, he found himself in a vast, wide expanse, surrounded by various versions of himself from different times. There were smiling faces, weeping faces, expressions of despair and exuberance. The final figure standing before him was the 7th Hokage, clad in a ceremonial robe, a middle-aged man strikingly reminiscent of himself. You were meant to tread this path, Uzumaki Naruto, an enigmatic voice resonated, seemingly distant yet strikingly close. Gradually revealing itself was a mysterious entity with coffee-colored hair, dressed in a white coat, crowned with 2 horns. The Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 94. Encounter with Bai and the Sage of Six Paths. The system and the power of suppression. Is this the path I was destined to tread? A mocking expression appeared on Naruto's face as he spoke. In your eyes, we are merely obedient marionettes, aren't we? After you embarked on this path, how much destruction have you wrought? The Sage of Six Paths shook his head, wearing a resigned expression as he replied, you throw tantrums like a child, wreaking havoc. In the end, what have you truly gained? I have attained rebirth. Naruto's eyes flashed with fierce determination. The antiquated system, erroneous ideologies, and unending wars, I have indeed obliterated quite a bit. Those who are too timid to shatter anything ultimately create nothing. You are mistaken. The Sage of Six Paths said with a slight furrow of his brow. That judgment is not yours to make. Naruto pressed his palms together, instantly entering Sage Fox mode. Rather, it is time and history that will testify. I have witnessed too much history over endless time. Individuals like you do not meet favorable ends. I have never sought a favorable conclusion for myself. With a powerful stomp, Naruto unleashed a terrifying force, the ensuing gale shattering the illusions around him. Boom. Naruto's fist collided with the Sage of Six Paths, who raised his hand to block it. The impact twisted the very fabric of space. And I shall not allow you a favorable end either, old man. A manic smile spread across Naruto's face as he whispered. Even in death, I will not succumb to your will. Do you understand? You hold no authority over me. The severed puppet danced wildly, unrestrained. There is no trace of him within you. What is happening? Your essence is undoubtedly that of his reincarnation. The Sage of Six Paths sensed something amiss, his gaze darkening as he spoke. If that is the case, there is no choice but to proceed. He transformed his consciousness into a sharp arrow, shooting it into Naruto's mind. attempting to alter his thoughts. As the founder of the ninja sect and a being intertwined with the very laws of the world, his mental invasion was far more potent and steadfast than that of any celestial being. Though Naruto currently stood unparalleled in strength within the ninja realm, he was not invulnerable to the Sage of Six Paths. Just as the sage's consciousness was about to take hold, a force clashed against it, scattering the invasive presence with an unstoppable momentum. This place was already crowded due to the presence of a great fox. Why would anyone else attempt to claim space? Bai appeared suspended in midair, narrowing his eyes as he addressed the Sage of Six Paths. The rent here is exorbitant. You cannot afford it. Indeed, it is you kinds of beings who meddle. The Sage of Six Paths reigned in his astonishment and regarded Bai. You may possess the ability to inhabit outsiders, which I have no jurisdiction over, but you dare stretch your hands into the grand causality of this world. We have no regulations against inhabiting those within this world. Bai shrugged and chuckled. I am merely fulfilling my duties, after all. It seems you have concealed certain matters from me, Naruto remarked softly as he looked at Bai. Just as I possess foresight into the future, I am aware of what is to come, though some truths are only revealed when necessary. Bai chuckled lightly. You are correct. There are no prohibitions against inhabiting those from this world. However, if memory serves me correctly, once you inhabit a being in this world, should the host perish. A glint of murderous intent flickered in the Sage of Six Paths' eyes, as beings from another dimension. You will be deemed anomalies and can be slain by the entities of this world. The system, a high-dimensional intelligent life form from countless realms, generally possesses protective laws, ensuring that even if its associated traversers perish during missions, the system itself remains unharmed by the inhabitants of the traversed world. However, once it inhabits a being within the world, it loses that protective authority. Should the host die, it becomes vulnerable, able to be slaughtered at will. Indeed, you speak truths. Bai replied earnestly, but what of it? Do you truly believe we would be defeated by you? Though it may sound peculiar coming from me. Beings like you are indeed rare. Most retreat in shame after failure, yet you are willing to wager your life? A mocking smile spread across the sage's face. Everything you possess shall dissipate into the ether, ephemeral as the wind. Life devoid of risk is devoid of meaning, Bai asserted. Unperturbed, his smile tinged with a hint of menace. Furthermore, let me remind you, should you fall, I too can wield the power of the system to vanquish you. Even if you slay me, I shall return, for I am an integral part of this world, indelible. The Sage of Six Paths that emerges shall not be your own. You will merely be the executor of suppression in the Naruto realm. When you perish, you shall not revive. Another sage shall take your place, akin to a clone. A glint of murderous intent sparked in Bai's eyes. I have personally slain several executors of suppression. Do not presume you can intimidate me. Understand your situation, old man. Bai's ascent to the position beside the god of the system was not merely due to rich experience but also an unparalleled ferocity. One system alone, even without slaying the world's suppression forces, would be enough to instill fear. Yet the traversers Bai brought forth had already defeated 7 executors of suppression, achieving supremacy in the world, a truly terrifying feat were it not for the previous cycle's incompetence. Bai would have qualified as a candidate for divinity. However, all of this is but a prelude. Thus far, no instance has been recorded of the original protagonist of a world, with the aid of the system, slaying the executors of suppression. I will make you comprehend the essence of despair. Although the Sage of Six Paths felt a chill within, he gritted his teeth and threatened. Prepare to be reduced to ashes. Given that the system's role is reserved for those who possess certain traits after death, Bai now exists in the form of a spiritual entity. Upon being slain, he faces true annihilation without the possibility of reincarnation. I await that moment. Bai narrowed his eyes, his tone cold. As the dream gradually fractured, Naruto slowly awakened from his chair, shaking his head and pressing his forehead as he murmured, "It seems there is no time left for slumber. Of course, if I am not mistaken, he will seek a ninja to first descend with his consciousness, thereby seizing control of the ninja realm." Bai's voice echoed in his ear. The current question is, who will he choose? Chapter 95, The Descent of the Sage of Six Paths, Orochimaru's resurrection in the mystical realm of Myoboku Mountain. Jiraiya returned after enduring countless trials and tribulations. Now, he yearned for a life of leisure, free from the chaos of the world. As the tale of the gallant ninja approached its conclusion, he found himself troubled by the title of the final volume. Jiraiya-sensei, the great sage Toad requests your presence, spoke Fukasaku, appearing before him. Very well, I shall come shortly. Jiraiya replied, nodding thoughtfully as he inscribed the words "The dragon returns to the sea" in his notebook. Following Fukasaku, he approached the great sage Toad, who, with his ever-present smile, presented him with a purplish-black pill. I have heard you have given up on seeking the child of prophecy, the great sage remarked. There is no such child of prophecy, Jiraiya responded, shaking his head. No one can foresee their destiny. Consume this pill, and you shall witness what you long to see. The great sage continued. Fate exists, you simply have yet to perceive it. Accepting the pill without hesitation, Jiraiya swallowed it whole. An indescribable sensation surged through his body, as if his very veins were restrained, and his consciousness began to fade into obscurity. What is happening? He gasped, clutching his throat, casting a disbelieving look at the great sage. All of this is fate. You will fulfill your destined path, Jiraiya, the great sage stated, devoid of any sorrow or joy. As his awareness slipped away, Jiraiya collapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, he found his single eye transformed into the Rinnegan, while several black, Tomo-like patterns appeared upon his collarbone, emanating an intangible aura. Indeed, the Sage of Six Paths had chosen Jiraiya as his vessel, as the guide in search of the child of prophecy. Jiraiya bore immense karmic weight, possessing the ability to wield sage techniques, enabling him to withstand the physical toll of the descent, much like when the sage possessed Naruto. The Sage of Six Paths was also limited in his manifestation within Jiraiya. Presently, he could only utilize the Rinnegan and summon Susanoo. The size of his Susanoo was comparable to the Ten Tails, dwarfed only by the Ninetales, which was merely the size of a hand of the Ten Tails. However, the abilities of the truth-seeking balls and yin-yang release remained beyond his reach. Should a one-on-one confrontation arise with Naruto, it would likely result in mutual destruction, or worse, his defeat. Moreover, with Naruto as formidable allies, a fair fight was an impossibility. It has been a long time, the great sage observed, gazing at Jiraiya. Thanks to you. He ingested this pill. Otherwise, I might not have been able to seize his body so swiftly. The sage chuckled lightly. It is time to end this farce. Upon descending into Jiraiya, the first course of action for the Sage of Six Paths was to make his way to the conference room of the three great nations. The land of lightning, the land of water, and the land of earth held a deep-seated trepidation towards Naruto's Whirlpool Nation. Although no immediate threat loomed, they understood that when trouble arose, it would be monumental. From this perspective, they were all aligned with the Sage of Six Paths. The sage knew well that Naruto's chance of defeating him lay in the Ninetales. Only by acquiring the power of the Ninetales could Naruto hope to stand on equal footing with him. In other words, as long as he could prevent Naruto from summoning the Ninetales and delay his own full power's arrival, Naruto was doomed. Currently, most of the tailed beasts were in Naruto's possession, while a faction led by Uchiha Obito held three. The great nations had but a single tailed beast remaining. However, this was not a problem. As long as one was missing, Naruto would never be able to summon the Ninetales. Protecting this lone-tailed beast would equate to victory. Stop. Ahead lies the conference of the three great nations. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Two guards swiftly blocked the path of the Sage of Six Paths, boldly raising their heads. Inform them that I possess a method to eliminate Naruto Uzumaki, the sage declared with a smile. They will come down to meet me. Even if you are one of the legendary three of Konoha, you have no right to interrupt during the conference, the guards obstinately insisted. Are you implying you want to relay my message? The sage replied, feigning disappointment. Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands. With a sigh, he raised his hand, unleashing the power of the Rinnegan. The terrifying repulsion sent the guards flying, crashing them like bullets into the conference room floor. It seems they can no longer speak. Might this one serve as my messenger instead? The Sage of Six Paths looked at the bloodied guard, and then turned to the other. Just tell them the Sage of Six Paths requests an audience. I shall go at once. The guard, trembling with fear, sprinted towards the conference room, believing this to be the fastest he had ever run. Even more so than during a desperate dash to the restroom. Inside the conference room, the gathered leaders were taken aback by the state of the mangled guard. Suddenly, the other guard burst through the door, panting heavily. Esteemed leaders, there is a man downstairs who claims to be the Sage of Six Paths seeking an audience. The Sage of Six Paths? May Terumi mused, her brow furrowing. Isn't he a figure from legend? Said to embody destruction and calamity. Capable of summoning disaster with but a gesture? Surely not, Reikage interjected. I recall him being a deity of creation, the very architect of mountains and rivers. He claims to possess the means to slay Naruto Uzumaki. The guard added hastily. Sounds like a con artist trying to take advantage of our plight. The Land of Lightning's daimyo squinted. Regardless, in our current state of helplessness, even if he is a fraud, we should hear his claims. The Land of Earth's daimyo countered, clearly anxious about their nation's future. At this moment, in a dark and foreboding forest, Kabuto cast the unconscious Anko Mitarashi from a sack. When Orochimaru departed from Konoha, he had seized Anko amidst the chaos, instructing Kabuto to keep her close at all times. Thus, when pursued by Sasuke, Kabuto instinctively fled with Anko in tow. Initially, he planned to return once the danger had passed. But upon discovering their base had been razed to the ground, he was left to wander the ninja world for days. In his despair, a sudden thought emerged, prompting him to undo the seal binding Anko. As the cursed seal flared to life like flames, a serpent-like head emerged from within. Chapter 96. Open strife and covert struggles, swift decisions and ruthless actions. Orochimaru pressed his hand to his aching head, lying on the ground and murmuring. How long has it been now? It had nearly been a month. Kabuto Yakushi, relieved to see Orochimaru in relatively good health, spoke up, since the base was destroyed. The allied shinobi forces have suddenly been led by someone claiming to be the Sage of Six Paths. Smaller nations are being coerced to take sides. War seems imminent. The Sage of Six Paths? Orochimaru paused, furrowing his brow. Are you referring to the legendary Sage of Six Paths? Some call him the god who created everything, while others label him the demon who can destroy all, possessing the might to conjure something from nothing. Beads of cold sweat formed on Orochimaru's forehead as he continued. The three great shadows are not fools. They cannot be deceived by a mysterious figure. If he dares to claim such a title, there must be some truth to it. Furthermore, the Sage of Six Paths has declared his intention to eradicate the land of the whirlpool. After a moment of contemplation, Kabuto replied. His motives are unmistakably directed towards Naruto Uzumaki. Although the land of the whirlpool has yet to respond, this feigned ignorance cannot last much longer. Towards Naruto Uzumaki? Orochimaru questioned. Confusion etched on his face. Why would he seek out Naruto? It is said that Naruto's actions have led to the destruction of his mentors and ancestors. Thus he has been marked for divine retribution. Kabuto answered. And I almost forgot. That Sage of Six Paths is actually Jiraiya-sensei. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. But then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he sprang to his feet, gritting his teeth. We must leave. Where to? Kabuto inquired. To the land of the whirlpool. If my assumptions are correct, that Sage of Six Paths is likely genuine. And Naruto Uzumaki harbors a tremendous secret, one that could potentially determine the fate of both us and the entire shinobi world. An opportunity now lay before Naruto Uzumaki to unite with the Akatsuki organization to eliminate the yet-to-fully manifest Sage of Six Paths. According to intelligence stolen by White, the sage can currently only utilize a single Rinnegan. Considering his Susanoo and sage body, his power should be on par with the Akatsuki members. Due to Kisame's betrayal, the Akatsuki's strength has waned to some extent. If a full-scale war were to erupt, Naruto would have a considerable advantage. With the combined strength of the Akatsuki in the Wind Country, complemented by Naruto's Rinnegan and Ninetales Susanoo, he could single-handedly overpower multiple nations. Even if the elite of the three great nations were to mobilize, there would be no match for him. Yet, the Sage of Six Paths is no fool. He is undoubtedly aware of this. If that is the case, why would he boldly announce his name and disseminate this information throughout the shinobi world? Would it not be more prudent to wait quietly for all his forces to arrive? The only explanation is that this is a ruse. A piece of misinformation deliberately leaked for White to overhear. He must have hidden cards up his sleeve, intending to provoke a military advance. As Naruto sat before the sand table, legs crossed in contemplation, he realized that his sage abilities had recently been obstructed by an enigmatic force. Regions that were once accessible now seemed as if delineated by a dividing line, utterly impenetrable. Undoubtedly, the Sage of Six Paths is not an easy adversary. Any rash action could lead to a checkmate, resulting in total defeat. While Naruto may be somewhat dull when it comes to politics, his innate military acumen shines through, whether in the heat of battle or in his astute analysis of enemy tactics and strategies. Meanwhile, the Sage of Six Paths, miles away, found himself pondering. He had initially believed that the impetuous young Naruto would perceive his own weakened state upon arrival as a golden opportunity, blindly charging into his trap, only to meet his demise amid despair and derision. Yet, he misjudged Naruto. He was not a fierce, roaring tiger but rather a cunning, bloodthirsty lone wolf, concealing his murderous intent within the environment. Once he strikes, it would be swift and decisive, either death or ruin. If it were only Naruto, the sage would feel no trepidation. After all, as a being of world-altering stature, his insights and contemplations far exceed those of this mere youth. However, what is a different matter? He embodies another form of law, and although the duration of his existence remains unclear, his extensive experience in resisting world constraints likely equips him with a wealth of cunning strategies. The sage could only hope that White was merely boasting. After all, the notion of annihilating the world's constraints is difficult to believe. Are you truly the Sage of Six Paths? Obito's voice interrupted his thoughts. Frowning, he observed. You bear an uncanny resemblance to Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. The Sage of Six Paths understood that Naruto's victory hinged upon the Ten Tails. Thus, he utilized his sage body's probing abilities to locate Obito's hideout. Although Obito could escape, the sage's proposition held significant value for him, prompting him to take the risk of meeting. Though we meet, should Obito sense any treachery, he would retreat into his Kamui space. He knows that his leverage in negotiation stems solely from the tailed beasts. If his adversary harbors ill intent, his situation would become precarious. The descendant of the Uchiha clan is, in a sense, connected to my bloodline, the Sage of Six Paths said, adopting a benevolent demeanor. I have come to discuss the tailed beasts and Naruto Uzumaki. I am well aware of that, Obito replied, narrowing his eyes. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What can you offer me, and what do you require in return? That depends on what you desire, the sage responded. I seek to gather all 9-tailed beasts and initiate the infinite Tsukuyami, Obito declared. The Sage of Six Paths feigned a conflicted expression, murmuring, this. In truth, I would agree to any condition you propose, even if it meant sacrificing the shinobi world. As long as I achieve my goal, this world will be reborn. However, to agree so outright would surely raise your suspicions. I must be circumspect, leading you to believe you possess the upper hand. Is that unacceptable? Then the discussion ends here. Obito said, waving his hand, prepared to escape into the Kamui space. Not impossible, but very well. I accept your terms. Once you eliminate Naruto Uzumaki, the 10 tails will be yours, the Sage of Six Paths replied, a look of resignation on his face. And if you have a change of heart? Obito questioned. Why would I? With the nine-tailed beasts, I could unify the shinobi world. As the Sage of Six Paths, I would not descend into chaos unless driven by a force that the gods themselves could not thwart, the sage responded, shaking his head with a smile. There is some merit to your reasoning. The tailed beasts are within my Kimui space. I will allow you entry. Upon saying this, Obito transported the Sage of Six Paths into the Kamui space. However, standing before him was not the array of tailed beasts he so eagerly desired, but a youth clad in Akatsuki garb. Ah, I did not expect to battle you in this manner, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, perched atop a square pillar, looking down at the Sage of Six Paths with a wicked smile and eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 97, Naruto, Uzumaki vs. Kaguya Otsutsuki. Long before the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto had already engaged in negotiations and transactions with Obito, establishing a preliminary alliance. The negotiation process was rather straightforward. Naruto laid bare the plans of Black Zetsu and Madara, asserting that the infinite Tsukuyomi was merely a ritual to resurrect Kaguya, and that the Otsutsuki clan was turning humanity into living weapons, the White Zetsu. However, Obito did not fully trust him and proposed a pact. Should the infinite Tsukuyomi prove to be as Naruto described, he would personally dismantle it and relinquish his dreams. If not, the opposite would hold true. To prevent Naruto from reneging, he even demanded Sarada as collateral. He refrained from targeting Hinata, knowing well Naruto's protective nature towards his wife, which would likely lead to her disapproval. In truth, Obito had no intention of fully collaborating with Naruto to eliminate the Sage of Six Paths. He planned to assess the conditions presented by the sage before making a decision. In this meeting, the sage's terms paled in comparison to Naruto's, and he was clearly trying to obscure something. The condition to release the infinite Tsukuyomi required a person possessing the full power of all tailed beasts in the Rinnegan to form a specific seal, a task the sage could easily execute himself. The conflicted demeanor he displayed was undoubtedly an act, as he concealed far too much. After weighing his options, Obito realized what needed to be done. The most critical point was that eliminating Naruto would likely pit him against the sage. It would be more prudent to eliminate the sage and oppose Naruto, as it would still leave a glimmer of hope. This was decidedly frustrating. The smile on the sage's face gradually faded, replaced by a frigid expression as he turned to Naruto and declared, I despise betrayal above all else. Betrayal? No one has betrayed you. Merely a prey has fallen into the trap, Naruto scoffed, rising to his feet. He stepped forward, as if treading upon an invisible surface, and stood firmly suspended in midair. Do you know how a spider consumes the unfortunate souls ensnared in its web? It was then that the sage noticed the entire space was ensnared by Naruto's delicate yet resilient threads, nearly imperceptible. You may be the spider, but the one caught in your web is no butterfly. The sage grasped a thread, yanking it sharply. Naruto leaped from the thread, his robes billowing as he formed hand seals, instantly entering Sage Fox mode. The sage extended his hand, unleashing a tempest from his palm without the need for hand seals. As the progenitor of ninjutsu, the techniques he employed lacked formal names. In other words, what others considered skills were merely commonplace attacks for him, executed effortlessly. Though the gale was fierce, it failed to sever the multitude of threads. Chakra threads? He can refine them to such a minuscule degree? The sage was taken aback. He turned to Naruto, who formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames that surged along the threads toward the sage. Just as the sage intended to evade, he discovered his legs ensnared by a powerful force. The threads, stirred by the tempest, had coiled around him. The flames blazed forth from the threads, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers, striking the sage directly. Crack! Sizzle! The flames engulfed the sage, enveloping him entirely. Sage art, calming peacock. Without pause, Naruto gracefully landed upon a thread, inhaling deeply. He clapped his hands together, converting the chakra threads into water attributes, and crackling orange lightning coalesced in his palms. He waved his hands, sending serpentine bolts of lightning ricocheting in all directions, which then struck the sage instantaneously along the chakra threads. Is this all you've got? Don't let me down. The sage's voice dripped with disdain. The inferno did not render his voice hoarse, nor did the lightning hinder his movements. Don't rush, old man. Naruto formed a cross seal, and an overwhelming number of shadow clones manifested around him. The clones swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of varying degrees of sage techniques upon the sage, with explosions ringing out continuously, a relentless onslaught of terrifying jutsu. Perhaps it's time to stretch a bit. Accompanying this voice was an invisible, yet titanic pressure. The threads trembled violently, and the previously unbroken strands snapped all at once, as if orchestrated. Boom, 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 boom. The shadow clones vanished one by one in puffs of smoke, leaving only Naruto standing. A colossal, azure-hued figure, wielding a great sword and adorned with armor resembling wings, loomed before the ground, its form so immense that it could only be described as terrifying. Even the Ninetales appeared as a diminutive creature before it. The Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya Otsutsuki Susanoo. The largest Susanoo of them all. Such exaggeration. Naruto raised an eyebrow, inhaling deeply as he clasped his palms together, transforming into a gigantic Ninetales, while the Susanu's armor enveloped him entirely, a bloody aura of murderous intent radiating from his form. Naruto commanded the Ninetales Susanoo to soar into the sky, astonishingly finding himself no larger than an arm before the sage's Susanoo. Prepare to die, the sage declared coldly. Stealing lines will cost you. Naruto scoffed as he exerted all his power to propel the Susanoo toward the sage. The spiral sword erupting with fearsome energy as sage techniques coalesced into a colossal dragon that entwined around the spiral sword, transforming him into a destructive dragon charging toward the sage's chest armor. The sage grunted, manipulating the Susanoo to deliver a horizontal slash. The great sword descended like a tidal wave. In an instant, Naruto activated the Wheel of Hell and used a clone to intercept the attack. Boom! The spiral sword struck the sage's chest armor with a tremendous impact, creating minor fissures, yet it remained intact. Farewell. The sage shook his head, raising the Susanoo's great sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes with blinding speed. Naruto braced himself with the Wheel of Hell, but the sage unleashed multiple slashes in an instant, obliterating all of his clones. Crack! The Susanoo's chest armor shattered. However, Naruto found himself unable to continue the assault. The great sword shattered his spiral sword, and the sage's Susanoo grasped him as if he were a mere chick. It's over. The sage sneered. Indeed, it is over. As Naruto fell from the Susanoo, the Ninetales Susanoo transformed into a diamond barrier, ensnaring the sage's left hand tightly. The right hand, having just completed its attack, was caught off guard. The sage attempted to obstruct Naruto with ninjutsu, but was countered by Naruto's sage techniques. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto landed before the sage and delivered a ferocious punch. You're finished. Taking advantage of the moment, the sage seized Naruto by the throat, lifting him effortlessly, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Naruto. With just a slight exertion, your neck will snap. The game is over, brat. What are you talking about? Naruto chuckled darkly. This is merely the beginning. Success achieved, acquiring Kaguya Otsutsuki's Susanoo. A vast amount of chakra surged from Naruto, and the sage's smile gradually stiffened. Chapter 98, Betrayal. Naruto vs. Obito. Any entity deemed a system possesses the extraordinary ability to disregard the laws of the world. This understanding was gleaned by Kaguya Otsutsuki after becoming the world's suppressive force. Their powers are diverse and illogical. Once activated, they can significantly enhance the host. The seemingly secure situation was thus turned on its head by Obito's abilities. Boom. The chakra erupting from Naruto coalesced into a magnificent Susanoo, resembling a colossal deity. Unlike the Sage of Six Paths, his Susanoo emanated a dark red hue, with its wings incomplete and a black skull ring adorning his waist. The intricate patterns on the armor resembled cursed seals. It bears a similar aura to my Susanoo, yet it feels distinct. The Sage of Six Paths stared in disbelief at the giant before him. My ability evolves through continuous replication. Obito's voice resonated in Naruto's ears. Unlike other systems, this is my inherent talent. Now, the abilities you replicate will shift according to your character. Those who strive to ascend will find that time transforms each step into strength. I find myself increasingly reluctant to part with you. The thought of you leaving upon completing your task is quite vexing. Naruto, sensing this power, chuckled. Must you speak so flamboyantly? You are indeed the most unique protagonist I have ever guided. I will still keep an eye on you during my breaks. Obito waved his hand and smiled. Now, let us counterattack. Bang. The Azura Susanoo took a step forward, its entire form erupting like an arrow. Swish. Azura drew two blades from his waist. His movements akin to a dance of war, and the blades sliced through the air in an instant. Clang. The six-paths Susanoo's katana struggled to match the speed. But Azura's attacks were not uniform. His swordplay grew increasingly rapid and powerful with each strike, each blow doubling the force of the last. Having always dominated opponents with absolute strength, the Sage of Six Paths rarely engaged in close combat like this. In contrast, Naruto's battles had mostly involved carving through foes with blades, granting him superior experience and skill. Buzz. Azura crossed his arms, and the two blades transformed into broadsword blades, extending 100 meters, aimed directly at the waist of the six-paths Susanoo. Impossible. The Sage of Six Paths gritted his teeth and roared, attempting to seize the blades with both hands. However, the strike, charged with immense power, could not be easily repelled. The blade trembled, its cry deafening and unstoppable. Sizzle. The Six Paths Susanoo shattered, its form disintegrating into fragments as the Sage of Six Paths plummeted from the air. He quickly employed his levitation ability to suspend himself. Otherwise, the fall would have been devastating. The outcome was clear. Naruto gazed down at the Sage of Six Paths from his elevated position, controlling the Azura Susanoo, raising both hands and blades, poised to strike down upon his opponent. Wait. The Sage of Six Paths bellowed, extending his right hand. A mysterious chakra erupted from the black circle in his palm, and an energy form resembling a bubble emerged. With a gentle tremor, it transformed into the figure of a young girl. I know you are watching from nearby, descendant of the Uchiha. A sinister smile crept across the Sage of Six Paths' face. You should recognize this one, right? Rin. Hidden in the shadows, Obito stared at the figure in shock. Gritting his teeth, "What have you done? You old fool. I merely summoned her soul from the Pure Land." The Sage of Six Paths chuckled softly. Narrowing his eyes, "I now offer you two choices. First, let me leave with the tailed beasts, confine Naruto here, or second, watch as I destroy her soul, condemning her to eternal oblivion." As he spoke, the sage tightened his grip on Rin's head, exerting force as she struggled desperately, her expression filled with agony. Undoubtedly, if the sage willed it, he could crush Rin's head with ease. "You." Obito's pupils trembled, unsure of his next move. Choose quickly. "I see that little spiky-haired brat is growing impatient." The Sage of Six Paths shouted, gazing at Naruto, whose murderous intent radiated. "Naruto, I apologize." After much inner turmoil, Obito finally gritted his teeth, preparing to use Kamui to allow the Sage of Six Paths to escape. Clearly, this signaled Obito's unilateral betrayal of Naruto, overturning their previous alliance. "It seems you will never achieve anything significant." Naruto sneered, "If you dare to move, I will kill that girl." Obito froze, halting his actions. "Your Kamui can only target one person at a time. Anyone else present, regardless of whom you choose, I can slay." Naruto continued coldly. "Care to test it? Which is faster, your Kamui or my blade?" The atmosphere fell silent, a chilling murderous intent creeping up their spines. Naruto stood with his arms crossed within the Azure Susanoo, while neither Obito nor the Sage of Six Paths dared to make a move. The true aura of dominance. "Let me go. You can have the tailed beasts. And whether or not Naruto is confined is up to you." The Sage of Six Paths, intimidated by Naruto, made the greatest concession, recognizing that survival was his only success at this moment. "Leave." The voice that spoke was not Obito's, but Naruto's. It was clear to all that the true authority lay with Naruto at this moment. Since Naruto has spoken, Obito had no reason to disobey. He used Kamui to release the Sage of Six Paths, while Rin's soul floated helplessly in place. Obito, eager to embrace her, soon realized he could not reach her. The Sage of Six Paths could harm Rin due to his power, while Obito, apart from watching, could not even communicate. Yet, a sense of solace filled Obito's heart as he reached out for the hand he could not grasp, a rare smile gracing his face. But this smile did not last long. A terrifying gravitational force erupted, pulling Obito towards Naruto, who reached out and clutched his throat. "Are you happy? Is this bliss? Do you feel that everything you did in the past was worth it for this moment?" Naruto's pupils transformed into sharp fox-like slits, even without the Azure Susanoo. The oppressive aura remained. "I awaited your expression, ready to reduce to ashes all that you have acquired." "What?" Obito's voice grew hoarse. "One reason is your betrayal. The second is that you no longer hold value for me." Naruto replied coldly. "The third is that you murdered my parents. I do not favor the word forgive. You are not worthy of my forgiveness. Killing demands retribution. It is only just." As soon as Naruto's words fell, Obito activated his Kamui, escaping the space with Rin's soul. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he discovered his Kamui space was breached. A blood-red chakra ninja blade materialized in Naruto's hand as he stepped from the Kamui space, his eyes icy. In that instant of contact, Obito's abilities were successfully replicated. "Let me obliterate the fleeting happiness you currently possess, just as you destroyed my family in the past." Naruto raised the ninja blade. Aiming it at Obito, "The revenge begins now."